Chapter 81 Freeze in the sunny afternoon. Mo Xiao picked up the new mace reflexively and ran to Lu Da's side immediately. He lowered his body slightly, pulled him up from the ground while being alert, and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" I just seemed to hear a noise inside." Lu Da rubbed his hands embarrassedly. He just wanted to lick this cool and awesome car. So he put his ears close to it. Of course, it is also possible that he heard it wrong. Maybe he actually heard the sound of his heart beating wildly. Mo Xiao subconsciously turned back to find Chewing to check. But then he realized that in order to prevent problems outside, she asked Chewing to stay in the truck to keep watch. Guichuchu hurried over, got a key from somewhere, and unlocked the car door with a happy face. "It's my mother. It must be my mother." She had suspected before that if her mother lived in the house in Qingtian Mansion, it would be best to live in this basement. But after entering, she didn't see her figure. So Guichuchu gave up this idea and had to comfort herself that her mother must be living somewhere else. At this moment, she heard Lu Da's words. Guichuchu's first reaction was that her mother was here. She must be hiding in the RV. Guichuchu's excitement in her heart was hard to suppress. If the ladder hadn't been lowered slowly, she would have rushed in at the first time. Even so, even though the door had not been fully opened, she could not help but stick her eyes to the gap and look inside. "Choo-choo! Wait a minute." Mo Xiao pulled her back with one hand, and at the same time separated her from the door with the mace horizontally. "Xiao Mo, believe me, it must be my mother. No one knows how to get in here except our family." Guichuchu turned around and pulled away Mo Xiao's hand that was blocking her, and explained seriously. After saying that, she was about to turn around and get in the car to take a look. Suddenly, she felt a black shadow flash before her eyes. Something suddenly rushed down through the newly opened door, and almost instantly knocked Guichuchu to the ground. "Choo-choo! Be careful! Choo-choo!" Everyone screamed, and their hearts almost jumped into their throats. But then, they noticed that the black shadow was skinny, unkempt, and especially her hands were tied tightly with a rope. As she pounced down, the rope stretched straight. It kept twisting and struggling, opening its mouth wide, as if it wanted to bite Guichuchu. But the rope was not long enough. It and Guichuchu were clearly very close, but it seemed as if there was always a chasm between them, separating them far away. Guichuchu lay flat on the ground, staring at the face that was so close, with deep eye sockets and dry skin and bones. There was no fear, no screaming, but silent tears. "Mom! Mom!" she called out in a trembling voice, as if she was afraid of disturbing something. Mo Xiao's mace, which had been raised high, suddenly stopped, as the zombie struggled and twisted. A photo suddenly fell out of his clothes. The photo fell to the ground, and everyone saw it clearly. In the bright afternoon, surrounded by green grass and flowers, a family of 3 sat at a white table under a tree and drank afternoon tea. A chubby middle-aged man in casual clothes was reading a magazine, and a gentle woman in a bohemian floral dress was arranging flowers with a smile. On the seat between the two, a little girl in a fluffy and lively princess dress was struggling to climb onto the table, angry and almost falling down. The man and the woman simultaneously extended their other hands and carefully supported her from behind. The picture was frozen in such a beautiful afternoon with bright sunshine. Guichuchu also saw the photo. As soon as the slightly trembling, questioning voice stopped, she suddenly cried loudly and shouted, "Mom!" However, the zombie, which seemed to have been starved for a long time, and whose body was almost dry, was stimulated by the sound and struggled even more fiercely, opening its mouth wildly and trying to bite the fresh prey on the ground. Lu Da and Zhao Peng's eyes were red. The scene of the mother and daughter meeting was too heartbreaking. Mo Xiao couldn't bear to watch it anymore, and dragged Guichuchu out from behind close to the ground. The people who were originally expected to go inside the RV to take a look had to stop here. After all, the door was so narrow, it would be difficult for them to go in safely without killing the zombies. But everyone glanced at Guichuchu, who was crying uncontrollably, and thought of the gentle and beautiful woman in the photo and the dry and scary zombie in front of them, and sighed deeply in their hearts. "Xiao Mo!" A voice suddenly sounded at the entrance of the basement. Mo Xiao stood up and saw that it was Chewing who came in from outside. "What's wrong?" "I just heard the sound of several cars starting up. I was worried that there would be any accidents, so I came to tell you." Mo Xiao pondered. It is probably the original survivors in the community. She noticed it when she came in. No zombies were found wandering on the roads in the community. And it was obvious that they had been specially cleaned up. Although it was also because there were fewer people, and it was easier to clean up. To achieve this level, it must be organized and disciplined. So, there are not only survivors in this community, but they should also be united. It is estimated that there are things like Survivors Alliance or Community Property Management Committee. Some vehicle started. Maybe they saw that this group of strangers drove a truck and broke in. So they are preparing for an emergency meeting. Chu-Ying saw that Mo Zhao's expression was normal, and there was no fluctuation. It should have been expected. So he didn't take it seriously. Over the past few days, she has gotten to know this group of people quite well. Especially Mo Zhao and Jiangxi. She knows them better. Because she lived nearby before, and had very good hearing. She often heard some arguments between the two. In general, Mo Zhao is an aggressive person, who will try her best to save any situation as long as there is a chance to save it. For example, she tried to prevent the situation from getting worse before the gymnasium fell, and stopped Jiangxi from smashing the door in the bathroom, because she determined that this was not the best solution for the current situation. Once the door was smashed, it would probably cause the other party to scream and attract zombies, thus triggering the annihilation of everyone. Mo Zhao knows that she is not the kind of person who can stand at the top of humanity. So she will strive for a more rational way to solve the problem with a higher survival rate. Jiangxi's personality is quite different. He has been used to superiority since he was a child. If there is only a small probability of a winner in something, no matter how small the probability is, he will always firmly occupy one of the seats. So he doesn't care whether he can save the current bad situation. If only a few people are destined to survive, he is confident that he must be the few with his ability and skills. Of course, it doesn't matter even if he can't. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about other people's lives, let alone his own life. He looks sunny and positive on the outside, but he actually has a bad mentality. Chu-Ying sometimes can't help thinking that if this person hadn't had a positive friend like Mo Zhao around him since he was a child, he would have become the kind of villain boss-type monster in the game. So every time she sees Jiangxi's face, she will automatically think of the levels that she couldn't pass in those years of playing Ninja Turtles. Forgive her for thinking so, because she has only played Ninja Turtles. Chapter 82 Happy Birthday to Me. Chu-Ying came in and only said this, then went out to continue to be on guard. Since being with Mo Zhao and the others, she deeply felt the weight of the burden on her shoulders. There is no way. The more capable, the more work, and the invincible are always lonely. Choo-choo. Jiangxi came to Choo-choo and squatted down, patted her shoulder and said, parents hope that their children can be well, and waiting for you to come back safely must be her last hope. Listening to Teacher Zhang's comfort, and then seeing the message on the phone screensaver. Choo-choo's mother will always wait for you. Choo-choo took a deep breath and wiped away her tears. Standing up, walking towards Mo Zhao, she whispered, don't be too ugly. Okay? I want her to rest in peace. Mo Zhao glanced at the mace in his right hand, put it back into a bag specially sewn for it next to his backpack, and nodded, okay. As he said that, he picked up a dagger from the pile of weapons. Just as he was about to take action, he saw Choo-choo looking at him with tears in her eyes, and said silently, Jiangxi, cover her eyes. Jiangxi raised his eyebrows, came behind Choo-choo, and blocked her eyes with a palm. The light vision was blocked. Choo-choo's heart tightened, and she shouted again, wait! Mo Zhao and everyone thought she had changed her mind again. Who knew that Choo-choo took a deep breath again, slowly pushed Jiangxi's hand away, and took 2 steps forward firmly. I'll do it myself. Everyone fell into silence and surprise. To be honest, although the apocalypse has been over for nearly 2 months, but there are still people who have never killed any zombies with their own hands. Among them is Choo-choo. Unexpectedly, the first zombie she planned to kill with her own hands this time was her mother. Okay. Mo Zhao did not hesitate for long, looking at Choo-choo's determined eyes that finally mustered up the courage, and agreed immediately. In the end, she and Jiangxi each took one side and controlled it for a short time. If you don't have that much strength, stab it from the back of the neck diagonally upwards. Mo Zhao taught in a low voice, and his voice sounded very cold and ruthless. Lu De and Zhao Peng sighed. Choo-choo's hand holding the dagger was trembling slightly. Hurry up. Mo Zhao spoke again. If you don't do it in 3 seconds, I'll do it. Guichuchu was so excited that her eyes turned red. She shouted and stabbed in with all her strength. The zombie kept twitching and convulsing. The dagger was sharp and went deeper. After a while, it fell to the ground and never moved again. Guichuchu fell to the ground with him, crawled and hugged the dead zombie in her arms, and cried again. 2 hours later, everyone helped Guichuchu bury her in the garden. When she returned to the basement again, Guichuchu's mental state was not very good. Emoshao simply asked Tanya and Li Pingping to take her back to the truck to rest. Time waits for no one. She had to stay here with Jiang Qing and others to count the supplies and make some modifications. Xu Wenze, Xie Bumian and other top students also came down, with teacher Jiang leading the team. Although they were not majoring in related subjects, they could do some work within their ability. In this basement, not only food and water reserves were found. Emoshao and his friends even found a medical kit. 4 diesel barrels, 3 radiation protection suits, and 3 gas masks. Jiang Qing picked up something that looked like a long strip with surprise. Geiger counter? What is that? Luda couldn't help asking. You are so stupid. It's a radiation tester. Zhao Peng patted his head. Emoshao walked over quickly. She had long suspected that there was a nuclear leak in Longhua. Teacher, please measure the value of our current environment. The Geiger counter did not beep, so it should still be within the normal range. Jiang Qing took a look and smiled. 0.12 microsievert. This value shows that there is radiation around, but it is still within the safe range. Emoshao breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. This thing must be kept. Jiangxi shrugged and teased. If it suddenly screams, it will be a problem. Xu Wenze pushed his glasses and replied calmly. A few microsieverts will sound an alarm, but this is not harmful to the human body. After all, the human body still has a certain resistance. I don't care. Jiangxi leaned against the side of the carriage with his arms crossed, smiling. Anyway, I'm bald, but I'm still handsome. I guess the girls are more worried. Xu Wenze pursed his lips speechlessly. He shouldn't have answered Jiangxi's question. Xie Bumian, who was helping to move the oil drum beside Emoshao, sneered softly. This guy is so narcissistic. He must have been beaten a lot. Right? Emoshao laughed softly, thinking of the fight he had with him when he first entered kindergarten, and shook his head. Who knows? Maybe. Xie Bumian's eyelashes drooped slightly, his expression gloomy. You can be friends with such a black-hearted rich second generation for so many years. What else can they do besides bullying their classmates by relying on their power? Emoshao was startled, pursed her lips and said nothing. In fact, from kindergarten to elementary school, for a long time, she and Jiangxi were not friends at all. Until his birthday in the 3rd grade of elementary school. As the monitor, Emoshao went to visit him, who had not been to school for a long time due to illness according to the teacher's instructions, and brought him homework and notes. After all, the two lived in the same community, which was quite close. Because Emoshao had a bad relationship with him, she didn't pay much attention to it, but went back to her stall at home first. Who knew that when her parents found out, they heard from somewhere that it was Jiangxi's birthday, and they enthusiastically fried a bowl of rice noodles and took a baked bun for her to take over. Emoshao was unwilling to bring him at first. She was not afraid that the other family would look down on her. She was used to the gazes of rich people and didn't care. She didn't want her parents' kindness to be trampled on by those people. But Mo Yuan Ping and Zhang Mei were kind and enthusiastic. They insisted that she bring him. So she had to bring him. When the young Emoshao arrived at Jiangxi's house, carrying homework in his left hand and fried rice noodles in his right hand, he found that his father Jiang Yun seemed to be furious about something. All kinds of exquisite delicacies and plates on the table were thrown all over the floor, making a mess. There was also a broken birthday cake on the floor, and the broken words "Happy Birthday" were particularly eye-catching. His second sister Jiang Zhao had a blank expression on her face. She picked up her bag expressionlessly and walked out with her high heels clacking. His third brother Jiang Hao kept sneering, got a slap mark on his face, and said a few sarcastic words and left immediately. Emoshao was embarrassed and had to stand by and wait quietly. His father Jiang Yun asked someone to clean up the table. He seemed to want to continue talking, but received a call and followed him out. He just asked someone to entertain his son's classmates. Jiangxi got down from the chair and went upstairs to his room without even looking at Emoshao. Emoshao blinked. She didn't have the time to meddle in other people's family affairs. So she followed him. Jiangxi seemed to be in a bad mood at the time, and was quite sarcastic about Mo Xiao following her. But she had experienced the incident not long ago where her father had 3 fingers cut off, and her temper had improved a lot, so she didn't care too much. Instead, she threw the homework and notes on his desk in a businesslike manner. I don't need these things. Although Jiangxi was young, he was more arrogant than the other, which really made people feel angry. I still got the first place in the exam. I don't care whether you need it or not. The teacher asked me to bring it, so I brought it. Mo Xiao sneered and slapped the fried rice noodles on the table again. This is a birthday gift from your parents. If there is no longevity noodles, just use the fried rice noodles. I hope you live as long as this rice noodle. Do you want to eat? Oh, so you're here to celebrate my birthday? Jiangxi's lips curled up subconsciously, and her eyes rolled. Why didn't you say so earlier? You're so fierce, and people who don't know would think you were sending me a last meal. If you don't want to eat, forget it. Mo Xiao took back the fried rice noodles, carefully packed them in a thermos bag, and kept them extra warm. Anyway, she liked to eat them. After eating, she took the empty box back, and her parents must be happy to see it. What are you doing? Jiangxi didn't expect her to get started so quickly, and seemed to be impatient to take it back. She said angrily, Humph, I'm not hungry anyway. I ate well tonight. I ate a piece of cake and threw it away. Before she finished speaking, her stomach suddenly made a gurgling sound. The atmosphere in the room seemed to be still for a second. Mo Xiao sighed, put down his hand that had taken back the fried rice noodles, took out the small steamed bun again, and stuck the chopsticks in it. Okay. You eat it. The dead girl opposite rarely gave in. It was just that this step was a concession. But Jiangxi looked at the baked steamed bun with a pair of chopsticks stuck in it as birthday candles with a strange expression. Didn't she realize that it looked like going to a grave? Was it intentional? He took a bite with mixed feelings, and it was unexpectedly crispy. Fried rice noodles were also very filling. Unknowingly, they were all eaten up. Great. Mo Xiao had a happy face, as if he had completed a task. He couldn't wait to take back the empty box and put it away carefully. That way, it looked more appropriate than when he came. Okay, I'm leaving. Don't forget to do your homework. She waved her hand and was about to leave. Jiangxi's face darkened. When he reached the door, Mo Xiao suddenly turned back, touched the back of his head, and said slowly, Well, happy birthday to you. The moon tonight was particularly round, like a painting hanging high on a silver plate inlaid in the window. The aroma of fried rice noodles still lingered around him, which was the smell of family fireworks. Jiangxi sat alone by the window, with his face on the table, looking at a photo frame of a woman on the table, and suddenly reached out and covered it. Happy birthday to me, he said silently in his heart. The little boy was 9 years old, and for the first time on this day, he wished himself a happy birthday. Mo Xiao felt a little emotional when she recalled the past. That was also the first time she knew that rich people were not as carefree as she imagined. Even a domineering and annoying guy like Jiang, she could be pitiful at times. After calming down, the relationship between the two naturally eased a lot. That's why they were not as confrontational as before, and gradually became friends. However, there was no need to tell Xia Bamian about these personal causes and consequences. Xiao Mo, I checked. The oil in the car is basically full, including these 4 oil drums. Jiang Qin called out loudly. Mo Xiao walked around the RV. He found that in addition to the 2 seats for the driver and the assistant, there was another row of seats in the back that could seat 4 people. The front of the car alone can accommodate 6 people. Moreover, the front of the car and the car body are connected, and the connecting position is behind the wall-mounted TV in the car body. The car body is divided into 2 floors, in addition to the dry and wet separated toilet, wash basin and shower room. The lower floor also has a kitchen, bed, circular sofa booth, etc. The upper floor can also be made into tatami, and the top floor can be raised and lowered, so that users can sit in it like riding a cruise ship. Teacher, some enjoyable items should be moved out. We have to move these 4 oil drums up and fix them and take them with us. Chapter 83. What is Duo looking at? This oil barrel is a 200-liter model, but in fact, if it is full, each can hold about 220 liters. There is just a risk of overflow. If it is a chemical barrel, it may be able to hold more. But the risk of deterioration is also relatively high when it is filled with chemical barrels. In this way, for fully loaded oil barrels, a total of 880 liters of diesel. The oil barrel is about 930 millimeters high and about 580 millimeters in diameter. When each barrel is fully loaded, it weighs about 300 kilograms. 4 of them weigh more than 1,000 kilograms. In order to put down these 4 oil barrels, Mo Xiao and teacher Jiang plan to dismantle some unnecessary luxury items. At the same time, build a shelf at the back to fix it. Jiang she sat aside and carefully read the manual. Driving a car of this tonnage is not that easy. Many people are confused just by looking at the complicated panels in the cab. Moreover, this off-road RV can jump over most dangerous terrains. In addition to the customized tires, because it has 7 differential locks, it still takes some effort to drive this thing properly. This Conqueror consumes nearly 30 liters of fuel per 100 kilometers and weighs about 20 tons. It is still a big project to transform it. After Mo Xiao and Jiang Qing briefly formulated a plan, they found that it was not something that could be done in one day. So they decided to stay here for a few days. And the people outside couldn't stay in the truck all the time. So they planned to nail the windows of this house again and let everyone move in. They worked until the evening, and the house was finally nailed and repaired. After a simple meal, Tanya, Li Pingping and others went to the basement to help teacher Jian with work. They both scored 90 plus in the circuit class. Almost full score. And they were very good at hands-on work in this area. Even Li Pingping was the best little expert in the class, who could combine practicality and beauty when doing some meticulous work. Compared with her, Mo Xiao's work looked much rougher. Gao Yu couldn't help in this regard, so she just helped out. Jiang Duoduo has always been following Jiang Qing like a little tail. She would squat on the ground with her hands on her cheeks and watch without blinking whatever he did. Later, Jiang Qing smiled and drove her out, telling her to go play in the yard. After all, some operations are still quite dangerous, and they are worried about accidentally hurting children. Jiang Duoduo also obediently followed the instructions and squatted beside a wilted tree, playing something, and was very absorbed. Zhang Jiwei, Tian Xiaoxu and others, because they are all science and engineering students, were grouped by Jiang Qing and assigned to work in various modules. Xia Bumian left a message at some point to check the surrounding environment and went out. Mo Xiao stood on the roof, holding a telescope and looking out. Many cars were vaguely seen parked at the entrance of a certain building. There should be quite a few people gathered together. Obviously, this situation occurred because of the arrival of these uninvited guests. Almost every household in the villa area has a car, but after such a long time, many of them have been stolen or crashed. Even the red car in which you choose garage had its windows smashed and its hood lifted. It had been exposed to the scorching sun for nearly 2 months and had long been scrapped. Speaking of exposure, Mo Xiao looked at the endless red clouds in the sky, and the sweat on his forehead seemed to be wrapped in the steam of a steamer, dripping down. It's too hot. It should rain a lot in spring and summer here. Why hasn't there been a drop of rain for such a long time? The fish pond dug in the garden has long been dried up. The koi fish that were originally raised in it were probably picked up by hungry people, and not even the bones were left. Behind the sunny mansion is a mountain, and the mountain trees are like anxious old men, all wilted. Fortunately, there are many lakes in Donghu City. Sunny Mansion is no exception. The landscaped lake in the middle has not dried up because of the introduction of Tianxua River. It's just that the area has shrunk a lot, and the lake water looks dirty. It's windy. Jiang she stepped on the outermost side of the rooftop and stretched out his palm to feel it. It's just a hooligan if it's windy but not raining. Mo Xiao handed him the telescope. He took out the radio and adjusted the frequency again. She would try every day to see if she could receive the signal. But since the last solar storm, the signal has become more complex again. Unfortunately, I didn't find the long-wave transmitter in the basement this time. Mo Xiao sighed, listening to the snow-like noise, and resignedly put the radio back into the bag. If there was a long-wave transmitter, someone could receive and locate their signal. Since the last helicopter crash, Mo Xiao has never seen government-related troops again. Xia Bumian ran into that group of people. Jiang Shi, who was holding a telescope, suddenly spoke. Mo Xiao quickly grabbed the telescope. Let me see. Jiang Shi, who was pushed aside, curled his lips and sneered. You seem to care about him. Imo Zhao's mind was completely drawn to the scene in the telescope. There seemed to be several people holding tools to draw water next to the lake. Seeing Xie Bumian coming from a distance, several people stopped and seemed to be scolding and asking something. With Xie Bumian's personality, it is natural that he will not get anything out of it. It is estimated that he said something unpleasant, causing the opposite side to be furious. There was even a tendency to fight. Fortunately, he was stopped by someone. In the end, in the other party's vigilant eyes, Xie Bumian brushed past the other party and walked back to Guichuchu's house. A collision without danger. When Mo Xiao and Jiang, she went downstairs. Xie Bumian just came back and brought back Jiang Duo, who was squatting under the big tree in the yard. Xie Bumian looked frank, and he didn't seem to be hiding anything. As soon as he saw Mo Xiao, he took the initiative to tell her what he had just experienced before she asked. Those guys seem to be members of the homeowners committee in this community. Should we go to their house to say hello? Everyone also stopped their work unconsciously, gathered around, and spoke one after another. What's there to say hello? This is Chuchu's house. We go back to our own home. What does it have to do with them? But I think they are so nervous about our arrival. Compared to this, I am more concerned about the water problem. Since they can use it, can we also go get some water? The basement is stocked with drinking water, so don't waste it for now. Amid the argument, a discordant child's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone was startled and looked back. They found that Jiang Duo was lying in the gap of the window, looking outside intently, and even humming a nursery rhyme unconsciously. Ants climbing the hillside. Hey 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 yo. Since Jiang Duo fled with a group of adults, she has often been silent. She can only say a few more words when she is with Jiang Qing. I don't know if it's her nature or a later development, but she doesn't have any childish liveliness at all. It's rare nowadays, and this is the first time to hear her sing nursery rhymes. It's cheerful and pleasant, and the evening glow shines on her rosy face, like a little apple. Everyone looked at this scene and couldn't help but curl their lips. They listened to her singing quietly. Jiang Duo turned around and found that the older brothers and sisters were all looking at her, and she felt a little shy. Jiang Qing took the lead and walked over, holding her hand, and asked with a smile, "What are you looking at?" Duo? Chapter 84 Sunny Mansion Community Owners Committee. Ants moving. Everyone had expected this answer from her singing, and no one took it seriously. When they were still living in New Hope Farm, they looked forward to rain every day. At first, they were very excited to see a few ants moving. As a result, after so long, there was still no rain. Since the end of the world, the weather has become more and more unpredictable. Jiang Duo looked up and said seriously, "There are so many ants." Jiang Qing stroked her head, pulled her to her side, and told her softly that it was getting dark, and she should not go out alone at night, and she could watch the ants tomorrow. Jiang Duo grabbed his clothes, bit her lips, and opened her eyes wide. "Uncle, there are so many ants." Everyone was stunned. Mo Xiao stood up and walked forward, glancing in the direction Jiang Duo had just looked. Suddenly, his pupils shrank sharply, densely packed, one black line after another, like a crazy artist using coal as a pen, crisscrossing and spreading tracks, slowly creeping, all moving towards the back mountain. This visual impact, her expression made others seem to realize the seriousness of the matter. They all ran over to look out the window. Fuck! This big scene! Is it really going to rain this time? Luda screamed. Mo Xiao looked around the room. The windows were roughly nailed shut with wooden boards. They were good for protecting against zombies, but they were not as waterproof as glass. Moreover, the house had been smashed and locked for a while, and it was in a mess. She said, "Everyone, seal up all the gaps." Everyone reacted and took action. Mo Xiao approached Guichuchu and asked, "Chuchu, I forgot to ask you before. How do we drive the car in the basement out? In the past, we controlled the electric lift, and it could be lifted to the ground level and then driven out directly." Guichuchu said in embarrassment, "But now there is a power outage." "Don't worry. We found a small generator inside, and we can use diesel." Jiang Qing came over. "As long as the backyard doesn't flood, there shouldn't be much of a problem." Mo Xiao looked at the courtyard, the worry still between his brows. "If you're so worried, why not expand the courtyard drainage?" Jiang Shi raised his eyebrows. "Can you do it?" "Leave it to me. Xie Bumian and I will also help." Chuanzhe put on his glasses that he had just wiped clean and said lightly, I observed before that we have a mountain behind us, and the backyard is on a higher ground. We just need to divert the water to the lake below. If there is a really heavy rainstorm, even if the sewer can't drain the water, they can manually dig a new drainage channel by themselves. Just like the ancients. It just takes some physical effort. Therefore, in the end, almost all the boys and girls participated in this plan. Even the little kid Jiang Duo followed the adults, with a small stick to repair it. Everyone did not sleep all night. The wind outside was getting stronger and stronger. It made them feel the urgency of time. It was not until the evening of the next day that all the work inside and outside the house was finished. Damn! If it doesn't rain, it will be a waste of time. Everyone was sweating and collapsed on the ground. Mo Xiao originally planned to simply wipe herself and prepare to eat. But suddenly, there was a knock on the door. She put the black pepper beef fried rice flavored individual food that she had just taken out and had not yet opened back into her backpack, and took out a protein energy bar instead. After swallowing 3 or 2 mouthfuls, he stood up to open the door. The more tired you are, the more you need to replenish your physical strength before dealing with any possible accidents. Through the cat's eye, it is obvious that there are 2 people standing in the front row outside. A man and a woman. Judging from the clothes they wear, the quality is not cheap. Especially the man, who deliberately wears a high-end watch on his wrist. Mo Xiao doesn't believe that many people can always be so particular after nearly 2 months of the end of the world. Obviously, they are particular today for themselves. It is estimated that this group of people are the representatives sent to contact them after the Community Property Management Committee held a meeting yesterday. But unfortunately, they are particular for the blind. Mo Xiao couldn't tell the symbols of those luxury brands at all. There were a few sturdy men following behind the 2 men. But they were a few steps away. So the sense of oppression was not that strong. It seemed that they were not looking for trouble. Mo Xiao raised his eyebrows. And after the man knocked on the door again rhythmically, he slowly opened it. Who are you looking for? The man with the side-parted hair outside was slightly stunned when he saw that the person who opened the door was a young girl who looked a little soft and cute. Then he smiled and said, We are from the Property Management Committee of Qitian Mansion Community. My name is Yu Su, and I am the chairman of the Property Management Committee. Her name is Jian Lingli, and she is the deputy director. Seeing that the girl in front of him didn't say anything, she didn't open the door to welcome him. Instead, he stood there stupidly, looking at them indifferently. Yu Su coughed lightly and continued, You should know that since the accident some time ago, our community has been under martial law. All residents have unanimously decided not to allow outsiders to enter or leave. Your sudden intrusion yesterday aroused everyone's vigilance. This time we came here to negotiate with you on behalf of all the owners. The intentional or unintentional threats in Yu Su's words were very obvious. At this point, he glanced inside through the crack in the door and was suddenly startled. Chu-Chu? Mo Xiao raised his eyebrows and made way. Gui Chu-Chu, who was called, stood up, leaned forward slightly, and called out in surprise, Uncle Yu. Yu Su seemed very excited. He walked into the house without any defense, with a slightly moist look in his eyes. He held Gui Chu-Chu's hand and said, It turns out that Chu-Chu is back. I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay. As he spoke, his tone and attitude changed drastically. He looked around at the group of people around him and said with emotion, Did you save Chu-Chu? Thank you for your help. He looked at Gui Chu-Chu again and choked up. If something happened to you, I don't know how to explain to your parents even if I go downstairs. When Gui Chu-Chu heard this, her mother's death seemed to reappear in front of her, and her nose was red. Mo Zhao's eyes flashed, and he stood against the wall. He didn't interrupt them to reminisce about the past. From the conversation, everyone learned that Yu Su was a close friend of Gui Chu-Chu's parents for many years. This man has never been married and has never had children. He has always treated Gui Chu-Chu as his own daughter since she was a child. Many of them have already driven across the Qitian Bridge and fled to Dayuan province. Yu Su sighed. I didn't see you, so I thought about waiting a little longer. Gui Chu-Chu was moved, thinking that Uncle Yu was staying here for her. She couldn't help sobbing softly. Although the owner is going home, there is still an explanation to others. Jian Lingli, who had been listening for a long time, stood up and spoke. She was over 30 years old, wearing transparent frame glasses and a low ponytail. Her voice was very cold. Gui Chu-Chu, you need to go with us to explain. Everyone didn't sleep well since yesterday and is still waiting. Guichuchu was about to nod. Mo Xiao, who had been invisible by the wall, suddenly said, "I'll go." Jiang Lingli turned her head. The short-haired girl who opened the door smiled, pulled the sleeve of a handsome guy next to her and said, "Our boss said he has something to say to everyone." Chapter 85. Dark night has arrived. Violent storms. In a single-family house with high walls and protective nets, Mo Xiao and Jiangxi sat at one end of a long table in the luxurious hall. At the other end, Yu Su and Jiang Lingli sat at the head. The rest of the group, some sitting and some standing, looked at them unkindly. That's what happened. And I've explained it to everyone. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first. Mo Xiao stood up and smiled, while pulling Jiangxi's sleeves. He also stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and when he left his seat casually, he suddenly said, "It looks like it's going to rain heavily soon. So you'd better take protective measures early." There were only about 40 or 50 residents in the community, including the children. They looked at each other in bewilderment. The explanation given by the two young men was very simple. They just said that they brought their classmates back to find their parents. In the end, their parents were not found, and they only left an empty house that was robbed. They planned to take a short break and set off again in 2 days. They would never stay in the community to cause trouble to everyone, so that the owners of Qitian Mansion could rest assured. It happened that the classmate named Guichuchu, who was an owner of the community, was familiar to Director Yusu, and several residents had heard of him. This sounded quite credible. However, after nearly 2 months, he was still alive and lived so decently. No one dared to think too simply of the other party. So when they saw them about to leave, someone almost immediately spoke up in a hurry. "Wait a minute. You can't leave yet." "Yes. Who knows if you are hiding anything?" Mo Xiao turned around and glanced at Yusu and Jiang Lingli at the first time. The latter stared at her and Jiangxi coldly, and seemed to have the same stance as this group of people. The former smiled helplessly, wanting to dissuade everyone, but as if he was a peacemaker with little power. Others were excited and didn't listen to him at all. Mo Xiao smiled with narrowed eyes, and was about to draw his gun to deter. A stern shout suddenly appeared in the crowd opposite. "Enough! Are you all crazy? Why embarrass a group of children?" She was stunned and stared. I saw a gray-haired old couple supporting each other and getting up from the corner. The two old men were about 70 years old. Their exposed hands were as thin as sticks, and their eye sockets were as deep as hungry ghosts. In this world, it is not easy for everyone to survive. If you can survive, you should help each other. The old voice trembled slightly. Both children said they would leave soon. "Why are you still aggressive? Mr. Wen, how can you talk like this? As if we are unforgivable." On a sofa chair, a woman holding a little girl muttered. The girl in her arms was about the same age as Jiang Duo. She was wearing a clean and tidy little pink dress, and was curiously looking at the two unfamiliar faces of Mo Xiao and Jiangxi. Beside them, a tall and strong man with small eyes said with a smile, "Anyway, except for Guichuchu, all the rest of them are outsiders." "Yes, yes." A thin young man holding a dog pointed with his orchid finger in agreement. "If outsiders want to seek shelter in our community, they must obtain the consent of our owners. Right? Apart from anything else. Even if they stay for 2 days and leave, they must pay some accommodation fees. Right? I think their big truck should be loaded with a lot of supplies. It's not good to be stingy. Right? You guys, mice have skins, but people have no manners. If people have no manners, why don't they die?" Cough, cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. The old man was so angry that his breath was stuck in his heart, and he kept coughing. His name is Wen Zhengming. He used to be a famous landscape painter, and a man of elegance. His wife, Li Monru, is also a retired professor of Chinese language and literature. While comforting Wen Zhengming, Li Monru walked to Mo Xiao and Jiangxi, looked at them softly, sighed, patted the back of Mo Xiao's hand and said, "Children, go. Don't worry about them. They are also scared. They won't really do anything to you." Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Li Monru finished speaking, lightning and thunder suddenly flashed outside the window. Soon, there was almost no time for people to react, and the sound of heavy rain sounded. The dark night has arrived, and the storm is like the fantasy of life constantly played on the black and white piano keys, which makes people feel the illusion of soul trembling. Mo Xiao and Jiangxi stopped at the door. They had expected heavy rain, but they didn't expect it to come so soon, although they had brought an umbrella with them. But the rain and wind were too strong. At this rate, even if they went back with an umbrella, they would inevitably get soaked. Zila. Another flash of lightning flashed, illuminating a field of vision. The two found that some scattered metal or wooden garbage on the roadside was swept by the strong wind and danced wildly with the heavy rain. If a pedestrian was hit, he would be seriously injured if not killed. Hey! Xiaobai! Xiaobai! The thin man who was sitting by the window and stroking the white teddy dog in his arms suddenly screamed. Everyone looked back. Only then did they realize that the window on his side was not closed, and the strong wind just blew the white puppy out. Even the thin man, who was extremely light in weight, held the windowsill tightly with both hands, as if he was about to be blown away by the wind. But he still looked at the dark rainy night courtyard with a panicked face, calling out to his beloved dog loudly. Everyone tried to pull him back, but the man didn't find his beloved dog, and refused to let go and retreated, blocking the window tightly. Kongshen, are you going to disregard the lives of so many people here for your beast? The young man named Kongshen had been calling Xiaobai anxiously, and when he heard the woman holding her daughter, he cursed, Qin Mei. You're sure Qingyi is your daughter? And Xiaobai is also my daughter. Xiaobai is a beast. What's the difference between your daughter? Qin Mei, who was originally just cursing, was really angry now. She pinched the elbow of the tall and strong man next to her and said fiercely, Shi Chongping, people are pointing at your daughter and scolding her, and you still don't react? Shi Chongping stood up suddenly with a gloomy face, walked to the window, and was about to push Kongshen out directly. My Shi Chongping's precious daughter can also be compared with your bastard? Kongshen had thin eyebrows and eyes, and looked weak and delicate, with a heavy smell of powder, but he was still sharp and mean when scolding people. He even had a lot of strength, and was very aggressive. He twisted his legs around the legs of the table and chair below. He spat at Shi Chongping several times in a row, but he just blocked the window and refused to let go, cursing people and calling dogs at the same time. Mo Xiao and Jiangxi looked at each other and stood at the door in silence watching this farce. Fortunately, this group of people lived in the sparsely populated suburbs. Otherwise, in the busy city center, it is hard to imagine that they can still live well after almost 2 months. Chapter 86 Little White Dog and Wheat Ear Fish. They had no intention of going up to dissuade or help either party. Anyway, it was too dark outside, and the wind and rain were too strong, so it was not a good time to go out. They simply sat down at a good spot against the wall, and pulled the two old men who wanted to help to sit on the side and watch the show. Fortunately, this farce did not last long, because Kongshen had long arms. He grabbed the little white dog that was blown back by the wind and retreated to the hall. Everyone hurriedly closed the windows. Kongshen got a towel from somewhere and wiped the water off the little white dog. The puppy twitched slightly and lay on Kongshen's knees with a listless look. Except for the wet fur, there was no external injury. The grudge between Shi Chongping's family and Kongshen was temporarily calmed down by the mediation of Yusu and several strong men. Shi Chongping was now sitting on the sofa occupied by the three of them, and Qin Mei was scolding him while bandaging the small wound on his finger that was just scratched by the little white dog's teeth. This was also because the little white dog accidentally bit him when the two sides were arguing and even fighting. Fortunately, the wound was not deep. Only a shallow blood mark was rubbed out. Otherwise, they would not let Kongshen go so easily. Even at this moment, Shi Chongping was still cursing, if I get rabies, I will definitely kill you before the attack. Dad doesn't hurt. Qingyi will give you a call. The little girl in the pink skirt puffed up her cheeks and blew air at Shi Chongping's fingers. Shi Chongping patted her head lovingly. Daddy doesn't hurt. Whoever dares to scold our little Qingyi, Daddy will beat him to death. Beat him to death. Shi Qingyi also imitated her father's ferocious appearance and waved her fist angrily. Shi Chongping and Qin Mei laughed so hard that they said their daughter had the style of a tiger father. Because of the storm, everyone was trapped in Yusu's villa, and no one could leave. There was a constant clanging sound outside. I don't know what was hit again, and I don't know if my car was okay. The weather was so bad that everyone was worried, and no one wanted to find fault anymore. Everyone, please rest at my house tonight, Yusu said with a smile. There are extra rooms upstairs and downstairs. Yusu's house is very big, with a Western European castle style. It can be seen that the decoration cost a lot of money. The doors and windows are very solid. Oh no! A short middle-aged man suddenly slapped his head and stood up. We just caught the fish. Don't let the wind blow it away. After saying that, he took off his clothes and was about to open the door and go out to get the fish with his bare chest. Forget it. Old Sue. It's so windy outside. How dangerous. It's okay. It's just outside the courtyard gate. Just a few steps away. Not far away. When Su Yuan opened the door, a sonic boom rushed into the hall. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. It can be seen how crazy the commotion outside is. However, what Su Yuan said was not wrong. He kept his fish in the fish tank in the yard when he brought it back from the lake. It was a small wheat ear fish, less than half the size of a palm. They were widely distributed in ponds, reservoirs, ditches, rivers and other places in groups, and were called water cockroaches. Everyone was very happy to be able to catch fish in the landscaped lake for the first time. Although they were small in size, they were better in quantity. They had eaten a lot during this period. Su Yuan was a fishing expert before the end of the world. He tied a rope around his waist, carried a bucket, and came to the water tank in the yard a few meters away in the wind and rain. The rain water gurgled into it. The tank had been overflowing and bubbling out for a long time. Some fish even disappeared without a trace. As for the remaining 10 or so fish in the tank, they were like travelers who had been thirsty for a long time and were particularly active in the tank. They swam around the edge of the tank frantically, and some even bumped into the tank wall without noticing. Su Yuan took the fishing net and tried to scoop them up. The fish that would have fled in all directions suddenly rushed over frantically in dots. The net was filled in an instant. Su Yuan was so happy that he couldn't help muttering, "Today is amazing. He even knows how to get into the net." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his fingertips. He looked down and saw that a fish had tried to stick its head out of the net and sucked him. Normally, there wouldn't even be a red mark if a small fish like this sucked it. I don't know what happened this time, but it actually bled. Su Yuan looked at the rice-sized red mark, cursed, poured the fish in the net bag into the bucket, and quickly retreated. With such a strong wind and rain, he really couldn't stand it for a while. He returned to the house safely, closed the door again and untied the rope, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yuan put the bucket aside, waved to everyone and said, "Let's stew fish soup today. You get ready. I'm going to take a shower and change clothes." The relationship between the owners in this community is very strange. If we talk about harmony, looking at the relationship between Shi Chomping's family of 3 and Kong Shen, it is definitely not harmonious. But because they were all homeowners in the community, they chose to unite after experiencing several waves of risks of invasion and threats from outsiders. After all, there is strength in numbers. So when it comes to overall and personal interests, everyone will gather to discuss and stand firmly on the same front. Su Yuan is the driver of Yusu's family. After the end of the world, all his family members were gone. So he fled to Yusu's house nearby. Yusu took him in. Now that everyone is at Yusu's house, everyone silently agrees that dinner is provided by Yusu. Everyone often takes advantage of the meeting to eat Yusu's fish soup. Fortunately, Yusu seems to be very generous and doesn't care about this little gain or loss at all. After Su Yuan went to take a shower, everyone started to prepare to cook the fish. Li Manru and Wen Zhengming also went to help. Because they were old, the others actually looked down on them. Of course, before the end of the world, there were many people who respected them, whether they were sincere or not. But after the end of the world, as time passed, they received more and more cold eyes. So now, whenever there is a gathering, everyone defaults to them cooking and cleaning. The 2 old people used to love life, and their cooking skills were not low. There is no need to clean the internal organs of the small wheat ear fish. Just scrape the scales with a knife and fry them in the pan to make them delicious. Although the fish was a little too lively today, the 2 elders still held it very steadily. They thought their clumsy hands and feet were very skillful in handling the ingredients. Soon the dinner was ready. A pot of fragrant fish soup was boiling and bubbling, making people salivate from afar. Everyone sat around to eat. Yusu, Wen Zhengming and a few others invited Mo Xiao and others, but they refused on the grounds that they had eaten before. After experiencing Wang Minhuai's incident, Mo Xiao's 3 views were somewhat subverted. She would not trust strangers easily now, even if the other party was 2 old men who looked very kind. After all, Life is like a play. And a play is like life. Some people integrate acting into life, which is simply perfect and hard to guard against. Su Yuan had finished his shower a long time ago and came out to eat and drink with everyone. After eating and drinking, everyone observed the rain for a while and found that it was getting heavier and there was no sign of stopping. So they all prepared to go upstairs to rest. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from the bathroom. Chapter 87 Snake. There is a snake in the toilet. Everyone was shocked. The screams had almost become a reflex, and everyone looked towards the bathroom door. Something banged on the door several times, and the door handle made a creaking sound. Just as everyone held their breath, the door suddenly opened. A man ran out crying with his butt exposed, without even pulling up his pants. He tripped over his trouser legs after running a few steps and fell heavily to the ground. Snake! There is a snake in the toilet! When he fell, everyone saw a bright red bite mark on his white butt. But the man didn't care about his dignity at this moment. Even if he fell to the ground, he still trembled and supported himself with his hands to quickly crawl forward, not daring to delay for a moment. Following the bathroom door he opened, everyone saw that a big snake head suddenly emerged from the toilet. It seemed to come in from the sewer, and after coming out of the toilet, it slowly crawled out of the bathroom. The snake body was thicker than a fist, with fine scales and a cold metallic glow. It was hard to imagine that this thing could actually pass through the small opening of the toilet. It kept spitting out its snake tongue, and gradually pulled its entire long body out of the toilet, slowly raising its upper body in circles. And the sense of oppression became stronger. Everyone felt numbness in their hands and feet for a moment. Although there are examples of people being bitten in important parts of the body by snakes coming out of the toilet every year in the news. But the shock of seeing the news and seeing it with your own eyes is still different. Quick! Close the door. Someone who was closer to the bathroom reacted and immediately rushed over to close the door. However, it would have been better if he didn't move, and the snake just curled up on the ground temporarily without moving. When he pounced over, the snake also bounced like a spring. It was just a residual image, and the hand of the person who was about to close the door was also bitten tightly. Ah! The man screamed, shaking his hands and shouting, "What are you still doing? Come and help me!" The rest of the people also reacted. Some held frying pans, shovels, sticks, fishing nets, and everything else. They tried to get closer but didn't dare to get closer, so they could only move around to show that they had tried their best. After all, the snake was biting too hard and couldn't be shaken off. The reaction speed of snakes is not comparable to that of humans. Without professional snake-catching tools, no one dared to get into trouble. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. "Don't move." The tone was slightly cold, and it seemed particularly deterrent in the chaotic scene. The scene subconsciously quieted down. Even the person bitten by the snake subconsciously stopped shaking the snake and looked up to the source of the sound. The next moment, there was a bang. He felt blood spilled on his hand. Everyone was also stunned. He looked down blankly, and the snake that had bitten his hand was only half of its body. Jiangshi calmly put away the gun in the unpredictable look of the crowd, smiled jokingly, and sat back next to Mo Xiao. The performance of the two young men in the farce just now was unexpected, and they were simply unspeakably calm. Ahem. Don't panic. Everyone, bring the medicine box over, and save people first, Yusu reminded, diverting everyone's attention from that college student actually has a gun. When Zhengming coughed and stepped forward to observe for a while, and said slowly, "Don't panic. Don't panic. I see that this snake has a thick body. Its scales are ridged, and there are black spots on its body. It should be a water snake. Water snakes usually kill by biting. They are semi-aquatic creatures and are basically non-venomous." After when Zhengming explained this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, especially the two people who were bitten. They all sighed at Wen's erudition. When Zhengming and his wife Li Manru could not help, they just waved their hands, sat back in their original position, and sighed. When they can use him, they flatter him, and when they can't use him, they despise him for being old and useless. Forget it. I'm so old. I don't care about these things. When Zhengming just sighed that if it were people of their generation, almost everyone would know this thing. Now people who grew up in the city probably can't even tell rice and wheat seedlings apart. If this disaster continues, or even returns to agricultural civilization, I really don't know how these pampered descendants will survive. Wen Zhengming thought. And seeing the two young men beside him, his eyes were soft and he said, "Young men, where are you going after you leave Qingtian Mansion?" Jiangxi laughed loudly. "We plan to look for government shelters." He was natural, like a sunny boy, and there was no trace of the cold and violent aura of the shooting just now. "Shelter? Great." Wen Jingming's eyes lit up, and he whispered a few words to Li Manru beside him. Li Manru ran upstairs to her room and took a backpack down. When Zhengming handed it to Jiangxi, he saw what was inside and raised his eyebrows. Mo Xiao also took a closer look and found that it was actually a backpack of various seeds. There were a full range of grains and vegetables, and the quantity was not small. When Zhengming smiled and said, "I started to miss the past when I got older. After retirement, I returned to the pastoral life. In recent years, in addition to books and ink, there are seeds in my home. In the villa area, everyone basically grows flowers. Only their family has cultivated a large vegetable plot for their own entertainment. So, in fact, in the early days of the zombie outbreak, when Zhengming and his wife lived well on their own even if they stayed indoors, the two old men who worked all year round also relied on this to support themselves for a period of time. But later on, it was no longer possible, because gradually, some people would climb over the wall to steal vegetables. At first, they might have had some sense of shame as civilized people, and knew to do it secretly. But later, they almost came in groups of 3 or 5 to rob openly. When Zhengming and Li Manru picked all the remaining vegetables together, and took refuge with their neighbor Yusu, who had never stolen vegetables from his house. Yusu generously and warmly took them in. From then on, when Zhengming and Li Manru lived in Yusu's house, for some reason, they didn't even bring pens, ink, paper, and inkstones, but brought a full backpack of seeds. "Young people, when you arrive safely at the government shelter, please hand these seeds over to the organization on behalf of us old couple." When Zhengming smiled and said, "We are old, and there is only so much we can do for everyone." Li Manru smoothed the silver hair scattered around her ears, smiled softly, and spoke softly, as if it was written in ink. "Storing food is like storing gold, and every porridge and meal should be thought of as hard-earned. Since ancient times, there have been great disasters and calamities, and food has always been the most important." She sighed. "Your generation has never lacked food and clothing, but I am afraid that once we old guys are gone, you will not know how to grow vegetables." As she said this, she took out a few notebooks from her clothes. Mo Xiao opened it, and saw that it turned out to be some notes on planting experience, some of which were written in beautiful and elegant handwriting, and some were written in a graceful and elegant handwriting. Obviously, they were written by two people together. Chapter 88, one after another, they turned into zombies. Mo Xiao and Jiangxi put away the gifts, and looked at Wen Zhengming and his wife, who continued to help over there. They still felt a little unspeakable emotion in their hearts. After so much, I have become accustomed to thinking of human nature in the most selfish way. I almost forgot that there are always some people in this world who worry not for themselves, but for others, for their country, and for the fate of mankind. Because of the water snake incident just now, everyone who should have gone to rest was still gathered in the hall at this point. Yusu looked at Su Yuan, who had been lying on a leather sofa and sleeping, and frowned slightly. Su Yuan was originally a very diligent person. At this moment, his clothes were torn to pieces by himself, as if he was extremely hot. But in this weather, even in summer, it was not hot at all. Many people had already noticed him. "Su Yuan, go to your room and rest if you are tired." Someone couldn't stand it, and patted his shoulder. Su Yuan moved his head, like a rigid machine, twisting it at an incredible angle. The pupils of his blood-red eyes suddenly shrank, and began to focus slowly. "Oh, what the hell?" The man screamed and stumbled back a few steps. Su Yuan, like a rabbit, suddenly jumped forward. He threw the man to the ground and started biting him. Fuck! How did Su Yuan become a zombie? Where are the weapons? Get them. Did he get injured outside and conceal it on purpose? It has to be said that after nearly 2 months of the apocalypse, everyone still has a certain tolerance for the outbreak of a single zombie. Sure, chomping didn't even cover his precious daughter's eyes, but taught Xiao Qingyi, "See, if you encounter a zombie with red eyes, you must kill it. Red-eyed ones, kill them." Shi Qingyi looked at the back of Uncle Su Yuan's head. which was hit by several strong men and blood was splattered, and excitedly waved her little fist. After getting rid of Su Yuan, everyone looked at the man who kept retreating, covering his wounds, shaking his head and crying, and no one spoke. Yusu pushed the crowd aside and sighed. Old Lu, go ahead. Go by yourself, or we can help you. A trace of despair appeared in the man's eyes. This has been the rule of their property management committee for the past 2 months. Looking at the weapons in the hands of the crowd, he finally shouted, opened the door and rushed out, breaking into the endless night. After this episode, Yusu began to arrange shifts for guard. The rest of the people could finally go back to their rooms to rest. Jiangxi, Mo Xiao, you two should go and rest too. We will take care of the sentry here, and there will be no problem. Yusu persuaded with a smile. Since they found out that they had guns and that the boys' shooting skills were very good, the attitude of the owners of the entire community towards them has changed drastically. Before, they would occasionally make sarcastic remarks, and their words were full of sarcasm. Now, most people dare not look at them for too long, and Qin Mei even brought Shichingi to approach them and talk to them. Unfortunately, neither Mo Xiao nor Jiang she seemed to like children, and their emotions were always indifferent. Qin Mei had no choice but to give up. Everyone went upstairs to their rooms to rest, because the number of rooms was limited. A family of 3 like Shi Chongping could only sleep in one room and squeeze one bed. Qin Mei went to the bathroom in the room to wipe her face. Shi Chongping and Shichingi were left alone. While checking the window, Shi Chongping held Shichingi and taught her some skills to survive in the end times. Suddenly, he saw a red stain on the glass. Shi Chongping rubbed his eyes, and the red stain was getting bigger and bigger. He breathed a little faster, unconsciously put his daughter on the stool, and used his free hands to loosen his collar. Although it was raining heavily today, the weather was indeed a bit hot and humid. Dad? It was the crisp voice of his precious daughter. What's wrong? Baby? Shi Chongping lowered his head. He saw Shichingi's round eyes staring at him, staring for a long time without saying anything. Although Shi Chongping was irritable, arrogant and domineering outside, and a bit snobbish, but he was absolutely patient with his precious daughter. He suppressed the heat in his body and waited in a motionless posture. Shichingi hugged the plush bunny in her hand tightly, and said after a while, Dad? The window above doesn't seem to be closed tightly. Can you take a look? Huh? Really? Shi Chongping, who never doubted his daughter's request, immediately looked up. If the window is not closed tightly, it may leak air. Don't let your precious daughter catch a cold. He originally wanted to carry Shichingi down from the horse stool, but suddenly found that she had climbed down by herself very sensibly. Shi Chongping smiled with relief, stood on the horse stool himself, and prepared to check the window above. When he reached out, he suddenly felt a little cold in his lower body. He saw his daughter accidentally open the window below. He was about to ask his daughter to close it, but she had already retreated a distance, and then ran over like a small cannonball. Shi Chongping was hit by her, and he was already hot and dazed, and suddenly staggered. He felt weightless in an instant. Then, there was a bullet-like rain and strong wind. Shi Chongping felt the blood rushing in his head, and his vision was scarlet. The last picture was the window where he fell, and the little girl in a pink skirt holding a plush bunny who leaned out of the window and looked down woodenly. He opened his mouth, and a hoarse friction sound came from his throat. Ching! Bang! The sound of falling objects resounded throughout the building. The people who were preparing to rest in their rooms were startled again and ran downstairs. What's going on? What happened again? Fuck! Tonight is not over yet. Qin Mei, who heard the noise in the bathroom, ran out immediately. Seeing her daughter Shichingi sitting on the horse stool and crying loudly, Dad accidentally fell down. Qin Mei's hands and feet were instantly cold. She hugged her daughter away from the dangerous window and looked down. A man was lying in the pouring rain below, his limbs still twisted and trembling. Just one look. Qin Mei felt dizzy. Hurry up and run to the hall downstairs with the child. Mo Xiao and Jiangxi were just near the door and window, and they saw it clearly before everyone came down. He has also turned into a zombie. Mo Xiao frowned and whispered in Jiangxi's ear. The Su Yuan just now was also. He basically never left our sight in the past few hours. There should be no problem of being bitten by zombies. What's going on? The two sat in an area away from the crowd, watching the people who kept gathering around. Yu Su and Jiang Lingli, who were still in formal clothes, Qin Mei, who was wearing a nightgown, Shi Qingyi, who was crying loudly, Wen Zhengming and Li Manru, who were supporting each other, Kong Shen, who was holding a dog, and Jiang Shi's eyes condensed and whispered, "Look at those two people." Chapter 89, I suddenly have a guess. Mo Xiao looked in the direction Jiang Shi hinted. I saw that the two people who had just been bitten by the water snake fell at the end of the team going downstairs. On this night with a big drop in temperature, the two injured people who should have rested well were wearing very thin clothes, compared with a crowd of people who more or less put on coats. It was a bit abnormal. Are they hot? Mo Xiao whispered and took out a notebook from his backpack. Write down the names of the two people who turned into zombies one after another, and indicate the time node. Finally, write down the last two snake-bitten injured people, but put a question mark after their names. Everyone's attention is focused on Shi Changping, who has turned into a zombie and climbed up again outside the door and is knocking on the window. They discussed that a few people should go out in the rain to kill him, so that he wouldn't be hanging around in the yard all the time, which was unsafe. So Mo Xiao and Jiang Shi huddled in a corner and whispered, and no one paid special attention to them. Shi Changping was bitten by a dog, and the two of them were bitten by snakes. Jiang Shi frowned. Where is Su Yuan? Could it be a fish? Mo Xiao wrote the word fish. He frowned again and said, So, when Grandma Li and the others were cooking the fish, I took a look, and the fish was indeed not normal. I thought it was the rain that made them particularly excited. Could it be that the fish turned into zombies? Did they turn into zombies after biting Su Yuan? But Mo Xiao put another question mark at the end. Squinting his eyes, he observed the little white teddy bear in Kong Shen's arms. That teddy bear looks very calm. Not like a zombie. Why did Shi Changping, who was bitten by it, also become a zombie? The snake before was also a zombie. If it weren't for the sudden action of the man behind him to close the door, the snake would have fought back. In fact, the snake was just in alert mode at the beginning and did not actively pounce on the crowd. It looked quite normal, and it didn't lose its mind like a human zombie. And it doesn't make sense if the other party is a semi-infected person like Mo Xiao and the others. After Jiang Shi shot, the other party showed no signs of healing at all. Obviously, the body was not enhanced by the virus. The same is true for the little white dog. Neither its running speed nor its bite force seem to be enhanced. So it seems that the only thing that looks like a zombie is the fish. If I guess correctly, Su Yuan was bitten by the wheat ear fish. So the bite force of the wheat ear fish must have been enhanced. There is another doubt. Jiang Shi pointed at the two timelines with his fingertips. Shi Changping was bitten by the dog first, and Su Yuan was bitten by the fish later. Why did he become a zombie so late? In fact, it's not just Shi Changping's time delay. Compared with the average time it takes for humans to bite humans, the time when Su Yuan himself became a zombie was also greatly delayed. The two looked at each other, and were both stuck here. There was a low cry outside. It turned out that a few men went out in the rain and completely killed the zombie that Shi Changping had turned into. Now they were all safely back in the hall. With this twist and turn, everyone began to be suspicious and simply stopped sleeping. They gathered together to analyze and discuss what was going on. Some people also thought that it might be bitten by Kong Shen's dog, saying that it was a zombie dog. Some people suggested killing the dog. Kong Shen naturally protected it at the risk of his life. In the end, in order to prove the innocence of his puppy, he put his white elbow in front of the puppy's mouth for it to bite. Teddy stretched out his tongue and licked Kong Shen affectionately, without any desire or behavior to bite people and be bloodthirsty. This look couldn't be more normal, let alone a zombie dog. Even if it was rabies, it was obviously wronged. The trend of killing dogs was barely curbed. Kong Shen sat away from the crowd with the dog in his arms. Angrily, he said sarcastically, "If you are bitten by a dog, you have to kill the dog. Why don't you kill those bitten by snakes?" Everyone was shocked, thinking of the two victims bitten by snakes, and all their eyes were on them. In fact, according to the conclusions drawn from previous observations of human bites, this time is far beyond the time for zombies to attack. But Kong Shen's words pierced the hearts of the suspicious crowd like a needle. Even Qin Mei, who had been holding her daughter and sobbing, couldn't help but raise her head and look at the two injured people. "What are you looking at?" One of them couldn't help scratching his buttocks. "I'm fine. It's been so long. If there was something wrong, It would have happened a long time ago. Right? Aren't you cold? Why are you wearing so little? There's something wrong with them. They're sweating. Oh, it's a bit hot and humid. The one whose hand was bitten stuttered. The injured person's body must be different from yours. Maybe he has a low fever. Director, you have to take care of this. There's definitely something wrong with him. Mo Xiao had already seen it. Although Su said that the Community Property Management Committee was established with the joint efforts of all the owners. But perhaps it was because Su's house had the most people, including those strong men who looked hard to mess with. Therefore, every time when making a decision, everyone unconsciously casts their eyes on him. Seeing that everyone is looking at him eagerly, Su has not spoken yet. Jiang Lingli beside him has already stepped forward and said coldly, "Tie them up first." Although the two wounded still refused to accept the injustice. Fortunately, they were only tied up, and they did not struggle very fiercely. After this wave of festivals, everyone began to interrogate Qin Mei in detail again, asking her to tell about Shi Changping's movements and not to miss any details. What else can I say? It was bitten by his dog. Qin Mei was so angry that her face turned red. How many times have I said it? Our family of 3 came to Director Yu's house after seeing the truck of the group of students entering the community at home. And we have been staying until now. We have not had contact with other people. Not to mention zombies. It must be bitten by that sissy's dog. Qin Mei cried so hard that her eyes were red and swollen. And her fingertips pointing at Kongshen kept shaking. Who are you scolding? You mistress? Kongshen said sarcastically. Do you keep an eye on your man 24 hours a day? Maybe he got infected when he was having an affair with a female lover. You, Qin Mei, who was hit in a sore spot, was furious and grabbed the tissue box on the table and threw it at him. Kongshen's dog barked a few times. Qin Mei started to curse him again, saying beast, sissy, etc. In the chaos, Shi Qingyi suddenly took out a pair of scissors from the back zipper bag of the plush bunny and stabbed it into the eyes of the white teddy bear. Kongshen, who was arguing with Qin Mei, didn't pay attention to what was happening below his knees. He only discovered this scene when he heard the dog's screams. Ah! Xiaobai! Xiaobai! He screamed and kicked Shi Qingyi hard. The scene was in chaos again. Mo Xiao and Jiang Shi still stayed in the corner without moving. She glanced at the dog that was injured and depressed, lowered her head, and wrote a few strokes on the paper, poking the paper with the tip of the pen. She looked at the rain outside the window again and whispered, I suddenly have a guess. Chapter 90 Carriers and Infected. Jiang Shi looked sideways, pretending to listen. Mo Xiao whispered, before today's heavy rain, we lived on the farm for so long, and the animals were not alienated. That's for sure. Jiang Shi nodded. This rain is strange. It may be carrying the virus, causing secondary infection. But fish have a tendency to become zombies. But snakes and dogs don't. Mo Xiao turned his pen and thought. Could it be because snakes and dogs are just ordinary virus carriers? Carriers and infected are two concepts that are easily confused in medical microbiology. As the name suggests, the latter has symptoms, while the former is just a carrier. But through the bite of the carrier, humans can also be infected. How to explain that it is the same rain, but the fish become infected? Jiang Shi asked. Mo Xiao wrote another word on the paper. Have you ever considered the problem of gills? Jiang Shi was silent. The surface of the gills is covered with tiny blood vessels, and the dissolved oxygen in the water enters the blood through the blood vessels. This is how fish breathe, according to Mo Xiao. In the final analysis, it is a large dose of virus that directly infects the blood that turns the organism into a zombie. If this is the case, then the animals were fine before. Perhaps because of the problem of the virus transmission medium, from air-water. Perhaps, not all animals are not infected. But the virus needs to infect the blood in large doses before it becomes inactive, which will trigger the so-called zombieization. In other words, if Kongshen's dog also had exposed bleeding wounds before being caught in the rain, it is also possible to get sick and become a zombie dog. And Mo Xiao also has a guess that the activity of this unknown virus may be maintained for a longer time in water, blood, or other liquids. Once it enters a certain degree of high temperature disinfection, it will completely lose its activity. For example, everyone has drunk the fish soup before. Even if it is a zombie fish, it is fine to eat it. Of course, the above are all her guesses. It makes sense, but it's not entirely right. Jiangxi nodded first, then shook his head, and added, "Zombies have a desire to devour any living thing. There have been cases of zombies biting animals before, but no cases of animals becoming zombies have been found." He analyzed, "This virus is targeted. Not all living things will get sick. Currently, only humans and fish have been found to get sick. In fact, in nature, there are many cases where other animals only act as carriers while humans and a few living things get sick. However, before this reign, other animals were not carriers. But after this reign, even if they themselves do not get sick, the rest of the animals will all become carriers, and a scratch or a bite will cause fatal injuries. According to this conjecture, the wild will be more dangerous in the future." Mo Xiao sighed deeply. They originally thought that going to the sparsely populated Dayuan province and taking the wilderness road would be much safer than the prosperous urban area full of zombies. But they did not expect the carrier situation. More than that, Jiangxi patted her head. "If we have exposed injuries on the surface of our bodies, we must be very careful on rainy days. Moreover, rivers, lakes and seas will probably become the most dangerous places in the future." As for the delay in the time of zombie transformation, they also speculated that it might be due to the different medium, and the virus of the second infection was slightly modified, so as to delay the onset time. Transmission through infected people is faster than transmission through carriers. The two men sorted out some confusion in their hearts, but they did not rush to tell Yusu and others. Instead, they waited quietly for a while, and found that the two people bitten by the snake also became ill one after another. Then, they quietly found Wen Zhengming and Li Manru, and briefly told them some guesses. The two elders sighed, thought about it, and still couldn't help but find Yusu and Jianglingli with worry, and told them about it. Yusu glanced at Mo Xiao and Jiangxi, who were sitting alone from a distance, especially focusing on Jiangxi. He nodded to Wen Zhengming and his wife, indicating that he knew about this. After seeing Kongshen's dog died, he called everyone together and informed them of the key points. Qin Mei, who had calmed down a little, burst into tears and cursed again. Kongshen became emotional. "This is impossible. My Xiaobai is fine. You are a bunch of hindsighters." After saying that, he glanced coldly at Shirqingyi, who was held in Qin Mei's arms, suddenly opened the door, and ran out in the rainy night holding the dead white dog. A car started outside the yard. Judging from the direction, it should be back to his home. Those who were close to the door quickly closed the door again. After analyzing the cause, everyone stayed together for another half an hour, to make sure there was no more accident. Everyone went back to their rooms to rest. "Qingyi, you did the right thing today. You killed a dog to protect your mother. From now on, it will be just the two of us. Mom will never let bad guys bully you." Qin Mei cried and hugged her daughter and kissed her again and again. Looking out the window, she thought of her husband's death and felt a bit of unspeakable sadness in her heart. "Bad guys?" Shirqingyi tilted her head and asked in confusion. "It's those people outside. They look decent on the surface, but in fact, I don't know how many evil intentions they hide." Qin Mei wiped her tears. "Before, they didn't dare to do anything to us because of your father's face. I guess they will come to make things difficult for us in the future. Bad guys. Kill them all." Shirqingyi suddenly clenched her fist and waved it, saying crisply, under the illumination of lightning outside the window. Her tender little face turned pale, and there was a kind of innocence in her eyes. Qin Mei was startled, and a slight chill crept up her spine, seeing Shirqingyi looking at her in confusion. Qin Mei tried to pull open the corners of her mouth and smiled reluctantly. "Yes. There is no need to kill them all. We will have to stay with the group more or less in the future." After that, she held her daughter on her knees and patted her gently. "Qingyi must be tired. Come. Rest early." Mo Xiao didn't expect that he and Jiangxi stayed in Yusu's villa until the evening of the next day, and the rain hadn't stopped. "It's almost time. The modification over there should have been basically completed. We can't wait any longer." She came to the window of the corridor on the upper floor, looked outside and said softly, "The wind and rain have not stopped at all." Mo Xiao took out the map wrapped in a plastic bag and looked at it. "Our East Bay area is at a low altitude. With this amount of precipitation, it won't be long before it's flooded." Jiangxi leaned his head closer and rubbed her hair with a smile. "Then let's go. Didn't you see that when we were eating the individual food just now? Those guys' eyes were about to fall out." In fact, Mo Xiao and the others didn't want to expose the individual food in front of Yusu. Because once they have this stuff, it is very likely that they have more than one bag, but one or several boxes. At the same time, there may also be compressed biscuits and other foods that are easier to store and carry. But no matter what they do, as long as they move a little bit, there will be sentries watching them secretly wherever they go. It is impossible to avoid the meeting. After Mo Xiao and his friends found Guichuchu's father's collection, they replaced all the food in their backpacks with this kind of things that are easier to carry and have higher energy. After being hungry for a day and a night, if they don't eat something, they will really be a bit overwhelmed. In front of a group of strangers, weakness is a taboo. The two originally wanted to wait until the wind and rain subsided before leaving. At this moment, he was determined to leave. Yusu tried to persuade him to stay several times but failed. And sighed, "It's so windy and rainy outside. I'll drive you there." Mo Xiao raised his eyebrows, and a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Yusu didn't mention it earlier or later, and he didn't know why he brought it up now. At this moment, two car lights suddenly appeared in the rain outside. Chapter 91 Off-Road RV. Set off. Brother Shi. Xiao Mo. We are here to pick you up. Mo Xiao and Jiang Shi's eyes lit up. Without stopping, they pushed open the door and ran out quickly with an umbrella without waiting for everyone's reaction. To go out from Guichuchu's house, they must pass by Yusu's house. So, at this moment, with the help of flashlights, everyone can roughly see that a giant is parked steadily outside the yard in the rainy night. The huge tires and height allow it to wade through water and drive normally. There is no doubt that it is a top-of-the-line RV. Where did they get this thing? Aren't these people driving trucks? Is it a modified truck? So fast? Are you blind? This base, this height, this material. Can it be converted from a truck? Isn't this the off-road RV that the Gua family bought before? Yusu listened to the chatter in his ear, and his face sank slightly. Looking at the vehicle that was about to leave, he suddenly turned his head and said to Jiang Lingli, "Get ready. We're leaving too." Even though Mo Xiao and Jiang Shi were very fast and had umbrellas, their clothes were a little wet when they got in the car. Mo Xiao took off his backpack immediately and glanced at the interior layout of the car. The original circular sofa booth still exists, but the position is slightly advanced. The back has become a small warehouse. In addition to the 4 fixed oil drums, there are also partitions to store sundries. Areas like the stove were reduced. As a result, the entire leisure area became larger, allowing more people to stand or sit. The display leading to the cab was moved away and replaced with a simple iron door welded with several metal bars. Upstairs was a large bunk bed for everyone. The overall layout did not change much, because time was limited. The adjustments were also very simple. Mo Xiao was still satisfied. "Xiao Mo, before you left yesterday, you told me that you would leave after a few minor adjustments and not to stay in Chitian Mansion for a long time. You said that you might stay at Yusu's house for a while. I was scared when I heard the gunshot yesterday." Luda patted her shoulder and complained, "Fortunately, you are fine. I have no energy for a day and a night. I was worried that I would lose weight." Mo Xiao smiled and said to the driver, "Teacher, we can set off. Take the Chitian Bridge to Dayuan Province and take National Highway 3009. Guichuchu looked at her hesitantly. "Xiao Mo, Uncle Yu and the others." Mo Xiao looked at her seriously and said lightly, "Chu-chu, do you know why I suddenly left that message yesterday? Originally, they planned to stay at Guichuchu's house for a few more days, so that the modification of the vehicle could be carried out more thoroughly, and even measures such as drainage were tried their best. But after Yusu and Jiang Lingli brought people here yesterday, Mo Xiao suddenly changed his mind." Guichuchu pursed her lips and shook her head. Mo Xiao said, "Because I suspect Yusu has hot weapons." The description of hot weapons is rather general. To put it simply, it means that he is suspected of having guns. A man and woman who do not look strong can lead so many strong people. In addition to having a good brain, it is difficult to do it without the deterrence of force. After all, everyone wants to be the boss. Of course, if you want to unite, there must be some interests. The former's deterrence of force is probably a gun. The latter's interest is probably the Doomsday Fortress vehicle in Guichuchu's house. Yusu said that he had been waiting until now because he was worried about Guichuchu. And Mo Xiao wanted to laugh when he heard it. Only Guichuchu was moved by this. Judging from the various traces left in Guichuchu's home, Someone has always been interested in something in her home. If that person is Yusu, everything makes sense. What's more, the first sentence he said to Guichuchu accidentally revealed the truth. Although you may be sad to hear it, your mother may have died because of him. Mo Xiao said in a calm voice. Guichuchu looked up in shock, tears in her eyes, and her face was full of disbelief. No, it's impossible. Uncle Yu has been a friend of my parents for more than 20 years. Your mother was tied up in your RV alone. She must have tied herself up when she was still sane. Mo Xiao analyzed, that is to say, when your mother died? No one saw it. Mo Xiao's eyes turned cold when he said this. But his first sentence was that if something happened to you, he would not know how to explain it to your parents even if he went to the underworld. She looked at Guichuchu's face, which turned pale instantly, and said word by word, how could he be so sure that your mother was dead? Guichuchu took a few steps back and fell back on the sofa, covering her face and sobbing. After saying this, Mo Xiao felt much more relieved. She felt that Yusu had bad intentions and might have hot weapons, so she didn't want to confront them head-on. Although we also have guns, and it is likely that the number of guns is more than the other side. But for ordinary people, only one bullet can cause fatality and casualties. It is not good to force the other side into a corner. So Mo Xiao planned to make a feint to the east and attack the west, and first went to Yusu with Jiang Shi to negotiate and divert the other side's attention. At the same time, he left a message for Mr. Jiang to speed up and streamline the modification of the vehicle. Try not to encounter any resistance when driving out. As for whether he will be remembered after going out, it is inevitable. After all, such a behemoth can be seen by anyone with eyes. Mo Xiao originally thought that he and Jiang Shi would negotiate with the other party several times on different days to deal with the other party. I didn't expect the storm to come so timely. She looked out the window at the gradually receding single-family house, thinking of the elderly couple, and sighed softly. Xiao Mo, your clothes are wet, Tanya reminded. I'll go change now. Mo Xiao went to the small warehouse at the back to put things. Just as he took out a set of replacement clothes from his backpack, he turned around and saw Zhao Peng winking and whispering, over there, the changing room. It turned out that they had also made a fabric curtain in the small space behind the front driver's seat, like a shower room. Mo Xiao nodded, walked around the middle hall, pulled open the curtain, and was slightly startled. The silhouette of a man. He was taking off his clothes. His skin was pale. His back was smooth. His waist and abdomen were slightly narrower than his shoulders. His arms and waist outlined beautiful muscle lines with explosive power like a cheetah. And crystal water drops slowly dripped along the mermaid line, and he wiped them with a dry towel. This scene, Mo Xiao closed the curtain with a swish. Looking back, she saw Zhao Peng, Lu Da and others shrinking their heads like springs, and she understood what was going on. She walked back to the booth and whispered, did you choose the wrong couple? Zhao Peng laughed. Lu Da raised his eyebrows obscenely, with a look of don't you know yet? Mo Xiao sighed helplessly. This kind of misunderstanding has always existed. She decided to make it clear today to avoid unnecessary embarrassment in the future. Do you know what the great Jiang Shi said to me when we just entered high school? Chapter 92, I won't like you even if the world ends. Zhao Peng and others were stunned. Then they heard Mo Xiao clear his throat, and his expression changed slightly. With a slightly raised eyebrow, he looked careless and condescending, smiled playfully, and imitated Jiang Shi's tone and said, Mo Xiao, there is a limit to narcissism. Even if the world ends, I will never like you. Lu Da. Zhao Peng and others smacked their lips and looked complicated. No way. Did he really say that? TSK TSK TSK. Heartless. Ruthless. So hurtful. Zhao Peng turned his head to look at Tanya, whose lips were full of sarcasm. He was shocked and quickly made amends. But there are still good men in this world, such as some guys who are not so strong, don't look handsome at first sight, and are relatively not so outstanding, but are very smart and affectionate. Tanya stared at him for a long time, trying to suppress the urge to laugh out loud, and pressed the corners of her lips down again and again, pretending not to hear. Mo Xiao spread her hands and smiled helplessly. Now you know it. Right? We really just know each other for a long time. Jiang Shi is arrogant and has been weird since he was a child. You can't judge him by common sense. Just then, she saw everyone's face suddenly changed, and Lu Da kept winking at her. Mo Xiao suddenly felt a chill behind her, and looked back. and saw Jiang. She had changed clothes and came out, standing behind her, holding a towel to wipe his hair. Expressionless. Unpredictable. When everyone was caught in the awkward atmosphere of talking bad about others behind their backs. Jiang, she suddenly raised his eyebrows and smiled, shrugged his shoulders, and said with a bit of ruffian in a teasing tone, "What's the matter? How can Mo shall be better than me? She has said even worse things." "What?" Lu De and Xiao Peng, two guys who were full of gossip, immediately leaned over. Jiang, she also imitated Mo Zhao's previous behavior, cleared his throat, and his expression changed. With a calm face, he said seriously and solemnly, "Jiang Shi, do you like me?" "Nothing. I just wanted to ask today, because everyone is spreading gossip about us. I think it's better to say it directly in person. High school is the key period to improve grades, so as not to waste each other's study time." "No, that's the best. After all, I absolutely cannot like you. My dream is to work hard to get into a good university, make more money, and live a happy life like an ordinary person. According to my calculations, it can be realized within 10 years at most. If it is related to your family, it will be hard to explain. Face the reality. The economic base determines the superstructure. There is a class gap between our two families. There is no need to produce meaningless internal friction. I will not like you for emotional and rational reasons." Mo shall listen to this word-for-word retelling and blinked. He touched his head awkwardly and laughed at Lu De and others who were dumbfounded. "It's the same. Ha. Ha. It's the same." After saying that, he grabbed the towel from Jiang Shi's head, picked up his clothes, and ran to the locker room to change. Jiang Shi snorted coldly. He stepped onto the stairs and said, "You take turns to be sentry guards. I'll go upstairs to rest." In the heavy rain, a convoy drove out of the Sunny Mansion community in one of the off-road vehicles. The strong man driving the car said anxiously, "Director, the wind and rain are too strong. It's a bit difficult for us to chase the conqueror in front. In fact, with the current water depth, it is not so difficult for their off-road vehicles to drive. But there is still a tail behind." The guys in the community property committee saw that Yu Su and Jiang Lingli's cars came out to chase the RV, so they also packed up their bags and drove to catch up. "Don't worry about them. Chase them at full speed," Yu Su said in a deep voice. He really didn't expect that the group of students seemed to have colluded with each other long ago, and actually went straight through his doorway and left so quickly. Yu Su thought that with his relationship with Guichuchu, he could at least stabilize the other party a little, and then take his time. Unexpectedly, this group of students was so cunning, and their vigilance was simply sky-high. He slowly wiped the rifle in his hand. He wanted to shoot the other party's tires and force them to stay. But when he thought about the difficulty of finding a spare tire for that big tire, and he didn't know if the other party had brought one, he rationally suppressed this impulse. "Mr. Yu, calm down." Jiang Lingli, who was sitting next to him, looked out the window and smiled faintly. "It might be a good idea to leave now." "Oh." Old One and the others said that there was also a heavy rainstorm 60 years ago, which almost flooded this area. This rainstorm is very similar to that year. Jiang Lingli looked at the car behind and smiled. The experience of the elders should not be underestimated. Maybe we escaped a fatal flood by mistake this time. "I hope so." Yu Su stared at the front greedily, his expression slightly relieved. Mo Xiao and Jiang, she only rested for 2 hours before waking up, because the road was smooth all the way. Even if it was raining heavily, it was not a problem for their car. Although Mr. Zhang's driving skills are not very good, but as long as he doesn't drive in dangerous terrain, he can barely act as a driver. However, at this moment, everyone looked at the scene in front of them, and their faces became a little ugly. Even the car was stationary. It was late at night, and under the illumination of the car lights, it was vaguely visible that there was an entrance and exit of the national highway in front. It was an official station. On the top beam, the words to Yuan were particularly eye-catching. This means that as long as they pass this station, they will enter the territory of the Yuan province. But the problem is here. Anyone who has been on the highway knows that when there are many cars, this place is easily blocked even if it is spacious. For example, at this moment, a wide entrance that looks like a millstone is densely packed with all kinds of cars. The road ahead is blocked for at least 100 meters. Most of them have become empty cars, with open doors and broken windows. One car after another collided with each other in various strange postures. Countless zombies stayed here, wandering aimlessly in the rainy night. Even at this moment, the RV of Mo Xiao and his friends was surrounded by zombies that kept flopping and reaching out outside the car wall. Fortunately, their car was nearly 4 meters high and was almost as strong as a copper wall. As long as they didn't go out and stayed quietly inside, their safety could be guaranteed for the time being. They should be people from the nearby area. After the disaster, they probably wanted to flee to Dayuan province. And that's why they became like this. Mo Xiao came to the cab, observed for a while, and sighed. What should we do now? Drive back? Tanya pulled her eyes with both hands and pressed them against the glass to watch. She was a little nearsighted, and she didn't wear glasses, so she could see more clearly. No. Chu Wenze saw several car lights chasing from afar through the rear window. His eyes slightly cold. They're catching up. Don't worry about them. In this weather and situation, I don't think they dare to come down. Tian Xiaoxu sneered while sitting on the sofa and checking the map. But Gao Yu supported her chin with one hand, looking out the window, and said worriedly, "We can't stay here forever. Maybe we should go back to Qintian Mansion and make a long-term plan." Li Pingping curled her lips and spread the map on the coffee table. "Do you know how to read contour lines? If this rain continues for another week, this area will turn into a sea." Gao Yu smiled slightly, and was not angry because of Li Pingping's bad tone. "You are right. Sorry. I didn't think it through." Everyone looked at Li Pingping with disapproval. Her naturally loud voice really sounded a bit fierce. Tanya also nudged her with her elbow. Li Pingping opened her mouth, choked for a long time, and stammered, "I am also a little anxious, and my tone is not very good. Please don't mind it." Ahem. Juniors. Zhang Jiwei, who had a ramen-like hairstyle, broke the anxious atmosphere and smiled awkwardly. "I have an idea. Do you want to hear it?" Chapter 93. Dare to overtake my Wuling Hongwang? Senior. Tell me. Mo Xiao and teacher Jiang walked back from the cockpit. In order to prevent accidents, the driver's seat must be occupied. So now, Jiang Shi has taken over. I think we can back up the car. Zhang Jiwei searched the map for a long time with her fingertips. Finally, she pointed to the middle of a road section without any signs. About this location, Tian Xiaoxiu took a closer look and frowned unceremoniously. Why go there? There is nothing there. Yes. If I remember correctly, there should be a mud road there. Zhang Jiwei sighed. It's just not marked on the map. Although in the modern information age, everyone can basically reach their destination accurately with just an electronic navigation system. But in fact, the actual road conditions change very quickly. Sometimes, electronic maps cannot accurately guide the way at all times. Some people are led astray by navigation and walk into a dead end. Not to mention the countryside. Even in the urban villages of super first-tier cities, this situation is prone to occur. Take this road. We can make a circle, get on the highway from the gate in front, and then turn to National Highway 3009. Tian Xiaoxiu teased, "It's so familiar." Senior sister, is your hometown on this path? Zhang Jiwei blushed slightly. But then, she took a deep breath, looked at Mo Xiao, and said solemnly, "Xiao Mo, my home is in Mata Town, Daoku County, Dayuan Province. If you go through this path, you will reach the border of Daoku County. If possible, I want to go home and take a look." Tian Xiaoxiu smiled as if it was just as expected, and said, "You go home today, and I go home tomorrow. Let's just take turns going back. Why go to the shelter?" Zhang Jiwei's face turned even redder, and she couldn't help but say, "Aren't you worried about your parents?" Tian Xiaoxiu folded the map neatly according to the original mark, as if he had obsessive-compulsive disorder, and put it back in his backpack while sarcastically saying, "Coincidentally, my parents were in Kyoto when the incident happened." Zhang Jiwei choked suddenly. Everyone knew that Kyoto was the capital of Dragon Country, and through the brief communication last time, everyone also knew that the situation in Kyoto was much better than that in Donghu City at that time, and the army was escorting the people to the Yanshan emergency shelter one by one. If Tian Xiaoxiu's parents and relatives were in Kyoto, they might have been staying in the government shelter safely. Zhang Jiwei rubbed her ramen head anxiously and prayed in a low voice, "Taking this road will cross the central street of Mata Town. It only takes an hour at most. No, half an hour. I'll go back and take a look. Let's go there first." Mo Xiao gestured to the driver's seat. After seeing it, Jiangxi started the car and turned around. Xiao Mo. You agreed? Zhang Jiwei said in surprise. Mo Xiao looked at her hand holding her arm. And after a moment of silence, he said seriously, Senior sister, we are a team. And every decision we make may affect the lives of a carload of people. As Jiangxi and I said before, this world may be experiencing a secondary infection. And for the time being, none of us know the extent of the danger there. So I can't rashly promise you. Seeing Zhang Jiwei disappointed, she added, however, we have to go there anyway. So we can take a look at the situation first. If the current environment allows it. Before she finished speaking, Zhang Jiwei's eyes had brightened up again. Okay. Okay, she said as if relieved. Our Mata town is just an industrial town. With few people and animals. It won't be too dangerous. If you go deep into Dayuan province, you may encounter a lot of wild animals. Even many cities, big and small, are mainly based on animal husbandry. But fortunately, Daoku County is still on the edge. Because it is adjacent to Donghu City, the processing industry is relatively developed. Yusu's car was about to catch up with the off-road RV in front. Suddenly, the other party turned around and walked into another lane. Director, they are going back again? The man who acted as the driver asked in confusion. What should we do? He originally saw that the car in front did not move. So he began to slow down slowly. But at this moment, there were several thumps on the windshield. And it seemed that something hit it one after another. Jiang Lingli stared at the slap marks on the car window glass beside her and said coldly, Mr. Yu, it's zombies. There must be a traffic jam at the intersection ahead. No wonder they went back again. Yusu said in a deep voice. Turn around and keep up. Their large tonnage off-road vehicle can still withstand the collision of the zombies. The group of low-bed cars behind them. Just pray for good luck. Mo Xiao and his car followed the instructions of Zhang Jiwei, the co-pilot, and reversed for almost 20 minutes. Only then did they see a muddy road sloping uphill on the right. Jiangxi glanced at the width of the road and the mud that was soft and mushy after being washed by rain, and couldn't help laughing. Senior sister, is this the road you were talking about? Zhang Jiwei was embarrassed by his laughter, and said in a daze, our Dayuan province's GDP is always at the bottom every year. Dayuan province is at a high altitude, although it is not far from Donghu City. But Dayuan province as a whole is another continental plate. As if someone punched it from the center of the earth. The plateau has complex terrain, difficult roads, and sparsely populated areas. So the economy can't go up. Naturally, there is no money to feed back infrastructure. Can it pass? Mo Xiao leaned slightly from the rear seat of the cockpit and whispered behind Jiangxi's ear. Jiangxi did not answer immediately, but he squinted and observed for a while, slowly took a breath, and said calmly, you can try. It would have been illegal to drive such a large vehicle on such a shabby road before the end of the world. Even now, to pass safely, the driver's courage and skills, and the performance of the vehicle are both indispensable. Fortunately, their car has 7-wheel locks and is highly adaptable to the terrain. A short muddy road. Everyone in the car was terrified. This uphill road is not only winding, but also has no guardrails on the side. Because it is narrow, their huge off-road RV is almost walking on a tightrope. If you are not careful, you may fall down. This kind of terrain and road conditions are hard to imagine for people in cities or plains. Mo Xiao couldn't help holding her breath when she saw the end. Until they finally went uphill and downhill and reached a normal smooth cement road. Jiangxi took out one hand and patted her head, which leaned over unconsciously, and said jokingly, take a breath. Mo Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and sat back in the seat. When we get on the national highway, everyone will learn how to drive from you. Otherwise, Jiangxi would be the one to take care of any problem. And he is not made of iron. How could he handle it? Because the weather was bad, and the road was not easy to drive. So the car was driving very slowly. They drove until dawn the next day. And Zhang Jiwei said, we are almost there. Mata town is ahead. Compared with other towns in Daoku County, Mata town is relatively large. So before entering the town, the road has been completely turned into asphalt. After a night of frustration, Jiangxi seemed to be angry. As soon as the road opened up, he couldn't help but start to speed up. The off-road RV roared in the rain like a beast. A gray van just turned from a small branch road to the main road. Then he saw a gray-blue giant speeding past him. The driver, who was still tickling his hairy calves, suddenly widened his eyes, leaned forward, and almost honked his horn in excitement. Fuck. How dare the little Amadiro surpass my Wuling Hongguang? Chapter 94. Sorry. I cheated on you. The yellow-haired driver put away his previous frivolous look. He stepped on the accelerator and followed. Someone is chasing our car. Jiang Shi raised his eyebrows. Zhang Jiwei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked and saw an old van behind her that seemed to be running away. It was a bit distressing. I don't know him. Zhang Jiwei shook her head. Why is he chasing us? Mo Xiao stared back for a while in confusion. Because the sky was already bright. She could roughly see the outline of the driver of the car behind her. From his appearance, he was a man of not too old. It was estimated that he had dyed his hair golden, but he had not had a place to change the color in the past 2 months. So the black hair at the roots of his hair was also exposed. His hair was black on the bottom and gold on the top. And it was messy. And he looked sloppy. Although it was raining heavily, he could vaguely see that he was full of fighting spirit. This felt very strange. He didn't look like a bad guy who coveted their supplies. Nor did he look like a stranger who was not familiar with them at all. You really don't know him? Mo Xiao couldn't help asking again. Zhang Jiwei was also a little confused. And she fell into self-doubt when she saw the other person's appearance. Could it be that a relative from some distant family recognized her and chased after her? She confirmed it again. And it didn't look like she had seen him before. Except that his hairstyle was a bit similar to hers. That wretched look. No matter how you look at it, it's not her relative. I really don't know him. Zhang Jiwei waved her hands repeatedly. Okay. Mo Xiao was originally responsible for the alert. And now he no longer hesitated. Before on the muddy road, he was caught up by the convoy of Yusu and others who were behind. Just now, they opened up some distance. Since there are so many cars hanging behind them, this one doesn't matter. In terms of endurance, how can other cars compare with theirs? Sooner or later, they will be thrown off. They quickly entered Mata Town. The most here are 1 or 2 huge factory buildings. At Zhang Jiwei's request, they originally planned to stop on the street and wait for her to visit her home. Who would have thought that before Zhang Jiwei got out of the car, her hand froze on the door handle. Seeing that she didn't move for a long time, the zombies were about to block the door. Mo Xiao was stunned and looked down along her line of sight. He found that some zombies had just been attracted along the way, and they were looking up and banging on the door. Zhang Jiwei lowered her head, her face on the glass, tears rolling down, and her lips tremblingly uttered 2 words, Dad. Mom. Maybe the movement of the RV just now was too eye-catching. So as time passed, the zombies gathered more and more. Mo Xiao could hardly recognize who Zhang Jiwei was looking at from the densely packed heads below. There are still some messy stalls on both sides of the street. Crushed vegetable baskets, and vegetables rotten into black mud on the ground. There are more people on the street than expected. There are also many white-haired old people, wearing old aprons worn when picking vegetables. Obviously, on that day, there were probably a large number of local residents and residents from other towns in Mata Town going to the market. For the market, villages and towns generally set dates together with surrounding villages and towns. For example, go to town A to go to the market on the first day, go to town B to go to the market on the 5th day, and so on. This is to provide more convenient living supporting services for surrounding residents. The rent in Donghu City is too expensive. After I graduate, I can no longer live in the dormitory. The internship salary has not been paid yet. Zhang Jiwei took a deep breath, as if trying to suppress her tears. But her uncontrollable trembling still betrayed her grief. My parents have always been worried that I have no money to pay the rent, no place to live, no good food, and no money to spend. So they have never given up the few acres of land at home. Even the most fragmented vegetables will be picked a day in advance and get up early on the day of the market to sell them. Zhang Jiwei bit her lip tightly. In this era, there are still a few people in the town who are farming. They are just stupid. They work so hard for several months, and they can only sell a few bunches of vegetables for a few dollars. They are just stupid. In this era of electronic mobile payment, I think of the 2 pairs of callous hands that always handed me wrinkled banknotes and coins of several cents. 1 yuan, 10 yuan, etc. Zhang Jiwei suddenly lowered her head, held her face with both hands, and finally couldn't help crying hysterically. I'm sorry. I lied to you. I knew that it was the market in Mata Town that day, and my parents would go out early to sell vegetables. They must have been in the most crowded place when the incident happened. I called the gym that day and no one answered. So I had a bad feeling. But I can't accept it. I can't accept it if I don't see it myself. Dad. Mom. Woo-woo-ah. Mo Xiao glanced out the window again. She still couldn't tell which one of the densely packed and distorted faces was the most familiar to Zhang Jiwei. So much so that she could recognize and capture it at a glance in such a large crowd. Senior. Mo Xiao felt complicated and wanted to comfort her. But at such moments, others often had no way to start. Zhang Jiwei's crying suddenly stopped. Within a few seconds, she had wiped her tears again and again, staggered up from the co-pilot seat, and walked to the back of the car. I'm fine. Before leaving, Zhang Jiwei looked out the window for the last time, bit her lip and said, "Thank you for your trouble. Let's go." Until the car completely left Mata Town. Mo Xiao sat in the passenger seat and didn't say a word. First it was Guiqichu's mother, then Zhang Jiwei's parents. These reunions after life and death made her anxiety, which she had been suppressing in her heart, grow deeper and deeper. It's been 2 months. It's been too long. And there are too many variables. Mo Xiao is good at unraveling the logic. But she didn't dare to think deeply about whether her parents were safely rescued by the government. If not, Mo Xiao. Jiang Shi's voice suddenly came from the side. What? Open a bottle of water for me. I'm thirsty. Oh. After Mo Xiao fed the driver water and screwed on the bottle cap, she couldn't help but sigh. Mo Xiao. What's the matter? My legs are numb. Give me a leg massage. Mo Xiao took out a giant mace that he had just gotten and had never used before from his backpack. Which one should I start with? I just had a sprain. It's fine now. I'd better give you a massage. What if you have another sprain? What if you get a blood clot at such a young age? No. No. Jiang Shi pushed away the mace that she could not refuse and said righteously, "Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken?" After that, he stepped on the accelerator. The RV accelerated again. Fuck. In the distance, the driver of a gray van looked at the RV that rushed out of sight again and couldn't help cursing. Why are you speeding up again? We are both made in China. Why are you so awesome? The distance that was finally shortened because the other party stayed in the town for such a long time became out of reach again. Okay. I give in. Let you Amadiro be the big brother. And my Wuling Hongguang is barely second. The yellow-haired young man muttered. He was about to resign himself to his fate and adjust to the normal speed. Suddenly, an unimaginable sharp noise rushed into the eardrum. And there was a blast as if something in the car short-circuited. The whole car skidded uncontrollably in the rain. If he hadn't been a veteran driver for many years and braked in time, he might have gone to hell just now. The remaining wires on the roadside emitted dazzling sparks. What's even more outrageous is that in the sky at the end of this horizon, there was a huge fireball that passed from high in the sky. Chapter 95 broken down on the road. Inside the RV, Mo Xiao and Jiang Shi looked at each other. Just a moment ago, it seemed that another solar storm had erupted. Perhaps due to its violent electromagnetic pulse. Some part of the car was damaged, caused their car to break down on the road. Mo Xiao frowned. If I remember correctly, solar storms are periodic. Will they be so frequent? And the intensity is so strong? The so-called solar storm is actually a violent explosive activity produced by sunspots at the peak of activity. For example, solar flares, coronal mass ejections, etc. This process will release a large number of charged particles to the surroundings, forming a high-speed particle flow. If it hits a nearby planet, it will have a certain impact on its space environment. For example, the previous long drought and the recent heavy rainfall. Mo Xiao guessed that it was all because of the solar storm that the El Niño phenomenon was intensified. The so-called El Niño phenomenon refers to an abnormal climate phenomenon, such as aggravated local drought or increased local rain and snow. Well, I remember that the average change cycle of the number of sunspots is about 11 years. Jiang Shi nodded and thought. Moreover, the two most serious solar storms in history have never had such strange and frequent performances as recently. Even the Carrington event, known as the Super Solar Storm in 1859, only paralyzed the telegraph network. Even the one in 1989, which was said to have the most serious impact on mankind, only burned more than 10,000 transformers in 90 seconds. That fireball just now, Mo Xiao said in disbelief. Could it be a spacecraft crash? After so many years of technological development, there are still many spacecraft in the orbit around the blue planet, such as various satellites and space stations. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. Push open the door connecting the cab to the car. Walk around the middle hall, and go to the warehouse at the back. Open a heavy backpack. Take out a special safety box. As soon as it was unlocked and opened, a series of alarms were heard from inside. It was the Geiger counter that was ringing. Mo Xiao took it out and took a look. Fortunately, although the value was many times higher than before, it was not harmful to the human body. She put it back as it was. Xiao Mo, was that a meteor in the sky just now? Tanya said in a deep voice. It couldn't be a satellite crash. Right? The topic of the doomsday theory of solar storms has been circulating on the internet for a long time. It is said that the last predicted time node was 2022. However, that year also passed smoothly. In fact, many people have done relevant popular science, proving that the degree of harm caused by solar storms is far from constituting the doomsday of the blue planet. No one expected that in 2030, there would be such an outrageous thing as a satellite crash. It's no wonder that whether it's Mo Xiao, Jiangxi or Tongya, they all immediately associated the suspicious object in the sky with a spacecraft. After all, this time node is very coincidental. It looks like a spacecraft crash caused by a strong magnetic storm. Looking at the direction, it seems to be heading southwest. If it is really a spacecraft crash, it can be seen that the disaster situation this time is far more serious than any previous imagination. Seeing that everyone looked depressed, Mo Xiao glanced at Chu-Ying. This natural humor master immediately understood, and used his expertise to stand up and comfort everyone. Don't worry too much. Think about it on the bright side. Although it crashed in our Dragon Country territory, it may not be our Shenlong space station. Ruda rubbed his face and stammered, Space station? God knows he didn't think of the huge space station just now. Now thinking of this possibility, he was even more shocked and worried. It's over. It's over. That big guy will fall down. How much damage will it cause? Chu-Ying choked and glanced at Ruda indifferently. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Most of the time, Chu-Ying is fully confident in her ability to adjust the atmosphere. But occasionally, she would meet a guy like Ruda who admired her too much and didn't play by the rules. When they were in class before, Ruda always tried to get close to her in the name of class monitor and always asked her questions. She was even asked to participate in more class activities and speak more in the group. Chu-Ying certainly wasn't unwilling, but as all the signs in her previous life showed, no matter how she pretended to be approachable, others often couldn't look her in the eye calmly. Alas, there was no way. Geniuses always go with loneliness. After all, no one wanted to feel ashamed of themselves when someone as outstanding as her suddenly joined their team. Lu Do was sternly scolded by Chu-Ying, and he was rarely speechless. He had been turned down many times in front of Chu-Ying before, and instinctively was a little afraid of this gloomy, oily-haired woman. Of course, he was definitely not afraid of ghosts, because he had watched too many horror movies. In the back of the car, Jiangxi was looking through the glass window, with a telescope along the road they came from. He had always been a quiet and serious teacher. Since the end of the world, he has become thinner and thinner, and his nasolabial lines look like they were carved by a knife. His whole face exudes an aura of keeping strangers away. The most important problem now is to repair the car, Jiangxi suddenly said. Everyone was stunned and looked embarrassed. Although they were from engineering backgrounds, most of their daily courses were related to software, not to mention repairing cars. Even repairing computers was not something they learned in their daily lives. Of course, if they really encountered the problem of repairing computers, most of them were not weak, and some of them were even the best in their grade. Unfortunately, due to the impact of several previous storms, it was very difficult to find an intact computer along the way. Even after being on the farm for so long, they couldn't find a usable one. Therefore, the farm printer only had the copy function available, and it didn't have the function of connecting to a mobile phone, which forced them to draw the map by hand. As for the previous modification of the RV, it was also done under the leadership of Jiangxi, and it was very simple. In fact, the core things were not touched at all. But at this moment, due to some malfunctions, the vehicle broke down. They were equivalent to being trapped in the middle of the road with the car and the people. The heavy rain outside still didn't stop. They are now on the road in the suburbs of Mata town. although they are not surrounded by zombies. It is not a big deal to stay here for a long time. On both sides of the road, as far as the eye can see, there are deserted fields. Teacher Jiang, what are you looking at? Seeing that Jiang Qing never put down the telescope, and his expression became more and more strange, Mo Xiao couldn't help asking. There is a person behind. Jiang Qing considered the wording and said seriously, the yellow-haired young man who drove the van just now is coming. Everyone heard it and rushed over to watch curiously. On the road in the wind and rain, a man wearing a raincoat, riding a bicycle, wading through the water in a very embarrassing way. This big brother? He is really determined. Xiao Peng laughed. Yusu's group's car didn't follow, and something must have happened. Tian Xiaoxu gloated. Judging from the speed, they probably just broke down in the town. Chapter 96. My name is Sun Yangong, and I'm a car mechanic. Everyone waited quietly for a while. The yellow-haired young man finally arrived on his bike. He first went around to the side of the cab, tried to jump up, stretched out his arms, and patted the window. It seemed that he said something. Amid the sound of wind and rain, no one could hear clearly. Let him in. Mo Xiao looked at the man carefully and spoke. Tian Xiaoxu frowned. Mo Xiao, can you not let anyone in? How many people can you save along the way? Mo Xiao glanced at him and said lightly, how about you come to repair the car? What do you mean? Look at his hand. Mo Xiao raised his chin. Everyone followed her movements and saw that the man's left hand had only 3 fingers, and 2 of them were obviously broken. This man should have been a worker. The 2 broken fingers were probably caused by a work-related accident in the automobile stamping workshop. Mo Xiao continued. There are many factories in Mata Town. I saw many guardrails, walls, and propaganda banners hanging outside houses along the way that are related to the automobile industry. She touched her chin and thought, this man may be good at repairing cars. Let him come up and see what conditions he can trade with us. In fact, there is another point that can prove Mo Xiao's idea. But she didn't elaborate. This man was able to chase them so closely in a car with a Wuling Hongwang shell. It is estimated that he had illegally modified the car himself. Such illegally modified cars would be hard to drive on the road before the end of the world. It is highly likely that they modified it themselves for survival after the end of the world. Sun Yangong, who was still jumping around outside to organize his words, saw the car door suddenly open. After being surprised, he was overjoyed. He climbed up the ladder like a monkey, as if he was afraid that the people inside would change their minds. The broken finger did not affect his flexibility at all. My God! Sun Yangong originally wanted to act more calm, but as soon as he looked up after entering, he was still shocked by the sense of space and interior of this top-of-the-line off-road RV. Is this the legendary Doomsday Chariot? He smacked his lips and touched here and there, and for a moment, he almost forgot the purpose of coming. Tian Xiaoxu couldn't stand people who looked like they had never seen the world, so he couldn't help but snorted. Ahem. Luda reminded him with a fist. Sun Yangong came back to her senses, combed her messy hair back along her high hairline with one hand, and smiled with a bright forehead. Hello everyone. My name is Sun Yangong, and I'm a car repairman. Mo Xiao sat in the middle of the circular sofa booth at the back, looking at him calmly. Although this person doesn't look very reliable, but he didn't feel nervous at all after coming in, and his emotions were relaxed. Either he was born with a big heart, or he was really not afraid of death. Before everyone spoke, Sun Yangong seemed to have found an old acquaintance in the crowd, and his eyes lit up. Oh, isn't this the sister Jiwei from the old Zhang family? It's you? Zhang Jiwei, who was sitting alone in the corner, was startled. She looked up and stared at him for a while. Do you know me? She was not the only one who was surprised. Mo Xiao was also quite surprised. Zhang Jiwei had clearly denied that they knew each other before. Hey! The top scorer of the college entrance examination in 2026 in our town. The good news was posted. How many people in our town don't know about it? Sun Yangong moved a small stool and sat down, and took a bottle of water from the shelf next to him. He opened it and drank it without any hesitation. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and continued to sigh. During that time, Lao Zhang held your photo in his arms every day and told everyone that his precious daughter Jiwei was so outstanding that his teeth were about to fly out. Zhang Jiwei's mood, which had calmed down a little, became turbulent again, and her eyes gradually turned red. Mo Xiao interrupted Sun Yangong's reminiscence and asked with a smile, Big brother, you have drunk enough water. So it's time to tell me your purpose. Right? Sun Yangyang was stunned. He touched the back of his head and looked at Jiang Qing, Jiang Shi and even Lu Dati and Xiaoxiu in turn. How could I have thought that the one who was in charge and spoke here was a pretty girl? What are you looking at? This is our sister Mo. Look at me with respect. Zhao Peng picked up a baseball bat stained with old blood at some point, stood beside Sun Yangyang and tapped his shoulder. The fishy smell came to his nose. Sun Yangyang laughed, rubbed his palms and greeted respectfully, "Hello, Sister Mo." His voice was loud and clear, without any reluctance to be inferior to others, and even less flattering, more like coming from the heart. This man is quite flexible. Mo Xiao smiled. My name is Mo Xiao. This is our teacher, Teacher Jiang. You chased us all the way. It can't be because we have Gigi syrup in the car, right? Sun Yangyang was stunned, then twisted his butt left and right on the small stool and rubbed his hands and said shyly, You really have Gigi syrup? This time it was Mo Xiao's turn to be stunned, and they hadn't reacted yet. Seeing their confused expressions, Sun Yangyang had already covered his stomach with one hand and paddled in the air with the other hand, laughing so hard that he fell backwards. After all, they are a group of college students who have not been in society, so they are very naive. Ha ha ha! Tian Xiaoxiu, who was just confused, was so angry that he opened the military knife in his hand and pressed it against his neck, saying angrily, Don't play tricks on us. What's the matter? Tell me. Sun Yangyang was shouting in fear and begging for mercy. But in fact his shoulders did not shake at all. He said with a sad face, What else can I do? I came here sincerely to seek refuge with our Mo. Ahem. Our sister Mo is here. You want to get in our car? Mo Xiao raised his eyebrows and asked. Sun Yangyang's eyes kept blinking like helicopter propellers and nodded like pounding garlic. What can you do? Repair cars. Sun Yangyang raised his hand with a broken finger and said proudly, I am the first technician, and my skills are top-notch, Sister Mo. You will definitely not lose out if you hire me. Do you think there will be no one who can repair cars in the car if we can drive this kind of car? Mo Xiao sneered and asked back, pulling Jiangxi beside him. This guy here is also an expert in repairing cars. Sun Yangyang looked at him in surprise. After just a glance, he covered his stomach and laughed again. Sister Mo, this handsome brother can write and drive a car, and may also be able to shoot arrows. But this hand is not a pair of hands that can repair cars. Jiangxi raised his eyebrows slightly, and finally looked carefully at this man named Sun Yangyang. Although he looked a little anxious, judging from his skin condition, he was definitely not over 30 years old. He was definitely a young man. For his age, he was extremely sharp. He could tell at a glance that Jiangxi was good at shooting. How many ordinary people in Long would know the characteristics of people who are good at playing with guns? Don't look at me like that. I have always been a law-abiding citizen. Sun Yangyang waved his hands and explained, as if he was afraid that the other party would misunderstand him. At this moment, Zhang Jiwei, who had been observing him for a while, suddenly said, I remember. You are the murderer of the arson case 3 years ago? Chapter 97. It's the end of the world. Who is not a murderer? Sun Yangyang sat on a small stool with a smile on his face. He was not panicked by his identity being exposed, nor did he show any fierceness. Zhang Jiwei frowned and told what she knew. It turned out that Sun Yangyang was indeed a famous worker in the town, as he said. He was kind and cheerful, willing to help others, and had a very good reputation. There were few people in the town who didn't know him. However, Zhang Jiwei was still a student who studied hard all day long, so she didn't have a deep impression of him. Sun Yangyang was a celebrity, but Zhang Jiwei only heard about his life experience from his relatives and friends after he committed a crime. It is said that his mother is a psychopath and was bought by his father as a wife. His father's family is not well off, and he is old. After Sun Yangyang finished his 9-year compulsory education, he went to work in a factory. Because he is diligent and studious and smart, he made rapid progress and had a bright future. But 3 years ago, he did something that shocked everyone. He set a fire and burned the boss of the factory where he worked at the time to death. And there was also a huge financial compensation. How could his parents afford it? So they hanged themselves. Although Sun Yangyang repented after the incident, he returned to the fire scene and rescued the boss's young daughter. But in the end, because of arson causing death, he was said to have been sentenced to more than 10 years in prison. When the news of Sun Yangyang being imprisoned 3 years ago came out, the whole town was in a state of shock. Zhang Jiwei's father often sighed, saying that it was a pity that such a good kid had gone astray with a black heart. Sister Jiwei, don't say such nonsense. Sun Yangyang said with a sad face. I never admitted that I set the fire. Tian Xiaoxiu sighed. So he is a murderer. Sun Yangyang pushed the baseball bat stained with black blood in Zhao Peng's hand with his fingertips and smiled. It's the end of the world. Who is not a murderer? Chu Wenzi glanced at him and suddenly asked, how did you escape from prison? It's the end of the world. There are zombies everywhere. Who has the time to manage the prison? Sun Yangyang laughed. I got the chance. So I just escaped. Seeing everyone's cold faces, he touched his head awkwardly, took out a gun from his arms, turned it on his fingertips, and put it on the shelf next to him. Okay. I admit that I stole a gun, broke the lock and escaped. Tian Xiaoxiu suddenly realized that he had been led by the other party, and forgot to search his body. He snatched the gun, with a gloomy face, and put it in his arms. Sun Yangyang shrugged indifferently. I have said everything I can say. I really didn't kill or set fire. I caught up with you to join you. With our car. There is nothing to be afraid of in the end of the world. It's all for survival. Sun Yangyang combed his hair with his hands. Your car can't move. Right? He smiled and said, it's not a good idea to keep it stuck here. I need some tools. Bosses, give me a job opportunity. 10 minutes later, everyone looked at the closed door of the bathroom. After a long silence, Li Pingping said, this guy looks weird and has been in prison. It's terrible. Gao Yu said with some worry in his voice. Xiao Mo, do we really want to take him in? What if he is a bad guy? Mo Xiao supported his chin with one hand, looked at the map on the table and replied calmly, he has skills, can distinguish the interests, and knows the current situation. We are not involved in the grudges before the end of the world, and we have no right to intervene. That's true. Li Pingping leaned against her and said, I'll listen to Xiao Mo. Gao Yu hesitated and glanced at Guichuchu. Guichuchu whispered, what if someone with a criminal record has bad intentions towards us? Even Uncle Yu is a bad guy. She is really a bit scared now. Everyone is trying to survive in the cracks. Mo Xiao sighed. If that day really comes, it depends on their own ability. But now, we need him. This RV can't stay here forever. Although Mata town already belongs to Dayuan province, but it's still at the border. The altitude is higher than the East Bay area where they escaped, but not much higher. Most importantly, there is not much height difference between this road and the wasteland next to it. Once this place becomes a mud pond, their car will really become a boat. They must repair the car as soon as possible and drive away as soon as possible. Sun Yangyang just washed his body and changed into a set of clean clothes. Very quickly, when he walked out of the shower room, everyone was silent. Why are you all looking at me? Don't be polite. Treat me as your own family. Sun Yangyang touched his head with a smile, waved his hand shyly, and said, I am a few years older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Sunday. After that, she bowed slightly and looked at Mo Xiao, smiling awkwardly. Sister Mo, you can call me Yangyang. Brother Sun, what do you want? Mo Xiao put away the map and asked. She originally wanted to ask Sun Yangyang what he needed to repair the car so that they could find a solution together. Unexpectedly, Sun Yangyang was stunned and pointed to her head shyly without any politeness. Do you have hair dye? As soon as he ran out of the prison, he went to the barber shop next door and changed his color. Although it was the end of the world, it was a new life for him. Mo Xiao put one side of his hair behind his ear, smiled and carried the mace in one hand. You want to dye it, right? Can red be used? Sun Yangyang stared at her light-hearted movements with wide eyes, shaking her head repeatedly. No. 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 I think black and yellow highlights are also very artistic. Next, Sun Yangyang's conversation with everyone was not so abrupt. They discussed for about an hour. In the end, everyone decided to wait for 2 or 3 days. See if they can wait until the rain stops before taking action. They were not afraid of getting wet in the rain, but they were afraid of getting wet in the rain again if they were injured during the action. According to Sun Yangyang, there is a factory building along the way back along this road. It is his residence in this town after the end of the world. The wall is very high, and the equipment inside is also very complete. He has cleaned it up, and there are no zombies. As for other factories, There are no living people anymore. And they are not safe. He suggested that everyone send a few representatives to go back with him to get materials and repair a trailer first. Tow the RV back for repair. After all, the damage looks serious. What if some large equipment is needed to operate it? And if possible, he can also modify the car. For example, make it more offensive and defensive. This off-road RV itself performs very well in a collision test. But from Sun Yangyang's point of view, it can be even better. It was raining heavily outside. Everyone waited in the RV for 3 days. At dawn on the 4th day, the rain that had lasted for many days finally stopped. Chapter 98. Back to town. It's time to go. The moment Mo Xiao heard the rain stop, he picked up his bag and packed his clothes neatly. He put the mace into the side pocket on his back. Their mission this time was to go to other factories in the town and drive a good trailer out, and tow their own off-road RV back to Sun Yangyang's factory for repair and modification. This was a somewhat difficult task, because according to Sun Yangyang, there were almost no living people in other factories. It was not so easy to risk finding a car with enough horsepower when surrounded by zombies. In fact, under normal circumstances, to tow a RV, a car can be used as a trailer. But in that situation, it was okay to deal with an RV of several tons. And the one Mo Xiao and his team had was about 20 tons. It was not something that an ordinary car could tow. Based on Sun Yangyang's understanding of the factory in this town, he had a goal. With him as a guide, Mo Xiao and his team would not be like a headless fly, which could greatly reduce the possible cost, because they might face the pursuit and interception of zombies. The number of people they went with should not be too large, and a certain number of people must be left in the car. Sun Yangyang had already got his gun back from Tian Xiuxiu. Sister Mo, Xiao Jiang, Xiao Xie. Let's go! Sun Yangyang used a belt to wrap his calves around and tied them tightly. This can slightly avoid some possible accidental scratching and biting injuries. Not only him, Mo Xiao and others also learned to do the same. She even wrapped a layer of thick and rough waterproof cloth she picked up before over the tight singlet she was wearing inside. In this hot summer, there is no need to expect comfort. Before going out for activities, fine beads of sweat have already appeared on her forehead. In movies and animations, wearing tight suspender vests and shorts to show off the figure of the cyberpunk style. No one who wants to save his life really imitates it. Teacher Jiang. Monitor. Sister Ya, the RV is left to you. Mo Xiao instructed. Xie Bumian was the one who asked her to go with them. It wasn't because the other party was so strong, but because Mo Xiao was always worried about this person. When he was with a group, he would always move freely from time to time. He had a poor sense of group consciousness. Don't worry, Xiao Mo. Tongya raised the bow and arrow left by Jiang Shi and nodded. I will climb to the top of the RV in a while, and we will take turns to keep watch. A trace of cruelty flashed in her eyes. If anyone dares to approach without listening to my advice, I will not show mercy. Mo Xiao was very assured of Tongya's words. She always kept her word. And when Tongya was in high school in her hometown of Yuanan City, she often went to the club to shoot arrows in her spare time to relieve stress. For such a long time, she was the one who had the best control over the aim except Jiang Shi. Yes, although she was a little nearsighted, she was very accurate in archery. Xie Bumian looked at everyone and hesitated for a moment. In silence, he took out a gun from his bag and handed it to Jiang Qing. How can this be? Jiang Qing frowned and refused. Your mission is so dangerous. It's best to leave the gun with you for self-defense. I have another one. Xie Bumian only said one sentence, without much explanation, and turned around and got out of the car first. Mo Xiao raised her eyebrows. A little surprised. She had suspected Xie Bumian of carrying 2 guns, but she had been on the farm for so long that she had never had a chance to confirm it. I didn't expect him to take it out on his own initiative. Teacher, you keep it. Mo Xiao waited and found that there were bullets. So he got off the car with peace of mind. After days of rain, the wasteland on both sides has almost turned into muddy ponds. The edge lines on both sides of this road have been submerged in yellow muddy water, and it looks blurry. But the cement road in the middle is still neat. Everyone walked back along the way they came from the outskirts of the town. It was relatively smooth until they arrived at the exit of the town. This town entrance is a crossroads. Sun Yangyang pointed to the front and said, the factory I occupy is over there. If there is no car, it is a bit dangerous to go there. After all, This road leads to the town. And there are still many zombies in the town. We need to find a trailer that can tow your big guy. It is better to choose the left and right roads around the town. Sun Yong'an observed for a while, and said, let's go to the left. There are more containers there, which is convenient for dodging. After that, he looked at Mo Xiao, who had thin arms and legs, and hesitated a little and said, how about Sister Emma ride my bicycle to the factory to wait? And I will go with these two brothers to find it. Mo Xiao had already pulled out the mace, leaned forward slightly, maintained the highest alert state, and whispered, lead the way. Sun Yong'an looked at the special mace with good texture and held back his words. In the past few days, he, who is very outgoing, has also secretly picked up this stick when he was curious. Wow, it's so heavy. He really didn't understand how this girl could swing it so easily. Sun Yong'an sighed and pulled out his special mace modified from a baseball bat, and walked slowly and cautiously to the street on the left. In fact, for this kind of striking weapon, if the force is enough, the difference between using a baseball bat and a mace is not too big. The main reason why they wrap a circle of steel wire-like material around to make a mace-like weapon is to prevent slipping. This way, it is less likely to go off the track when under force. Some people will nail a circle of steel nails on the top of the baseball bat to imitate a mace. However, after Mo Xiao and his team considered it again and again, no one in the team took this approach, because it is easy to cause the rod to split, reducing its hardness and firmness. Half an hour later, Sun Yong'an led them into an alley. Quick! Go up! Sun Yong'an stepped on a pile of tiles and climbed over the wall of the dead end in front. Bang! Mo Xiao knocked over a zombie who was chasing him the closest. He rushed forward a few steps and almost instantly stepped on the wall and sat on the top of the wall. Countless zombies who were chasing and blocking him banged against the wall, stretching their hands high up to the wall. However, the wall was nearly 3 meters high and they couldn't reach it at all. Sun Yong'an opened his mouth silently, unable to speak, and his eyes looking at Mo Xiao changed instantly. What are you standing there for? Lead the way. Oh! Oh! Yes, Sister Mo. Sun Yong'an swallowed his saliva, got on all fours, and slowly climbed along the wall in a certain direction. After avoiding the zombies several times, he found that the physical fitness of these young students was simply amazing. What do children eat nowadays? The process of picking up the trailer, which was thought to be very laborious, was not as difficult as imagined. Just confirm the 3 scheduled targets. All of them were broken. Now they are heading to the 4th one. If that one is also broken, then they will consider going back to Sun Yong'an's workshop first, bringing tools, and then coming back to repair one of them on the spot. Fortunately, after crawling along the wall for about 10 minutes, they finally saw the 4th target trailer. According to previous experience, everyone checked the nearby entrances and exits first. Separately, they blocked it. Then, they cleared the zombies in the yard one by one like flying kites on the wall. Sun Yong'an then went to check the trailer. It can be used. After he went in, he soon heard an excited cry. Mo Xiao and others smiled at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Following Sun Yong'an's actions, Mo Xiao and others also learned a lot of unrighteous and extremely unethical ways to save their lives. And they deeply understood why Sun Yong'an could clear a safe area of the factory alone and survive until now. The 4 drove a trailer with plenty of fuel, and simply went to pick up the RV first, and then went back to the factory together. Sun Yong'an's factory looked like a huge country yard that he had contracted. There was a warehouse behind it, because the factory was not in the center of the town. There were not many zombies blocking the road, and they were relatively safe in the car. However, to tow the RV into the yard, the gate had to be open wide. Open and close the gate. This back and forth caused some zombies to sneak in. Mo Xiao and the others had to let some zombies chase in first. Then, they blocked the door. After that, almost everyone got out of the car with weapons, and cleared the zombies that sneaked in like flying kites in the yard. It was a busy job. In the end, almost everyone was so tired that they sat on the ground to catch their breath and rest. Mo Xiao smiled and said, "The next thing is just..." Before he finished speaking, Chu Ying suddenly stood up and looked behind a pile of boxes. Who? Chapter 99, We Only Kill One Person. Accompanying Chu Ying's rise, there was the sound of bullets being loaded behind the piled boxes. The black muzzles of the guns, using the boxes as cover, were aimed at their team. Mo Zhao's eyes turned cold, and he rolled over almost as soon as Chu Ying responded, took out his pistol and pointed it at the back of Sun Yangyang's head. "It's not me!" Sun Yangyang also smiled bitterly almost immediately, raising his hands to explain. "Sister Mo, I'm really not in the same group with them. I don't even know when they entered my yard," he said loudly. "I'm just an ordinary mechanic." After saying that, Sun Yangyang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These two reacted too quickly, especially Sister Mo, who locked onto him as soon as the ambush appeared. If he was a little slower to clarify, wouldn't his life be in danger? "Put down your weapons." A familiar male voice came from behind the box. Mo Xiao and others were slightly startled. Before they made any move, one of the guns with a silencer had already hit Jiang Qing's leg with a puff. The thin man, who was already over 50 years old, groaned and instantly fell to his knees. But at the same time, he pulled Jiang Duoduo behind him and used his body to block the bullet's trajectory. "Teacher Jiang." "Old Jiang," everyone exclaimed in unison. The male voice behind the box continued, "Put down your weapons. Squat down. And raise your hands." Squad leader Lu De looked at Jiang Qing's bleeding calf. Tears welled up in his eyes in an instant, and roared, "You? You? I will fight you." "Squad leader," Mo Xiao immediately called him. "Do as they say." After saying that, she faced the box and slowly put the pistol on the ground. The others were full of anger, but seeing that Mo Xiao had lowered his head, they also bit their lips and put down their weapons. Those who have guns kicked the guns over. The people on the opposite side were very cautious, and still did not rashly stand up and show up, and put forward the next request. Hearing this familiar voice, Guichuchu finally couldn't help but look up and said, "Uncle Yu, what are you doing?" The man who gave orders behind the box cover was silent for a while, and then sighed in a soothing tone, "Chu-chu, persuade your classmates. As long as they are obedient, Uncle will not hurt their lives." Mo Zhao's eyes flashed. "Are you serious? You won't hurt our lives?" Seeing her so cooperative, Yu Su smiled softly. "Student Mo is still sensible. If we want to kill you, can't we just shoot you with a gun? Why bother to persuade so much? We are all compatriots, and the necessary vigilance is only for self-defense. Who wants to fight each other in an environment surrounded by zombies? In fact, if you were not too alert and ran too fast, we would not have to meet again in such an unfriendly way." Jiang Shi's lips curled up, his eyes full of sarcasm. Longwa is no different from other Western countries. It's not easy to find guns and bullets, especially bullets, which are used one less. This group of people just want to save bullets as much as possible, and they talk like the reincarnation of a living Buddha. "Our teacher's leg is injured. If we do what you say, will you bandage and treat him?" Although Mo Xiao raised his hands, he was behind Sun Yangyang, which was equivalent to using him as a human shield with unclear enemy and friend positions. And the gun she just put down was not far away. With the skills and speed she just showed, she could pick up the gun again at any time if she wanted. This is also the fundamental reason why the people behind the box were so cautious that they didn't show up. Not only Mo Xiao, but Jiang Shi was also like that. But compared to Mo Xiao, who used Sun Yangyang as a shield, he seemed much more ruthless. He immediately took shelter behind Tian Xiuxiu and Guichuchu, who were not far from him, using his companions as human shields. This ruthless mentality made Yu Su behind the box secretly shocked. He didn't forget Jiang Shi's accurate shooting skills in his own villa. This group of students looked young, but there were many talented people. Who knows if there are other powerful people like them? In order to avoid a fall, Yu Su softened his tone and patiently persuaded a few words. The muzzle of the gun pointed at the crowd coldly, but the tone of persuasion was very gentle. "After all, don't you just want our car?" Li Pingping, who was squatting on the ground, muttered. It's just that she was born with a loud voice. So this sentence stood out in the crowd of people who were relatively silent. Yu Su paused and smiled. "I have no intention of killing each other with you kids. But I think you should know clearly that if we want to, we can kill all of you." Everyone was silent, and naturally knew that he had the confidence to say this. I don't know where Yu Su and his team got the rifles. They also brought silencers. It was set up about tens of meters away from here. In the solemn atmosphere, Mo Xiao smiled, his body tense, crouching slightly like a cheetah, as if ready to take out a gun at any time. "We don't need to be able to kill all of you. We only want to kill one person. The voice was very heavy, like a blade emitting a chilling cold. Yusu's heart choked for no reason. His face darkened, and he said slowly, "Are you threatening me? If you have a second life, you can try to see if this is a threat?" Jiang, she smiled coldly. At this moment, he raised his toes. Almost in the next moment, the gun was in his hand. At the same time, he rolled sideways and flexibly avoided the gap between the tires of the off-road RV beside him. With the size of this conqueror, even the gap between the tires can hide an adult man. Ding ding ding. The gun that was originally focused on by Yusu reacted. He fired immediately after he moved. Unfortunately, all of them hit the metal panel, making a crisp sound. Waste. I had clearly told him to focus on that kid. But who would have thought that the reaction arc of his people was so slow? He could move again and again. He hid next to the tire from the open courtyard without any shelter. Yusu couldn't help but curse softly, and his face became darker. There is no doubt that he was a little surprised by the girl who had just shown her skills. What made Yusu more afraid was actually this young man with amazing shooting skills. Moreover, the number of guns in the other party's hands was a bit beyond his expectations. Unexpectedly, a group of students could get 4 guns. What do you want? Yusu calmed down and asked, "Let me make it clear in advance that I will never give up this car. If you want me to let you go safely, that's a dream. Otherwise, I will try it at the cost and wipe you out." The unpredictable weather and continuous rain, as well as the secondary virus infection, made Yusu feel more urgent to have an off-road RV. Otherwise, the road ahead would never be easy. "You can get the car." Seeing that he finally gave in, Mo Xiao whispered, "But some of our people have to go." Chapter 100 Hostages and Surrender. Yusu was amused by her words. "Young man, do you think I'm a fool?" Mo Xiao was unmoved and said, "I only said a few people would leave. Not all of them. Before you drive away, I can stay as a hostage to ensure that they will not become your enemies during this period." Seeing that the other party did not speak, it seemed that he was still thinking. Mo Xiao struck while the iron was hot and said, "You just want a car. The world is big, and you can go anywhere. After you drive away, we can't catch up. We are all ordinary people. This flesh and blood body can't withstand bullets. It is not easy to survive in the harsh environment surrounded by zombies. Why do we have to fight to the death and make meaningless sacrifices? Boss Yu is also a businessman before the end of the world. He should know that you should always leave a way out for others and never push people into a desperate situation. Is that right, Boss Yu?" Yusu was silent for a while before he spoke. The one who just said he was a mechanic has to stay. Of course. He wasn't one of us anyway. Mo Xiao smiled. "The injured one can go. But the little girl has to stay. You 16 people. At least 8 have to stay." Mo Xiao was silent for a while. Tanya, holding an empty bowl, saw Mo Xiao hesitate, and suddenly said, "I'll stay for duo. She raised her hands high, looked behind the bunker and said coldly, "The child is just a burden that can be abandoned at any time. I'm good at bows and arrows. And I'm also a fighting force. It will be more beneficial for you if I stay." "Sister Ya." Jiao Peng raised his hand anxiously. "I'll stay too." Yusu laughed softly. "Children are a burden to people like us. But for some guys, they are something they absolutely cannot give up. Who knows what kind of people you are? Stay. And the little girl who first discovered us just now. She has good hearing. Right? Stay as a hostage too." Mo Xiao took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "That's enough. 5 people. That's enough." Yusu smiled and said, "It was agreed to be 8 people. Who told you that? The others are just weak guys. They are no threat to you. And there are wounded people over there who need to be taken care of." Mo Xiao seemed to be forced into a corner, and his voice was very angry. Yusu sighed, "Okay. I'll leave 2 more people for you. But the boy under the wheel must stay." "No." Mo Xiao lowered his voice. "If he stays there, our talents will be more cautious, and the hostages can play the greatest role. This is also beneficial to you." "Oh." Yusu smiled. From his behavior of using his classmates as a shield just now, it doesn't seem like he would be cautious because of the hostages. "I'm really worried about letting him stay outside." Mo Xiao also smiled. "Boss Yu has a good plan. Let him stay as a hostage. Our most lethal point has come in. And the rest are all old, weak, sick and disabled. Can we be assured as hostages?" Yusu glanced and saw that the remaining people were either delicate girls or skinny pretty boys who looked useless. He snorted coldly. How can you guarantee that he will take the lives of the hostages into consideration? Imo Xiao narrowed his eyes and smiled. With a hint of pride in his voice, he doesn't care about other people. But he definitely cares about me. After all, I'm his girlfriend. Yusu sighed lightly, with a look of disapproval. What's wrong with a girlfriend? In the end times, some people kill their wives to survive. Let alone a girlfriend who doesn't even have a clue. What kind of guarantee can this have? The classmates in the school were more or less dumbfounded when they heard Imo Xiao say this. Lu De and Zhao Peng couldn't help but glance back at Jiangxi. Unfortunately, they were blocked by the huge wheels and couldn't see each other's expressions. There was almost silence for a long time. Jiangxi's cold voice came from the tire. Momo. You go out. I stay as a hostage. No. I stay. You go out? Imo Xiao was stubborn. The man next to the tire was silent for a while. Then said slowly, Be obedient. This gentle voice made the girl's eyes red. And she said hoarsely, Jiangxi, why don't you understand? Only if you are outside, I can be safe. Yusu squinted his eyes and listened. And the boy named Jiang, she seemed to sigh helplessly. Momo. Don't cry. I'll listen to you. Yusu raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that there was really some affection. He has lived for most of his life, and has seen countless people. He can still tell the truth and falsehood in his voice. Very soon, he heard the boy who was still very gentle to the girl just now suddenly speak coldly. Like a sharp blade with poison. Yusu, if you dare to move the hostage, I will always keep a bullet for you. Listening to this threat that didn't seem fake, Yusu's face sank slightly, but the corners of his lips curled up. He was not afraid of the other party's threats. But he was afraid that people with strength would have no scruples. He was about to agree to Imo Zhao's previous arrangement. Suddenly, Guichuchu stood up with a slight sob and choked up, Uncle you. I want to stay too. She had tears in her eyes and twisted her fingers with her hands and said, without this RV, I definitely can't go far. Uncle you. I want to go with you. Li Pingping raised her head in shock and said angrily, Guichuchu, what are you talking about? I thought you had changed for the better? I didn't expect you to be so snobbish. You took advantage of us when we were down and out. I haven't settled the score with you for making trouble for Xiao Imo at school and almost causing her to be bitten by zombies. Guichuchu bit her lip and said, Am I wrong? You agreed to take me with you because of this car. Right. Anyway, you two have long thought I was a burden and you all dislike me. Right. Lu De still didn't understand how the situation turned out like this. But as he was used to being the squad leader, he immediately tried to reconcile them. Okay. Stop arguing. Choo-choo. Don't say angry words. What good can you get from following him? Don't forget. Lu De. Guichuchu suddenly interrupted him angrily. What qualifications do you have to put on such a generous face? Now I am a burden. After I leave, maybe it will be your turn. What's wrong with finding a way out for yourself early? Lu Da's heart stagnated, and his face instantly became very ugly. Besides, Guichuchu's voice suddenly became sad. Uncle, you watched me grow up since I was a child. He is not a relative, but better than a relative. My father is gone, but in my heart, he has long been my father. Behind the bunker, Yusu, who had been alone for most of his life, listened to the girl's grief and crying, with a complicated expression and a deep sigh in his heart. Choo-choo. You stay here. Follow your uncle from now on. And your uncle will not let you be bullied. Half an hour later, only Yusu and his group were left in the yard to count the vehicles and the supplies inside. Of course, Imo Xiao and other hostages were tied up, except Guichuchu, who surrendered voluntarily. Chapter 101 Captured. Boss you. We've made a fortune this time. Several strong men who were counting supplies climbed up and down. Extremely happy. Those little guys have a lot of inventory. With this car, we can have fun even in the end of the world. Yusu leaned against the stone pillar and lit a cigarette, squinting his eyes and taking a sip. With a faint smile on his lips, we can't be careless. This car can't be driven away now. Send 2 people to follow Sun Yangyang 24 hours a day and urge him to speed up the repair of the car. Okay. Boss you? Someone laughed on the top of the RV. You won't have to worry about such a small matter. We brothers have long known that as long as we follow a smart man like Boss you, we can have food to eat. Someone patted his chest and laughed. In fact, their off-road vehicle had just broken down in the center of the town. There were many zombies over there, and everyone had spent a lot of bullets to break through. And now they had very few left. But breaking through was one thing, and finding a safe place was another. You couldn't just keep hiding with a group of zombies. At first, there were still many residents of the community following them closely. Mr. Yu suddenly came up with a plan. He used a rope to pull people as bait and knocked on the doors of the factories one by one. After most of the zombies were let out, they closed the doors and occupied them, then cleaned up the remaining few. It was a pity that there were too many zombies in the first few factories, and those baits couldn't run fast. So the bait was sacrificed before it was led far. Because of the zombies, it was impossible for everyone to stay in one place for too long. In the process of running around and changing lines, their luck suddenly improved. They came across this clean factory. Next, it was Mr. Yu's speculation and ambush about future events. The ambush locations were carefully selected and designed. Even if the comers did not get off the car to kill the zombies, Yusu would have a high probability of gaining the upper hand. Yusu listened to his subordinate's flattery and smiled indifferently. Jiang Lingli suddenly came over with a bag. Judging from the style, it was the bag that Mo Xiao was carrying at the time. Boss Yu, I found a box of bullets. Jiang Lingli whispered in his ear. Yusu's eyes lit up. What he needed was what he got. He quickly asked, what model? Jiang Lingli shook her head. 9mm pistol bullets. They are not compatible with their rifles. Yusu's face was not disappointed. He just nodded. As long as her gun can be used. How many bullets are there in total? Including the 14 rounds in the magazine. A total of 67 rounds. Yusu's lips curled up with a cold smile. Good guys. Whether it's a car, supplies or ammunition, you are robbing me with such treasures. Jiang Lingli also smiled faintly. Boss Yu is right. This is what you deserve. At this point, Jiang Lingli seemed to be hesitant to speak. Yusu glanced at her. Just say it. Mr. Yu. The 5 hostages. Lock them in the backyard. Remember to send someone to watch them. Yusu glanced around the yard, pointed to a steel frame on an open space and said, repair it and use it as a sentry tower. And take turns to stand guard according to the old rules. During the time we stay here, we must be vigilant. Yes. Don't worry. I will make arrangements. Jiang Lingli pushed her glasses, hesitated for a moment, and said, then Choo-Choo. Jiang Lingli was Yusu's right-hand man before the end of the world. On the day the end of the world broke out, she happened to be reporting to his house. Jiang Lingli has been with Yusu for so many years, and she has long known about his close relationship with Guichuchu's family. She also knows that her boss has no children, and has always loved this innocent and beautiful girl. Because of the relationship between the two families, Guichuchu even recognized Yusu as her godfather before she learned to walk. Yusu used to ask Jiang Lingli to bring gifts to Guichuchu. There has never been a shortage of birthday gifts every year. In a sense, Jiang Lingli has been with Yusu for so many years. She has also witnessed Guichuchu's growth along the way. However, Jiang Lingli herself never brings personal emotions into work, although Guichuchu often calls her Aunt Jiang affectionately. But Jiang Lingli was just doing his job, and he didn't have the same affection for her as Yusu. Yusu was silent for a while, sighed and said, as long as she doesn't go to the backyard to contact the hostages, the rest is up to her. Jiang Lingli was not at ease and said, Mr. Yu, do you want to let someone? Yusu glanced at her coldly. What do you want to do? Jiang Lingli was not afraid of his eyes, and said coldly without looking away, Mr. Yu, I think it's better to watch before we leave. Yusu snorted coldly, thought for a while, and sneered, you like to watch, right? Okay. Then you come and watch. If anything happens, you will be held responsible. Yes, Mr. Yu. Jiang Lingli responded expressionlessly and left, looking at the direction. She really went to find Guichuchu. Next to the RV, Sun Yangyang was pointed at the back with a gun. He looked like a coward, and climbed up with trembling hands and feet, shouting as he climbed, brother, bullets have no eyes. Can you please not point at my butt? I'm scared. Under this ladder, 2 men in black frowned and looked at each other. The group of people who followed Yusu were basically from the bodyguard company under Yusu's name before the end of the world. Now the boss asked them to keep an eye on the mechanic. It should be searched immediately. Who would have thought that the mechanic was more anxious than them, and was eager to show himself and start working immediately? Before anyone could say anything, they climbed onto the car. Hey! Get off first. The man on the left poked Sun Yongyang's back with a rifle. The guy was frightened by the cold muzzle of the gun and immediately screamed. He raised his hands and dared not move. And his legs were shaking like sieves. The man on the right turned his head away in disgust and was about to speak. Suddenly a drop of water fell on his face. And there was a foul smell when he smelled it carefully. Looking up, it turned out to be the timid disabled repairman who was scared to pee his pants. He lay on the ladder, neither going up nor down, and his crotch was wet. The two bodyguards' faces were as black as the bottom of a pot, especially the one whose clothes were wet. He cursed and raised his gun to hit. The man on the left stopped him again. Calm down. Mister, you said that he would repair it quickly. If we break it now, won't it delay the progress? The man on the right put down his gun angrily. Watch this coward. I'm going to change clothes. The man on the left nodded, stood further back, and said with his nose covered, Hurry up and work. I was going to search him, but I forgot about it after being interrupted by the urine. Mo Xiao, Tanya, Xiao Peng, Chu Ying and Jiang Duo were tied up with hemp ropes and detained in the backyard. It was called the backyard, but it was actually a simple terrace built with a few rain shields next to a small vegetable plot. Chapter 102. Is this way trying to completely wipe out our human race? When Mo Xiao and his group arrived, they found that there were not only them in the backyard, but also several other people imprisoned. Judging from their appearance, they were the residents of Qingtian Mansion at that time. Almost everyone was tied up, and something was stuffed in their mouths to prevent them from speaking. They took Mo Xiao and his group to the back. One of the strong men stayed where he was, picked up a small table nearby, and sat on a recliner to monitor them. The other one untied the ropes of the two old couples, Wen Zhengming and Li Manru, and took them to the front. Please, old couple, go and cook a meal for everyone. In addition to some fast food, they also had a lot of rice and flour in the car. This kind of food is neither easy to carry nor easy to prepare in the wild. But if there is a camp, it is more appropriate to eat this kind of food first. You beasts. Wen Zhengming couldn't help but stand up and curse at the man with the gun as soon as he could speak. How could that man tolerate his temper? He knocked Wen Zhengming to the ground in a few strokes. Old immortal thing. If it weren't for our general you saying that keeping you might still be useful, do you think you could survive until now? If it weren't for our bullets, you would have been bitten to death by zombies. While cursing, the man kicked Wen Zhengming a few times. Stop fighting, little brother. Stop fighting. Li Manru threw himself on Wen Zhengming, choking and shouting. I'll go. I'll go. Humph. You'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, I can't guarantee their lives. The man picked up Li Manru and tied Wen Zhengming up again. Mo Xiao and others looked at each other in silence for a long time. In fact, there were so many people in Qingtian Mansion at the beginning. Now there are not many people in this backyard. In addition to the old couple Wen Zhengming, there are a few people that Mo Xiao is familiar with. Qin Mei and her daughter Shi Qingyi. After seeing them tied up, Qin Mei's eyes showed regret and despair. Shi Qingyi, the little girl, opened her eyes wide and looked at them curiously, especially staring at Jiang Duo. It seems that she is more interested in this peer who finally appeared than worrying about her own safety. In addition, there was another person who left a deep impression on Mo Xiao. Kong Shen, who had fled early because his pet died, was also tied up here. Perhaps he saw that everyone else had run away, so he followed the convoy and followed quietly. Mo Xiao took a glance and cleared the situation in the courtyard. Then he turned his attention back to the man who was guarding them. Brother, what's your name? Mo Xiao asked with a smile. The mouths of the new hostages were not blocked. Even Wen Zhengming, who was tied up again later, was not sealed again. I guess the other party was not afraid of their shouting. In the case of lack of water and food, the more meaningless consumption, the faster they die. The blocking was probably just to reduce the noise during the ambush. The guard was obviously pretending to sleep. Little girl, I advise you not to have any evil thoughts. With my gun, you can't escape. Our general manager you said that as long as you don't run, I won't touch you. Mo Xiao didn't care about the threat of the other party, and continued to ask a few questions with a smile. However, the other party couldn't hold back a fart except saying that his name was Zhang Feng. Seeing him continue to lie on the rocking chair and pretend to sleep, Mo Xiao had to stop wasting his saliva. I don't know how long it took. Someone came to take over the shift after nightfall. The visitor was not as cautious as Zhang Feng. He stared at the group of old, weak women and children for a while, and yawned out of boredom. I don't know how long it took. Chewing poked Mo Xiao with her toes. Mo Xiao blinked in the rhythm of Morse code. What's up? Chewing replied in the same way. The breathing rhythm is different. He must have really fallen asleep. Then, she looked at Mo Xiao in confusion. Xiao Mo, this rope shouldn't be able to tie you up. Right? Let's escape while he's asleep. Mo Xiao smiled and shook his head. Where can we escape to now? Let's wait until they help us fix the car. The two chatted while blinking. Tanya had been staring at a vegetable field in front of her in a daze. Mo Xiao was between the two of them. Seeing that Tanya hadn't moved for a long time, he followed her gaze. This was supposed to be a vegetable garden, and there was even a vegetable rack. However, it was now overgrown with weeds and looked very desolate. And Tanya was staring blankly at a patch of fresh weeds. Mo Xiao was puzzled. Tanya was very calm most of the time in her life, and she rarely had such a confused moment. Mo Xiao poked her in the same way as Chewing did at the beginning, and asked, Sister Ya, what's wrong? What are you looking at? Tanya tilted her head and whispered, Xiao Mo, look at that grass. What's its name? Can you recognize the species? Mo Xiao followed her gaze and looked. Are you talking about the 3-centimeter grass? Fortunately, she had good eyesight. Otherwise it would be difficult to find out which one Tanya was referring to. Is there anything strange about this? Mo Xiao stared at it carefully for a long time, shook his head and said, Isn't it just an ordinary weed? Tanya took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, without saying anything, her eyes still fixed on it. When we were imprisoned, the grass had just emerged, and it has grown to 3 centimeters in just half a day. Do you think it's normal? Mo Xiao said uncertainly. After the rain, bamboo shoots can grow more than 10 centimeters a day? This wild grass has strong vitality, and it should be normal to grow 2 or 3 centimeters in half a day? When Jingming heard what they said, got up from the ground, squinted and looked for a long time, and slowly said, It's not normal. This species grows 2 centimeters a day, which is fast. Mo Xiao's expression changed slightly. Could it also be affected by the virus? After all, it had just rained heavily in the past few days. Indeed, from a scientific point of view, a virus is a specialized parasite that can only live in host cells. This means that this strange unknown virus can not only affect animals, it is also possible to affect plants. However, the impact on animals and plants is different. Plants can't become zombies like humans. According to conventional thinking, the impact of previous viruses on plants is mostly yellowing, wrinkling, clumping and dwarfing. But this unknown virus does not take the usual path. It is also possible that it caused the vegetation to grow wildly. No! Mo Xiao frowned. If it is the virus, why is the watermelon vine next to it almost dying? When Zhengming said worriedly, there is also a mutual benefit and resistance relationship between plants. For example, cotton aphids are afraid of the smell of garlic. Intercropping it with garlic can increase cotton yields. This is mutual benefit. But the repulsion and resistance between plants are also very fierce. When Zhengming sighed, I guess this naturally existing resistance phenomenon may be strengthened by the virus. Everyone was silent, and they all understood what Professor Wen Zhengming meant. When a plant with strong vitality begins to expand, it will force back and compress the living space of other plants. No matter how many years have passed, the law of elimination in nature has always been so cruel. Xiaopeng opened his mouth and murmured, Oh my god! Even plants are starting to make trouble. Do they want to completely wipe out our human race? Humans have been the overlords of this planet for too many years. They have long forgotten that in terms of body structure alone, they are weaker than most plants and animals. Chapter 103 Qingyi. Be good. Mom will find you. Listening to Zhao Peng's miserable cry, everyone fell silent. After a while, Mo Xiao said softly, It's not confirmed yet. Let's observe for a while. Beside her, Qin Mei suddenly cried out. Because her mouth was sealed, she could only make this kind of humming sound. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. She fell on Qingyi and kept shaking left and right. At first, everyone didn't quite understand the meaning of her strange behavior. But then, everyone panicked. It turned out that Qin Mei was using her body to help Qingyi drive away mosquitoes. It was a hot summer, and there were many mosquitoes. Compared to the full body armor of Mo Xiao and his group. Shirchingi, who was wearing a pink dress, had the most exposed skin. Zhao Peng's lips trembled slightly and said, "Will I get infected if bitten by a mosquito?" "It's hard to say. It's possible," Mo Xiao said in a deep voice. "If the mosquito is also a carrier. After all, the mosquito's mouthparts are used directly to suck blood. This is a summer night, and in a wild garden full of weeds, there are many mosquitoes." Thinking of this, Mo Xiao combined the abnormal growth of plants and suddenly thought of another thing. And his face became even uglier. In nature, it is generally divided into producers, consumers, and decomposers. The producers refer to plants, which are providers of food and energy for other biological groups. If some invasive plants gain an advantage, the number of animals that feed on them will undoubtedly increase. In the long run, this will undoubtedly further compress the living space of humans. Feeling the increasing number of mosquitoes, the people who could open their mouths woke up the guards. After explaining the situation, he reported the situation to Yu Su half-believingly. Yu Su himself came to this backyard in person, although it was roughly known before that animals might be carriers, causing humans to become zombies. But after all, only 2 animals have been verified, and it is still roughly in the speculation stage. No one knows whether mosquitoes, a small thing that is everywhere in the world and is hard to prevent, are carriers. Yu Su looked at the people who were constantly struggling to move and drive away the mosquitoes. He hooked his fingertips and said, "Take them away." People took Mo Xiao and the others back to a small room in the middle. It was not far from the backyard, but it was a closed space with glass windows. Mo Xiao's hands and feet were tied up, and he was thrown on the ground like a silkworm. Be honest, the man who brought them here said something harsh and locked the door with a bang. There were only 5 hostages in this room. They were probably detained separately. Mo Xiao and the others were thinking so. Suddenly, there was a cry and scream from the backyard. Everyone was shocked. Mo Xiao immediately kicked his toes and stood up with the help of the wall. Through the window, you can vaguely see the terrace in the backyard. There are still 2 people who have not been moved away. They are Qin Mei and Shirchingi, mother and daughter. Not only were they not moved away, but Qin Mei's clothes were even stripped down to her underwear. Of course, the purpose of the other party doing this does not seem to be frivolous and obscene, but to feed mosquitoes. Yu Su and others were squatting on the steps and watching. Qin Mei cried and begged Yu Su to let her daughter go, and she pressed on Shirchingi to help her drive away mosquitoes, and several of them had already landed on her bare back. Yu Su saw that the mosquitoes had finished sucking Qin Mei's blood, so he waved his hand and said, "Take them away too. Separate them, and keep an eye on Qin Mei." "Mom." Shirchingi saw that someone was going to take her away, so she reached out and grabbed Qin Mei's hand, looked at her with big eyes and said, "I don't want to be separated from you." Looking at her daughter's innocent face, Qin Mei's originally frightened and desperate heart instantly became calm. Her nose was sour, and she almost cried. Qin Mei rubbed her chin on Shirchingi's neck, instead of hugging her with both hands, and said in the softest voice in her life, "Chingy, be good. Mom will find you. Take them away quickly." "What are you talking about?" Yu Su's people couldn't stand it anymore, and they pulled the 2 apart viciously and dragged them away from the backyard. "Fuck. These scumbags." Zhao Peng cursed angrily, his eyes slightly wet. "Calm down." Tanya sat against the wall. "You should be glad that we are not the ones feeding mosquitoes." Zhao Peng pursed his lips, looking at Tanya's cold face, hesitant to speak. "Do you think I'm ruthless?" Tanya glanced at him sideways, and raised a sarcastic smile. "If there is no power that makes people afraid, even the closest people can't be protected. This is reality. What's the use of crying?" Zhao Peng lowered his head and muttered in a voice that only he could hear, "Obviously he is a good person. Why do you have to pretend to be so indifferent?" He thought of the scene when he was a freshman in college. Not long after he entered the school, he was ostracized and ridiculed by several sports students in the playground because of his thinness and shortness. And Tanya, who passed by, said a few words to him. Maybe even Tanya herself did not remember the incident of her casual help, but Zhao Peng seemed to have engraved it in his mind and could never forget it. She was obviously a thin girl, but her aura was extremely strong. Although everyone said that Tanya had a bad personality and was always cold and difficult to get along with, Zhao Peng did not think so. He admired and envied her. "And what did you say?" Tanya frowned and asked. "No, nothing." Zhao Peng shook his head in panic. A private house hundreds of meters away from Sun Yangyang's factory. 9 people gathered together, which seemed quite crowded. Teacher Jiang, please bear with it for a while. Tian Xiaoshu held a small knife that had been sterilized by fire, and there were beads of sweat on his forehead. What he was doing now was to help Jiang Qing pick out the bullet and treat the injury. They didn't have much medicine on hand. After all, the medical kit was in the car. In the backpack, there were only a small amount of medicine for emergency use. Of course, there was no anesthetic or the like. This meant that no matter how painful it was, Jiang Qing had to rely on willpower to bear it by herself. Seeing that Teacher Jiang's lips and face were pale with pain, Li Pingping couldn't help asking, "Can you do it?" Tian Xiaoshu couldn't stand people questioning his ability. He sneered, "If you can't do it, you can do it?" To be honest, he was not an expert in this area. The reason why he was asked to be the temporary doctor was purely because everyone knew that Tian Xiaoshu's family started out by opening a hospital, and it was a well-known chain of private hospitals across the country. It is said that he was originally an ophthalmologist, then a dentist, and then followed the trend to do beauty. But after the beauty treatment, I don't know what happened, and it was on the social news. Finally, he switched back to dentistry. Although there have been many twists and turns, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and dentists are also very profitable. Originally, Tian Xiaoshu's family wanted him to inherit the family business in the future, and he himself planned his life this way since he was a child. But he was too rebellious and arrogant, and he couldn't tolerate any injustice, especially during the time when the family hospital had an accident. He was pointed at wherever he went. How could the arrogant Tian Xiaoshu bear it? Later, in a rage, he applied for other majors that had nothing to do with doctors in college. Even so, he had been influenced by his surroundings since he was a child, so he had much more experience than other pure layman classmates. Seeing that no one was talking, Tian Xiaoshu lowered his head with satisfaction and continued to operate. Chapter 104 Smoke Bomb. Chemical Plant. About an hour later, Jiang Qing had fainted from the pain. Tian Xiaoshu put down the gauze and bandages. He looked at everyone and breathed a sigh of relief. The conditions are limited, so this is the only way now. It depends on whether Teacher Jiang can make it through. Old Tian. Luda used a small stick to pick up a piece of bloody meat, and asked fearfully, does the operation have to cut such a large piece? Tian Xiaoshu was silent for a while, then said with a straight face, I didn't have much clinical experience before, so some mistakes are inevitable. Fortunately, the injury is not serious. It's just because of the limited conditions. Teacher Jiang may have some problems walking in the future, but it's better than losing his life. Then he pointed at Li Pingping and Gao Yu. You too. Pay attention to the teacher's temperature. Li Pingping nodded repeatedly and assured, don't worry. I will keep my eyes open and not sleep. Tian Xiaoshu snorted and slowly began to wipe and pack his tools. He is a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder. He had severe mysophobia before the end of the world. Of course, he has been cured for the most part after the end of the world. But compared with others, he is still quite particular. Everything must be wiped carefully before being put into the bag, and it must be folded and placed neatly. Even his backpack is square and basically wrinkle-free. Gao Yu saw it, walked over to help him pick and said, let me help you. Wait! Put it down. Tian Xiaoshu's face changed, and he shouted loudly. Gao Yu was so scared that she stood there at a loss. Didn't I ask you to go see Teacher Gu Jiang? Who asked you to touch my things? Tian Xiaoshu's tone was as bad as ever, and he didn't show any good face. Seeing this, Luda hurried forward to smooth things over and said, Okay. Why are you so loud? Don't be afraid, junior sister. He has always been like that. He is not targeting you deliberately. Don't take it to heart. Gao Yu nodded with tears in her eyes. Senior is right. I am useless and have caused trouble for everyone. If any ordinary person heard this, he would probably take a step back. But Tian Xiaoshu was born very arrogant, and never knew what it meant to give in. He glanced at him coldly and said sarcastically, Stop being so sarcastic. Anyone with a little brain knows that I don't like others touching my things. Stay away from me in the future. I don't like trash and idiots. Gao Yu lowered her head, her long hair covering her eyes. She bit her lip and clenched her fingers. Tian Xiaoshu. Luda frowned. That's too much. Tian Xiaoshu snorted coldly, sat in the corner with his backpack and things. and didn't bother to pay attention to them. Gao Yu raised her head, forced a smile, and shook her head. Senior. I'm fine. Senior Tian is also too tired. I went with my senior to take care of teacher Jiang. Lu De sighed as he looked at her slender back. Everyone has different personalities. Some people are too good-tempered, while others are too arrogant. When Xiao Emma was not around, brother, she was too lazy to care. Chu Wenjie and Xie Bumian were usually as lonely as dumb people. And he, the cheap class monitor, could not control them at all. Brother Shi, what are you doing? Lu De saw that on the other side. Jiang Shi was sitting on the ground against the wall, with his backpack next to him. He took out a notebook from his bag, and was writing and drawing something with a pen. There are many factories nearby, and there are a lot of materials. We can make some things. Jiang Shi pointed it out to him. Chu Wenjie glanced at it, and nodded. For example, Molotov cocktails and smoke bombs. After hearing this, Xie Bumian's eyes turned. He leaned over to look, and squinted and said, if we can find a chemical plant, it is very likely. Lu De smacked his lips, not knowing how to respond in front of these three seniors. It's okay for brother Shi and Chushan. Lu De has been used to being abused by them. Unexpectedly, Xie Bumian, who is only a freshman, also looked like he understood it instantly. Lu De was embarrassed to ask, what should we do? If we face them today, if we have smoke bombs, we won't end up like this. Jiang Shi looked at Xie Bumian and Chu Wenjie. I plan to go to the nearby factory to take a look. What are your plans? Chu Wenjie pondered for a moment and spoke first. My physical fitness is not as good as yours. Going to a place like a factory where there are many zombies will only cause trouble for you. I will go to the nearby residential areas with few people to see if there are daily necessities such as sugar, matches, and baking soda. These are some of the materials needed to make smoke bombs manually. It is still very likely to be found in residential houses. I will go to the chemical plant with you. Xie Bumian replied briefly. Potassium chlorate, phosphorus and other dangerous chemicals can only be tried in abandoned chemical plants. In Armada town, there are many machinery factories, but only one chemical factory. Zhang Jiwei also came over and squatted on the ground, using his finger as a pen and the dust on the ground as a drawing board. He drew a simple map to indicate the location for Jiangxi and the others. Okay, let's go now. Jiangxi glanced at them and nodded to indicate that he understood. Lu De looked at the tired faces of the crowd and sighed. Brother Shi, don't be in a hurry. Right? Xiao Emo wants us to wait for the car to be repaired before robbing it. Let's rest for a while. This is what Jiangxi said to everyone before. First of all, we don't know how long it will take them to repair the car. Jiangxi patted the dust off his body and began to rewrap the wristband with a cold look in his eyes. Secondly, I have only seen the formula before, and I haven't actually made it yet. Whether it can succeed or not remains to be verified. Moreover, it takes time to find the materials. The sooner they are made, the sooner they can take the initiative. Speaking of this, Jiangxi slightly lowered his eyebrows and looked at Xie Bumian and said, Junior, do you have any opinions? Xie Bumian seemed to be in poor health, and he stood up with a pale face and shook his head. Jiangxi curled his lips and smiled. Then let's go. An hour later, the two people jumped onto a high wall one after another with nimble hands and feet. Behind this wall is the only chemical plant in the town. This place is lucky. There has been no dangerous incidents of spontaneous combustion and explosion after the end of the world. Jiangxi took out a gas mask and put it on. This is what they got from the basement of Guichuchu's house. Mo Xiao and Jiangxi each took one with their bags, and left another for Guichuchu. Xie Bumian watched Jiang. She put on the mask in front of him without any hesitation. His nose moved slightly, sniffed the pungent smell in the air, lowered his eyes coldly, and said nothing. Today's zombies seem to have gradually adapted to the night. Even in a dark environment, their sensitivity is much stronger than 2 months ago. Therefore, the difference between moving at night and moving during the day is not that big. Fortunately, both of them are agile, using the King of Go technique learned from Sun Yangyang before. They slowly crawled along the wall. Zombies below could only reach out helplessly and sigh in despair. In fact, it's not that zombies can't climb the escalator. If this wall is not smooth, they are likely to climb up. The two climbed along the wall and reached the platform on the second floor of the factory. Through the window, I looked into the factory. There were a group of skinny zombies locked inside, and wandering slowly. Chapter 105. You followed us all the way. Are you raising fish? Siabumian was silent for a while. He said, it's hard to dodge with this density. We can only lure them out. After that, without waiting for Jiangxi to speak, he took the initiative to volunteer and said, I'll go. Jiangxi glanced at him meaningfully and nodded slowly in agreement. This method of using people as bait is similar to the way Yusu treated the residents of Qingtian Mansion before. It is undeniable that this is indeed an efficient behavior. However, there is a difference between voluntary and forced. Siabumian acted quickly, and as soon as the rope loosened, he jumped into the yard. He smashed the door lock and opened the factory door. At the same time, they used iron rods to hit each other, making a loud noise. Jiangxi saw through the window that the zombies that were originally wandering in the factory stopped at the same time and turned their heads in unison. At a moment, this group of zombies, who had been hungry for who knows how long and had already become emaciated, suddenly went crazy and swarmed towards Siabumian like waves, while hitting the metal rod to attract the zombies. Siabumian ran away from the chemical plant. Jiangxi watched him quietly as he jumped up and down, and stayed in the same place like a fossil, motionless. He noticed that perhaps because of the virus, this group of zombies could still maintain their activities even if they had not eaten for a long time. But perhaps because the energy consumption was compressed to the minimum, their speed and strength were greatly reduced. Siabumian ran at full speed, and he would not be caught up as easily as the bait in Yusu's hand before, perhaps due to his strong physical fitness. Siabumian's ability to climb walls has been greatly improved. Compared with guys like Luda, he is much faster. But in the eyes of Jiangxi, who has received professional training since childhood due to his father's strict requirements, Siabumian still has many moves to improve. If you can use the correct way of exerting force, even ordinary people can do many seemingly impossible moves. This can be known by referring to many foreign parkour videos before the end of the world. Even ordinary people can fly over eaves and walk on walls. Humans are very malleable. Until most of the zombies in this factory were let out. Jiangxi also jumped into the yard and closed the yard gate first. Then he closed the factory door. Then he climbed up the wall again and killed the remaining zombies one by one using the kite-flying method he learned from Sun Yangyang. Then he opened the factory door again, let a few out, and then killed them on the machine. In this way, he finally cleaned up the remaining zombies inside and outside. Jiangxi did not rush into the factory, because there were many instruments and equipment inside. There might be some blind spots that were dangerous. He climbed up the wall again, panting, drinking a sip of water, and eating some food. After a short rest and regaining his strength, he held a baseball bat tightly and slowly walked into the factory. The interior of the chemical plant is a complex steel frame structure, crisscrossed, and there are many unknown pipes. Many objects are affixed with yellow and blue warning signs. Jiangxi did not dare to touch them easily. He could only search one by one according to the instructions on the yellow labels. Fortunately, hard work pays off. Jiangxi finally found white granular bags of potassium chlorate and phosphorus stored in water in the southeast corner. Fortunately, a protective door was installed here. The zombies have not been able to get in during this period. Otherwise, if any zombie accidentally released the phosphorus, I am afraid a fire would be inevitable. Jiangxi went in and was about to collect the target goods. Suddenly, behind a protected door, in a dark corner on the right, a dead man who had been motionless suddenly opened his eyes and bit him like a devil. Jiangxi just stepped in and had no time to turn around to check. But it seemed that he had expected it. Before the sound of the zombie attack even came, he had already turned around and hit hard with the baseball bat. However, the bat that was expected to hit the head missed. Jiangxi was startled and saw clearly. It turned out that the hands of this zombie in work clothes were tied tightly to the iron railing next to him. Sure enough, Jiangxi's eyes swept over the key on the other person's body. This door was locked by him. Before Jiangxi came in, he guessed that someone might be hiding here. Looking at the current situation, this worker was probably still worried about the dangers of chemicals before he died, and he locked the door desperately. It's a pity that he was bitten himself, so he had to tie himself here. Look at his clean mouth. He was already hungry like a dry corpse, and he kept roaring hoarsely at himself. Jiangxi made a stick flower and was about to finish it off with a stick. Suddenly, there seemed to be a sound of wind coming from behind him. He subconsciously dodged to the side. Unexpectedly, something fell on the ground. It was very slippery. Jiangshi almost fell, and saw that his neck was about to be sent directly to the zombie's mouth. At the critical moment, he suddenly pulled out a gun with his left hand. Close range. Bang! The mummy was killed. Jiangshi also fell with the zombie's body. Senior, what are you doing? Shooting in a chemical plant is not good. Xie Mian's faint voice came from behind. Jiangshi smiled softly, patted the zombie's face with one hand, and pushed it away. He patted the dust on his body with the other hand. He simply didn't get up in such a hurry. Leaning lazily against the railing behind him, and looking up, I saw that Xie Mian had gotten rid of the group of zombies at some point, and came back silently. Junior brother, you're back just in time. He raised his chin and smiled. It's not easy for me to move so many materials by myself. As he said that, he took out a piece of cloth from his backpack and wrapped the soles of his shoes again. Xie Mian looked at Jiangshi's indifferent expression as if nothing had happened, and his eyes were slightly gloomy. He also followed his example and began to wrap the soles of his shoes. The two packed up their things and thought that it was almost enough. After going out to the yard, he removed the cloth straps on the soles of his shoes again. He was about to climb the wall again. Jiangshi looked at Xie Mian's back and smiled. Junior brother, you look much better after going out. Xie Mian's body stiffened slightly. One hand slowly reached into his sleeve. Jiangshi patted his shoulder from behind and whispered in his ear with a smile. Remember to wipe your mouth clean next time. Xie Mian was about to pull out the gun from his sleeve, but a military knife was faster and stabbed his hand somewhere. As a result, his whole hand lost strength in an instant and fell loosely. The gun also fell to the ground. At the same time, a force made him lose balance and lie on his back. The next moment, Jiangshi stepped on his chest with one foot and held the gun with one hand, with the black muzzle pointing coldly at his face. It seems that you killed Zhao Na. That's for sure. Jiangshi sighed lightly. You followed us all the way. Are you raising fish? Chapter 106. Wouldn't it be fine if you had told the truth earlier? Xie Mian stared at him angrily, about to fight back. But Jiangshi was more ruthless and cruel than he imagined. He had already raised his hand and shot him in the left leg. The pain came. Xie Mian bit his lip, restraining himself from screaming in front of his opponent. The knife wound on his right hand was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jiangshi raised his eyebrows again and said lightly, Your physical fitness is indeed very strong. But it's a pity that you seem to need flesh and blood to feed the greedy monster in your body. Even zombies will become weak if they don't eat for a long time. After all, the virus is just a parasite, and all energy still needs to be provided by the host. Until this moment, Jiangshi was almost sure, for a semi-infected person like Xie Mian, if they want to maintain their physical fitness, they cannot do without flesh and blood. Otherwise, they will gradually fall into a state of fatigue and weakness. Although eating ordinary food will provide energy to some extent, but the efficiency of energy replenishment of different foods is different. Moreover, it seems that the greater the amount of virus in the body, the more the physical fitness is enhanced. For example, for Xie Mian, the larger the circle of maintaining dynamic balance, the more difficult it is. Jiangshi narrowed his eyes and thought. Before these people became semi-infected, their personal immune systems would fight against the virus. Some may have restored dynamic balance after the nervous system was half collapsed. Mo Xiao might be luckier, as he had already maintained a relative balance with the virus before he fell. This is just like drug addiction. Mental suggestion and desire will also increase people's desire. Once there is an uncontrolled bloodthirstiness, this desire will be opened like Pandora's box, and gradually magnified. Do you think Mo Xiao is much better than me? Xie Mian suddenly laughed, his eyes full of sarcasm. The so-called dynamic balance is actually just like a temporary truce between two armies. No one can have a deeper experience than those of us who have experienced it. The struggle of life will never end. We fight every day until one day and one moment, the loser is completely swallowed up by the winner. Jiangshi stepped hard and smiled coldly. Since you can't control yourself, I will help you solve this pain and send you on your way first. After saying that, the muzzle of the gun moved slightly. This shot was aimed directly at his brain stem. Xie Buxian choked slightly and stared at him hatefully. But under the moonlight, Jiangshi tilted his head slightly. His pupils were clear, and there was a cold killing intent between his eyebrows. It was very different from his usual lazy and leisurely look in the team. Bushian knew that his words were not just a threat. He would really pull the trigger without hesitation in the next second. I am also a force by following you. Bushian suddenly calmed down and explained. You should have noticed that I have been out foraging for food by myself all this time. And I have no ill will towards you. The reason I went with you is not only because it is safer than going alone, but also because I am afraid that I will not be accepted in the shelter. If I were to mingle with ordinary people like you, I would be very likely to sneak in. Senior, you didn't kill me right away. Isn't it because you think I can still be useful? Bumian moved his wrist, and his fingers could move. Jiangshi clearly noticed it, but he didn't stab him again. Instead, he put away his gun, and his expression was very different from before. He even bent down to pull Bumian up, and said with a smile, Brother, I'm sorry. We are a harmonious and friendly group. If we had told the truth earlier, wouldn't it be fine? Jiangshi put his arm around his shoulders, and smiled brightly. Bumian took a deep breath, and didn't look at his smiling face. He pursed his lips, and didn't say anything. He lowered his head, and picked out the bullet. After the injury recovered a little, he returned with Jiangshi. Mo Xiao and his friends spent several days in darkness under Yusu's control. They survived every day with only a little water. During this period, he learned from the people who delivered water that Qin Mei had turned into a zombie. The speculation that mosquitoes were also carriers was basically confirmed. This day, according to Sun Yangyang's previous statement, Mo Xiao estimated that the RV might have been repaired. Her hands, which were tied behind her back, exerted a little force. The thick hemp rope was immediately tightened to an extreme range. Yusu was still very cautious. When he ordered his men to tie her up, they used different ropes. Mo Xiao's wrist moved slightly, and his 5 fingers retracted inward, and he pulled them out with an incredible arc. This free hand was bruised and purple, obviously sprained. Xiao Mo. Tanya frowned and called softly. It's okay. It will be fine in a while. Although one hand was stretched out, the other hand was still tied tightly behind the back because of the detached dead knot. Action today? Well, Sun Yangyang estimated the approximate time before, and it should have been fixed yesterday. Mo Xiao smiled. When the person delivering water comes in, I will first subdue him. Take the gun away, and then we can move. As she said that, she turned her wrist. It's much better now. Mo Xiao reached into her chest, and actually took out a small knife from her underwear. All the other items on her body were searched and taken away. Only this one was hidden deep and still kept. Xiao Peng was dumbfounded. Xiao Mo. You hid this murder weapon. Chuing silently lowered her head, and glanced at her chest. That's all. Geniuses always have some limitations. Then she secretly glanced at Tanya, and became calmer. Mo Xiao cut the rope with a knife, and untied everyone one by one, hiding behind the door. When the time came, the person delivering water came in, and immediately covered the other person's mouth, and pressed him to the ground. Why is it you? The person on the ground had silver hair, was thin and old, and was Li Manru. Mo Xiao loosened his hand slightly, and Li Manru took out a few hidden rice balls from her arms, and handed them to them. Seeing this scene, Li Manru knew what they were going to do. With a long sigh, he whispered, their car has been repaired, and they just went out to test drive it. I took this opportunity to give you the opportunity to deliver food. Kid, your gun is in the hands of Yusu, the beast. I'm afraid you can't get it back. Li Manru touched Mo Xiao's head and said kindly, I will set a fire on the left side later, and you can take the opportunity to escape from the right side. Grandma Li. Mo Xiao grabbed her sleeve. We will find a way out by ourselves. You don't need to take this risk. Someone is coming. Chuing suddenly reminded. Li Manru immediately stood up, gently tidied the messy hair on her temples with her fingers, shook her head and smiled. I have to go. Children, have a safe journey. After that, she opened the door and walked out holding the empty water bowl. Why so long? The person outside shouted. He should have come to deliver water. But just now, it was said that the car was repaired, and everyone went to watch the excitement. He grabbed the old woman, who was cooking in the kitchen, to deliver water for him. Of course, the man was also very alert and came back after a short while. The children haven't eaten for a long time. They are too weak and drink slowly. Li Manru replied tremblingly and carefully. Go to the kitchen to prepare. Mr. Yu said that there will be an extra meal tonight. Yes. Another closed small room. Kongshen. Wen Zhengming. Shirchingi and others were locked up together. After a few days, Yusu conducted various animal experiments. The number of residents who followed them to escape was getting smaller and smaller. When Zhengming was old and weak, and he was coughing badly, but he was still struggling to get up from the ground, as if he wanted to open the door handle. Kongshan sneered, "You still want to escape? They just think we are a burden and a waste of food. The experiments in the past few days are just to make use of the last bit of surplus value. When they get on the RV, we will be killed immediately. Do you believe it?" Kongshan's mocking voice just fell. The door in front of Wen Zhengming opened unexpectedly. The next second, a knife seemed to be thrown in from outside. Kongshan was stunned and immediately crawled on the ground to grab it. However, that position was closest to Shirchingi. She just bent down and reached out to grab it. Shirchingi cut the rope, stood up with the knife, and scanned the people in the room with her big eyes, and asked crisply, "Who is willing to take me to find my mother?" Chapter 107 President Yu. Are you really going to let them go? Choo-choo. What are you doing here? Don't you want to go out and see our newly modified car? Jian Lingli saw Gui Choo-choo walking alone from the corridor, looked around her, and asked with a smile. Gui Choo-choo lowered her head, twisted her fingers and sat down with her shoulder. Aunt Jiang, do you know where Uncle Yu plans to go after the car is repaired? Jian Lingli saw that she was hesitant to speak. She pushed her glasses and squinted and asked, Choo-choo cares about this. Do you have any good ideas? Gui Choo-choo bit her lip and said nothing. Jian Lingli was no longer surprised by her appearance. Whether before or after the apocalypse, most girls with weak personalities are like this. Jian Lingli had no empathy or sympathy for this. She just felt irritated. Of course, she still had to pretend on the surface. After all, this kind of girl who relies on her father and uncle is born with good luck. She works under others. No matter how bad the shit tastes, she has to endure it. Right? Jian Lingli smiled and patiently guided, if you have any good ideas, tell me. Are you afraid that Aunt Jiang will go to your Uncle Yu to take credit? Why? How could it be? Gui Choo-choo waved her hands hurriedly. Her face flushed, and tried her best to deny it. Jian Lingli laughed out loud and touched her head. Okay. Auntie is joking with you. Gui Choo-choo breathed a sigh of relief and said shyly, my parents are gone. Uncle Yu and Aunt Jiang are my family. I will go wherever you go. Jian Lingli curled her lips and smiled. Don't worry. We planned it when we still had signal. We planned to go to Tianyan shelter. Tianyan? Gui Choo-choo was shocked. Are you planning to go north? So far? Tianyan shelter is also one of the official shelters. However, compared with Nutuling, it covers a larger area and is larger in scale. Because Tianyan shelter is located at the junction of the northwest corner of Dayuan province, the southwest corner of Huajiang province, and the southeast corner of Shitu province. It does not belong to any province. It is a special no man's land. It is said that many years ago, it was a huge meteorite crater. During the last World War, Longwa began to expand it from the original huge crater site. It became larger and larger, compared with the small emergency shelters in other provinces and cities. This Tianyan shelter can be said to be the largest and most fully equipped shelter base in Longwa. Every year, the military will pull elite troops to exercise and evaluate them in confrontation groups. This is a fine tradition preserved from the last World War. Let people recall the bitterness and sweetness. And don't forget the shelter left by the ancestors with blood. The Sky Eye shelter is good, but it is too far away, and the terrain is rugged. Going there from their side is not as simple as crossing the entire Dayuan province. After all, the northwest diagonal of Dayuan province is the longest part of this section. Seeing Gui Choo-choo's surprise, Jian Lingli smiled and said, that's why we need the car left by your father. As long as we have it, we have the confidence to jump over all obstacles. Gui Choo-choo clenched her fingertips in her sleeves, looked up at Jian Lingli and smiled brightly. Yeah. Okay. Let's go and see our newly modified car. Gui Choo-choo and Jian Lingli left not long ago. The fight in a room also came to an end, when Zhengming protected Shirchingi under his body and was punched and kicked by a man. The man looked a little feminine, and it was Kongshan who had regained his freedom. Come on, Kongshan. Why are you angry with the child? The other two men who had regained their freedom persuaded him. It was the child who cut the rope for us after all. You are going too far by turning your face against him. Kongshan saw that the two men kept blocking him. With a gloomy face, He kicked Shichingi hard again, sooner or later. I will kill you to avenge my son. However, he was blocked by Wen Zhengming again. The two men who just verbally stopped him had already left the rope and rushed over to push him. Kongshin glared at them and ran out by himself. The two men finally regained their freedom. They first looked at the old man who was beaten to the point of almost spitting blood, and then glanced at the thin little girl who was protected by him. They looked at each other and pretended not to see anything and walked out. Where are you going? You promised to take me to find my mother. Shichingi climbed up from the gap under Wen Zhengming and asked with the handle of the knife in her arms. The two men were a little embarrassed. One of them sighed helplessly and waved his hand. Shichingi, your mother is dead and must have turned into a zombie. It's rare for us to be alive now. Where can we find a zombie? Uncle advises you to run quickly. You, Wen Zhengming, who was lying on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood foam, raised his head and said with difficulty, You take the child with you. The old voice was as thin as a thread, and it was obvious that he had not breathed a breath. Old one, it's not that we are ruthless. We can't even protect ourselves now. Isn't it courting death to take a child with us? After saying that, the two of them did not stop and looked outside the door cautiously, taking advantage of the fact that no one was around. They quickly went out. In the spacious front yard, Yu and others were testing the car. Some parts of this car have added a circle of iron mesh and anti-collision corners, and the ladder in the cab has been knocked off and changed to a retractable one. The interior has also been greatly adjusted, and some redundant designs have been removed again to make it more practical. The biggest change should be the tire. At Sun Yangyang's suggestion, it was modified into a self-repairing tire. That is, a layer of soft, high-density, high-viscosity sealant is applied to the inside of the tire. Once the tire is damaged, this layer of sealant will instantly fill the hole and repair itself in time and permanently. Yu tested it for a few laps and was very satisfied. He told Sun Yangyang to prepare for the final adjustment. After getting off the car, Yu looked at Guichuchu and Jianlingli, who were walking towards him, and smiled slightly. First, he patted Guichuchu's head and asked her to go and see the new car by herself. Then he asked Jianlingli to follow him. How is it? Have you found out who was responsible for Shuqi's death a few days ago? Yu frowned. Jianlingli shook her head. No matter how you look at it, Shaoqi looks like he was bitten to death by zombies. Yu sneered. Zombies? Those zombies in the yard have been locked in the room since they turned into zombies. Tell me, where did the zombies come from? They jumped in silently, bit Shaoqi, and then jumped out? If zombies were so smart, we would have been finished long ago. Jianlingli was silent after being scolded. Yu asked again, Are there any abnormalities with the hostages? Jianlingli shook her head. They have been very honest these days. Mr. Yu, we are leaving tomorrow. How are they going to deal with it? Go. Send someone to tell the boy named Jiang Shi that we are leaving tomorrow afternoon, and ask them to come over tomorrow at noon to hand over the hostages. These days, Sun Yangyang also repaired their original car. It is not dangerous to send someone out to pass a message. They don't know where the other party lives specifically, but there is an agreed address for passing the message. Mr. Yu, are you really going to let them go? Chapter 108. Stop it for me. Let them go. Yu smiled. Send them a meal tonight and let them go. But Mr. Yu, the hostages and their accomplices are outside. What are you afraid of? Let them pick them up tomorrow and be nice. We'll go tonight. The sky is high and the land is vast. Can they still catch up? The tires of his car are not afraid of bullets now. Even if it is shot twice, no one can stop the progress of the car. As he said, Yu took out a white medicine bag from his arms and handed it to Jianlingli. This thing. You go to the kitchen yourself to put it. Mr. Yu? This is Jianlingli looked at the poison powder in his hand in shock. Yu said before that everyone had worked hard and they were having dinner tonight. Unexpectedly, he actually asked her to add poison to several dishes. Would this cause his own people to eat it by mistake? There are too many people. It's hard to manage. Yu narrowed his eyes and said, Before, we had this car to keep people together. Now that we have a car, some people are more active. Whether it's supplies or the space in the car, it tells us that it's better to have a small number of people rather than a large number. Don't worry. Those who really obey us won't eat those dishes. He smiled and looked back. A few strong men with guns touched the wall of the car. and their eyes were obviously flickering. Once we deal with these guys who don't obey us, we will set off immediately tonight. The two walked while talking. Before they walked out of the yard, suddenly, a burst of black smoke rose from somewhere in the back, and a faint red flame could be seen. What's going on, Mr. Yu? It seems that the kitchen is on fire. Kitchen? Isn't that where that old thing Lee Monru stays? Yu Su asked sternly. Where is the person in charge of guarding? A waste. How could she set the kitchen on fire? Why don't you go and put out the fire? Such a big fire. Isn't it obvious to tell the group of thief students who are lurking in the dark that there is a problem here? Come and take a look. How can he perfectly implement the next plan? Seeing Yu Su's rage, someone responded in a panic. But after running a few steps, he walked back and said anxiously, Mr. Yu, we need water to put out the fire. The taps here have been out of water for a long time. We can't use the hard-earned drinking water. Right? If there is no water, use the soil. There are so many in the front and backyards. Use your brain. Do I need to teach you? Everyone agreed and hurried to the kitchen. The kitchen door. Lee Monru looked at the little girl in the pink skirt, who was pulling a knife out of the man who was guarding her. And her eyes widened. Chingy. How could you? Sure, Chingy wiped the blood off her face, carrying a plush rabbit doll backpack that she had picked up from somewhere, and said crisply, Grandpa would ask me to find Grandma Lee. Lee Monru wiped the black ash off her face. The fire in the kitchen was getting bigger. She got up from the ground, took a kitchen knife, and hit the man who was still struggling on the ground again. At the same time, she picked up Chingy and ran to the backyard, asking, Where is your Grandpa-wan? Grandpa-wan is dead. Chingy replied crisply. Lee Monru stumbled while running, and her eyes, under the overlapping wrinkles, instantly turned red. But she didn't stay for too long. Just looked back, and then looked at the innocent little girl in her arms. She gritted her teeth and continued to run to the backyard. The grass in the backyard vegetable garden had grown to more than half of her height. It was like an ocean made of grass. If you don't look carefully, you can't see the road under your feet at all. So that group of people rarely come to the backyard recently, for fear of being targeted by some unknown insects and ants. Lee Monru also had nowhere to go, so she came here in a panic. Plop! Lee Monru was tripped by something, and the adult and the child fell to the ground together. She looked up and found that they were the bodies of two men. They were the two who were imprisoned in the same room with Chingy at that time. Little spider. Chingy had short legs and could climb up quickly. She saw something crawling out of the clothes of one of the men. She kicked the thing directly with her leg and stepped on it to death. The soles of her shoes rubbed against the dirt. And Lee Monru, who was a little presbyopic, could see clearly that it was actually a spider with a slightly reddish skin. Chingy seemed to be interested in stepping on spiders, and wanted to go into the bushes to find a few more to step on. However, Lee Monru had already noticed that the hands of the two corpses were trembling slightly, as if they would wake up at any time. Poisonous. Lee Monru used her greatest strength to pick up Chingy again and ran back breathlessly. Just as she climbed back onto the cement floor of the simple terrace next to her, suddenly, she heard the sound of glass breaking. Lee Monru looked in the direction of the sound. It turned out that the glass in a room was broken. The old anti-theft net was broken by a girl, and it loosened after swinging back and forth a few times. Mo Xiao, Lee Monru said happily. Grandma Lee. Mo Xiao and others were also very happy to see Lee Monru, who was still alive and kicking. As soon as they came out, they took action only after hearing the noise outside, as Lee Monru was the one who cooked for everyone. In fact, her every move in the kitchen was watched by someone. Everyone thought that Lee Monru had done such a big thing as arson, and she might have been killed by Yu Su's people at this moment. Unexpectedly, she escaped alive. When everyone met on the terrace, Chu Ying suddenly turned her head and pulled Mo Xiao's sleeve. Everyone was silent because of her action. Then, a man's low and threatening voice came from behind. You looked at that wall for a long time that day, and I knew you might take advantage of the loophole to escape here, and I caught you as expected. The voice was from the man named Zhang Feng, who had guarded Mo Xiao and his men on the first day. Mo Xiao turned around and saw that the other party was pointing a pistol at him, and he was also carrying a bolt-action rifle on his back. If I was not mistaken, the pistol should have been seized from her. I heard that it was taken by Yu Su. How did it end up in Zhang Feng's hands in the blink of an eye? Mo Xiao narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the other party had a big internal conflict. Obviously, because of the fatal flaw of the bolt-action rifle that it takes time to load the second bullet. The other party had to choose a pistol when he was facing so many people on his side and was not far away. Seeing that the other party raised his hands obediently, he tried to negotiate with him. Zhang Feng smiled contemptuously. Don't struggle. I'm different from Yusik. Only dead people can make me feel at ease. After saying that, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. The girl on the opposite side jumped up and knocked her down the moment she jumped over. The pistol didn't have a silencer. This sound probably also startled the people in the front yard. Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo. Looking at the girl lying in front of him, quietly lying in a pool of blood. The other people lost control of their emotions and rushed over like they didn't care about their lives. Zhang Feng was about to raise his hand again and kill them one by one. Suddenly, his foot seemed to be grabbed by something. The nail scratched his ankle and sank deep into the flesh. The huge force almost tripped him. It turned out that the girl on the ground was not dead yet, and she took advantage of the situation to fall on him and snatch the gun from him. Zhang Feng originally thought that with his physique, it would be easy to suppress the other party. But he never thought that the other party's hands were like iron clamps, and the power that burst out made it difficult for him to resist for a while. The two of them were like arm wrestling. Zhang Feng's right hand holding the gun kept shaking, and his left hand suddenly found the wound on the other party's abdomen where he had just been shot, and tore it hard. This was obviously very painful. The girl groaned, and her strength was relaxed for a moment. Zhang Feng has regained the initiative. He turned around, came behind the other party, pinched her neck, and quickly moved the gun in his right hand from the girl's right shoulder up, intending to reach the neck and kill her with one shot. However, the muzzle of the gun had not been successfully moved. The next moment, the girl suddenly gave up fighting with him for the gun and moved her finger to the trigger. With the muzzle of the gun against her right shoulder, she fired a shot like a crazy person who didn't care about her life. Bang! The bullet penetrated the bodies of two people. Zhang Feng cried out in pain, and his hand holding the gun loosened unconsciously. His shoulder was also bleeding from the gunshot wound. The next moment, Tanya, who had snatched the kitchen knife from Li Monru, had arrived and chopped him on the neck. Blood splattered all over his face. Hot blood of a living person. She killed someone with her own hands. Tanya suppressed her urge to vomit, threw herself beside Mo Xiao and cried, Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo. How are you? Inside the Conqueror, two strong men were urging Sun Yangyang, who was hunched over and dismantling something. Hey! Are you done? Our boss said we'll leave soon. Hurry up. It's almost done. Sun Yangyang replied with sweat on his forehead. Look! Just tighten it here. However, he seemed to have not eaten, and he couldn't tighten it after a long time. The person who was following him was furious and kicked him away. Get out of the way. I'm here. Like you haven't eaten. Sun Yangyang was pushed to the back by the two men. At this moment, a gunshot rushed into his eardrums. The two were startled and were about to turn around and get out of the car to take a look. Suddenly, he felt a pain in the back of his head and lost consciousness. Sun Yangyang took back his gun with a smile. His gun was the same model as Mo Xiao's, but the bullets were different and more lethal. And he took it from the prison and installed a silencer, kicked the two bodies away. Sun Yangyang squatted down and quickly fixed the place that had not been screwed for a long time. Back to the driver's seat, touched the steering wheel, and whistled excitedly. You guys are making trouble. I won't accompany you. He licked his lips. Just crash out like this. Front yard. Yusu was pointed at his head with a gun, and asked gloomily, What do you want to do? Mr. Yu. Thank you for your care along the way. Thanks to you, we brothers can get this big thing. The man behind him said with a smile, It's just that. If you want to survive in this apocalypse, you have to be strong yourself. Supplies are limited, and we can't keep a useless person who can only order others around all day. Right? This big useless person has to bring a small useless person with him. A delicate lady hangs around all day, but we can only look at her, but not eat her. Do you really think it's before the apocalypse? Money makes you the boss? Yusu sneered. How far do you think you can successfully go with your brains? Even with this car? We brothers don't really have much culture. But Miss Jiang does. She is gentle and soft, and can give advice. Isn't she much better than a weak chicken who can only order people around? After speaking, the man smiled and waved. On the other side of the corridor, Jianlingli walked out with a cold face. The man hugged her and knocked Yusu's head with a gun. It's already this time. No one should pretend to be a good person to each other. We all know your plan. And we have dealt with those people who followed you wholeheartedly and betrayed you. After saying that, the man was about to deal with Yusu. Suddenly, a gunshot was heard in the backyard. Everyone was startled. And the man smiled and said, "Don't panic. It should be Brother Feng who fired the gun. And he is probably dealing with those hostages." However, not long after the voice fell, another gunshot was heard. Still in the backyard. The man frowned and ordered his men, "You two, go to the backyard and take a look." Yes. The two were about to leave after receiving the order. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a vehicle igniting. Everyone turned around, seeing that the off-road RV started slowly a few dozen meters away. "Hey! What's wrong? Third and fourth brothers? Why is the car moving in that direction? Third and fourth brothers, stop the car!" The shouts of the crowd obviously failed to stop the giant beast that had already started. The accelerator roared like thunder under his feet. And he accelerated and rushed towards the courtyard wall. Fuck. Shoot. Stop it for me. Chapter 109. Wait. They are here. What a pity. Gunshots just sounded here. Outside the other wall. Something seemed to be thrown in. Everyone was stunned and hadn't reacted yet. Then, they saw billowing white smoke coming out. Soon, the whole courtyard was shrouded in a white fog. Damn! Who threw the smoke bomb? It must be the accomplices of the hostages. They must be here to take the hostages. Brother. Yusu ran away. I fired a shot. But the sight was bad and I didn't kill him. Brother. The wall over there is broken. The guy who repaired the car drove the RV out. Brother? What should I do? The crowd was in chaos. Although they were numerous and well-equipped. But after all, there were problems on several sides. The fire over there hadn't been extinguished yet. And problems kept happening here. We have to push the steel support over there to block the gap in the wall. In a state of panic, Jianlingli grabbed the strong man beside her and said calmly, "Otherwise, the zombies outside will come pouring in." The man thought about it and cursed. And quickly told the two men to do it. He got on the SUV they had originally taken. "Quick! You guys, go to the backyard to help Brother Feng bring back the hostages. With the hostages, the group of students won't dare to act rashly. You guys, follow me to chase the car. We must intercept the RV for me." However, it had just started for a short while. It had not yet successfully driven out of the courtyard. The car suddenly misfired. Fuck. It must be the guy who repaired the car who did something. Everyone got out of the car angrily, and kicked the car door angrily. It was obviously fine before. Without the car, how can we chase the RV? How can we not be angry when we have nothing to do? In a white fog with extremely low visibility, someone suddenly screamed, "Ah! What bit me? What the hell? Spider? Fuck. It's a poisonous spider. I have one here too. Ah! Where did it come from? Everyone, go back to the room." In a small firewood room at a corner of the courtyard, Guichuchu supported Yusu, who was shot in the chest and bleeding profusely, and hid here. Yusu lay weakly against the firewood, looking at Guichuchu who was sobbing softly beside him. He smiled weakly. "Chuchu, don't cry. Time and fate. Uncle has been fighting with God all his life. When he took risks to do cross-border business, he had money. But his competitors took away the only woman who truly loved me in the world and his unborn child." His hand covering his chest was stained red with blood. With this amount of bleeding, it was obviously unlikely that he would continue to live. Uncle's biggest regret in this life is that he couldn't see them for the last time. "I didn't expect that I would have you by my side when I was dying. I am already very satisfied." Yusu narrowed his eyes, as if he saw the scene 20 years ago. With a smile in his eyes, "You were just born at that time. And your father was away because of work. He asked me to go to the hospital to see you. You smiled at me as soon as you saw me." At that moment, Yusu's heart suddenly surged with a long-lost throbbing. He thought, if his child could come to this world safely, it would probably look like this. Choo-choo. No one can be trusted in the doomsday. Especially the mob gathered because of interest relations. You should go back and admit your mistake to your classmates and continue to stay with them. There are quite a few powerful characters among your classmates. I feel relieved if you stay with them. He knew that Guichuchu had been secretly feeding food to her old classmates from under the door every day. This child has been kind since childhood. so he simply turned a blind eye. Yusu stretched out his hand with difficulty, forced a smile, and wanted to pat her head to comfort her. But Guichuchu tilted her head, her long hair covering her eyebrows, and whispered, "Uncle, can I ask you a question?" Yusu was stunned. Guichuchu had already raised her head suddenly, tears rolling in her eyes. "How did my mother die?" Yusu's pupils shrank slightly. Then he heard Guichuchu continue to say quickly, "Did you kill my mother?" With this expression, Yusu instantly understood the cause and effect of many things. It turned out that Chuchu called him dad these days because of this matter. He laughed at himself and moved sideways. Guichuchu thought he was going to resist. So nervously, he immediately pulled out a knife that had been hidden for who knows how long and stabbed Yusu's leg. Yusu felt pain, but did not resist or struggle too much. In fact, he was already at the end of his strength. He moved just now because his chest was stagnant and he wanted to take a breath. If it were any experienced guy, he would be able to see through it at a glance and would not be as panicked as Guichuchu. You can kill people, which is a good thing in the end times. Yusu's tone became a little cold. Guichuchu cried and shook her head, growling, "Shut up. I don't want you to teach me. Why did you kill my mother? Haven't you been friends for many years?" "Friends?" Yusu's lips curled up with sarcasm. "It's just a business deal of interest. Do you have friends in the world of fame and fortune? Since you have seen through it, I will satisfy your curiosity." Yusu laughed softly. "Your stupid mother is also easy to fool, using you as a gimmick. She can be tricked into opening the door at home. It's a pity that I met a zombie later and blocked it with her, which exposed the secret. Otherwise, she would have personally led me to get the car a long time ago. Why wait until now? To some extent, you are quite similar to your mother." After listening to the story, Guichuchu felt even more distressed, especially after she heard that it was her mother who caused the accident. She kept slashing and collecting her knife like a madman. "Shut up. You beast. Murderer. Shut up." I don't know how long it took. When she came to her senses, she was covered in blood, and the man under the knife had already died, and the face that was so familiar to her was still smiling. Guichuchu screamed, and the bloody knife fell to the ground. She hugged her head and curled up beside the firewood pile. When Mo Xiao was carried by Zhao Peng, she suddenly saw a dense red spider crawling out of the bushes. "What is that?" She was originally confused, but she suddenly came back to her senses, patted Zhao Peng on the shoulder and said quickly, "Quick! Run to the front yard." Everyone has been accustomed to obeying Mo Xiao's orders. Almost without hesitation, they touched the backyard door key from the corpse, opened it and ran out. However, they didn't notice, although the door was closed again, but there was still a huge gap in the window that was just smashed. One by one, small spiders, like a tide, followed the window, crawled through the bottom gap of the door, and headed towards the front yard. What was that just now? How could there be so many spiders? Zhao Peng exclaimed as he ran. Mo Xiao frowned in silence. According to her previous speculation, it seems that the plants are growing wildly, and the number of insects and ants that feed on them has increased dramatically. In this way, the food chain is naturally affected layer by layer. If we count from the first day of the rain, it has only been about 10 days. However, it seems that the egg-laying period of spiders is as fast as a week. Many knowledge about biology involves Mo Xiao's blind spots in knowledge. She can only speculate based on the common sense she has known in the past. So she didn't speak rashly. While running, Zhao Peng just said it casually, without any intention of investigating it. However, just when he was about to reach the front yard, he heard the rumbling sound of the wall collapsing. Then a white mist filled the courtyard. Before they could figure out the situation, several strong men nearby discovered them. Tanya raised the gun she had just taken from Zhang Feng. The white mist affected her vision, making it hazy, but it seemed to be more beneficial for her nearsightedness. 2 shots hit both targets, and they never missed. There was movement nearby. Tanya turned around neatly and fired the 3rd shot. "Wait!" Chewing suddenly said. "They are coming!" As soon as the voice fell, a young man jumped from the wall in the hazy white mist. Chapter 110. Big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimp. On the lonely road, Sun Yangyang hummed a little tune and drove a big car, leaving Mata town leisurely. Big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimp. He sat on a car full of supplies and muttered to himself. It was obvious that the snipe and the clam were fighting. And in the end the fisherman, benefited, which made him very proud. The familiar scenery on both sides gradually receded. Sun Yangyang hummed and suddenly fell silent, his eyes deep. If he went forward, he might leave this place forever and never come back. This place where he was born and raised, where his life fell into hell, and he climbed out again. There is a residential plot on the right, with a black and gray exterior wall. It has not been renovated for several years. This is where the fire happened. The boss owed wages and work injury compensation, and he went to the house every day as a representative of the victims and workers to ask for money. It just happened that the house caught fire that day. Maybe he should have stayed away from it. But when he heard the little girl crying in the fire, he couldn't help but rush in to save people. But after saving people, he never expected that the development of things would turn to a funny direction. The fire was arson, and his fingerprints were found on some tools at the arson site. There are even some neighbors who testify to the conflict between them, and that he has been coming here to block the door every day recently. In the end, all the solid evidence weighed on his head, like a basin of cold water, and the young and righteous Sun Yangyang was stunned. He couldn't figure out what was going on. It was not until a long time after he was imprisoned that he accidentally learned that another boss, who had a conflict of interest with the boss who died in the fire at that time, was getting more and more successful. And a close coworker who encouraged him at that time also became rich. He suddenly realized and figured out some things that had puzzled him for a long time. Before the end of the world, it was a cannibalistic society. Sun Yangyang slapped his face and lowered his eyes to whisper. He changed his hair color as soon as he got out. He held his breath and rushed back to his long-lost home. But this family has been deserted for a long time. There is no father who would sit on the doorstep and smoke in silence. Nor is there a mother who often talks nonsense and loses control of her emotions, but will pour him a glass of water when she sees him coming back. Sun Yangyang stood in the main room and looked at the wooden beam above his head for a long time. It is said that the two of them were hanged there. After their death, their relatives buried them hastily, set up a few tables of banquets, and collected money. But in the following years, there has never been a memorial service. There are countless dry graves in the barren mountains. During the time Sun Yangyang stayed in the town, he walked through every nearby hill step by step. But he didn't find the two graves he was looking for. It's better for young people to learn a lesson earlier than later, Sun Yangyang said to himself. After the apocalypse, it's a world of cannibalism. At most, I just took a car. Anyway, you didn't die in my hands. If you don't work for yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. I'm right. If you don't eat others, others will eat you. I learned it from this world. I'm right. The sound of sudden brakes suddenly sounded. Sun Yangyang slapped the steering wheel with one hand and covered his face with the other hand. Then he slapped himself twice, opened the car window, spat out of the window, and said angrily, Sun Yangyang, why don't you learn your lesson? You will be killed by yourself sooner or later. After saying that, he started again, his face full of reluctance, and he began to turn around with gnashing teeth. In the front yard, smoke bombs were set off from time to time. There was still a white fog inside. People were screaming in the white fog, because they found that there seemed to be a large number of spiders crawling from nowhere, because there were too many of them. Although most of them did not actively attack humans, there were still a few who would bite once they came into contact. Therefore, it seemed that many people in the group that originally occupied this courtyard had been injured. Jiangxi and his group jumped over the wall at this time. What's wrong with her? Jiangxi glanced at her, and his face suddenly became gloomy. He took Mo Xiao from Zhao Peng's back and wanted to transfer him to his own back. Jiangxi never had such a gloomy face when he played with them in the dormitory before. So Zhao Peng was inexplicably afraid and guilty at this moment, and explained, I was shot twice. Zhao Peng was sometimes quick-witted when he was nervous, and briefly described the situation that happened before in a few words. But he didn't miss any details. Xia Bumian, Lu De, Chu Wenze, and Li Pingping who came with him looked around and looked at Jiangxi, waiting for him to make a decision. They came this time, not only prepared smoke bombs, they also prepared some oil and Molotov cocktails. According to Jiangxi, it was not only to rescue the hostages, but also to kill and set fire. But at this moment, Mo Xiao was seriously injured. Xia Bumian only took a glance and noticed that the other party's wound healing speed seemed to be slower than his. It was even worse than Wu Junki's at the beginning. And the location of the injury was not good. I don't know if it was the difference in physique between men and women or some other reason. From Jiang Shi's expression, it can be seen that he also knew this situation. Now Mo Xiao was seriously injured. And there seemed to be a large number of dangerous red spiders in the white fog. The original plan was naturally blocked. Take Mo Xiao back to treat the injury first. Sure enough, Jiang Shi's decision was not what everyone expected. They were about to climb back the same way. And Mo Xiao patted Jiang Shi's shoulder and whispered something under his breath. Jiang Shi frowned and knocked her unconscious with a knife. Xuing, who was standing next to him, pursed his lips and glanced in a certain direction in the distance. Several people climbed over the wall and slowly crawled along the rows of almost connected high courtyard walls. After only climbing 100 meters, they went around to the street behind and entered an inconspicuous small house. That was their station. In fact, although it looked like a house at the intersection of two streets, it would take a long time to walk according to the electronic map. But in terms of the straight line distance between the 2 points, they were not far apart. No matter how much Renyusu overestimated them, he did not expect that this group of students with the wounded would be so bold as to station almost under his nose. After returning to the house, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Li Pingping, who wanted to cry when she saw Mo Xiao was seriously injured. Jiang Qing was still lying on the bed with her legs tied up, unable to walk. But fortunately, she survived the initial dangerous stage. At the critical moment, Tian Xiaoxiu didn't waste any words and immediately began to help Mo Xiao treat her injuries. The house was full of blood. I don't know how long it took. Tian Xiaoxiu wiped his sweat and came out of the curtain. Her physique is very special. After the bullet is taken out and some medicine is applied, it seems that she will slowly heal. After that, he was silent. Perhaps semi-infected people like them are the humans who can survive well in the end times. Xie, who was sitting against the wall with his eyes closed, sneered when he heard this. Tian Xiaoxiu glanced at him and said nothing. As for whether Xie Bumian was also a semi-infected person, everyone knew it after long-term contact. Mo Xiao prepared to get up as soon as she opened her eyes. She shot one in the abdomen and one in the shoulder. But her legs were not injured. Only the entire upper body was like a handful of loose snow that could collapse at any time. And the pain was excruciating. Jiang Shi reached out and touched her forehead. No fever. Mo Xiao smiled. If I had a fever, I would feel bad. And the virus in my body would probably not feel good either. Her lips were pale, and her long eyelashes folded and drooped like a butterfly tired of flying. The unreal pink glow of dusk fell through the windowsills, and the dust floated in the air like elves, making her look like a beauty on the verge of breaking. Jiang Shi breathed a sigh of relief, and then laughed and teased, Mo Xiao, you are not good enough. Without your god Zhang's protection, you would have become like this in a minute? Yes. Yes. Then please take care of me more in the future. God Jiang. Mo Xiao smiled bitterly, and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Then he seemed to remember something and asked, where is Chu Chu? Did you bring her back? Jiang Shi shrugged. I just asked Xie Bumian to go back and check on her. She hid in the woodshed and didn't want to come back. Mo Xiao narrowed his eyes. Are you saying that she is determined to die? Without her parents and relatives. It's normal to have a mental breakdown. Jiang Shi poured her a bottle of water to moisten her lips. Chapter 111. Despair and hope are the same thing. Mo Xiao lowered his eyes. During the days we were locked up, she secretly sent us food every day. He looked a little lonely. Jiang Shi's originally hard-hearted heart suddenly softened, and he put down the water bottle helplessly. Sighing, I'll go and have a look. Just then, Tanya suddenly lifted the curtain and came in. I'll go. I'm a girl. She patted her waist. Xiao Mo, lend me your pistol for a while. Mo Xiao frowned. You go alone? But, don't worry. Tanya interrupted her. Follow the way we came. As long as we quietly climb over the wall, there won't be much danger. And I asked Xie Bumian. There are almost no living people in that courtyard. She thought, maybe the survivors have already moved away. After all, the car is gone. If they stay there, they will be retaliated. Tanya's expression was very firm. Xiao Mo, we can't always rely on you guys to get ahead. The living environment is getting worse and worse. Each of us must have the strength and courage to stand on our own. If you don't even dare to go out alone, you will die tomorrow if not today. After saying that, she wiped the blood off her face and looked at Mo Xiao softly. You should take good care of your injuries. Mo Xiao pondered for a moment and stopped persuading her. Instead, he pulled her and whispered a few words to her before Tanya left. Tanya climbed along the wall to the door of a woodshed. She reached out from the wall and pulled the door. It couldn't be opened. It was locked. Tanya's eyes flashed. It seemed that Xie Bumian had lied before. He probably didn't go in to talk to Guichuchu at all. He just came here to perfunctorily say a mission. Then turned around and left. Brother, she might also know it well. Chuchu. It's me. Open the door. Tanya lay on the wall and whispered. There was no movement from inside the door. She called again. There was movement from inside the door for a long time. It was Guichuchu's weak nasal voice. You guys go. I'm sorry. I'll accompany you all here. Tanya was silent for a moment, and suddenly called out in a low voice, Chuchu. Help. Zombies are coming. There were hurried footsteps from inside the door. Click. The door of the woodshed opened wide. Tanya jumped down from the wall, her heels still numb from the shock. But she didn't care about that. The next moment, she rushed in through the open door and closed the door again. The factory building and courtyard that Sun Yangyang had carefully selected to settle down were very large. Especially the front yard, which could accommodate a sports car, was naturally larger. So although there were several wandering zombies in the yard, but after all, the distance was too far. And for them, it was not a danger at the moment. As soon as Tanya entered, she was shocked by the bloody smell on the ground. Looking at Yusu, who was stabbed to pieces by a knife, and Guichuchu, who was covered in blood. What else did she not understand? Chuchu. The crisis has been resolved. You can go back, Tanya whispered. Guichuchu looked up at her, her eyes moist. Sister Ya, didn't you hate me before? Just let me die here, Tanya said coldly. I don't hate you. And I don't think that whoever I hate should die. Do you still remember that in the gymnasium? The class monitor led us to cheer together? Guichuchu was startled. Tears flowed down her eyes. At that time, Zhang Jie, Zhang Yuming and others were still there. But now, there are fewer and fewer people. I said that in life, there are things to do, and things not to do. Tanya looked at her. Actually, Xiao Mo did better than me in this regard. Even in today's increasingly bad environment, we still feel this way. Guichuchu thought of Mo Xiao, covered her lips with one hand, tears in her eyes full of guilt. She asked me to bring you a message. Despair and hope are the same thing. Tanya squatted down, grabbed Guichuchu's wrist, and handed the family photo that Guichuchu was holding tightly in her hand back to her eyes. Love makes people gentle and brave. Guichuchu looked at her parents in the photo, who were smiling gently at her, and burst into tears. Tanya stood up and took 2 steps back. If you look at this photo and still feel that you can't live no matter what, then I'm leaving. She waited for a minute and spoke again softly. Then, we'll really leave. After saying that, she stopped hesitating. She turned around and prepared to open the door. I want to live. Guichuchu's nasal voice came from behind. I want to see if I can live to the day when the world becomes better. I want to wait until that day to tell my parents that your daughter has grown up. Even if this world has changed from a beautiful and dreamy ivory tower to a dirty and ugly hell, she is still trying her best to live. Guichuchu sobbed and got up from the ground. Tanya didn't turn around and smiled with relief. The two of them cleaned up a little, opening the crack of the door to observe the situation in the yard. They saw that the zombies were still wandering in the distance. Tanya threw a smoke bomb from a distance. The two took advantage of the white smoke to cover themselves, hugged 2 piles of firewood to stand on, and climbed up the wall again. There was no other way. The wall was too high. They were 2 ordinary girls, and they were still exercising even after the apocalypse. Due to the combined factors such as height, climbing up the wall was actually quite strenuous. The neat operation of Mo Xiao, Jiangxi, and Xie Bumian, who could quickly jump up the wall by kicking the wall a few times, was really not something that ordinary people could do. After climbing up the wall, Tanya pulled out a baton that she had taken from the basement of Guichuchu's house from her arms, and pushed the firewood that was used as a stand on the ground. The two of them lay on the wall, and slowly climbed back along the way they came. Guichuchu was trembling all over because of her fear of heights. But compared to the early days of the apocalypse, even though she was shaking like a sieve, she still gritted her teeth and followed Tanya closely, and did not fall behind. However, she had not climbed far. There was a loud rumbling sound. There seemed to be something on the other side of the white smoke, which broke through a bunch of steel bars and got stuck in the hole in the wall. Is it my RV? Guichuchu said in surprise. Tanya crouched down and gestured to Guichuchu not to say anything. The other hand touched the pistol and slowly loaded it. They all knew that Sun Yongyang, the rogue, had robbed the car and ran away. Everyone thought that this guy had probably driven out of Mata town long ago. I wonder why he risked his life to come back now. The hole in the wall over there. The smoke bomb that Tanya had thrown from a distance was gradually dispersing. Fuck. Who made the smoke bomb? I almost missed it and hit it. Sun Yongyang cursed and opened the lift terrace on the second floor. He put his palm on his forehead, looking around from a high position. The advantage of the 4-meter-high position gave him a good field of vision. A lot of zombies had come around the RV, looking up and shouting. Sun Yongyang looked at these dwarfs and got used to the feeling of being surrounded. TSK. It seems that Yusu's gang has either died or escaped. Sister Mo. Where are you? Sister Mo? Sister Mo. Xiao Yongyang is here to pick you up. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he saw Tanya and the other person lying on the wall in the distance. And he waved excitedly. Xiao Ye. Choo choo. Come on. Come here. Your brother's son is here to pick you up. Chapter 112. Setting foot on the lonely 3009 highway. In the small courtyard of the simple house, Mo Xiao and others looked at the off-road RV stuck at the door. And Sun Yongyang, who was jumping around and crying bitterly, and recognized his relatives with everyone. And they were speechless. That's it. Tanya explained the matter briefly. He said he was here to pick us up. To be honest, I really don't understand this guy. She held her forehead and sighed, while wiping Sun Yongyang's snot that just flowed on her sleeve with a dark face. It's obvious that they could just walk away. Anyway, everyone has not been together for a long time. And there is no deep feeling. I checked. Everything in the car is there. And everyone's backpacks and supplies have been picked up again. They have used some these days. But they also know to use it sparingly. So the consumption is acceptable. It's just that the water in the clean water tank is not enough. And it needs to be refilled. Mo Xiao nodded. Brother's son said before that there is a well in the old part of the town. You can send a few people to get some water from him later. Remember to boil it and disinfect it before filling it. Well, go and bring the big pot on the earthen stove in the neighboring house. And burn it directly with firewood. Tanya nodded. Are you still worried about your sister Ya's work? Mo Xiao smiled and rubbed Tanya's head, although Sister Ya is quite reliable in big things. Her carelessness in small things is still quite worrying. Li Pingping added, you're right. During the freshman holiday, we forgot to take out the garbage bags. When we started school, we saw mushrooms growing in the dormitory. After saying that, she also imitated Mo Xiao and rubbed her head. Tanya is the shortest among the 3 people in the dormitory. Mo Xiao and Li Pingping had no trouble teasing each other. Tanya rolled her eyes, jumped up and punched each of them on the head. Okay. Then let the most careful Pingping watch me. Okay? Mo Xiao glanced at Xiao Peng, who was slyly waving around to show his presence, and said with a smile, I see there is a small store next door. Please trouble the monitor and Brother Peng to go there. Okay. Lu De replied happily. After walking 2 steps, he reacted and turned around to ask in confusion, it seems that there is no food inside. What are we going to the canteen for? To find something to repel snakes, insects, rats and ants. Jiangxi stretched out a hand from behind, opened his 5 fingers and pressed Mo Xiao's head, patted her head and asked her to go back to rest, and took over the conversation and said, no one wanted that thing before. There should be a lot left on the shelf. Xiao Peng reacted, hooked Lu Da's shoulder and said with lingering fear, yes. In the future, we will cross Dayuan province. The surrounding area of National Highway 3009 is all wilderness. We have to be more careful. Oh my god. You didn't see it. The spiders were as dense as sand. Fortunately, your brother Ping is so brave. I shouted at the time, and used the shadowless foot to trample a group of them to death. The 2 men went to get tools and backpacks with their arms around each other. Xiao Peng was spitting and looked excited. Lu De rolled his eyes and listened to his boasting, and occasionally added, I didn't fight with your brother at that time. Otherwise the palm wind alone would have overturned a lot. Oh, you are worthy of being my brother. You are awesome. You are not bad either. You are awesome. The sound of the two men bragging about each other gradually faded away. Jiangxi then instructed and dispatched some tasks in turn, asking everyone to divide into teams to collect various supplies such as cloth, equipment, tools, etc. Mata Town has a special terrain. Many of the high walls are connected, and the walls are smooth, with the Go mantra taught by Sun Yangang. As long as you have a strong psychological ability to withstand pressure, stay calm in the face of the hideous faces, occupy a favorable position without panicking, making mistakes, or falling, the zombies generally cannot reach them. So even Zhang Jiwei, Guichuchu, Gao Yu and others were sent out by Jiangxi. Of course, in order to avoid being attacked by the remaining accomplices of Yusu's group, Jiangxi also took Sun Yangyang back to take a look and counted the number of people. Except for Jiang Lingli, the two strong men and Kongshen's bodies, the rest were basically in trouble, and most of them died from the spider's poison. So everyone went out in teams and brought weapons. If they were careful, there should be no problem. Everyone stayed in Mata Town for a few more days. Their current team number, including Sun Yangang, Shi Qingyi and Li Manru, has 19 people. 10 more rifles were confiscated from Yusu. However, there were not many bullets left, and each gun had 2 to 5 bullets. The total number of bullets in the 10 guns was no more than 50. Because Jiangxi and Tongya were the most accurate shooters, they got the most bullets. Rifles are powerful and used for long-range sniping, which is much more useful and more deterrent than pistols, which have a nominal effective range of 50 meters, but only a dozen or 20 meters in actual combat. Li Manru has not been idle these days. She made baked naan with the remaining noodles in the kitchen. Mo Xiao and his group of young students, including teacher Jiang Qing, have never seen this kind of food. According to Li Manru, although this baked naan is hard, it is more fragrant than steamed buns. Most importantly, it can be preserved for 7 days without spoiling. Taking advantage of the safe camp now, she quickly made some for everyone. The newcomer Shi Qingyi quickly became good friends with Jiang Duo. In just a few days, both her parents died, but her mood didn't seem to be affected at all. She still ran around in the yard all day, full of curiosity about the world. In comparison, Jiang Duo, who was the same age, seemed much more silent. Most of the time, it was Shi Qingyi who kept chattering in her ear, and Jiang Duo rarely had the chance to talk. Maybe she was still worried about Jiang Qing's leg injury. In the past few days, Mo Xiao's injuries have almost healed. Jiang Qing did not recover as quickly as she did. Although her wounds were slowly healing, she walked with a limp and her agility was not as good as before. After a few days of rest, they finished recuperating. They drove the Amadiro Conqueror fully armed and set off again. This time it was much smoother. A few hours later, they passed the gate and circled back to National Highway 3009. They really jumped over the average altitude line of Dayuan province. On both sides of the road, the short grass that was originally lying on the ground grew to at least knee-high. When the wind from the plateau blew, the green grass undulated like waves. In the meantime, the lonely 3009 highway was like a sharp sword between heaven and earth, piercing the horizon. At night, everyone parked the car on the side of the road and began to rest. After all, you have to turn on the lights when driving at night. In the wild at night, the lights probably won't attract anything pleasing. Mo Xiao and Jiangxi climbed to the roof of the car and began to keep watch with their backs to each other. The night watch was in groups of 2, taking shifts every 2 hours. Although it is reasonable that there are many zombies here as long as you don't go into the city. But there may be some people from surrounding provinces and cities who drove to Dayuan province. It is a crime to possess a treasure. The off-road RV they were sitting in was enough to be a motive for some people to do something wrong. Of course, to prevent mosquito bites. Not only were they fully armed, they also wore gas masks and night vision goggles. He held a gun in his hand and was on guard. Sun Yangyang modified the roof of the car and built a mechanism in the area without solar panels. At night, the 4 metal plates on the 4 sides can be erected and buckled together to form a semi-enclosed environment like a watchtower. This is to ensure the personal safety of the night watchman and avoid being sniped by guns from a distance. Sun Yangyang considered this very carefully. The night fell. Thick clouds covered the stars and the moon, and the boundless darkness enveloped the earth. Mo Xiao and Jiangxi on the roof could only hear the sound of the wind whistling in the wilderness. As far as the eye could see, it was empty and lonely. It seemed that they were the only two alive between heaven and earth. Hey, Jiangxi. Feeling the warmth behind him, Mo Xiao couldn't help but whispered. Do you think we can really survive? Chapter 113 Anyway. She is always full of fighting spirit, although she asked this question. But in fact, Mo Xiao was not afraid of whether she could survive. She was worried about whether her parents could survive. They had been delayed on the road for too long. So long that she didn't dare to think about it or ask this question. So she had to change the way of asking. If her group of students could survive after traveling thousands of miles, then her parents must be able to survive. She could only hope so. Jiangxi didn't answer this question immediately, and there was a slight tremor behind his back. He leaned back, touched the back of Mo Xiao's head with the back of his head, and smiled. What? Are you scared? There was no sound behind him. Jiangxi looked at the hazy boundary line in the distance, and his voice became softer. Who told me to follow her and watch carefully, and see how she realized her dream? Mo Xiao was startled. Suddenly he remembered an evening a few years ago. That day, the class had an event in the city, and everyone didn't have to go to the evening class, so they could go home early. Mo Xiao rarely had so much free time, because she went home in a different direction than usual. She missed the bus without grasping the time, and she simply chose to walk back for the last part of the journey. They passed a dam. The reservoir on the left was deep and silent, like a piece of emerald green. There was a height difference on the right, and the water splashed down like a silver dragon. And under the infiltration of the sunset, it splashed a dreamy glow all over the sky. Mo Xiao, who was just entering his teens, stood on the embankment in the middle, looking at this magnificent scene. And suddenly a sense of pride rose in his chest. 30,000 miles of rivers flowing into the sea. 5,000 feet of mountains towering into the sky. He couldn't help but look back and asked with a loud smile, Jiangxi, do you have a dream? Dream? At that time, Jiangxi was not as cheerful and harmless as he later appeared in front of others. He tooted, put his hands in his pockets, picked a seat next to the stone where Mo Xiao sat, and smiled nonchalantly. Is there anything in this world that I can't buy with money? And I need to dream to buy it? As the saying goes, all roads lead to Rome. But some people are born in Rome. There's nothing I can do. Mo Xiao raised his eyebrows and curled his lips, feeling that it was useless to ask. Jiangxi, this wicked guy, is always good at pouring cold water on others. The passion just now faded away in an instant. Fortunately, she was not someone who was easily influenced. She just glanced at the boy beside her and said seriously to herself, you don't even have a dream. Then you are really pitiful. Jiangxi was stunned. Whether at home or outside, many people said that he was cute, hateful, and hateful. But no one has ever said that he was pitiful. After all, a person like him, what does he not have? Not only is he rich in material wealth, but he also has a head with a high IQ. How can he be pitiful? He couldn't help but stare at the girl next to him for a while, and found that she seemed to really feel this way from the bottom of her heart. Jiangxi couldn't help but hit back. Working hard for 20 years to earn a few thousand or 10,000 yuan a month is not pitiful. I have a dream. At least my life has hope. Have you ever thought about what kind of life you want to live? Even if it's just once, regardless of money or interests. Just follow your heart and think seriously? Mo Xiao explained seriously, and the future is not limited. Who knows if you can only earn a few thousand or 10,000 today? Will it double tomorrow? If you have a dream, you will have the motivation to work hard. Otherwise, what's the point of a stagnant life? The young girl is confident and stubborn. She stood up, pointed a finger at the surging river in her high vision, and declared loudly, my dream is. The red clouds filled the sky, shining on the girl's cheeks, making her face full of vigor and vitality. And even her hair was dyed with golden light. Jiangxi's heartbeat stopped, and she couldn't help holding her breath. Then she heard Mo Xiao's high-spirited voice, saying with the momentum of pointing at the mountains and rivers, by a large flat with a river view. The air was quiet. Puff after a short silence. Jiangxi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Puff ha ha ha. While laughing, he stretched out his claws to mess up her curly hair. Mo Xiao, can you be more promising? Generally speaking, don't they say that they want to become great scientists, painters, musicians, celebrity idols, etc.? At the very least, they can make a lot of money. She never thought that a dream could be as specific as buying a large flat with a river view. Jiangxi never expected this. At that time, Imo Xiao was not so thick-skinned. And Jiangxi laughed so hard that her face turned red. What are you laughing at? When I buy a large flat with a river view, I will naturally have another dream. According to Imo Xiao, this is called a step-by-step dream. In short, life never stops. And struggle never stops. Anyway, she is always full of fighting spirit. And it is impossible for her to be negative and decadent on the journey of life. Not in this life. Jiangxi was infected by her vigorous vitality, feeling relaxed and happy, but he couldn't help laughing at her. Imo Xiao picked up the backpack, snorted, and walked towards home with his head held high. Just follow me, and see how I realize one dream after another. Looking at the girl's back as she walked away, the boy sat for a long time, but finally picked up his backpack and ran a few steps to catch up. When he was about to catch up, he couldn't help but slow down his pace, keeping the same rhythm. Not too far or too close. The golden sun was setting in the west, and the beautiful clouds covered the sky. The boy and the girl were one in front and one behind, and the faint light was slanting, stretching the shadows behind them very long. In the end, they merged into a beam and spread into the endless night, as if they would emerge from the other side of dawn at any time. Recalling the ordinary past in the peaceful era, Imo Xiao smiled slightly. How many years have you still remember it? After that, she said with a bitter face, the Riverview flat should not be worth much now. After all, aquatic creatures are infected with the virus. Why not change your dream? Jiangxi teased. For example, I can have a barbecue this month. That's a good idea. Imo Xiao narrowed his eyes and stared at the bushes in the distance, like a hunter lurking in the dark night. After the barbecue, the next thing is to have dumplings with my parents at the reunion dinner. Jiangxi chuckled softly. Then don't make them yourself. They are too ugly, because they have always been in the same class. Imo Xiao's parents know Jiangxi's situation very well. They know that he has lived alone in his big house for many years, and his father and brothers and sisters fly around all year round and only occasionally stay. So when eating reunion dinner, Imo Xiao's parents often ask Imo Xiao to bring some dumplings to the child. Imo Xiao was angry at first and often didn't want to do this job. So she picked out the dumplings she made and sent them over. Her dumplings were really easy to identify. Among all the beautiful and exquisite dumplings, the ones with the most strange shapes and uneven fillings were made by her. Imo Xiao sent them out with bad intentions, but Jiangxi ate them all. She felt guilty for a moment. Fortunately, Jiangxi later ridiculed her for making dumplings that looked like she had Parkinson's disease, which instantly dissipated the guilt that Imo Xiao had accumulated with great difficulty. Imo Xiao leaned back and was about to say something back, when suddenly, there seemed to be a sound in the distance. She and Jiangxi were silent at the same time and looked towards the source of the sound. Chapter 114 Butterfly Effect. Crisis on the grassland. There seemed to be lights on at the end of the road ahead. At first there were only two. As the field of vision got closer, the beams of light became more and more. Is it a car? Imo Xiao frowned. After that, she pressed the intercom she had brought from the farm. Brother Sun, wake up! Someone is coming! Sun Yangyang was sleeping in the driver's seat. In order to deal with any emergencies, they would always have someone sleeping in the driver's seat. After hearing Imo Xiao's reminder, Sun Yangyang didn't even wipe his eye mucus, and subconsciously started the car to keep it in a start-up state ready to go at any time. Sister Imo, what's going on? Jiangxi said while using a telescope. Many cars are driving towards this side, very fast, as if they are being chased by something. Highway 3009 was originally wide enough. If everyone drove in an orderly manner, there would be absolutely no problem passing by. But the problem was that there were at least 7 or 8 cars on the opposite side, and they were racing, fearing that they would fall behind and rushing towards this side. And if Imo Xiao and his team did not take the initiative to avoid the large tonnage off-road RV, it would probably be hit by the panicked opposite side. After Sun Yangyang understood the situation clearly, he turned around immediately and hid in the bushes next to him. No. What is that? Imo Xiao patted Jiangxi's arm and pointed to a patch of undulating bushes in the distance and asked. Yellow and brown hairs faintly emerged from the back of the bushes. It seemed like some animal was passing by quickly. It's a lion group. Jiangxi's pupil shrank slightly, because he saw another grassland with gray-black backs like armor. That's a herd of buffalo. Imo Xiao took a breath. National Highway 3009 was a famous wilderness highway before the end of the world. It is a pilgrimage road that many self-driving enthusiasts must take in their dreams. But it is also an ecological highway, because the surrounding original ecological environment is so well protected. It is integrated into nature, and groups of wild animals often migrate through. This leads to a high accident rate on this highway. There is no doubt that it is quite dangerous to travel by car on this highway. However, even so, its beautiful and pristine natural environment still attracts many people. Buffalo and lion groups are among the most dangerous groups of animals on the grassland. The former are large in number, large in size, and have hard horns, which are highly aggressive and powerful. When hundreds of buffalo gather together, they can be called the strongest army on the grassland. Although the number of lions is not as large as that of buffalo, they have sharp claws and fangs, and their individual combat effectiveness is not bad, and they are known as the king of beasts. More importantly, the peak speed of both is not low. The wild is the world of wild animals. Obviously, if humans get involved in the conflict between these two groups, how can they get anything good? The oncoming cars had somehow provoked them, and were now being chased and blocked by two large groups. A harsh sound cut through the night sky. Two cars skidded and collided, overturning. In the telescope, a person in a car was directly caught up by a lone lion, biting his neck and dragged out of the broken window. The scene was extremely bloody. Damn! Listening to Mo Xiao and the others retelling, Sun Yangyang finally understood the situation thoroughly this time. Their car couldn't stay still. Otherwise, if they were surrounded and rammed by hundreds of buffaloes, it would not be fun. Sun Yangyang immediately started the bike again, rode on the road, and ran along the way he came. Everyone in the RV woke up, picked up their weapons, and stood guard at the window. Sun Yangyang had previously reinforced the window and opened several small window holes to allow the barrels to pass through. Critical moment. Even in the car, fire support can be provided at any time. Are these buffaloes crazy? Why are they so abnormal? Xiaopeng stared at the window and cursed on the first floor of the RV. Luda stuck to the window, his four chins squeezed out, and stared. They know how to cooperate. They don't look like zombies. I guess the guys behind did something to anger them. Tanya analyzed calmly. I'm afraid it's more than that. Chu Wenze polished his glasses to make them brighter, which helped him see things more clearly. Didn't you notice that many of those buffaloes had injuries? After hearing what Chu Wenze said, everyone observed them carefully again. Sure enough, although the night was dark, some dark red wounds could still be seen. Were they bitten by a lion group? No. It's unlikely that such a large number of people were injured by a lion group. Jiangxi's voice came from the top of the stairs. However, the buffalo group became so manic. In addition to the provocation of that group of people, it is indeed very likely related to these injuries. Everyone was silent. Vehicles are not only fast, but also have long endurance. As long as they start, they don't have to worry about not being able to get rid of these wild animals with flesh and blood. So everyone was thinking about the reason for this strange phenomenon. Could it be related to water? Mo Xiao suddenly said. I remember that the buffaloes on the grassland are very fond of water. They never leave the water source. They drink water at least once a day, and often soak in water in summer, to keep their bodies cool. Luda touched the back of his head and said, what does this have to do with their group mania? Is it because of lack of water that they have bad tempers? Mo Xiao said in a deep voice, have you forgotten what is in the water? Everyone was startled, and they all remembered what Jiangxi and Mo Xiao had said about the fish becoming zombies. No wonder they reacted slowly. So far, only Jiangxi and Mo Xiao have seen this thing with their own eyes. If there are zombie fish in the water, then if the buffalo want to wade in the water, it will inevitably attract the originally gentle and harmless bloodthirsty fish to swarm in. The wounds on the cattle must have come from this. They can't even stay in the water they love the most. Even highly intelligent life like humans will be manic, let alone cattle. Sure enough, the butterfly effect is beginning to show. Some local changes have gradually affected other biological communities around the world. Everyone is still thinking. The RV suddenly stopped, and everyone in the car quickly grabbed the surrounding fixed objects to avoid falling. It turned out that Sun Yangyang stepped on the emergency brake. What's wrong? Brother Sun? There are also, Sun Yangyang said with a bitter face. Mo Xiao and others who had been paying attention to the movement behind them turned around. It turned out that a group of grassland elephants of different sizes were slowly crossing the aisle. This group of elephants was larger than buffaloes, with a shoulder height of more than 3 meters, almost catching up with their RV, and each one weighed several tons. If their car hit it, it's not sure whether it can be broken. If a few small ones were killed, the remaining group would probably fight them to the death. So Sun Yangyang subconsciously stepped on the brakes and stopped. But the elephants were quite unhurried. It was really like an emperor who was too impatient to be in a hurry. Sun Yangyang's foot on the accelerator was always eager to move. There was a herd of elephants in front, and the cars, lions and buffaloes chasing behind were also approaching rapidly. It seemed that they were about to meet, and they might be hit by a chain rear-end collision. Sun Yangyang made up his mind and turned 90 degrees again, relying on the high off-road performance. He drove the car off the road and drove to the vast grassland between the two. Almost as soon as they left the road, the friction sound of tires drifting was heard behind them. Several cars swung their tails in front of the elephants at the same time, chasing the RV. Chapter 115 Lost on the Susum Grassland. Fuck. These wicked people. They can get rid of these animals by keeping their speed. But they just walk on our road. They want to drag us down. Right? Luda glimpsed through the rear window, and was so angry that he raised his gun and wanted to give the other party a shot. However, the ground was uneven, and the car body was shaking. They and the other party were both moving. Not only was the distance far, but the light was not good. In addition, the other party's headlights were dazzling. Luda aimed for a long time, but couldn't get the target. He put the gun down again in anger. Da ran to the roof of the car and shouted loudly to the back, "Hey, the one behind. If you follow us again, I will blow up your tires. Did you hear me? Stop following us." Even Luda himself didn't expect that his shout would be so effective. The lights of the cars behind them flashed twice, and they actually slowly moved away from their car. Maybe it was because they were not used to the grassland for the first time. Or maybe they ran out of gas. 2 of the cars were pushed by the cattle because of the reduced speed. Only 4 off-road vehicles were still running in front. It was even less likely that the other side could catch up with the big guy in Mo Zhao's car. But to be on the safe side, they still planned to stay away from the cattle and lions for a certain distance before stopping to rest. I don't know how far they drove, until a small river that was not on the map suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking the road. Sun Yangyang stopped the car at a certain distance. There shouldn't be any problem this time. He couldn't help but waved and yawned. Originally, according to the plan everyone had made before, once the vehicles began to camp near the grassland, they had to clear the grass within a certain range nearby. This would make it easier to be alert and avoid being attacked by some insects and animals. But at this moment, because it was very dark at night, so everyone did not get off the car. Fortunately, everyone was lucky this time. Maybe it was because of the heavy rain in the second half of the night. There were no wild animals wandering outside. Until dawn, no more accidents happened. Okay, everyone. Sun Yangyang stretched and shouted with a smile. Let's get ready to go back the same way. Although the rain had not stopped, but it was much lighter than last night. No one objected. But as they walked, the tire marks on the flattened grass that were still visible gradually became more and more blurred. I don't know if it was affected by the rain last night. This caused Chuwenja, who was best at observing traces, to get out of the car frequently to carefully explore the road in the bushes. They barely drove for more than 20 minutes, until Chuwenja was almost bitten by a snake in the dense grass. Everyone realized that this method was no longer suitable for use, because of the dense vegetation. Insects are also active. Chuwenja has to be extremely cautious every time he explores the road, and it takes longer and longer. Strange, Sun Yangyang asked in confusion. We are clearly following the map. The small river yesterday was not drawn on the map. Is it new? Tanya looked at everyone. Could it be that there was an earthquake or other disaster in the vicinity before, and coupled with the heavy rains in the past few days? Tian Xiaoxiu said in an unbelievable tone. So there is a diverted river? It is possible that solar storms will cause some geological disasters, and the area around Dayuan province is already in a volcanic earthquake zone. Jiang Qing limped to the crowd with a wooden cane. Since the last time he was shot, he has become much more haggard. His hair was gray and mottled. His skin was dry and rough, and his original literary temperament was worn out. At this moment, he looked like an old man who had suffered a lot. Jiang Duo carefully supported Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing waved his hand several times, touched Duo's head, and asked her to go play with little sister Shirqingyi. Jiang Duoduo refused to go, and always wanted to stay by his side to help him. Jiang Qing couldn't persuade this child, so he had to give up. Jiang Duoduo helped Jiang Qing sit down at the corner of the circular sofa booth. Jiang Qing pointed at the map spread out on the table with his fingertips. The highway is here. He traced a line with his fingertips. We are in the Susuma grassland area. He circled an irregular area on the left side of the line. There are two ways to get back to the Nutuling emergency shelter in the south. One is to follow Highway 3009. First go west, then southwest, and finally southeast. This route almost goes around the central and southern parts of Dayuan province. Jiang Qing paused when she said this, but this route has an advantage. That is, it is always on the road, and we are unlikely to get lost. Teacher, what about the other way? Gao Yu couldn't help but ask softly. Previously, everyone discussed taking the highway, and no one mentioned other shortcuts. Jiang Qing sighed, and then marked an area in the southeast direction of the Susum grassland. Another way is to follow this direction, cross the Susum grassland, and cross the Devil's Desert at the same time. And you can reach Baijiang town near Nutuling at the fastest speed. Once you get to Baijiang town, you should be able to find the Nutuling emergency shelter easily. Mo Shao listened nearby, his eyes flashing slightly. I know Baijiang town. There was originally a transportation line there, and the terminal station was Baijiang town. It's just that Baijiang town is too remote, and that line only has one bus a day. It's just... Mo Shao hesitated. Can the Devil's Desert be crossed? Let alone the desert. Just talking about crossing the grassland. She was worried about getting stuck in the mud. So in discussing the route before, she didn't consider the route Jiang Qing mentioned at this moment. But now everyone really couldn't find the original route back to the highway. Jiang Qing nodded and said, many people have successfully crossed it before. If we can find the right direction, with the performance of our car, we should be able to reach the Nutuling emergency shelter within a day by taking this route. Mo Shao pondered for a while, still shook his head and said, that was before the end of the world. Now the newly diverted river has appeared, and I don't know if there are any other changes. And it's even harder to tell the direction in the desert. What if you get lost in it? Mo Shao looked at everyone and said firmly, I still think we should go back and find the highway. Although we may take a long detour and spend 2 more days on the highway, it is safer. Jiang Qing couldn't help but touch her legs under the table with her free hand. He looked at Jiang Duoduo, who was sitting next to her obediently. After a slight silence, she smiled calmly and nodded, okay. I'll listen to you. Tian Xiaoxu pouted, you are timid. Jiang Shi glanced at him coldly, you want to walk in the desert? How about I get you a car, and you go by yourself? Tian Xiaoxu snorted coldly and stopped talking. Sun Yangyang rolled his eyes, and returned to the small warehouse behind him warmly. He touched here and there, and said happily, okay, let's get back to the highway. In fact, it's not that difficult for us to find the highway. Anyway, we just need to know that we are in Susuma grassland. The highway must be above our heads. We can use a compass to find it. Chapter 116, the compass is out of service. He fumbled for a while, and finally took out a compass that Mo Shao and his friends had taken from the basement before, because they had always had maps to guide them, and they were all familiar roads. They didn't need this thing much. During the time when Yusu forced him to repair the car, Sun Yangyang was not idle either. Whatever supplies were in the car, he secretly searched through them. It can be done, Sun Yangyang said with a smile. Just keep going north, and you can always get back to the road. After that, he returned to the driving seat. No one else had any objections. However, this time, everyone followed the north direction of the compass and drove for 2 hours without getting out of the Susuma grassland. Everyone had to stop the trip again. They sat together again. What's going on? Luda said with a glare. Brother son, are you sure you didn't go the wrong way? You don't know how to read the compass. Do you? Xiaopeng said doubtfully. It should be 2 hours, according to the north-south depth of the Susuma grassland on the map. If you keep walking north, 2 hours is enough to see the road. Sun Yangyang, who was questioned, gave each of them a head shot and glared. Brother son, how could you read this thing wrong? Besides, what's so ugly about this thing? Isn't it just walking in the direction of the pointer? Let me see. Mo Shao reached out and took it. The compass is a flip-top type. The cover looks like a square box, but the dial inside is round and can be controlled by one hand. There are 2 needles inside, one black and one white. And the North Pole of the magnetic needle points to the geographic North Pole, no matter where a person stands. Its pointer will adjust its angle accordingly, and always point to the north. Mo Xiao took it and walked slowly in the car, and did not find anything unusual. I told you. How could your brother's son not even understand this little thing? Sun Yongong said proudly, seeing that everyone was lost in thought. Gao Yu whispered, I said. Is it possible that we are actually quite close to the highway line? And we are only a little bit away. Then let's try driving for another 10 minutes. Lu De pushed Zhao Peng aside and sat in the driver's seat first, rubbing his hands and saying, It's my turn to drive this time. As for how to drive this car, everyone has been taking time to learn. Mo Zhao's idea is to strive for everyone to be able to act as a driver in times of crisis. So when Sun Yongyang and Jiang, she explained some related skills. Even Jiang Duo obediently moved her small stool and listened carefully. Although with her height, it is impossible for everyone to let her drive. Zhao Peng, who missed the opportunity, gritted his teeth and looked at Lu De. Don't lead us into the ditch. Don't worry. It won't happen. Lu De had already fastened his seatbelt. However, after driving for another 10 minutes in the direction of the compass, everyone was dumbfounded. In front of them was an endless expanse of yellow. First there was a shallow Gobi desert, and in the distance there were raised sand vein ridges and gullies. Lu De quickly escaped from the driver's seat and explained in a panic, I was definitely driving safely. It's not your problem. Jiang, she looked from afar. The problem should be with the compass. He picked up the compass and turned it over and looked at it. Although the hardware was indeed fine when I checked it just now, it may be affected by the solar storm, causing the magnetic field to be disordered. It is more terrible if it works sometimes, and not sometimes, than if it never works. This may cause the person using it to go in circles, and completely lose their way. TSK. Tian Xiaoshu sneered at Sun Yongong. If I had known this, I should not have gotten off the road in the first place. I don't know how you drove the car. Sun Yongong knew that he was in the wrong, so he sighed and said nothing. Tian Xiaoshu said again, even if you got off, you shouldn't have driven so far. You were careless and thought that the wheel marks were big enough to find your way back. You didn't expect to get lost in the grassland, right? I wonder what you are going to do now. Everyone trusts you so much. What about you? You are really good at leading the way. Enough. Tongya stared at him coldly. Tian Xiaoshu. We made the route and planned together. Now is not the time to shirk responsibility. Gao Yu frowned and nodded, and said softly, Sister Yi is right. Now is not the time for internal strife. The key is to find a way to find the way. Everyone has a responsibility. Senior Tian, don't add fuel to the fire. Seeing that 1 or 2 people started to target him, Tian Xiaoshu suppressed the anger in his chest, sat back in his original position, spread out the map, and started to think of a solution. The look of thinking hard obviously did not intend to talk to everyone. Okay, everyone, take a break and eat. Li Manru wiped her hands on her apron and brought a bowl of rice to the table. There was a kitchen in the car, and electricity was available. There was enough time today, and Li Manru saw that everyone was in a bad mood, so she cooked a hot meal. The vegetables used were wild vegetables they had picked when they fetched water near the well before, and they also made a soup. The meat was the food package in the individual soldiers' rations, and the canned meat stored in Guichuchu's basement. Today, more than 2 months after the end of the world, everyone can eat such a hot meal, which is believed to be better than most exiles. And Li Manru's grandmother's cooking skills are really great. No one will be unhappy with their stomachs. Everyone took out chopsticks and started to eat. Because of the rain, it was dark outside. In order to save electricity, the room was only illuminated by a small wall lamp next to the dining table. After eating a few chopsticks of food, Mo Xiao was suddenly stunned. Slowly raised the hand holding the chopsticks. Xiao Mo, what are you doing if you don't eat? What about the cooking? Li Pingping chuckled and quickly picked up a piece of meat for her. Just kidding. So many people, and so many mouths. Especially with Lu De. Eating is like a war. There is no time to be in a daze. Mo Xiao didn't look at the food, but kept staring at the chopsticks in her hand. The shadow on the table swayed with the movement of her fingers. I suddenly thought of, Mo Xiao said in surprise. If we want to measure accurately, we can do this. If the compass is broken, what can we rely on to identify the direction? Many people will think of the sun. But it is stupid to just blindly follow the sun. because it sounds simple, such as the general formula that it rises in the east and sets in the west. But in fact, it is not so easy to do, because the position of the sun's sunrise and sunset changes in different seasons. For example, the sunrise in winter is east by south, while the sunrise in summer is east by north. Only around the spring equinox and autumn equinox, the sunrise and sunset are in the east and west, and this method is too vague to confirm the outline of the direction. It is difficult for most ordinary people to make accurate identification. I am afraid that I will lose consciousness while walking and get lost again if I am not careful. This is a great mental and physical drain on the lost, no matter what season it is. The direction of the sun rising in the east and setting in the west is certain. Mo Xiao placed a chopstick vertically on the table and placed a grain of rice at the end of the shadow. Then he pulled out the projection wall lamp to imitate the sun's slow rotation for a while, and then placed another grain of rice at the end of the changing shadow. The two grains of rice are connected, and the vertical line in the middle is south towards the sun, and the opposite direction is north. Just wait for about 15 minutes. The higher and thinner the pole is, the longer the distance the end of the shadow will move in the same time, and the more accurate the results we measure will be. Luda patted her shoulder excitedly. Xiao Mo is still thoughtful. Sister Mo, you are my god. Sun Yangyang almost knelt on one knee in boastful manner. But the rain hasn't stopped today. We have to wait a little longer. Mo Xiao picked up 2 grains of rice and ate them. Let's continue eating. Who knew that this gloomy and strange weather lasted for 3 days? And the rain didn't stop until the afternoon of the 3rd day. Although it stopped, the sun came out soon after. Everyone used this method to find the direction accurately. However, they could return to the direction of the highway accurately within an hour. But they were blocked by a big river. Fuck. What's going on? Xiao Ping's eyes were about to fall on the map. This map is making fun of me. Tell me where this river came from. Chapter 117 Millennium Ruins. Molan Ancient River. It's bad. Jiang Qing looked at the map with a gloomy expression, looking at the situation. It should be the 3 places where the dams broke, causing the 3 tributaries above to merge. If the dam breaks, can we wade through it directly with such a high base? Luda asked. Jiang Qing hesitated. The others looked at each other. None of them specialized in this area, and most of the time, they relied on common sense to brainstorm, thinking that the river looks wide and terrifying. But if it is just a dam break that causes the downstream to flood, the water should not be too deep, right? I'm afraid not. Kids. At this moment, an old voice appeared. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and it turned out that it was Grandma Li Monru, who had been quietly listening to their discussion. The terrain of the Susuma grassland is not as flat as it looks at first glance. It's just that because of the wide depth and the gradual slope, you don't feel the ups and downs very clearly when driving on land, she said slowly. With the light of ancient wisdom flashing in her eyes, there used to be an ancient river channel nearby, which nurtured the ancient Blue City more than 1,000 years ago. Ancient Blue City? Mo Xiao frowned. She had average history grades and had only heard of this name, but didn't know the details. It was Li Pingping who reacted first. Ah! Could this be the disappeared Molan Ancient River Channel? Li Pingping held her cheeks with both hands, her eyes wide open, and seemed to be a little bit unbelievable. In some of the miscellaneous books she had read, this incident was often described as an unsolved mystery. Li Monru laughed softly and said, "Those are all nonsense from unofficial history, with some legendary colors. In fact, it was only because of the war later that the 3 tribes divided up the resources, which artificially caused the upper reaches of the water system to be divided into 3 parts, and the ancient Molan River naturally dried up gradually." Li Pingping was embarrassed and blushed. Li Monru smiled and touched her head. Later, the Dragon Kingdom was established, and scholars had already found out the reason. It was just to build a road, and even reinforce the upstream gate. Some sections of Highway 3009 were even extended on the basis of the original ancient river channel. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. If this is true, that means the original highway plan is probably going to be completely shelved, according to the route of the ancient river road described by Li Monru. The river in front of them almost blocked their way forward. Is it possible that we can only go back and cross the Devil's Desert? Luda said with a bitter face. Or should we go upstream along this river, and see if we can find a narrower section of the river to wade through? Galyu glanced at Li Monru, and asked a little unwillingly. It seems that she is very resistant to walking in the desert. But just as she finished her words, everyone suddenly heard a series of urgent vehicle horns. Sun Yangyang was stunned. After seeing Mo Xiao and the others nod, he immediately followed the sound. After walking about 400 meters, they found that the width of the river was slightly narrower than that of the upper and lower parts. 3 off-road vehicles were parked quietly in the grass on the shore. In the river, before even reaching the center of the river, an off-road vehicle was almost submerged. Groups of zombie fish that came from nowhere kept colliding around the vehicle. There was also the force of the water flow, which caused their vehicle to shake constantly and be washed down. One person in the car cried and begged the people on the shore to save them. Another person kept cursing the group of grandsons behind them for being treacherous and letting them lead the way while he did not catch up. Behind the rear of the car, there was a faint trace of a cut rope floating on the water. Is it them? Chu and Jia glanced through the window. It's the off-road vehicles that were chased by the cattle and lions a few days ago. 3 men stood on the roofs of the 3 cars on the shore. They were all tall and looked like they worked out regularly, although their skin was slightly dark. It was not as brown and reddish as the locals in the plateau area of Dayuan province. 9 out of 10. Like Mo Xiao and the others, they came from surrounding provinces and cities. The people on the roofs of the 3 cars were indifferent to the requests for help and abuse from the people in the car that was gradually swallowed by the water. Soon, the car was washed to the wide area downstream and disappeared completely. Perhaps because of the continuous rain before. The mud and sand were washed down from upstream. The water also turned muddy and scary. Sensing the smell of fresh meat and blood nearby, a large group of zombie fish jumped out of the water from the river. Even if they had reached the shore, they kept bouncing with their scarlet eyes bulging like a perpetual motion machine. Not to mention, the height of some fish jumps is even higher than that of human zombies. However, they are limited by their original body structure. On land, their behavior and activities are not as agile as in the water, and they are far from being able to catch up with the running speed of humans. Seeing this scene, Mo Xiao and his friends had to back up the car more than 10 meters away from the river bank. Hey! Friends in that big car. Your car is pretty good. The 3 SUVs behind followed. Their chassis were not low either. That's why they could drive smoothly in such deep weeds. One of them was so brave that he even opened a window and waved to them with a bright smile. Brother son, get rid of them, Mo Xiao said in a deep voice. Got it. Sun Yangyang also opened the window with a smile, gave the 3 cars behind him a middle finger, and then stepped on the accelerator to speed away, hearing the engine sound of the big guy in front. The speed of the 3 cars behind gradually slowed down. Brother Zhu, that son of a bitch is too arrogant. One of them slammed the steering wheel and angrily said to the man in the first car. Shoko, keep the speed. Save some gas. Don't go too hard. The man called Zhu Gu has a square face, a crew cut, and muscular body. He looks like a tough guy. He took the lead in adjusting the speed. Old drivers generally know that there is a concept called economic speed when driving. It means that when the engine and gearbox achieve a relatively good output efficiency, they find the most balanced point with air resistance. It's just that due to different road conditions and car models, the speed value is definitely different. Xu Guangyi and his car consume a lot of gas, but they don't have as huge fuel tank reserves as Mo Xiao and his car, so they have always relied on saving a little bit to survive on the road. For example, driving at a constant speed, reducing the number of times you slam on the brakes and accelerator, and minimizing the time you warm up the car in place can all save a lot of oil. If they hadn't just refilled a few small barrels of oil from the gas station a few days ago and put them in the trunk, their car would probably have been completely out of service by now. There were quite a few people in Zhu Peng's team, but they had to sacrifice a lot of people while fleeing. Fortunately, everyone had just formed a temporary team for the purpose of fleeing, and there was not much deep affection. Only the 3 people left, Zhu Pengyi, Yao Guanghe and Dong Xiang, were familiar with each other before the end of the world. After all, they are all fitness enthusiasts. Brother Zhu, these people are too wary. They said they had guns that day. Is it true? Compared to Dong Xiang's irritability, Yao Guanghe in the car on the left was much calmer. Chapter 118, A Dream of 10,000 Mountains and 10,000 Deserts. He adjusted the speed accordingly. The 3 of them could no longer see the silhouette of the off-road RV, but the grass marks crushed by the tires would not disappear so quickly. They maintained a certain speed and hung far away. In fact, This was also a passive choice. After all, they could not catch up. Humph, Dong Xiang said angrily. No matter if he is real or fake, I will fight 3 of this kind of stuff before the end of the world. It is obvious that he is still upset about the middle finger that the wretched yellow-haired boy in the driver's seat just gave him. Okay, Xiangzi, don't be impulsive. Xu Penyi looked rough, but he was not as rude as the first impression gave people. Our first priority is to survive, not to casually clash with others. Xu Penyi sighed. It shouldn't be difficult for people who can get this kind of car to get guns before the end of the world if they have the will. Let's just follow behind and try to avoid friction with them. Brother Xu is right. Yao Guanhe also nodded. We are running out of gas, and now we are lost. Even if we can't get in touch with them, it's good to follow their traces and find the right direction. The grass leaves rubbed against the car body, making a rustling sound. No matter how you drive, it feels like the same endless scenery, which is very scary. If they lose the car, they will have to walk. Hiking in such dense grass is even more terrifying. And it seems that the virus has changed a bit. If bitten by some insects and animals, it seems that they will turn into zombies. Their team lost a large number of people because of this before, and the group collapsed instantly. So in order to reserve more oil, the 3 of them have lost part of the food storage space. But after so many days, it is a bit difficult to sustain. Even the oil is facing the danger of running out. Thinking of this, Xu Pengyi's face was livid, and his hands tightly grasped the steering wheel, following the tire grass marks in front. He drove steadily. In any case, this life-saving straw must be firmly grasped. Oh, these guys are quite sensible. Luda looked out the back window and found that the 3 cars were no longer visible. So he sighed. That night was the same. As soon as he threatened, the other party immediately admitted his fear. It's all for survival. Gao Yu sat quietly on the edge of the booth, lowered her eyes and said softly, I can understand it. Seeing that she was a little depressed by the current desperate situation, Gui Chu patted the back of her hand to comfort her. Tongya walked to Mo Xiao and whispered, Xiao Mo, what should we do now? Walk through the desert? Let's vote. Jiang, she suddenly said. His eyes slowly swept over the 17 adults except Jiang Duo and Shi Qingyi, and the corners of his lips curled up with a smile, and said, no one knows how to walk to survive. So let's vote. And the minority obeys the majority. Tongya's eyes flashed. I agree. Mo Xiao, who was about to speak, glanced at Jiang Shi and saw him spread his hands innocently, sighed silently, and nodded. 3 minutes later, Lu De finished counting the votes. A total of 17 secret ballots, 16 of which chose the desert. In fact, this result is not surprising. After all, except for the route of crossing the Devil's Desert, they really don't know how to leave. It's impossible to keep bumping around like a headless fly and get trapped to death in this dangerous grassland. At least their car still has gas now. What if it runs out of gas? Okay, then find a place to stop later and redetermine the direction to the desert. Everyone be mentally prepared. Traveling in the desert is, in a way, much more dangerous than walking in the grassland. Mainly because there are too few landmarks in the desert, and the sand is very fluid. The ups and downs of the sand dunes are constantly changing, and you can't even be sure if you are walking in a straight line. You can imagine, in the case of a compass failure, it is necessary to remeasure the direction more frequently to reduce the possibility of getting lost. After all, human senses are easily deceived. The sun is good today. With the map, they find the right direction. It didn't take long for them to return to the edge of the desert. It was about to get dark again. Everyone decided to camp here for now, and set off again when the sun comes out tomorrow morning. While there is still daylight, everyone got out of the car and wrapped themselves tightly to avoid exposing their skin. At the same time, they picked up their tools and weapons and started mowing the grass. They didn't stop until the area within a radius of several meters around the RV was completely bare. In this way, it is clear at a glance. If there are any dangerous beasts lurking nearby, they can be discovered in time, leaving them enough buffer time. Take advantage of the afterglow of the sunset. Everyone got on the car again, opened the second-floor lift terrace, and began to look at the strange yet familiar world around them with some kind of emotion. The wind blew, and the grass in the distance danced slowly. No one spoke, as if they were enjoying the rare silence at the moment. This scene made Zhao Peng quietly wipe his eyes. What's wrong with you? Tanya asked hesitantly. No. Zhao Peng immediately forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. I just thought that if there was no apocalypse, it would be nice to bring my parents here to travel and see the scenery after graduation. The squad leader Lu De next to him was sharp-eared, and he put one hand on Zhao Peng's shoulder and suddenly realized, speaking of which, Brother Peng's hometown is Xingyao Island in the South China Sea. Right? Son of the sea. Uncle and Anne haven't seen the grassland and the desert yet. Zhao Peng nodded and fell silent. Everyone knows that fish in the water can become zombies just like humans. So you can imagine how dangerous the living environment of the islander surrounded by water is. Ludo was used to chatting and gossiping with him. At this moment, he wanted to comfort him seriously, but he was a little at a loss. He touched the back of his head and didn't know how to respond. Tanya suddenly stretched out a hand and patted Zhao Peng on the shoulder, saying calmly, everything will be considered after we find the government army. This hand is slender, but steady and powerful. Zhao Peng exhaled deeply and nodded heavily. At the corner of the second-floor terrace, Li Monru slowly turned the ring on her finger that she had worn for decades, and whispered, no birds fly in the barren desert, and dreams are still lazy in the mountains. The strong wind blew up her silver hair, making the traces of time between her eyebrows more clearly visible. Jiang Qing, who was beside her, heard this dreamy murmur, and was silent for a long time, and uttered two words, my condolences. Li Monru came back to her senses. She was already old and weak, and the wind made her cough. Jiang Qing stroked her back. You are old and useless. Li Monru smiled and waved her hand. Teacher Jiang, you are so free and easy. Jiang Qing touched her aching leg and whispered, I am alone, so I have no worries. After speaking, she paused, looked at Jiang Duoduo, who was lying on the railing in front of her and curiously looking into the distance. And her eyes softened. Now, I just hope that the children can return to the government safely. Li Monru was slightly startled, sighed, and said nothing more. She is also a miserable person. Jiang Shi. Thank you. Mo Xiao half crouched on the roof of the terrace, and whispered while looking around with a telescope. Jiang Shi stretched one leg straight, bent one knee, and sat in a very lazy posture. Just now, you said to vote. It was for my sake. Mo Xiao chuckled. If I make the final decision on such a dangerous matter as entering the desert, even if it is consistent with the decision of most people, if something really goes wrong afterwards, everyone will inevitably feel uncomfortable thinking that it was my decision. Her eyes curved into crescents, and she patted Jiang Shi's shoulder heavily. You don't want me to take this responsibility, so you propose to vote. Jiang Shi was knocked down by her slap, as if he had no bones. He burst out laughing and said, Mo Xiao, when did you become so narcissistic? He moved his arms lazily and said slowly, have you heard that 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang? Of course, you are not Zhuge Liang. Right. You are always the second best. Mo Xiao blushed with embarrassment. He couldn't help but stand up and kick him in the butt. You are always the second best. Don't forget that I have always been the first in kindergarten, from the small class to the big class. Okay. Jiang Shi almost laughed out loud. Yes. Only you have the nerve to bring up the kindergarten exam. You haven't won since the first grade of elementary school. Right? Mo Xiao was speechless. He walked angrily to the diagonal line farthest from Jiang Shi and raised the telescope again. She was stunned when she saw it. She quickly stepped on the railing to stand higher and take a closer look, and her brows couldn't help but frown. Oh no! Chapter 119, Wolves that are like maggots attached to one's bones. Jiang Shi was alert instantly. He straightened his posture like a cat and raised his telescope to glance. At this time, Mo Xiao had already waved to the terrace below. Tanya noticed and made a gesture to silence everyone. The others looked at each other and asked the elderly and children to go downstairs first. Sun Yangyang returned to the driver's seat and waited for battle. Tanya and the others took out rifles and bows and arrows, each guarding a position, and set them up around the terrace on the second floor. It's a wolf pack. Mo Xiao was nervous. Something's wrong. How could such a smart creature like a wolf pack take the initiative to provoke us? It was because they were too smart and cunning. So in her opinion, this is the most difficult creature on the grassland. With the size of the RV that Mo Xiao and his friends were sitting in, it didn't look like an easy target to bully. Under normal circumstances, wolves would never take the initiative to provoke humans. Sister Mo, do you want to drive away? Sun Yangyang asked quietly through the intercom while sitting in the driver's seat. In fact, the sky was getting dark. Driving blindly at this time was not a good choice. Although the moonlight was good tonight, it was said that the direction could be roughly identified by the stars at night. But no one present had this ability. As modern people living in the city, they are used to seeing high-rise buildings, wine and lights. Even on holidays, they basically stare at their phones all the time. In the rush, few people have the leisure to look up at the starry sky, let alone identify the stars. So traveling at night is a sheer waste of fuel for them. Not only do they have to take the wrong road, but they may also encounter dangers such as swamps and quicksand due to unclear vision. So at the moment, it is best not to move. The wolf has stopped. Mo Xiao squinted his eyes. Just outside the safe zone they had cut out before, a gray-black wolf crouched down and lay motionless in the grass. But the amber pupil stared coldly at this side, like a hunter waiting for the prey to reveal its flaws. Wolves are creatures. They are good at guerrilla warfare and are natural strategic masters. If the opponent is stronger than them, they may not rush to attack. Instead, they will hang in the distance until the opponent shows signs of fatigue, and then kill him with one blow. In the field of view of Mo Xiao's telescope, there were originally two wolves crouching and slowly approaching in the grass. But at this moment, one of them stopped far away, and the other turned around and walked back. Maybe they were just scouts sent by the wolf pack. One of them was watching the prey, and the other one was probably going back to call friends. Do you want to kill it? Li Pingping also asked in a low voice. It's better not to. Chu Wenze looked through the scope and said calmly. Before the conflict, they may retreat. But if we kill each other first, we may end up in a stalemate. What are you afraid of? Tian Xiaoxiu sneered. We have a motorhome as a base. I don't believe they can jump up. Xie Buxian glanced at him coldly. I heard that you always got good grades in class projects. Did you pay someone to help you do it? Tian Xiaoxiu said angrily. What do you mean? Why don't you think about it? Even if they can't jump up, can't they bite our tires? Xie Buxian sneered. Without tires, how can we move? Are we trapped here to death? Didn't Brother Sun modify the tires? Gao Yu asked weakly. I heard that they can protect against bullets. Self-repairing the holes, after being shot, and being torn to pieces are two different things. Tongya took over the conversation in a deep voice. God Chu is right. We'd better be able to shock the other side, and make them dare not act rashly against us. As long as we can delay until dawn and enter the desert, they should not pursue us further. Mo Xiao also meant this. After hearing that Tongya and the others had reached a consensus, he stopped talking. However, wolves have always been very patient. The wolf crawled in the grass, motionless, like a well-trained special forces soldier. 2 hours passed, and he was still staring at them. Everyone, take turns to be on guard. At the same time, not far from Mo Xiao's off-road RV camp, there was an off-road vehicle driving madly. The driver was the guy named Zhu Pengyi from the 3 people he met during the day. However, for some reason, the 3 people who originally had one person in one car, now all squeezed into one car. Fuck. Brother Zhu. Are those wolves crazy? No matter how many times they get rid of them, they can catch up again. A bald man holding a machete. He waved it wildly at any wolf that tried to get close to the car body. This group of wolves on the Susuma grassland is really cunning. And they even know how to bite tires. They were just careless. And the other party destroyed 2 cars. Now there is only this last car left. And they have to save it no matter what. Dong Xiang. It's not them who are crazy. I think you are crazy. Another man with a slick back hair had a gloomy face and held a steel rod to support at any time. Who told you to take out that nest of wolf cubs? Guanghe. What you said is a bit biased. Dong Xiang touched his bald head and said unconvinced. Didn't you eat our barbecue? And it was delicious. Yu Yao Guanghe wanted to say something else. Zhu Pengyi, who was driving, suddenly shouted, Okay. What's the point of arguing about these now? I think you might have taken out the Wolf King's cub. With their posture, I'm afraid they will fight us to the death. Both of them were silent. Dong Xiang said apologetically, Brother Zhu, what should we do? What else can we do? Catch up with a group of people in the daytime. Yao Guanghe hesitated. Brother Zhu, isn't this a bad idea? What's wrong with this? Dong Xiang couldn't help but retorted. Guanghe, why are you dithering like a woman? Why would I think so much if you grow a little more brains? Those people have guns. Do you think they are easier to deal with than wolves? I'm afraid we will never come back. Hearing their argument, Zhu Pengyi spoke again. Don't worry. I know my limits. If I'm not mistaken, that group of people might want to cross the Devil's Desert with their equipment. Following them, we should be able to find the desert. This group of prairie wolves will not chase us deep into the desert. We will be able to get rid of them by then. As they drove at a speed as fast as a car, the wolves gradually couldn't keep up. But no one was relieved, because they knew that they seemed to have gotten rid of them now. In fact, it won't be long before the wolves will find them quietly again. The wolves are like dogskin plasters, like maggots attached to the bones. Otherwise, Zhu Pengyi would not have thought of entering the desert. A trick that would kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of his own. In the RV, Mo Xiaojiang was taking a nap with a mace in his arms after the handover. Chu Ying suddenly said solemnly, "There is a sound of a car." This sound woke up all the people who were resting. Chapter 120, a confrontation based on the situation. It took less than 2 minutes. They saw the lights of the car in the night. The people in the car obviously saw their RV. One of them waved and greeted them happily. The man with a short haircut in the main driver's seat did not approach them. He braked when he was still more than 100 meters away. "It is indeed a desert," Yao Guanghe said happily. "Brother Zhu, you guessed it right. Hey, friends in the car, how about we spend the night together?" Zhu Pengyi said loudly. In the RV, everyone looked at each other. Our tire marks are more obvious, so it is expected that they will chase us. Jiangxi chuckled, his tone cold. 3 people, 3 bullets can solve it. The wolf moved. Mo Xiao suddenly said. Obviously, she paid more attention to the movements of the wolf pack than Zhu Pengyi and the other 3. It seems that their target is not us, but those people. Mo Xiao raised his eyebrows. Jiangxi raised his eyebrows and smiled. If we let them stop in the same place as us, they will be mistaken for accomplices. Shoot them. Let them leave us. And then see what the wolf pack does, Mo Xiao said coldly, looking at her roommate's face that looked particularly ruthless under the cold moonlight. Li Pingping bit her lip, wanting to say something but stopping. Jiangxi had already shot off one of the rearview mirrors of the car with a bang. In the silent night, it was particularly deafening. Zhu Pengyi and the other 2 in the car looked extremely ugly, and were obviously shocked. Brother Zhu, they really have guns, Yao Guanghe whispered. Damn. We are all human beings. And these rubbish. It's just a small favor to lend a hand. And we don't rely on them for food and drink. This is not okay. Dong Xiang couldn't help but curse. They are warning us to leave quickly, Zhu Pengyi said in a deep voice, one hand unconsciously gripping the steering wheel. Dong Xiang said angrily, Brother Zhu, if it's up to me, we should just drive our car into them. It's hard to survive anyway. And it's a profit to smash their car. Yao Guanghe cursed, Xiangzi. You are looking for death yourself. Don't drag me with you. If everyone is as impulsive and reckless as you, we would have died before we escaped from the city. Just then, the bushes in the distance suddenly trembled. One wolf after another appeared and disappeared between the grass leaves. The eyes flashed a faint green light under the moonlight, as terrifying as ghost fire. One of them was silver-white, taller than the others, with its tail raised high. Wherever it went, the wolves made way. Zhu Pengyi's Adam's apple moved. The Wolf King is coming. Yao Guanghe's expression tightened. Actually, I remember walking a little further on the other side of this Devil's Desert. There seems to be an emergency shelter. I seem to have caught a glimpse of it before the network was disconnected. Their original destination, of course, was the most well-equipped and safest Tianyan shelter. But they were blocked by the river that suddenly appeared. As a result, they could not go north along National Highway 3009 as originally planned. As for some small emergency shelters posted on the internet before, Zhu Pengyi and his team actually didn't think much of them. In their opinion, although these have government titles, they have the word emergency after all. How can the facility reserves catch up with the Tianyan shelter? A large base with a long history? Most of them will definitely fall. If they want to go, of course they want to go to the largest, safest and best one. It is said that in the Tianyan shelter, a large number of elite troops are pulled there for exercises all year round. Yao Guanghe's words at this time were actually of little use to Zhu Pengyi and his team's choice, because he had no choice but to step on the accelerator and rush into the yellow sand desert when the wolves howled and attacked. This sentence only gave the 3 people a thought of survival. Most of the wolves followed the yellow sand at the rear of the car for a distance. About half an hour later. Then, they came back one after another. The silver-white wolf king walked slowly around Mo Xiao and his team's car in the dense grass. The rest of the wolves were like well-trained soldiers, one after another, silently monitoring them from all directions. They knew the desert was dangerous, so they drove those people into the desert on purpose. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given up so quickly. Although wolves are not the fastest, they are the most enduring animals, and can even track day and night. Mo Xiao whispered, "These guys are too smart. They have a good leader." In fact, this point, we can also get a glimpse of the number of wolves in this pack. At least there are more than 50. And the scale is so large that it is rare to lead such a large number. The Wolf King must be extremely strong. With our current inventory of rifle bullets, even if we hit them all, we can't kill them all. Tanya frowned. And in such a dark and agile situation, it is almost impossible to hit all of them. What about the pistol? Li Pingping asked. The effective range of the pistol is limited. Everyone was silent. Then let's wait until dawn. I don't think they are going to attack us. It should be okay to be more vigilant. Gao Yu smiled and comforted. Mo Xiao shook his head. It seems that if they want to take action, they will definitely choose before dawn. They should be evaluating now. Chu Wenzi nodded, with a little admiration in his tone. It's really smart. What if we kill the Wolf King first? Xie Bumian suddenly asked. Out of range. Jiangshi put his fingertips on the gun, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. When a wolf pack is hunting, the Wolf King will usually stand in the most advantageous terrain to command. Without its orders, even if there is only one wolf left, it will fight to the death. What should we do then? Tian Xieshu scratched his hair a little anxiously. This won't work. And that won't work. Confrontation. Jiangshi ignored Tian Xieshu's anxiety, but looked at Xie Bumian and said, the Wolf King is now assessing the situation. You, go down. Take the remaining few Molotov cocktails from last time. Light a bonfire. Pay attention to your posture, breathing and footsteps. And don't show your fear. Animals can keenly sense whether people are afraid of them from the bottom of their hearts. So they are used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Even domestic dogs are like this. Let alone wolves. It is said that the brain of a wolf is about 15% to 30% larger than that of a dog. And it is extremely intelligent. Using flames, explosions, and a fearless performance is enough to make the Wolf King carefully assess the risks and retreat in this confrontation. I can't do it, Xie Bumian said frankly. I was bitten by a dog at school before. I have always been afraid of dogs and can't pretend. Jiangshi squinted and looked at him for a long time. Mo Xiao had already taken the 5 remaining Molotov cocktails and a bag of raw firewood left over from cooking from the small warehouse. I'll do it. I'm not afraid. I'll go. Jiangshi took it and threw the bundle of firewood far down, about 4 meters away. He jumped down the rope ladder on the side, clapped his hands, and walked towards the firewood with light and steady steps. Looking relaxed, the Wolf King let out a low cry, and the nearby wolves slowly moved their steps. The bonfire was lit. The sky-high flames illuminated the nearby area even brighter. One of them seemed to be turning around in the grass, with its front legs lowered, and was about to jump up and bite Jiangshi. However, from a distance, a Molotov cocktail hit his feet. The wolves retreated again in shock. The oil fire spread again. There were several more attempts in the second half of the night, all of which were discouraged by Molotov cocktails and bullet warnings. Mo Xiao didn't let them actually shoot any wolf to death, because if they did that, the wolf pack might completely abandon any considerations and fight them to the death. Until dawn, the Wolf King howled. The wolf packs in all directions slowly retreated. This long confrontation that lasted all night finally ended. The nerves were highly tense all night, and everyone was almost exhausted. No wonder this thing can survive on the blue planet for 5 million years without extinction. This teamwork is simply amazing. Zhao Peng sighed and cursed. Sister Mo, shall we set off? Sun Yanyan, who had been sitting in the main driver's seat, was probably the one with the best spirits. After getting Mo Zhao's approval, their car finally drove into the yellow sand desert. No one wanted to spend the night here again. What if the wolves came back later? This journey in the desert was smoother than they thought at first. After all, there was a map, and they could roughly identify the direction. But in the afternoon, a loud alarm suddenly sounded somewhere in the car. Chapter 121 Nuclear Leakage. Geiger counter? What's going on? It seems that the further south we go, the higher the radiation, Li Pingping said with a grim expression, holding the counter in her hand. Because of the confrontation last night, most people were not in a good mood. The main force like Mo Xiao and Jiangxi, who were extremely tired, were basically still resting. And Li Pingping and Chu Wenjie, who were not too tired, took on the rotating work. The person in the driving seat at this time has been replaced by Chu Wenjie. He is one of the few people in the team who has learned the driving control of this car the fastest. Even in the desert, how to use the differential lock is basically clear. The dust was flying outside. The temperature was very high, making everyone feel like shrimps turning red in a furnace. The RV was driving at the same speed, and the sound of the Geiger counter never stopped. It's getting higher and higher, Li Pingping whispered. Stop quickly. We can't go over there. Hearing the movement below, Mo Xiao got up from the second floor and sat there for a while without moving, his eyes dull. After a long while, he shook his head and forced himself to get up. Pingping, what's the value? She put on her coat and yawned as she came to the first floor. In fact, the surrounding environment had excessive radiation. They realized this problem after the last solar storm in Mata Town. It was just that although it was excessive at that time, the value was extremely low. It basically didn't have much impact. So no one really took it seriously. Chu Wenjie had just stopped the car. At this moment, everyone basically gathered around the circular booth sofa again. Frowning. More than 100. Li Pingping bit her lip and said, the further south you go, the higher the value. Mo Xiao, who was still a little sleepy, was shocked when he heard the number and woke up instantly. More than 100 microsieverts, which means that the radiation value is almost more than 1,000 times the safe value. There must be a nuclear power plant leak nearby. Chu Wenjie, who was waiting in the driver's seat, also heard their conversation and replied almost without thinking. Is there a nuclear power plant nearby? Luda asked uncertainly. Everyone looked at each other. No one paid much attention to this information. Naturally, they didn't know the exact location of the nuclear power plant. If the coordinates were known, they could more or less selectively avoid it and take a detour. What should we do? We have to go south to the Nutuling emergency shelter, and we have to take this road. We can't retreat back to the Susuma grassland. Right? There's no way out there. And there are so many beasts. The further we go south, the higher the radiation level. It can't be that there is a nuclear power plant leak near the Nutuling emergency shelter. Right? If so, wouldn't the shelter be doomed? Maybe we've already evacuated it. Everyone discussed for a long time. Now they were in a dilemma, and no one could come up with a better solution. Finally, they had to decide to continue southward for a while. After all, the radiation value of more than 100 microsieverts was acceptable and had little effect on the human body. However, the 3 sets of radiation protection suits originally taken from the basement of Guichuchu's house in the RV were still put to use. With most people being humble, everyone decided to wear them in shifts. Especially the team members, who were going to stand guard outside, should wear more. The vehicle continued to drive south for a while. The Geiger counter kept ringing, and it had soared from more than 100 microsieverts to more than 200. It was about to break through the 300 mark. Everyone had to stop the car again. What's going on? Could the radiation source really come from Nutuling? Mo Xiao looked at the map spread out on the table, frowned for a while, and shook his head. I don't think it's likely. Tanya asked, what do you mean? Look at the terrain. Mo Xiao's fingertips moved slightly. If you were the one who built the nuclear power plant, what factors would you prioritize? Population density? Tanya narrowed her eyes and thought. Yes, it would be safer if the population density was relatively low. Mo Xiao nodded. He continued, since ancient times, it has been easier to build large-scale engineering facilities in open and flat places than in steep and rugged mountains. And transportation. Chu Wenjie took off his glasses and wiped them, then suddenly spoke. Many nuclear power plants in the world are located on the seashore. In addition to considering transportation, it is also related to their operating principles. Jiang, she said thoughtfully. For example, water is needed as a cooling source. After that, he quickly searched on the map with his fingertips. If there is one near us, then the nuclear power plant is most likely built on the bank of an inland river. Found it. Jiang, she tapped the desktop. Bodhi Rodling, huh? if all the above conditions are met. Mo Xiao took out a pen and drew a circle on a certain area on the map. The nuclear power plant closest to us is probably built in this area. Lu Da was dumbfounded and blinked. Then the nuclear power plant is in the west. And the Newtling emergency shelter in the south should be safe for now. Mo Xiao smiled and said, these are just our guesses. If it is a nuclear leak, with the radiation source as the center, the radiation value will decrease step by step with the distance. If we take a detour from the east of the Devil's Desert, we may be able to successfully cross this radiation area. Jiang, she added. Then, why is the radiation source in the west? And the radiation value will increase as we go south? Gao Yu asked in a low voice. Mo Xiao drew a circle with the western area as the center. It should be a radius problem. Mo Xiao analyzed. I guess, when we go south to a certain position, we will reach the shortest vertical distance from the radiation source. At this time, if we continue to go south, the distance will be longer, and the radiation value should be reduced again. Do you understand? Mo Xiao smiled. Everyone nodded. Zhao Peng punched his palm. Then should we take a detour from the east or rush directly? There is no doubt that rushing directly is the shortest. What everyone is worried about is that the maximum radiation in the middle is not something they can bear. The radiation value at this location is not higher than 500 microsieverts, which will only cause a slight impact on the human body. But if this value reaches several millisieverts, the harm to the human body caused by long-term exposure to it is very great. None of them had ever walked through the Devil's Desert before, and they were all trying to figure out how to walk. No one could guarantee safety. Finally, after everyone agreed, everyone decided to go east first, and then turn south. Everyone stared at the Geiger counter nervously, and found that the value did decrease after the vehicle drove east for a distance. Although it did not decrease much. But at least it proved that their guess about the general location of the radiation source was correct. Mo Xiao and the others just breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound outside, like ice beads hitting the glass window in a rainstorm. Not good. Chuinja in the driver's seat whispered. The wind is blowing. Chapter 122 Sandstorm. Everyone came to the front of the car, seeing the sky that was very clear just now. Suddenly, yellow sand rolled and covered the sky. Countless sand was blown up by the hurricane and hit the glass and the car shell, making a crisp sound. Far away, a giant tornado was vaguely connected to the sky, bringing up tsunami-like sand waves, one row after another rushing. As the sand and dust flew, visibility became lower and lower. All of them seemed to be trapped in a yellow and gray cage, unable to tell east, south, west, north, and where they were. Fuck. Are you going to let me live? Zhao Peng widened his eyes and cursed. But soon, they no longer have to worry about vision, because all the glass has been covered by yellow sand. The light is blocked, and the car is completely in darkness. Accompanying the darkness is the silence brought by no one speaking in the car. Ruda smiled awkwardly, rubbing the back of his head in the dark and said, Ha! Ha! Everyone, we have at least one good news. That is, when the sandstorm comes, we have an off-road RV as a base. Which is awesome. Isn't it? Ha! Ha! Seeing that no one cares, Ruda's laughter becomes awkward. Then he coughed twice at this time. It turns out that a little light can give people a sense of security. After saying that, he raised his arm in a very childish way and shouted, Electricity! Shattered the darkness with thunder. Click! The interior of the car suddenly became bright. Lu Da's pupils trembled with shock, and he kept looking down at his hands. Fuck! I have awakened my superpower. Is it the superpower of light? Suddenly, someone patted him on the shoulder. Lu Da looked back. I saw Chewing glanced at him grimly, and his finger slowly moved down from the car light switch. Excuse me. Your fat body is blocking this position, and no one can turn on the light. Puff Xiao Peng couldn't help laughing. Brother, this superpower of light is quite effective. Mo Xiao almost laughed his waist off, shocked. The Son of Light is actually by my side. I'm so stupid. Really? I actually believed him for 3 seconds. Li Pingping covered her face and leaned on Tong Ya's shoulder in shame, listening to everyone's jokes. Lu Da was a little embarrassed at first, but soon he happily and frankly regarded himself as the Son of Light. Jiang Qing looked at this group of students who were having fun in the midst of hardship. Her nasolabial folds moved slightly, and a gentle smile appeared on her lips. But I didn't expect it. When the sandstorm completely stopped, it was already 3 days later. The yellow sand had buried half of the car body. From the roof to the half that was not buried, it was almost covered with a thick layer of sand. We have to go out and shovel away the sand and clear a passage. Otherwise we can't drive away. After Emo Xiao went out from the roof to take a look at the situation, he returned to the car and said to everyone, "This is easy. There are so many of us. Let's go out and help clean up the sand." Sun Yangyang said with a smile, "Let's work in shifts." Emo Xiao wrapped himself in layers of clothes, even more than on the grassland. "Xiao Emo, the desert is so hot during the day. Can you bear it? Will you get heat stroke? Or should we shovel sand at night?" Zhang Jiwei asked worriedly. In the past few days, they have thoroughly experienced the huge temperature difference between day and night. It can be as high as 50 or 60 degrees during the day, and it will drop to below zero at night. This temperature is torturous, just like chopping meat with a soft knife. Li Monru, Jiang Qing, Guichuchu, Gao Yu, Tian Xiaoxiu, Jiang Duoduo, Tongya, and Chuing have all suffered from heat stroke. It's too dangerous at night. I suggest that we rest at night and work during the day. Emo Xiao bit the other end of the bandage with his teeth and tied a knot on his hand. Tian Xiaoxiu saw her wrapping herself up like a dumpling in the hot weather, and felt suffocated when he put himself in her shoes. There are nearly 2,000 species of scorpions in the world, most of which live in desert areas. Emo Xiao continued to explain while wrapping the bandage. Their basic habits are to hide during the day and come out at night. During the day, they hide in the cracks of rocks or under the sand. Many of them are poisonous. In the past, most scorpion venom was not lethal, but now the situation is different. If the scorpion group is also a carrier of the zombie virus, then being stung is almost certain to die. So, if you want to go out and shovel sand to clear the way, I suggest that everyone take the most stringent protective measures. Emo Xiao looked at everyone solemnly. This kind of creature that hides during the day and comes out at night is generally phototropic. I personally think that working at night is more dangerous. Hearing her say this, everyone was silent. No one would doubt Emo Xiao's knowledge reserves. Although her professional performance in the class was not as top as Chu Wenjie and Jiangxi, she was like a jack of all trades, covering a wide range of subjects. Although she always ridiculed herself for being a jack of all trades. But along the way, everyone relied on her analysis and judgment to make the right decisions many times, and survive to this day. But this time, we have to do heavy physical labor in the temperature of 50 or 60 degrees, wrapped up like wearing a cotton-padded jacket. Just thinking about it makes me feel suffocated. Those with poor physical fitness should not go. Jiangxi glanced at everyone indifferently. People like Guichuchu and others can get heat stroke and get sick even if they just stay in the car. If they go outside, they will probably faint in a minute. Finally, everyone discussed it. It was decided that Emo Xiao, Jiangxi, Xia Bumian, Lu De, Zhao Peng, Sun Yangyang, Li Pingping and Zhang Jiwei would go out to clean up the sand. Sun Yangyang used the remaining materials. He simply welded a few shovels for everyone in the rear car warehouse. Emo Xiao and others went out from the roof. The sand left on the ceiling was half the height of a shoe. The sand was swept away one after another, and the view from the car windows and the front windshield gradually became clearer. The most difficult thing to deal with was the half of the car body stuck in the sand. To pull the whole car out, they decided to follow the trend of the sand dune and shovel out a wide slide from the back. The sand on the surface was still a little fluffy at this moment. As soon as the foot stepped on it, it sank in. Li Pingping exclaimed slightly. Emo Xiao helped her and smiled. "Don't be nervous. Go back to the car and rest for a while if you are tired." Li Pingping's eyes were red, and she was sweating profusely. She gritted her teeth and said, "I can help." She was just a little bit mentally challenged, but her physical fitness was very good before the apocalypse. She worked very hard to clean the sand on the roof and sides of the car. Emo Xiao patted her shoulder, waved the shovel, and pushed the sand behind the wheel down along the slope of the sand dune. However, she only pushed part of it down. The sand grains around seemed to have eyes, and immediately crowded to fill the pit just pushed out. Emo Xiao sighed. This is really a huge project. It took another 3 days. 5 people were exhausted in a row. A sand slide finally appeared behind the conqueror. "Oh my god! I can finally leave this damn place." Everyone cheered. Chu Wenjie started the engine and reversed. He saw the car body being pulled out of the sand layer bit by bit. and it was flowing down the sand like a fish hanging upside down, until it finally reached a flat place. Everyone's nervous mood was finally relieved. Great. Hurry up and go. Xiaopeng wiped his eyes and said, I don't want to go into the desert again in my life. He was almost stung by a scorpion when he was clearing the sand yesterday. Fortunately, he listened to Xiaomo's words and wrapped himself up more. It was a very sour experience to walk through the gates of hell. Buzz buzz. The accelerator was pressed in vain, and the sound was extremely dull. Chu Wenjie frowned at the driver's seat. He quickly adjusted the differential lock, but the whole car body suddenly flipped over. Mo Zhao's eyes became fierce, and she quickly jumped onto the roof of the car, only to see a huge sand pit dragging the car down like a bottomless pit. Jiangxi, who arrived soon after, pulled her down, hugged her head, bent down and grabbed the handrail beside her. Almost the next moment, the car turned over, and everyone exclaimed. Countless objects inside made a huge upside-down collision sound. After a few seconds, it returned to silence. Chapter 123 Xixia Script. Mo Xiao woke up after hearing footsteps around her. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Xia Buxian standing beside her, staring at her dimly. After noticing that Mo Xiao was awake, Xia Buxian quickly looked away and said lightly, Awake? We fell from the sand pit, but it seems to be a ruin outside. Mo Zhao's head was still buzzing with pain, and she didn't have the time to quickly receive and identify this information. She had to wave her hand to signal him to stop. When she was about to get up with her elbows on the ground, she noticed that Jiangxi had also fainted on the side. His face was pale, and the bottom of his head was bright red. Mo Zhao's pupils shrank, and he immediately turned around and shouted, Jiangxi! Jiangxi! After calling out twice, she suddenly seemed to remember something, stood up abruptly, and prepared to go downstairs to get the medicine box. Or maybe she stood up too quickly. She felt a splitting headache. Her eyes went dark, and she almost fell down the stairs. Maybe you have a concussion. Xia Bumian was a little surprised when he said this. Why haven't you recovered yet? Mo Xiao was concerned about Jiangxi's injury at the moment, so he didn't have the time to take care of him. Holding the handrail, he stepped on the stairs with a very steep angle and went down to the lower floor. You can see, the entire RV was tilted to one side. The originally tidy interior space was now in a mess. The rest of the people fainted on the ground in twos and threes, because of the unexpected rollover and fall just now. Many people were injured. Mo Xiao got the medical box, took out some medical supplies, and looked up at Xia Bumian and said, Come here. Help everyone deal with it. She went back to the second floor first and bandaged Jiangxi's head. During this process, Jiangxi finally woke up and seemed to be fine. Then, the calls of other team members came from downstairs one by one. When Mo Xiao and the others reunited around the sofa booth again, everyone's face was very solemn. I just went out to check, Xia Bumian said calmly. We fell from the quicksand into this pit. It's very spacious down there. Yellow sand and gravel all around. It's about 20 meters above the top floor. It has to be said that after falling from such a high place, no one was seriously injured. In addition to the soft sand underneath, luck definitely played a big role. There is only one corridor outside, and our car is too big to drive through. Mo Xiao whispered, Those of you who are injured should rest first, and Xia Buxian and I will go out to explore and see if we can find a way out. I only injured my left hand, and there is no big problem with the rest. Luda smiled and said, We can still move. Let's go out and observe the situation together. Seeing Mo Xiao looking over, he patted his chest and said, As the squad leader, now is the time to do something. The squad leader is right. We can observe more if we act separately. Even if we can't explore as far as you, we can search nearby. Tongya had a forehead injury, and it seemed fine after being bandaged. In fact, she lost too much blood, so her face was pale, and she looked a bit shaky. Mo Xiao was silent for a while, nodded and said, Okay, but do what you can. If you find any problems, go back to the car in time. After that, he picked up the backpack, sorted out the tools, and walked out of the RV. Just took a few steps. She glanced back and saw Jiangxi following him lazily with a bag on his back. She frowned and said, Go back and rest. Jiangxi shrugged, put his arm around Xia Bumian's shoulders, and said with a smile, More people means more strength. Don't you think so? Junior brother? Xie Bumian was silent for a moment, and did not make any objection. Jiangshi spread his hands to Imo Xiao. Imo Xiao took the mace in his hand, turned around and took the lead, ignoring them. This place seemed to be surrounded by sand walls on all sides. Perhaps because of this reason, it led to such a wide area underneath. Going further along this corridor, it became much narrower and gradually became lower. From more than 20 meters high, it dropped to several meters high. Deeper in the depths, there are several branch roads. There are still some pictures and words on the supporting walls on both sides. It really looks like an ancient city ruins buried by wind and sand. Jiangshi sighed. I just don't know how many years it has been buried. I don't know this text. Imo Xiao turned back to look at Jiangshi. Do you know it? The reason why she asked Jiangshi was because this guy had learned many specialties since he was a child. Soft brush calligraphy is one of them. The shape is square. The strokes are complicated. And it's a bit like Chinese characters. Jiangshi squinted and observed for a while, then shook his head. Maybe it's some minority language. I haven't practiced it. But the age should be at least after the Han dynasty. Imo Xiao pursed her lips and didn't investigate further. After all, they were looking for a way out, not archaeological tomb robbery. This town gets bigger as you go in, and there are many branches. The three walked for about an hour and came to a dead end again. Imo Xiao stopped and turned back to say to the two, let's go back and make a mark first, and check one by one. As soon as the voice fell, she caught a glimpse of Jiangshi and Xie Bumian looking behind her, and their faces changed slightly. Imo Xiao subconsciously swung the mace behind her without thinking. The heavy hammer hit the yellow sand behind him, and the fine sand fell. The tip of the mace was slightly bleeding. A scorpion was pierced by a thorn on the stick. She took the scorpion expressionlessly, and was about to crush it with the end of the mallet when she suddenly bowed her head and asked, Can scorpions be eaten? After asking, without waiting for the two to answer, she nodded and said to herself, Is there any animal in the world that we dragon people can't eat? After saying that, she threw the scorpion corpse into her backpack, picked up the bloodstained mace, and left the place first. Go back. The terrain here is complicated. There are many poisonous scorpions, and we have to make a long-term plan. Xie Bumian and Jiangshi looked at her cold and neat back, and stood there in a daze. After a while, Xie Bumian finally couldn't help but ask, What do you like about her? Jiangshi knocked him on the head and said with a smile, What nonsense are you talking about? I just hate the rich and love the poor, and I am willing to help others. The three returned empty-handed. Everyone in the RB was surprised and disappointed. They also checked the area and found nothing special. In the end, everyone agreed that this was an ancient city buried by sand. Teacherly, do you know this kind of writing? During dinner, Imo Xiao drew a pattern and asked the weekly Monru. Seeing the old man trying to look at it, Imo Xiao simply took out a pen and paper from his backpack and copied the words he had seen before. This is. Li Monru held the paper, frowned, and trembled slightly. This seems to be Xixia script. Xixia? Li Pingping exclaimed, touching her chin and said, It's more than 1,000 years ago. Li Monru didn't say anything. She was old and her eyesight was not very good. She looked solemn and confirmed again and again before confirming again. That's right. This should be the Dongxiang script. When Li Yuanhao became emperor, he specially created a unique script to fight against the Central Plains culture. Chapter 124 At least I will not die before you. What's the use of knowing this? Tian Xiaoxiu sighed, teacherly. We are not in a university classroom, and we are not participating in an archaeological team. The most important thing now is how to escape. Li Monru also lowered her head and sighed deeply. If it was before the end of the world, this would definitely be a major discovery that shocked the whole country. But now, it is a problem to survive, and no one will be moved by history. It is still useful. At least, the air here is okay. I think we can definitely find an exit. Li Pingping cheered. The air will not be brought in by the quicksand pit before. Tian Xiaoxiu said pessimistically. It's hard to say whether there will be a second exit here. Imo Xiao took the paper and pen and continued to draw. We just went out, and the road conditions were roughly like this. There are many branch roads, and some are probably buried and blocked. We only roughly explored this one. Next, everyone will work together and gradually expand the search range. What's the point of just searching underground? Tian Xiaoxiu muttered softly. However, before he could finish his next words, he was suddenly punched in the face. Everyone was shocked and looked over to find that it was Li Pingping who hit him. She had tears in her eyes. After hitting Tian Xiaoxiu, she seemed to be shaking all over. But she still shouted angrily, "What else can we do? Our food can only last for more than a month at most. If we don't try hard to find a way, are we going to die here? Li Pingping, are you crazy?" Tian Xiaoxi was also shocked. He didn't expect that Li Pingping, who used to be kind, sentimental and timid, would dare to hit him. He immediately stood up and shouted angrily, "You are a waste. What qualifications do you have to hit me?" Seeing that the two were about to fight, the squad leader Luda hurriedly jumped between the two. He and Zhao Peng each pulled the two apart. "What else can you do besides saying discouraging words? Teacher Zhang's leg injury is so serious. Has he ever complained?" Li Pingping shouted and covered his face with his hands, squatted on the ground, and broke down and cried, "I am a waste. But I want to reach the shelter safely with everyone. Everyone. Can you stop saying that kind of thing? I'm scared." Tian Xiaoxi was so angry that he wanted to hit her back. But seeing her like this, he was stunned, and withdrew his hand with an ugly face, and sat away from the crowd. Tanya sighed and squatted down to comfort Li Pingping. As soon as her hand was placed on her shoulder, Li Pingping turned around and hugged her tightly, crying even louder. Mo Xiao paused and turned his hand back silently, looking at everyone, and said in a deep voice, "Okay. What we can do now is to explore the surrounding environment. After we are done, we can talk about other things." Just now, there was a commotion. In addition, most people were injured. After everyone had eaten, no one was in the mood to talk more. Each of them found a place to close their eyes and rest. Mo Xiao found Jiang Shi on the roof of the car with a medicine box. He was lying on his back lazily, watching the quicksand in the air, like a trickle of water. And his whole posture was like a relaxed cat. I just changed the medicine. Hearing the footsteps beside him, Jiang Shi's lips curled slightly. Mo Xiao half-crouched beside him. And in Jiang Shi's shocked expression, he suddenly untied one of his shoelaces and rolled up his trouser legs. "If we don't ask, will you just pretend you're not injured?" Mo Xiao sighed helplessly. "Why didn't you tell me earlier that you sprained your foot? You can see this. Mo Xiao, your observation skills have improved a lot." Jiang Shi raised his eyebrows and smiled. Mo Xiao lowered his head to help him treat his injuries, and whispered, "Haven't you been like this since childhood? You hide and twist your body like a piece of plasticine when you get a little injury." She exerted force on her hand, and Jiang Shi felt pain in his feet. He gasped, "I seriously suspect that you are waiting for an opportunity to take revenge and kill for money. Do you have money now?" Mo Xiao laughed and patted his face with one hand, teasing, "Wait until you can make a comeback in the end of the world." "Make a comeback?" Jiang Shi leaned lazily on the iron plate behind him and yawned. "It sounds like it's very troublesome. But you, Jiang Shen, are born with beauty, and it's hard to give up. It's true that you shine wherever you go." Jiang Shi, Among the people I have met, you rank second in narcissism, and no one dares to rank first. Normal. I feel the same way when I look in the mirror every day." Mo Xiao smiled, sat down beside him, and stared at the quicksand with his head raised. "Pingping's words today made me suddenly realize what they are worried about. They are worried that they will be a burden and abandoned when they are desperate. Perhaps it's not just Pingping. Gao Yu is also worried about this. So she rejected the extreme environment of the desert at the beginning." Mo Xiao smiled bitterly, "But I can't say anything to comfort you, because I know in my heart that we are just ordinary people, not gods, facing the hardships of reality. Who dares to guarantee that everyone can reach the destination unscathed? Reason tells me that I can't." Jiang Shi didn't look at her, but patted her head with one hand and said lightly, "Mo Xiao, this is not your responsibility alone. I know. Everyone should be responsible for their own life. I understand. But you are born to be a nosy person." Jiang Shi laughed and ruffled her hair. "Then at least save my life, Sister Mo." Mo Xiao was stunned and looked back at him. Jiang Shi stared at her straight. His pupils were clear, and the warm light flashed like amber. "I promise you. At least I will not die before you." For a child like Mo Xiao who grew up in a happy and fulfilled family, perhaps at the end of the world, the endless loneliness of a person is more unbearable than death. Jiang Shi has never been a guy who cherishes his life too much. He is the kind of person who doesn't care much even if he is injured. But he is also a person who always keeps his word. For example, at this moment, his voice is firm, which makes people feel convinced. For some reason, Mo Zhao's nose is sore, and he turns his face away, and there seems to be a warm current flowing slowly in his heart. Well, I try hard, Mo Zhao whispered. You also have to work hard. The next day, everyone began to explore the underground town according to the previous deployment. Unfortunately, apart from expanding the hand-drawn map, nothing was found. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. When they were trapped for a month, there was not much water left. After a month and a half, the food ran out. Everyone ate roasted scorpions and drank only a few bottle caps of water every day. After nearly 2 months, they were almost completely out of food and ammunition. They had already figured out the layout of this underground town. However, the more they knew, the more desperate the result was. The last corner today. Mo Zhao's lips were dry and his voice was hoarse. Except for a few gray stone foundations, there is still no exit. Everyone looked at each other, and everyone had lost a lot of weight. And Li Manru looked even more haggard. But at this moment, when everyone was desperate, her face suddenly burst into some spirit, and she asked in a hoarse voice, "Gray stone foundation? What kind of foundation?" Mo Zhao saw her expression. He immediately reacted and drew it carefully. This is cough cough cough. Li Manru was already extremely exhausted and had to rest for a while after saying a few words. This is a pagoda. It must be a pagoda. From nobles to commoners, every household of the Tanda tribe of Western Xia believes in Buddhism. This must be the pagoda of this town. This kind of pagoda is big at the bottom and small at the top, with square stone steps rising layer by layer, and can be tens of meters high. Li Manru said excitedly. Dig up along the foundation of the pagoda, and you will definitely find an exit. After listening to Li Manru's words, the light of hope rekindled in everyone's eyes. Anyway, this RV couldn't be driven out, so they simply dismantled some components and used the remaining oil to make a powered sand shoveling device. This lasted for a whole week. After the bottom was cleaned up, as Grandma Li Manru said, the stone steps were revealed. When everyone was so hungry that they almost lost their way, a beam of light shone in through the gap of the iron corridor built by the last shovel. Found it. Found the exit. Luda conveyed the good news to the back with a hoarse throat. Then he rolled out. The weak people followed him and rolled out. There was a spire emerging from the sand layer next to him. The bright white sun above was so dazzling. Everyone no longer had the strength to stand up, and they lay on their backs on the yellow sand side by side, gasping for breath. Even if they came out, the problem of drinking water was still not solved. I suddenly feel that it's not so hot outside. Luda squinted his eyes and said weakly, Uncle, I'm so sleepy. Can I take a nap? Jiang Duoduo was held in Jiang Qing's arms, whispering in a faint voice. Chapter 125 Live. 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 Mo Zhao. Are you crazy? Duo. Don't sleep. Be good. Listen. Don't sleep. Jiang Qing's face was dry and peeling. When he heard Jiang Duo's words, he immediately gritted his teeth and got up. He carried his backpack and limped. Everyone take a rest first. I'll go find water. He stuck a crowbar in the place when he came out. After confirming the direction a little, he walked eastward. I will be back within an hour. The air was twisted and deformed by the high temperature. Mo Zhao stared at Jiang Qing's back in a trance, wanting to call him and say something. But she was too tired. After escaping from the dead, she seemed unable to move even her fingers. Although everyone was tired and hungry these days, there was no doubt that Mo Zhao and his main force were the most tired. On the contrary, Jiang Qing was in a slightly better condition than them because of her age and leg injury. So she had the energy to stand up and go out to find water. Jiang. Teacher Jiang. Almost everyone looked at Jiang Qing's back in a daze, and he disappeared in a daze. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. Only the boring wind and sand passed by from time to time. Li Pingping struggled to get up. Jiang. Why hasn't Teacher Jiang come back yet? I'll go and see. However, after taking just 2 steps, he began to stagger and fell to the ground. I'll go. After a short rest, Mo Zhao's spirit recovered a little, at least in the blink of an eye. Her vision was not so blurry. She stood up with one hand on the ground, took out her portable water cup, and shook it, I still have a little water here. And I still have some energy. Really? You still have water? Li Pingping lay on the ground. A smile appeared at the corner of her lips. And she murmured softly, Great. Mo Xiao didn't say anything. Most of the people in the team had fainted due to lack of water. If they don't find a water source, they may stay in the desert forever. Following the direction Jiang Qing left, Mo Xiao also staggered and chased after her. Li Pingping and the few others who were still conscious looked at her back in confusion. However, to everyone's surprise, Mo Xiao didn't leave for long this time. In less than a quarter of an hour, she returned. When she came back, she was still holding a backpack in her hand, which belonged to Teacher Jiang. Jiang? Where is Teacher Jiang? Li Pingping asked in a trembling voice. Xiao Mo. Where is Teacher Jiang? Is she behind? She gritted her teeth again and climbed up. Looking behind Mo Xiao, the strong wind swirled on the sand, rolling up a vast expanse of space. There was no trace of a person. Mo Xiao lowered her head slightly, her hair covering half of her face. She didn't say anything and put the bag on the ground. There seemed to be a lot of heavy objects in it, which fell to the ground, causing a dull sound. Perhaps it was Li Pingping shouting just now that made Lu to wake up again and wake up the others one by one. Teacher Jiang is gone. I only found his backpack, which was left not far down the slope, Mo Xiao said in a low voice. He may have put down the bag and left by himself. You? What do you mean? Li Pingping said hoarsely. How could Teacher Jiang leave us alone? There must be something wrong. Mo Xiao opened the zipper of the backpack and dumped the contents out. Everyone finally saw what was here. Each bottle was filled with bright red liquid. Although it was red, the concept of liquid was enough to make everyone swallow subconsciously. But then, they realized what was in it. It was blood. And it was probably Teacher Jiang's blood. Perhaps, he had known that it was impossible to find water quickly. So under the pretext of looking for water, he actually left alone and used his own blood as a reserve water source for everyone. Mo Xiao sat cross-legged, her hair hanging down, covering her entire face, and said in an almost cold and indifferent tone, Start with the weakest and replenish some water. She picked up a bottle of blood and threw it to Luda, who was still able to move, and asked him to take care of the others. When he picked up another bottle and was about to hand it to Li Pingping, Li Pingping angrily slapped it away. The red bottle rolled several times in the sand. Mo Xiao hurriedly picked it up, shook off the sand, and put it back in front of him. Li Pingping stared in disbelief, trembling all over, and an unspeakable sorrow came out of her throat. Xiao Mo, do you want us to drink Teacher Jiang's blood? Do you still have a conscience? Mo Xiao put his left hand in his pocket, clenched his fist, lowered his head and said nothing. After a long while, he raised his head again, looked at everyone and said calmly, Squad leader, please arrange for everyone to drink a little, and then recover some physical strength and start camping. It will be dark soon and the temperature will drop. We will have the strength to continue the action tomorrow after getting through tonight. Those who still have the strength should prepare in advance and catch scorpions together tonight. Looking at the red bottles, everyone knew that Jiang Qing was in danger, and their eyes were red, especially Jiang Duoduo, who struggled to crawl towards Jiang Qing's backpack, like a dying young animal who lost its parents again. Li Pingping also covered her face and cried. Don't cry, Mo Xiao said hard. I'm short of water. Now is not the time to cry. This sentence was like a knife cutting into her chest. Li Pingping screamed and looked at Mo Xiao as if she didn't know her. Live. 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 To live, you have to drink the blood of our relatives and friends. Will you eat everyone's flesh in the future? Mo Xiao. Are you crazy? After saying that, she saw Xia Bumian had already climbed to the backpack first, opened a bottle of blood with trembling hands, raised his head and drank it quickly, and suddenly cried and laughed. Ha ha ha. I'm crazy. I'm crazy. How could I almost forget that you are no different from zombies? Drinking blood and eating meat is also delicious for you. I'm sorry, Teacher Jiang. I'm sorry, Dad, Mom. I really can't hold on anymore. Li Pingping climbed up with all her strength, turned around and walked towards the yellow sand desert alone. Pingping, don't. Tanya grabbed her ankle, and the two fell to the ground. Calm down. Pingping. Xiaomo and Teacher Jiang are also thinking about all of us. Tanya said with tears in her eyes, and gritted her teeth. The noise of the two pulling each other caused Lu De and Zhao Peng to go up to help. Because of this noise, Li Monru, who had been fainting and unconscious, suddenly woke up as if she had a last breath. Her old face was sunken, like a tree root that was about to rot. Her eyes turned dully, and after a while, she realized what happened. Stop arguing. The faint breath was not loud, but it made everyone quiet down, because Li Monru suddenly took out a piece of paper from her bag. Children. When we were downstairs, Teacher Jiang wrote something and asked me to pass it to everyone after he left. Chapter 126 Nutali Emergency Shelter. Li Monru saw everyone's gaze. She smiled with relief and peace. She tried to sit up straight, as if she was sitting in the lecture hall where she had been for decades. She tidied up her messy hair and clothes, and then unfolded the paper and read slowly. Classmates, when you see this letter, I will probably be gone. I was born in poverty, and I have been fighting with myself, my family, and society since I was a child. Later, I had nothing, but this bad habit of fighting was deeply rooted in my bones. So I started to fight with students again. I know you all gave me a nickname in private, calling me the Big Devil. I smiled when I heard it, and now I think about it, I feel a little regretful. If I could do it again, I should smile more in class, especially Mo Xiao. You missed the teacher's last class, which is really wrong. You may not remember that you were late 3 times this semester. I knew you were working part-time, so I called you a few times to pass you some information. But the 3 of you roommates ran away when they saw me from a distance. I looked in the mirror afterwards, and wondered if the teacher really looked so fierce. Duo. The game of defeating monsters is still going on. You must persevere. You are my last batch of students. Life is like a class. The teacher can only send you here. Don't be sad. The teacher has been chosen by fate all his life. And this time, the teacher chose his own fate. Then, please ask Teacher Li to take the role for me for the last time. Students whose names are called, please tell yourself in your heart, I will definitely survive. Mo Xiao, Jiang Shi, Xu Wenze, Lu De, Guichuchu, Zhao Peng, Li Pingping, Tanya, Tian Xiaoxiu, Xuing, Zhang Jiwei, Xie Buxian, Gao Yu, Sun Yanong, Shi Qingyi, Jiang Duo. Li Monru's old voice read out one name after another, and the choked and crisp ear resounded through the desert. For the last time, the roll call ended. Li Monru showed a phantom smile. The paper fell, and fell to the ground. Teacher Li. After losing Jiang Qing, Li Monru also ran out of energy, losing 2 elders in succession. Everyone was extremely sad and silent. Li Pingping did not make a fuss about leaving, and everyone was not as averse to drinking Jiang Qing's blood to sustain life as they had been at first. At night, they set up the tents they brought with them. Using flashlights, they attracted and captured a group of scorpions, and were able to eat a quick meal after a night's rest. On the second day, everyone's spirit and physical strength recovered a little, and they continued their journey. But this time, they changed from taking a car to walking. Fortunately, by the evening of the second day, Mo Xiao and his team found Achnathorum splendens and dug out a little water about 2 meters below it. On the morning of the third day, Guichuchu and Gao Yu's long hair fell out in large clumps. Everyone realized that this was a side effect caused by radiation. Although the radiation value at this location is much lower now, everyone has started to lose hair over time. They are currently walking towards the south, and they don't know how far they have walked. On the afternoon of the third day, all water reserves, including blood bottles, were exhausted again. How far is it? Zhao Peng panted, with a layer of white skin on his mouth, supporting Tanya, and walked like a plastic bag shaking in the wind. Jiang Duo fainted on the ground with a plop. Li Pingping gritted her teeth and carried her on her back. Looking at Mo Xiao, don't you still have the last half bottle of water? Give everyone a little bit. I can't hold on any longer. She knew that Mo Xiao didn't drink the blood, and relied on the water cup to hold on until now. Mo Xiao shook his head and said, this is the last life-saving water. It can't be used now. Li Pingping bit her lip. Tian Xiaoxiu glanced at Mo Xiao weakly. You want to keep it for yourself. I really can't hold on. This desert can't get out. Keep going south. You will definitely get out. Mo Xiao looked at the scenery ahead that seemed to be repeating forever and said, not far. Just in front. Xiao Mo. Give me a little water. Just half a bottle cap. Okay. Gao Yu begged. Whoever can catch up with me, I will give him a bottle cap. Mo Xiao said coldly, pursing his dry lips tightly, and walked alone in the front silently. Li Pingping looked at her back, gritted her teeth again, and took bigger steps. On the evening of the third day, the sand around her became coarser. Gradually, it formed into plates. A desert appeared in everyone's sight. Immediately afterwards, like a miracle, an oasis suddenly appeared in their sight. Everyone exclaimed, and their already shaky spirits seemed to be reignited by torches. Looking at the green, they quickened their heavy steps. Mo Xiao smiled weakly, only to feel his vision blurred. Darkness came, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Mo Xiao. Xiao Mo. The call came from afar. Not quite real. When he woke up again, Mo Xiao found that there was a faint sound of an engine swaying around him. Awake? Jiang, she whispered. She blinked and found that she was resting her head on someone's legs. So she climbed up on her elbows. She looked around. It was a truck compartment. Everyone was there, and their faces looked much better than before. Drink some water, Jiang, she said. Mo Xiao subconsciously touched his side. Li Pingping, who was sitting on the bench opposite, whispered in a tone that was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. Are you looking for your water cup full of sand? I threw it away. Mo Xiao was silent. Everyone looked at her with complicated eyes. Jiang, she had already handed her a bottle of clean water. Mo Xiao held Xiao Xiao and drank a sip. Then asked, where is this? Where did the water come from? Where are we going? You have been unconscious for almost 20 hours. Tanya explained. We found an oasis there, and met them in the oasis. That is, the wild team of the Newtling emergency shelter. Xiaopeng added. He then got a little excited. Xiao Mo. We are really here. We are about to enter the Newtling emergency shelter. Then, everyone briefly introduced the situation one by one. The Newtling emergency shelter not only exists, but also operates well. In the past few months since the end of the world, its scale has been expanding. They have their own protective armed forces, called the Wild Team. The main task of the Wild Team is to protect zombies and various possible crises. At the same time, it also has tasks such as going out to search, gradually expanding the map's sphere of influence, and rescuing lone survivors. The communication situation of the Newtling emergency shelter is very bad, and it is said that there is no contact with the upper level at present. In addition to the Wild Team, there were originally a small number of troops. However, they all disappeared in a dangerous mission to resist the zombie group before, and it is presumed that they were all killed. While several people were talking, the car stopped. This kind of truck has no compartment door, and someone outside was heard shouting for them to get off. Everyone got off the car one by one. I saw a tall iron gate in front. On both sides of the iron gate are stones and bricks, which clearly show that it is a city wall that was rebuilt after the end of the world. On the left was written Newtling Emergency Shelter, and on the right was written Last Home. Every few steps around the city wall, a pole was erected, like a mosquito net. From the angle where Mo Xiao and his team were looking, they could vaguely see that the sky inside seemed to be covered by a huge, fine net. Perhaps it was more than a net. It looked like many fabrics were patched together. In front of the iron gate, there was a huge man-made trench surrounding the city wall. After confirming that everyone had come down, a board that was originally hanging on it was lowered, and the car was driven away. All their personal weapons were also in the car. It is said that the cold weapons will be returned later, and the hot weapons will be confiscated. Mo Xiao and his team are now out of ammunition and food, and there is no room for bargaining. There is still a bearded man left in the jungle team. He smiled and said, because of the virus mechanism, you have to undergo a physical examination and quarantine before entering the city. Don't be nervous. It's just a formality. Chapter 127 Physical Examination. You have quite a few good equipment. The bearded man smiled. His name is Yin Mao, and he is the captain of the 33rd team of the Wild Team. He shook the Geiger counter in his hand, and the thing no longer sounded. It proves that the environment of the Newtling shelter is still relatively safe. It also brings an important message. Yin Mao said seriously. The nuclear power plant leak is a big deal. I am afraid it will affect our shelter. I will report it to the director later. He stayed behind specifically to lead everyone in through the small door below. You need to take off your clothes for the physical examination. But don't worry. There are dedicated people in charge of men and women. And they will be examined separately, whether they are injured or not. Further testing is required. The extent of further testing will be different for those who are injured and those who are not injured. Mo Xiao and his group have gone through so many hardships along the way, and everyone has a few injuries. So Zhao Peng asked curiously, further testing. How to test? Yin Mao smiled mysteriously. You will know when the time comes. Don't worry. The probability is very small. And it is also to protect the safety of the people. Jiangxi's eyes flashed. Whether intentionally or not. Xia Bumian fell behind slightly, and the hand hanging by his side unconsciously clenched. Xia Bumian. Mo Xiao noticed and deliberately slowed down his pace to be level with him. I know you have drunk blood before. As soon as this sentence came out, Xia Bumian's eyelashes drooped slightly, and his expression was inexplicable. I want you to listen to my experience. Mo Xiao didn't care about his reaction, and continued to speak in a low voice. You have also seen it in Mata Town. Many zombies locked in the factory have no food. But they are not dead. At most, they enter a state of dormancy similar to low power consumption. By analogy, I think it is the same for semi-infected people. It is just an illusion that they will die if they don't drink. At least with the tenacity of this virus. It will never happen in the short term. Mo Xiao said slowly. The attraction of raw blood to us is like drug addiction. The more your needs are met, the more addicted you will be. After being satisfied, it will promote the activity of the virus. In the long run, this is not a good thing for us, who can still barely maintain our sanity. Short-term satisfaction may accelerate the collapse of rationality. Hearing this, Xia Bumian, who had been silent all the time, turned his head and looked at her, and said hoarsely, I am different from you. You have never drunk it. But I can't quit it. Mo Xiao lowered his eyes and said, but you can control and delay its onset as much as possible. Xia Bumian smiled coldly, and did not answer. He felt that only those who drink the water know whether it is hot or cold. Others can't understand the pain and struggle of the person involved. He originally fled with this team because of his special identity as a semi-infected person, so that he could fish in troubled waters when entering the shelter. It is always more eye-catching to be in a group than to be alone. Xia Bumian himself did not have a deep relationship or emotion with the people in this team. He helped the group along the way just to protect his ultimate personal interests. But he never expected that when he really arrived, it would be 4 or 5 months after the end of the world. From what Yin Mao just said about the second test, he felt a little uneasy. He believed that with so many people in the Newtling shelter, the other party must have mastered the relevant information about the semi-infected people. Xia Bumian. Mo Xiao glanced at his expression, and knew that he didn't think so. She grabbed his elbow, stared at him and said, I admit that I was indeed wary of you at first. But I also recognize that you are our partner. Xia Bumian paused, stared at her, and suddenly smiled strangely. Really? If I get caught, will you risk your life to save me? But it was just a nice thing to say. He never expected others to have a conscience. It has been like this since he was still in school. Parents, classmates, teachers, schools, they are all just a bunch of hypocritical people who can only talk and demand innocent victims. Of course not. Mo Xiao answered sincerely. Xia Bumian smiled sarcastically, and his expectations, which were already pitiful, were dashed. But I will try my best to help you as long as I can save my life. Xia Bumian was stunned. Mo Xiao sighed. Maybe you don't need to think the world is too extreme. There are some friends between extremes, and you can try to accept them. She caught up with the team in front, and stepped over the plank on the ditch. She found that there were countless zombies in the ditch below, with their heads raised and roaring. This scene made the legs of the people walking on it weak. Have you finished counseling? Jiangxi saw her return to her side, raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. He is too twisted. And you probably did nothing. It's not counseling. Just suggestions. Mo Xiao looked at the group of zombies below, frowning slightly. It's a kind of psychological suggestion. I hope the test they are talking about is different from what I imagined. Otherwise, let alone him, I may not be able to survive it. Jiangxi frowned slightly. It seems that this area is often harassed by zombies. There are too many people in Long Country. Mo Xiao whispered. So many living things gathered together, like a piece of fat meat, will continuously attract zombies. Everyone fell behind and talked in a low voice. Yin Mao had already greeted the staff on duty at the door. Then a man and a woman took them to 2 rooms for physical examinations. When Mo Xiao and the others arrived, they found that there were still many women waiting to be examined. All of them were very beautiful. Seeing Mo Xiao and the other girls, who looked like beggars and were dirty and messy, come in, they all looked at them secretly. Everyone curled up in a corner and waited. No one took the initiative to talk to those they didn't know. There was a woman in the innermost part calling out numbers. And when she called a number, she went in. After coming out, someone will take you away. After waiting for about half an hour, it was finally Mo Xiao's turn. Take off everything. As soon as she entered, she heard a cold voice. She looked up and found that it was a short-haired woman in her 30s. She looked ordinary, with a cold expression, full of numbness and indifference on the factory assembly line. Mo Xiao didn't say anything, lowered her head, and began to take off one piece at a time. First, the dirty jacket on the outside, then took off the boots. After taking off the shoes, a stuffy smell filled the whole room. As if she had long been accustomed to it, the woman opposite looked at her without changing her expression. After taking off the boots and coat, the ankles to the legs, the neck to the wrists, and the waist were all wrapped with circles of tape. She tore it off bit by bit, like peeling an onion. This process took a long time. The woman opposite was a little surprised, tapping her fingertips on the table, and she was a little impatient. After finally tearing off all the tape, there was another layer of waterproof cloth-like material inside, wrapped tightly in circles, and now it had to be peeled off in circles. So many troubles. The woman muttered impatiently. Aren't you afraid of suffocating in such a hot day? This was not the first time she did this. I have never seen a woman who really wraps herself up like a dumpling. Chapter 128 Second Test. Mo Xiaochen pretended not to hear. After tearing off the waterproof cloth, there was still a layer of underwear inside, until the woman opposite was about to run out of patience. She finally took off all her clothes. Open your arms. The woman picked up a ruler, lifted the hair on the back of her neck, and took a closer look, and then slapped a few times. Raise it higher. Maybe it was because of the clothes. Mo Xiao's originally fair skin was covered with purple and blue marks and strap marks, looking like it had been tortured. This seriously interfered with the woman's work efficiency and progress. Add to that the time it took to take off clothes before. She became more and more irritated. And the wooden ruler slapped on Mo Xiao's leg, open. Mo Xiao clenched his palm suddenly, and his eyes shot at the woman in front of him like sharp arrows. The man was suddenly looked at by her like this, and his throat choked. He slowly stepped back 2 steps and said with a slight stutter, What are you looking at? Do you still want to join the shelter? Mo Xiao lowered his eyes and did not move. Slowly exhaled, and his mood quickly returned to calm. After following the woman's instructions one by one, she finally wrote something on the notebook and said to Mo Xiao, Go out and turn left. Someone will pick you up. Next, Guichu. Of course, Mo Xiao would not go out naked. She had to put her clothes on again. There was no other space to change clothes here. So when Guichu came in, she found that Mo Xiao was still dressing in an orderly manner. What she wore was not as complicated as Mo Xiao's. So after taking off all her clothes, Mo Xiao's clothes were not fully put on. The woman glanced at the 2 dirty people with disdain, and asked Guichu while slapping her body with a wooden ruler, Together? Yes. Yes. Guichu nodded. The wooden ruler was a little painful when it hit the flesh. In fact, the woman didn't need to use so much force. Perhaps she was frightened by Mo Xiao before, so she did it on purpose. Mo Xiao put on her clothes, glanced at the 2 of them, and was about to leave. Suddenly, the woman hit Guichu's thighs with a wooden ruler. I told you to open up. Why are you so shy? There are so many people in the back row. Can't they see it? Guichu pursed her lips, showing an extremely ashamed look on her face, and opened her thighs slightly. The woman hit her thighs again. Impatiently, Open a little more. Snap. Open a little more. Snap another inch. But it didn't fall. Mo Xiao grabbed her wrist. The woman pulled her arm hard, but found that the other party's fingers were like iron clamps, tightly holding her, making her unable to move. What do you want to do? Mo Xiao smiled slightly and let go of her. We are new here, and we really don't know the rules here. At this point, she slapped her forehead and said in annoyance, Alas! This is all my fault. When Captain Yin Mao introduced us here, I didn't ask about some taboos in detail. If I have offended you, I hope you don't mind. Captain Yin Mao? The woman's expression changed slightly. You know him too? Mo Zhao's eyes lit up. But think about it. After all, he is the captain of the 33rd team of the Wild Team. And he should be famous in the shelter. This makes me feel relieved. At the beginning, they took a fancy to the dozen guns in our hands. And persuaded us to come here. They also took a fancy to Captain Yin's trustworthy character. Gun? The woman swallowed dryly. What gun? Mo Zhao scratched his hair. Smiled a little embarrassedly. Hey. It's in the car that just drove in. Sister found out after a little inquiry. Captain Yin said that since we have made such a contribution, the shelter will definitely not treat us unfairly. And maybe we can even become a small leader. Maybe we will be colleagues in the future. Please take care of me. The woman smiled dryly. Is that so? You are right. Mo Zhao patted Guichuchu on the shoulder and said in a serious tone, Hurry up. Don't delay sister's work. I'll wait for you outside. After that, he smiled kindly at the stiff-faced woman behind him and turned to leave. Okay. Go out and turn left. And ask the next person to come in. The woman waved her hand at Guichuchu with an unpleasant look. After Mo Zhao went out, she just turned left. Someone came up and led her to a room. There were many people sitting in groups of 3 or 4, regardless of gender. As soon as Mo Zhao entered, she saw several male classmates who had completed the physical examination. They were really eye-catching. There were quite a few people here, at least hundreds of people. But they were the dirtiest and smelliest. Although the others were not necessarily very decent. They looked much cleaner and tidier in comparison. So everyone was far away from them. That made the area particularly empty. All those with injuries have been arranged here. Jiangxi patted the seat beside him, led Mo Zhao to sit down, and analyzed in a low voice. It seems that a second test is inevitable. I don't know what technology they have mastered and how they will do it. Mo Zhao narrowed his eyes and observed the surroundings. The physical examination just now did not draw their blood. This proves that at least the other party cannot do high-precision analysis from blood now. But it does not prove that there are no relevant instruments and personnel in the shelter. It is possible that there have been attempts before, but they were found to be ineffective and were banned. There are several large windows around this room. Outside each window, there are people holding guns and staring at them. Yin Mao said that the armed forces of the Newtoling emergency shelter are the jungle team. So these guys with guns should also be members of the jungle team. If we can't make an accurate analysis, we will probably observe clinically. Jiangxi suddenly stretched out a hand and pressed it on the back of Mo Zhao's head. He pressed her face on his thigh and whispered, You should fall asleep. Mo Zhao was stunned. Then he reacted. Doing so will help reduce the possibility of exposure. She slowly closed her eyes. After a while, she still couldn't help but whisper, Jiangxi. What's wrong? It smells a bit. Jiangxi's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. Hold it. Lu De and Zhao Peng beside them burst into laughter. Jiangxi tried to hold back, but couldn't help but add, Same here. You're just as stinky as if you'd fallen into a cesspool 3 times. Mo Zhao paused. She had originally decided to play dead, but after a while she couldn't help but fight back. I was wrong just now. It's not a little. It's really stinky. Xie Mian glanced at them. Lu De caught him, and smiled and stretched out his arms to hug him to his side. Junior brother, come to my arms. I'll help you. After saying that, he wanted to imitate Jiangxi and bring Xie Mian to his arms. Xie Mian froze and pushed him away. A man with a very sour face sat alone a little further away. Alas, you still don't treat me as your own. Lu De sighed and patted Zhao Peng on the shoulder. Zhao Peng didn't have time to pay attention to him at this moment, but kept looking out the door. Not long after, the team members came in one after another, including the 2 youngest children. Waited for about 3 hours. When the number of people in this house was about 150, the door opened wide, and a group of jungle team members came in pushing small cars. Chapter 129 Clinical Test of a False Alarm. It's time to eat. The group of people shouted with smiles on their faces. The people in this room were basically new here, and still very alert. They were not used to the fact that someone would deliver food. Everyone was stunned for a while, and they couldn't believe that there was such a good thing. But the jungle team was not fake. Everyone will be isolated for a while. During the isolation period, your food will be provided free of charge by the shelter. Please bear with it. They opened the carts that were pushed in one by one, took out the plates like those in the cafeteria before the end of the world, and started to deliver food to the people in isolation here one by one. What's wrong with her? Wake her up and eat. A tall and thin man from the jungle team came to Jiangxi, handed him a bowl of soup, and looked at Mo Xiao. After asking, the tall and thin man saw the young man in front of him frowning with worry. We just escaped from the desert. She may be exhausted. So she fainted. So weak. Can she hold on until the end of the quarantine? The tall and thin man sighed, and then stopped serving soup to Mo Xiao, and passed on to the next person. Jiangxi picked up the plate, with 2 simple dishes and 1 soup. At first, he and Mo Xiao thought that they were testing for semi-infected people this time, and it was very likely that human blood would induce appetite. It seems that they thought too much. Other survivors had already picked up their plates and started eating eagerly. It looked like the taste was normal. Nothing wrong. What's wrong? Someone from the jungle team noticed his hesitation and shouted, "Eat as much as you can. The first taboo in our shelter is to waste food." This roar. Jiangxi was instantly the focus of everyone's attention. He smiled, picked up his chopsticks, and started eating. The meal was finished in an ordinary way. Nothing unusual. Until the jungle team who collected the plates left. The doors and windows were closed. A white mist suddenly spurted out from several corners of the house. Before everyone could even exclaim, they felt drowsy and passed out. A few minutes later, a team of junglers came in again, bringing people dressed in white, who looked like medical staff. Come! There are 158 people in this batch. Test them one by one. Mo Xiao lay face down on Jiangxi's legs. The white mist should be a drug that promotes sleep, and she also felt a little drowsy. However, as a semi-infected person, her physique is special, so simply inhaling this amount of medicine will not make her completely unconscious. But Sebastian also fainted. Mo Xiao frowned and thought deeply. It seems that there is something wrong with the food just now. Maybe the combination of the two will have a greater effect. It should be specially developed by the shelter for semi-infected people. She felt heavy in her heart, always feeling that something was missing. It was not until someone came close, and she smelled a bloody smell, that Mo Xiao finally remembered what she had forgotten. To distinguish semi-infected people, it is not just appetite. Because of the virus, their recovery ability is far superior to that of ordinary people. Because Mo Xiao has never eaten food, the virus in her body is becoming less and less active. So much so that her injuries healed more and more slowly. And she almost forgot about it. The people in the shelter initially used food for dinner to confuse them, making her and Sebastian mistakenly believe that the other party might do something with appetite. Unexpectedly, it was just a feint. This approach was probably also to take into account the strong physical fitness of the semi-infected, to avoid direct conflict and additional losses. Mo Xiao felt that one of her hands was lifted up and cut with a blade. Then she heard someone say to another person, "These are in your hands. Report the observation results in 10 minutes. Yes. After the man finished speaking, he continued to walk to the next one. Mo Xiao opened her eyes a little, and through her hair, she could vaguely see several figures swaying. While the 2 people in front of her turned around, she quietly turned her palm to the side, and her 5 fingers curled slightly. The nails of one hand pierced into the wound that had just been cut, pressing into the flesh. 10 minutes later, someone opened her palm and glanced at it. Huh? What? Is there a problem? Someone not far away heard it, and immediately turned around to ask. No. The man smiled. It's probably because the blood coagulation function is not good enough. The amount of bleeding is too large, and the whole hand is red. Where is the wound? The man in the distance asked vigilantly. The wound is similar to before, and there is no obvious sign of improvement. Yeah. The man in the distance finally breathed a sigh of relief. Check it carefully, and never let monsters like half-infected people sneak in again. Don't worry. I know. The man took a pen and took notes. The 2 talked while working. Suddenly someone exclaimed, attracting everyone's attention. This man. The wound is almost healed. The man said sternly. He must be a half-infected person. Mo Xiao's heart tightened. He wanted to see who they were talking about, but he couldn't move in order to prevent others from noticing that he was still awake. He had to lie there anxiously and wait and see. This second test lasted for quite a while. Before everyone left, they seemed to have detected 2 half-infected people. Recently, More and more half-infected people have tried to sneak into our shelter. Before leaving, the medical staff sneered. There is no way. They have strong physical fitness. And the longer the time goes, the greater the proportion of half-infected people among the survivors. Someone sighed. Humph. Are they still human? They are just a bunch of monsters. Someone spoke more fiercely. No one else said he was extreme. They just sighed deeply. If the semi-infected want to eat, they must have clean raw blood and flesh. The animals we found outside are all carriers. And they can't eat them. The only food is us humans. In the future, it is estimated that more and more semi-infected people will try to sneak in. Everyone must be careful and take precautions. The doors and windows were closed. The room was silent again. Mo Xiao still didn't move. It was not until a while later that people woke up in the room one after another. She was patted by Jiangxi, and she finally woke up slowly. Jiangxi looked at the fresh wound on his hand and immediately figured out the whole story. Xiebu Mian was taken away. He frowned and said, "It seems that the superiors of this shelter are smarter than we thought. It is obvious that even if they use force, 1 or 2 half-infected people are unlikely to break through the heavy encirclement of the jungle team." But he still chose a more cautious and less costly way. And how to say it? The way of being loose on the outside and tight on the inside is a bit like inviting someone into a trap. Mo Xiao sat up and spread out his hand to look at his palm. Compared with Jiangxi's still very fresh wound, her wound already looked like an ordinary person's wound 2 days later. Although it has not been completely healed, there is no doubt that this recovery speed must be related to that of ordinary humans. She lowered her head silently, clenched her teeth, pierced her nails, and tore it open again. The next few days, they were still isolated here. During this period, several medical staff came, saying that it was a routine check. However, the white mist did not spray again. A few days later, after confirming that no one had turned into a zombie due to injury, Mo Xiao and the others were released. Finally, they can truly enter the territory of the Newtling shelter. Chapter 130. This is the place assigned to you. Area 33. For those who have just joined the shelter, there are people who are responsible for guiding them. More than 150 of them walked in a mighty stream. The Newtling emergency shelter was built on the mountain. Some paths were still gullies like canyons, while others went into the mountain like tunnels. However, the mountain scenery that was supposed to be lush and green has changed drastically. All the trees seen in the area of the shelter have been basically cut down. Some plants and trees can even be seen with obvious signs of burning. Some places have been renovated, and wooden houses have been built. Some places have not had time to do so. Along the way, you can see many people working. In a trance, it seemed as if I had returned to the primitive age. Above my head, as seen outside the city wall, there were fine nets and cloths one after another, which should be used to isolate mosquitoes. However, the shelter is large. With their resources, it is obviously impossible to get such a large sky net. Therefore, it is all patched up, and it cannot cover completely. The areas that can be covered and blocked are scattered throughout the shelter like chess pieces. The environment here is obviously much better, and the inspection is more strict. The clothes worn by people living here are not as cumbersome and complicated as those outside. Along the way, you can also see some female workers weaving cloth and nets, as well as some other things that can be used, such as plastic sheds. Perhaps the Newtling emergency shelter wants to achieve full protection in all areas. It's just that since it was discovered that mosquitoes are also contagious, time is too tight, and it's not in time yet. In some places, there are people spraying and burning some medicines. These are all regulations issued by the director. We must not be careless about internal protection. Seeing everyone's curious eyes, the leader, a young man called Brother Tiger, explained with a smile. The road that Mo Xiao and his team walked was just a small corner of the Newtling emergency shelter, but from the orderly and clearly visible goal and scientifically planned work of the residents, it can be vaguely seen that the director is really a capable person. We had the government army to protect us before. Brother Hu sighed. But then, the army was gone. If the director hadn't stepped up to take the lead, I don't know how chaotic it would be. If you ask me, Newtling under the director's management is better than the previous government management. You stay here. Don't worry. In fact, this is not just Brother Hu's idea. He believes that many people in the entire Newtling area should think so. Especially last time. Brother Hu paused slightly when he said this. What happened last time? Brother Hu? Someone in the crowd immediately couldn't help but ask curiously. Yes. Don't speak half of the words. Seeing the enthusiastic response from everyone, Brother Tiger laughed and said, It's okay to tell you. Anyway, we are all family members from now on, and you will hear about it sooner or later. Before, a semi-infected person sneaked into our shelter, causing many missing and casualties. Many of you should have heard about it vaguely. The semi-infected monster can only maintain its powerful strength by drinking our human blood. This matter was settled by the director at the time. He used thundering means to pull out the semi-infected hidden in our base without anyone noticing. Everyone only then knew that there were such monsters lurking around us, waiting to eat us at any time. Thanks to the director, brother who chatted with everyone along the way. Mo Xiao and his team were not interested. After all, Xie Bumian was captured and his life or death was unknown. Although that person always marginalized himself. But people are not plants. And there are still some worries. After all, we have traveled such a long distance together and overcome so many dangers. We are here. This is the residence assigned to you. District 33. Brother who stopped in front of a bungalow. It is called a bungalow, but it is more like a container converted. It is a bit similar to the form of the square cabin hospital before the end of the world. It is relatively simple to build, and it is independent of the land and isolated from mosquitoes. However, the materials used are quite mixed. Most of them are made of wood, but the wood is relatively fresh, so it should have been built not long ago. Each room is for 8 people, like the old-style dormitories before, with bunk beds and no private bathroom. There are even cases of men and women living together because of the difference in the number of people. Of course, if you are not satisfied, as long as you can do it, you can negotiate with others to change rooms. And the higher-ups don't care, as long as it does not cause waste of resources, and can ensure that every room is fully utilized and there are no empty beds. Any change is fine. There is only one public toilet and bathhouse in the entire 33rd district compound. But the bathhouse is planned in advance. In fact, it is very gratifying that each district can get enough drinking water every day. If you want to take a shower, you can save water for yourself or exchange it with personal contribution points at the collective material warehouse. No one will complain or fight because of insufficient shower water. Maybe there were some at the beginning, but they all got the lesson they deserved. And today, 4 or 5 months after the apocalypse, this group of newcomers are obviously much more sensible. From here to here, this is where you can choose to live. Brother who drew a line in front. All the weapons and supplies that were confiscated before each of you came in have been placed there. Go and get them yourself. Someone will come to read you some resident rules later, and you must abide by them seriously. After saying that, Brother who turned around and left without further delay. Mo Xiao and the others looked in the direction he pointed. They found that there were indeed a lot of backpacks stacked up on an open space in front of him, and some things that could not be put into the backpacks were scattered on the ground. Mo Xiao saw his special mace at a glance. Among the disabled weapons, it was particularly lethal, and it was a rare and excellent equipment. Everyone rushed over to take back their own things. Mo Xiao was about to bend down to pick up her weapon, but suddenly found that a hand had grabbed the thing in front of her. She raised her eyebrows and quickly grabbed the man's hand before he could close it. What are you doing, woman? The man was tall and strong, with lush chest hair faintly visible on the edge of his clothes. He threatened angrily, Dare you to snatch things from your third master? Are you tired of living? Let go, Mo Xiao said coldly. This is mine. The man looked her up and down and laughed. You? Can you lift it? With such thin arms and legs. Let alone the mace. You may not even be able to lift your third master's third leg. Ha ha ha. The man's laughter was vulgar and unbridled. The several equally strong men following behind him also laughed knowingly. Jiangxi's face darkened, and just as he was about to step forward, he was suddenly patted on the shoulder. It turned out that Sun Yangyang jumped out and stood between Mo Xiao and the man who called himself San Yi. He rubbed his hands and laughed. San Yi, this is indeed our team stuff. If you don't believe me, you can ask the captain of the 33rd team of the jungle team. He helped us count the supplies. Ha ha ha. The jungle team is even made up. And what about the captain? We haven't seen any captain these days. The strong man laughed. Hey, have you seen him? No, San Yi. Someone behind him laughed and agreed. I've been eating and sleeping in isolation these days. Maybe I saw it in my dream. Ha ha ha. The strong man nodded with satisfaction and lowered his voice and said, "The captain is made up." "What? You mean that I, third master, deliberately extorted your supplies?" Sun Yanong choked. Mo Xiao suddenly added, "Maces all look similar. So it's understandable that you made a mistake. This is mine, third master. You should look for it somewhere else." After saying that, she tried to pull the mace back, but it didn't move. Mo Xiao looked up and asked with a smile, "What? Third master, do you suspect that the people in the wild team have stolen your weapons? It's been several months since the apocalypse, and I've seen countless actors who have survived. How can a man be scared by this? The survival rule of their team is to get the strongest talents, the best weapons and equipment. If they don't have them, they will rob them. And if they do, they will be theirs." He stretched his arm. His arm muscles piled up, looking very scary. "Little girl, I say, this is my mace. You have too much hair. It has all gone into your brain, right?" Tian Xiaoshu just picked up the backpack and straightened the edges, and found the dispute on Mo Zhao's side. He smiled coldly and looked at the strong man with contempt. "Can't you tell your own things apart, idiot?" Chapter 131. What are you doing? As soon as these words came out, all the people who were paying attention to the situation fell silent. After a few days, everyone had figured it out more or less. Among this group of newcomers, Mo Xiao and the man who called himself San Yi had the largest team. Although the former had a large number of people, most of them were women, children, and pretty boys. They were useless, and no one knew how they survived. I guess they were lucky. Of course, it could also be that they relied on the half-infected person who was taken away. When they found that the team was short of people, the team questioned the jungle team and made a fuss for a while. It seemed that they had a good relationship, although the latter team had only half the number of people, except for the two women. The other men were all strong and fierce, and they looked hard to mess with. It was not the first time that they relied on their own strength to rob things. During the days of isolation, they had asked several people to share half of the food sent by the shelter with them. Such overbearing behavior is not uncommon in the end times. So when the two of them clashed just now, everyone watched from afar with the mentality of watching a good show. I thought that the young man's team would swallow their anger in the end. Unexpectedly, the girl in the front, although her tone was calm, did not retreat at all, and the black and yellow hair, who rushed to smooth things over at the back. His tone was soft but not soft, which was also polite. Everyone thought that it would be at least a stalemate for a while. I didn't expect that the arrogant and expressionless man at the back of the team would suddenly say such a thing. This curse. Some people secretly worried for them. Sure enough, the man who called himself San Yi had a black and red face after hearing it, and he was immediately furious. He was going to use a mace to hit the other party. In the end, it seemed that he didn't pull it or suddenly changed his mind. Instead, he picked up an empty iron can and smashed it hard at the guy who dared to call him a fool. "The bastard behind you. Get out. Your San Yi can't kick you out with one kick. So you've shit clean." Tian Xiushu quickly took the bag to block it. Although he protected his face, his fingers were hit. The pain added to his body, and he immediately jumped up with a bigger anger in his heart. He picked up the can and threw it back. These days, even hairy gorillas with cerebral palsy are pretending to be human. What kind of idiot is worthy of being called a master? I think your hands are dirty even if you carry my shoes. The situation on both sides intensified instantly. The others intentionally or unintentionally moved away, fearing that they would be hurt in the fight. At this moment, a stern shout suddenly rang out at the gate of District 33. "What are you doing?" The place was quiet, including some old residents of District 33 who were squatting at the gate to watch the show. They also reduced their conversations. Everyone looked back. They saw a bearded man wearing a jungle team armband, and several other people from the jungle team standing at the gate. "Hello, Captain Ian." The man walked towards the dispute area with a gloomy face. Along the way, the old residents of District 33 who met him stopped to greet him, looking very respectful. From the name, it can be known that this is Ian Mao, the captain of the jungle team in charge of District 33. "What happened? What are you doing?" Mo Xiao smiled and spoke first. "Captain Ian, it was a misunderstanding. We accidentally took the wrong supplies when we took back our respective supplies." Ian Mao's eyes swept over the maces that both of them were holding tightly. He said coldly, "Put away your weapons." Private fighting is strictly prohibited in the shelter. If it happens again, it will be dealt with according to the regulations. Yes. Mo Xiao held the stick with his other hand and led it to himself, smiling and nodding. There will never be a next time. Sorry to bother you. The man who called himself San Yi saw Yin Mao's cold eyes sweeping over him, curled his lips, and let go of his hand. Yin Mao saw that everyone quickly collected their supplies. He waved to the several members of the jungle team behind him and said, within 10 minutes, take them to their respective accommodations and gather here. Yes, Captain. Everyone dispersed. Mo Xiao's team has a total of 15 people, including 8 girls and 7 boys, each with a dormitory. At present, there are enough rooms in the dormitory, so the jungle team did not interfere too much. If new people come later, the empty beds in the boys' room will definitely be filled. After simply placing the beds and putting down the bags, Yin Mao blew the whistle outside. Everyone came to the gathering place in the square of Area 33. Yin Mao stood at the front and said loudly, "Hello everyone. Welcome to the Newteling Emergency Shelter. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Yin Mao, and I am the captain of the 33rd Division of the Wilderness Team. Area 33 is the jurisdiction of our division. In my jurisdiction, I hope everyone can unite and help each other and live in harmony. A few months ago, the world suffered a great change. Our Newteling Emergency Shelter was born out of an official organization, and we are currently actively seeking contact with our superiors. You can overcome all difficulties and come here. I think you also come here with a desire for a better life. Maybe you have gotten used to fighting during your time surviving outside. But in our shelter, only the wild team has the power to equip hot weapons and execute people. The specific rules and regulations are posted at the door. You'd better read them carefully and strictly abide by them. All illegal private fights will be severely punished." Yin Mao then explained some other things to pay attention to when living in the shelter. For example, every resident has to work. Everyone's identity information has a record of contribution points to the shelter. Washing clothes, cooking, sewing, logging, infrastructure, medical care, and other types of work can earn contribution points. It is a bit like money. It's just that money before the end of the world can be circulated everywhere. The contribution points of the Newteling shelter can only be circulated within the shelter. With personal contribution points, you can go to the collective supplies to exchange for additional supplies. Of course, even if you don't have contribution points, the higher-ups will also distribute a certain amount of basic supplies for free every day to ensure that you won't starve to death. Yin Mao talked for half an hour before letting everyone disperse. He led the team members to leave. Although Area 33 was under his jurisdiction, their main responsibility for the wild team was to patrol outside, not inside. Seeing that he was about to walk out of the gate of Area 33, Mo Xiao hurriedly got up and chased after him. "Captain Yin!" Seeing that it was her, Yin Mao did not stop, and his tone was much colder than when he led them in. "What's the matter?" Mo Xiao hesitated and said, "Our team member." Yin Mao turned his head suddenly and stared at her. "Your team member is a half-infected person. You knew it, but you kept it a secret? Do you know that I almost rescued a half-infected person back to the shelter?" He saw that the girl seemed to be choking. He said coldly, "Half-infected monsters are the best at disguise. They have completely different appearances before and after eating. So the higher-ups did not pursue your joint responsibility." The words that Mo Xiao wanted to ask were stuck in her throat, and her expression was tangled. Yin Mao saw this and his expression eased slightly. "Don't worry about him. That kind of monster won't die for a while. The Institute just locked them up." At this point, they had walked out of the gate of Area 33 and came to the alley outside. A wild player hurried over and whispered a few words to Yin Mao. His expression changed, and he no longer cared about Mo Xiao and left in a hurry. Chapter 132 Cigarette Man. Rodan. Mo Xiao stood there, looking at his back, pursing her lips. In fact, she originally wanted to ask if there were any survivors from Chuyang City. The newcomers went to the collective material warehouse to get daily necessities and water buckets. "Let's go too." Jiang Shi's voice suddenly came from behind. Mo Xiao nodded, and then asked in confusion, "Water bucket?" "It's the kind that old residents put in front of their doors. Made of wood." Jiang Shi smiled. "Each dormitory can get one. I heard it's for the convenience of collecting water when it rains." "Isn't Newteling adjacent to the Chu River?" Mo Xiao asked in surprise. "With such a big river, do we still need to collect rainwater?" I just asked Brother Dan. If you want to go to Chujiang to fetch water, the shelter will let you do that. And you can even exchange the extra water for contribution points. Jiangshi shrugged and said, It's just that because of the zombie fish. It's more dangerous near Chujiang. And few people are willing to take the risk. Just because of the fish? Mo Xiao raised his eyebrows. Although fish are also dangerous, the threat on the shore is far less than that of zombies. Jiangshi smiled. There are more frogs near Chujiang. This kind of amphibian may need to undergo metamorphosis. So I heard that it is also infected. This is new information. Mo Xiao lowered his eyes and thought. The original frog's jumping ability on the shore is far beyond that of fish. If you get bitten by something out of nowhere while playing in the water, the taste, it's terrible to think about it. Jiangshi continued to add, Brother Dan said. Wait a minute, Mo Xiao suddenly looked up. Who is Brother Dan? Xiao Jiang. Why are you so slow? A loud male voice suddenly came from a distance. If you don't hurry up, the good things will be picked up by others first. Jiangshi responded with a hearty smile and waved his hand to greet the other party from a distance. Mo Xiao looked in the direction of the voice and found a man of medium build and a very honest appearance. He was squatting at the door of his dormitory smoking. He had some tools beside him, which were used to roll handmade cigarettes. Cigarettes are like alcohol. Those who love them, while those who hate them hate them. People are willing to die for them. The scarcer they are, the more marketable they are. In this world, he can still get this kind of business, which shows that he is very smart and has a wide network of contacts. His name is Luo Dan, also known as Brother Egg, and he is one of the first old residents of District 33. Jiangshi explained in a low voice. I just had a brief chat with him. Mo Xiao laughed. You are still as popular as ever. Jiangshi has been like this since he was a child. As long as he wants. No matter what new and unfamiliar environment he is in, he can quickly get along with others. Of course, if you don't want to spend time thinking, you will lazily nestle in the corner, like you are full and bored. Mo Xiao and his friends went to the collective material warehouse in District 33, so they didn't need to walk too far. When they arrived, Lu De, Zhao Peng, Sun Yanlong and others had already taken a lot of things, such as sheets, quilts and water cups. Just after carrying them back to the dormitory and sorting them out, they found that the jungle team was passing by in a hurry. What happened? Many people ran out of the dormitory and squatted at the door to watch. Some people stood directly in the square, looking into the distance and pointing. It seems that a lot of the jungle team members have been transferred away. Do you know what the situation is? Someone worriedly said. I have lived here safely for half a month, and I have never seen such a scene. Alas, Rodden, who was originally sitting at the door smoking, came back from some corner. He sat back on the bench and sighed, and suddenly began to concentrate on rolling cigarettes. Brother Dan must know. Right? Someone mentioned Rodden, and everyone looked at him. Who is Brother Dan? Him? You know shit. I heard that Brother Dan retired from the jungle team, and his connections are not comparable to ours. When someone spoke up, people kept asking Rodden questions, but he had already buried his head and concentrated on rolling his own cigarettes. Someone who knows him said that once Brother Dan enters this state, he will never pay attention to people unless someone buys cigarettes. The noise outside was getting louder and louder. It seemed that not only their 33rd zone, but also the jungle teams in the neighboring zones were making a lot of moves. Everyone was hesitant and confused. A tall and strong man walked towards Luo Dan. Give me a cigarette. This man was the guy who had a conflict with Mo Xiao before, named Pang Dason. Afterwards, Yin Mao talked to him alone for a few words. Now his tone of voice was far less presumptuous than before, and he was much more restrained. 5 contribution points for 1. Luo Dan had gray hair on his temples, and he was not very young, but his voice was very loud. He looked up and smiled. Newcomer brother, you don't have any contribution points yet. Pang Dason's face darkened, and he took out a can of meat from behind. Give me a cigarette. Luo Dan looked at the canned meat. I like beef. It's been a few months since the apocalypse, and there are still people who are picky about the taste of a canned meat. They are either sick, or they are deliberately looking for trouble. Are you deliberately giving me a bad face? Pang Dason said angrily. Dong dong dong. Luo Dan knocked the management regulations posted on the wall next to him with a wooden stick. Master San. Forget it. Seeing this, the people in the team behind Pang Dason hurried over and pulled him away. Rodden lowered his head and continued to roll cigarettes, snorting with disdain. Pangda San was the first to hit a wall, and some people who originally wanted to try also gave up the idea of continuing to find Luo Dan to inquire. The noise outside gradually died down, and everyone had no more excitement to watch. As the sky darkened, they all went back to their rooms one after another. There were beds, bedding, water, food, and a closed safe space. For many newcomers, maybe tonight would be the most peaceful and comfortable night they had slept since the end of the world. Midnight. In the room where Mo Xiao and the other 8 girls were, except for the 2 children Shirqingyi and Jiang Duo. Almost all of them were awake. It was not that they had insomnia, but Chewing sat up with a dark face and kept floating around in the dormitory like a ghost, trying to find something to plug his ears. Next door was the room of Pang Da's third-class candidate, a team of 6 men and 2 women. Exactly 8 people and 8 beds. They deliberately chose the room next to Mo Xiao. At first, she didn't think much about it. At most, she thought that the other party wanted to live close to her to annoy her. But she didn't expect it to be this way. The woman's moans and the man's trash talk kept coming into her ears. And there was the sound of the bed creaking and shaking from time to time. What's worse is that those trash words vaguely alluded to the 8 girls next door. And even the 2 children were not spared. Li Pingping couldn't help it, sat up straight, and said angrily, "This group of scumbags." There were only 2 girls in the team next door. At first, she didn't think much about it. Later, after the conflict, she was just slightly puzzled that this group of guys who valued strength above all else would have 2 beautiful women in a team. I didn't expect it to be like this, even though she had gradually accepted the filthiness of the apocalypse. Li Pingping still felt that the world was changing too fast. Calm down. Tanya lay flat on her back, staring at the ceiling. We have no right to interfere with others' willingness. What do you mean by willingness? They must have been forced. I can only say. Gao Yu pursed her lips and let out a very light sigh. They chose the former between relying on the strong to survive and dying. Not every team is as harmonious and equal as ours. Reality is very cruel. In terms of physical structure alone, most girls are physically weaker than men. Therefore, in the process of escaping and surviving, the survival rate of men is often higher. This is a helpless reality. Other teams have already implemented a harsh jungle law. Li Pingping was about to cry. She clenched her teeth, hunched over and curled up. She couldn't win everyone's argument, and she felt that something was wrong. But she was powerless to change it. She could only grieve silently and feel sad. Mo Xiao had already put on his clothes without knowing when. Opened the door and said, "I'm going out for a walk." Xiao Mo Guichuchu wanted to remind her that there was a curfew from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. the next day, but Mo Xiao had already left. Chapter 133 Late Night Movement. It was dark. The covering above their heads was patched with woven cloth and nets. Even in the daytime, the light was sparse, let alone at night when there was only moonlight. The curfew of the Nutaling emergency shelter was from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. In other words, it was not easy to run into people when walking outside during this time. Mo Xiao looked around, paused at the door next door, did nothing, and turned to walk towards the courtyard wall. She wanted to find out where Siebamian was imprisoned. Mo Xiao originally wanted to wait until she was familiar with the environment before making a detailed plan of action. But something obviously happened in the shelter during the day today, and it was a bit chaotic. Something was diverting her attention ahead, so she took the opportunity to act in advance. There were 2 sentries at the gate of the courtyard. Mo Xiao moved to the blind spot of their vision separated by a wall and squatted down, and heard the 2 people talking. Have the things in the day been resolved? Why haven't the captain and the others come back yet? One of them asked in confusion. TSK. With what happened today, I guess they will be more strict in recruiting people in the future. Another person smacked his lips and sighed. Yeah. Who would have thought that so many semi-infected people would unite and secretly send people to sneak into our institute? These monsters are still intelligent. I don't know when they will go crazy. They feel more terrifying than zombies. Isn't it? The half-infected people we found today cooperated with the guys outside. How many people did we lose? The zombie siege that migrated from Baijiang town last time didn't cause such a big damage. The 2 of them talked back and forth, and Mo Xiao frowned slightly. So the situation today was caused by the half-infected people. Could it be Siebushian? It seems not. It sounds like the mastermind is a full half-infected organization that has become quite powerful. However, it is not ruled out that Xie Buxian took advantage of this sudden incident to fish in troubled waters. In any case, after this incident, the situation of the captured half-infected people may be even worse. Mo Xiao was still thinking. Suddenly, one of the two sentries outside the wall shouted, "Hey! Stop! Which squad are you from? Why are you wandering around alone now?" She was subconsciously startled, but then realized that he was not talking about her. "I'm from Squad 30. The man outside responded from a distance. "The higher-up said that the situation is serious recently, and we need to strengthen patrols. Our team suffered a lot of casualties today, and we don't have enough manpower. I will be the only one patrolling this line tonight." Then, Mo Xiao heard footsteps moving. It seemed that the two sentries outside the door took a few steps in the direction of the man. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and took this opportunity to climb over the wall from the other side, and leave the courtyard. Their 33rd district is the residential area closest to the outer perimeter of the Nutling shelter. Mo Xiao followed the direction she came from during the day, and after climbing over a few walls, she saw the city gate from afar. There were large patches of blood on the nearby walls that had not been cleaned up yet, and it was obvious that a fierce battle had just taken place not long ago. She wandered around for a while, and found that the security was indeed tight, and she almost ran into a patrol team on the way. "Hurry up. The director said that all those caught today should be transferred to the inner area." There was a faint flickering of fire in the back of the patrol team holding torches. There were 5 people, both men and women. Because of the dim light, Mo Xiao hid in the dark and watched from a distance. He could only vaguely distinguish the genders, and could not see their faces clearly. Could it be a half-infected person? Mo Xiao stared, thought for a moment, picked up a small stone and threw it far away, hitting the man holding the torch in the back. He shouted softly, and immediately turned around with the torch and took a few quick steps, looking fiercely at the people who were caught behind him. "Be quiet." Mo Xiao's eyes widened, and with the help of this wave of firelight, she finally saw clearly that Xie Buxian was among them. He was hanging on the edge. His hands and feet were tied with metal. The other 4 people had blood on their bodies and faces. Only Xie Buxian, although his whole body was still dirty, did not have such a strong bloody smell. Puff, the female half-infected person, who was scolded by the jungle team and walked in the front, spit out a mouthful of blood and laughed softly. "What can you do to me?" The man holding the torch avoided the blood as if he were avoiding the plague. The other members of the jungle team nearby had already hit the provocative female, half-infected, with a stick. The sharp weapon pierced the skin, and even the entire right arm and elbow seemed to be slightly dislocated. But she didn't feel it at all. Just opened her mouth wide and made a biting gesture towards the person who hit her. There were bloodstains between her lips and teeth, and there were still fresh meat shreds that were picked out by her licking. Seeing that the man took 2 steps back in fear, she laughed happily in an instant. In this round and round, the wound on her body that had just been pierced by the sharp weapon had stopped bleeding, and it was still recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This exaggerated self-healing speed is much better than Mo Xiao's. This kind of person should have a virus that is always highly active in the body, which is possible. In other words, she should have never stopped activating blood and flesh. There are more than 20 people patrolling and escorting the wild team over there. Although Mo Xiao wanted to save Xie Buxian, but there was no way to act under the eyes of so many people with hot weapons. She had to follow them from a distance to see where they would be moved. I heard that they were going to be moved to the inner area. Although Mo Xiao had only been here for a day, he had roughly heard of the division. The Nutling emergency shelter was expanded on the basis of the original official facilities. This can be roughly distinguished from the ceilings that block mosquitoes. The inner area is basically built inside the mountain or semi-underground, which has air defense advantages. And it is a large piece of metal, an integrated structure, and various systems are complete. So there is no need for those ceilings. It is already quite safe to keep the basic enclosure and ventilation of the facilities. There are actually many emergency shelters, like Nutling and Longwa. After all, before the founding of the country, this land of Longwa experienced nearly 100 years of semi-colonial humiliation. So the government and the people attach great importance to it. You can no longer climb over the wall to enter the inner area. You can only go through the door. So Mo Xiao did not expect to follow into the inner area. He just wanted to confirm the approximate entrance and direction. Who would have thought that it would take a while before they caught up? There was a sudden noise ahead. There were more fires as they ran. It was obvious that the number of people in the wild team had increased. Emoshao was afraid of being discovered, so she fell further away. She couldn't see what was happening at all, but only heard some screams and fighting sounds from afar. Not long after, someone ran and shouted, "What's going on? There are still people mixed in? So many infected people have been rescued. Hurry!" The higher-up said that this time we have to check the population information strictly from the beginning. Emoshao didn't dare to approach and quietly retreated back to the courtyard of District 33. When she went back, she found that the 2 sentries at the door had fallen in a pool of blood. Judging from the color of their pupils, they had turned into zombies. She hesitated for a moment, didn't go through the door, and still climbed over the wall from the public toilet. The wall was very high, but it was not a difficult task for her. "Xiao Mo, you're finally back." As soon as she returned to the dormitory, she heard her roommate's surprised cry. Chapter 134, Wild Individuals. Wild Dog Union. Emoshao drank a sip of water before everyone had time to say a few more words. They heard a whistle outside, and someone urged everyone to gather, saying that they were going to count the population. Tonight, almost all the torches in the outer area of the Nuttling shelter were lit. Everyone was urgently awakened and counted. The name, gender, place of origin, work, and even the time of admission and other information were checked very carefully. Hundreds of people in one area. It took until the next morning to complete the count. What happened again? Many people were puzzled and asked each other with yawns. "I heard that the semi-infected people we secretly detained in various areas last night were almost all kidnapped this time. Isn't it possible? I heard that they were detained separately, and few people knew about it. Besides, with so many people in the past few months, how could they have kidnapped all of them? Hey, why do they need to look for them one by one? I heard that everyone was kidnapped on the way to be transferred. Do you still remember the movement during the day yesterday? I suspect that they were trying to lure the snake out of its hole by making a feint to the east and attacking in the west." "Oh, this. How did you know?" Someone in the next district heard it in the toilet in the middle of the night. "Speaking of last night, there seems to be something going on in our district. I heard that the sentries of the 2 wild teams were bitten to death by the semi-infected. In the square, many people formed small circles with their acquaintances and discussed separately. However, Emoshao and his team had Chuing, who had excellent hearing. Therefore, many people thought that their conversations were not loud. But Chuing still caught them in time and repeated them one by one. I saw Xie Bumian yesterday," Emoshao explained roughly. "My suspicion is similar to theirs. This group of semi-infected people is organized and planned. It is obvious that they have been planning for a long time, and there may still be semi-infected people lurking in the station. So everyone should be prepared at ordinary times, and don't take it lightly." Emoshao whispered, "The other party is very ambitious. They may want to form a hostile force of all semi-infected people. After this battle, the Nuttling emergency shelter will be more vigilant." She thought, "I wonder if Xie Bumian escaped yesterday. Let's settle down and get familiar with the environment first." Jiang she glanced at her and said coldly, "Your behavior yesterday was too risky." "Yeah, Xiao Mo. It's a bit wrong," Luda complained. "Next time if there is something, remember to call me. Your squad leader." Zhao Peng put his arm around Lu Da's shoulder and laughed. "If there is something wrong, our Guangdazizi group will really fight." "Guangdazizi?" Chuing couldn't help but ask curiously. "Son of Light. Son of Sea." Tonga rolled her eyes. They always brag about themselves. Chuing looked at the two with a strange look of looking at talents. Silently lowered his head in thought, and also wanted to give himself a resounding title. Emoshao couldn't help laughing. But then she lowered her eyes and sighed. In her original plan, she didn't plan to stay in the Nuttling emergency shelter for a long time. Instead, she planned to use it as a springboard, rest for a few days, and then go on the road alone to Chuyang City to go back to her parents. But Xie Bumian was arrested. Before entering the door, Mo Xiaolin promised that if he got into trouble, she would try her best to help him, caring about both inside and outside. Mo Xiao felt that time was very urgent. In the next few days, the Nuttling shelter slowly returned to normal order. But the entry and exit inspection was stricter. In the past, even ordinary residents were allowed to go out to fetch water or search for supplies in their own name as long as they simply reported it. Just check if you are injured before coming back. But now, the number of times ordinary residents can report is greatly limited. At the same time, they need to fill out extremely detailed forms. And after returning, they need to record their personal itinerary and timeline. But even so, Imo Xiao and his team still decided to go out despite the storm. After living there for a few days, they found that the free basic supplies distributed daily were pitifully few. It was just enough to keep you from starving to death in the short term. Guichuchu, Zhang Jiwei, Gao Yu and others took some non-physical jobs such as tailoring, and found that the contribution point income was very low. After working all day, they could probably only buy a cigarette from Dan Gu. Zhao Peng and Luda took some jobs in logging and infrastructure construction. This kind of heavy physical work has a higher income than the former. But because of the fierce competition, anyone can do it. And even many strong girls will rush to do it. So the daily contribution point reward is not high. On the contrary, people like Tian Xiaoxu found a medical-related job with a very comfortable working environment and a high contribution point income. And Sun Yangong, with his superb craftsmanship before the end of the world, has also made a good living, and is also a high-paying industry in the institute. Of course, the highest contribution point exchange is still the material exchange. The more scarce and urgent the useful resources are from the outside world, the higher the price. Most of the materials in the collective material warehouse of Nutuling come from the hands of the collective armed forces, such as the jungle team organized by the institute. A small part comes from the hands of individual junglers. These individual junglers self-deprecatingly call themselves wild dogs. Later, when there were more people, in order to facilitate travel, they submitted a proposal to the institute to establish a wild dog union. If they join the wild dog union, the review procedures for entry and exit will not be as cumbersome as those for ordinary residents. For individual junglers who often have to go in and out, this can save a lot of time and reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. After considering for a while, the above passed this proposal. But a condition was put forward that the individual must obtain more than 5,000 points of material exchange contribution points from the outside world before they are eligible to join the union. Individual investors with such strong personal abilities are worthy of being gathered together to contribute to the shelter even if they do not join the official jungle team. This is the consideration above. So in the long run, although the conditions are not low, the number of registered members of the Wild Dog Union is still increasing rapidly. There is no doubt that the people with the highest living standards in the shelter, except for Tian Xiaoxu and Sun Yangong, are these individual jungle investors. After Imo Xiao and his team arrived at the shelter and their lives became more stable, everyone had their own plans and directions. For example, Zhang Jiwei and Gao Yu planned to stay in this stable environment and work first, waiting for the Nutuling shelter to establish contact with the government online. Imo Xiao originally had no intention of staying for a few days, and at first, he was not interested in work related to living standards. Until these few days, after asking around, he found that there were still many residents from Chuyang City in the shelter. They said that there was also a nuclear leak in the west of Chuyang City, and the government took it very seriously. So the residents had evacuated to Tianjin by train with the main force a few months ago. Those who were separated from the main force, like them, also fled to the surrounding shelters. It was basically unlikely that there were still living residents in Chuyang City. Therefore, Imo Xiao decided to stay for a few more days and collect supplies as a retail investor. I heard that ordinary residents without special ranks must have at least 5,000 contribution points in their pockets before they are allowed to enter the inner area. On this day, Shi and Jiangxi, who had just passed the application form, appeared at the gate of the shelter city fully armed. After crossing the drawbridge at the gate of the city, there were actually quite a few zombies gathered. Even though there was a moat and the jungle team regularly cleaned it up, there was still a steady stream of zombies. If you walk instead of driving in and out, it is quite dangerous. This is why, although the living standards of individual junglers are higher, few ordinary residents are willing to take this risk to do this business. Some unlucky people were bitten by zombies before they even got far out of the door. I know this area well. Go there. There is an unfinished building over there. Get rid of these zombies first. Imo Xiao said to Jiang Shi beside him, while running with a mace in his hand. Chapter 135 Jiang Shi. Let's go find the railway. Not long after Imo Xiao and Jiang Shi left, a few more men came out of the Nutuling emergency shelter. These 6 men were all strong and seemed to have rich experience in surviving the end of the world. facing some zombies blocking the road outside. They cooperated very well. This group of people was Pang Dason's group, who lived next door to Mo Xiao and the others. Master San. I've asked around. The nearest town is called Baijiang Town. One of the men shouted. Those two guys should have gone there too. Let's go too. Pang Dason's arm muscles were flexed, and he swung a steel rod and knocked down a zombie heavily. Then, while he was still standing up, he used the sharp end to pierce his eye socket from top to bottom and stirred it. His technique was steady, accurate and ruthless, and he was very skilled. If you run out to fight in the wild, if something happens, you can't blame anyone. Right? Pang Dason licked his lips and smiled. The others also laughed in agreement. In the past few months of the apocalypse, the 6 of them have already trained themselves to face zombies without changing their faces. And even human lives have been involved in their hands. When facing extreme environments, different people will have different choices. Some will always be cautious and hide. Some may think of producing resources with their own hands. Some will completely become predators. By plundering others' things, you can obtain a large amount of resources in a short period of time. Once you taste this sweetness once, you will want it again and again. The 6 people cooperated with each other to break through the pursuit and encirclement of the zombies, while heading towards Baijiang Town. At the same time, in a certain unfinished building community on the outskirts of Baijiang Town, Mo Xiao was climbing the stairs. This road is mostly open, and there are few living things. So the group of zombies behind her chased her relentlessly. The structure inside is still rough, and many steel bars are exposed. Even the stairs are just simple stone steps, and there are no handrails. Mo Xiao and Jiang, she came to the top floor of the building. There was a structure similar to a light well in the middle, because it was not completed for many years. It was not completely repaired. Like a sinkhole, the width of the pit was at least 3 meters. People with acrophobia would probably feel weak in the knees if they stood on the edge and looked down. The other half of the platform was clean, without a single zombie. Hearing the sound of zombies climbing up the stairs downstairs, Jiangxi drew a line at the threshold behind him. After doing all this, he stepped back to run, and then jumped up. Mo Zhao's heart was in his throat, and he couldn't imagine what would happen if he didn't jump over and stepped on the air. Duh. The concrete fragments fell, making a hollow sound. Jiangxi bent one knee slightly, supported himself on the opposite platform with his hands, and landed safely. Come here. Jiangxi stood up, turned his head to look at Mo Xiao, smiled and raised his eyebrows, and said, If you miss, I will catch you. Mo Xiao pouted. When she was in high school, she could only jump 1.9 meters at most in standing long jump at school, which was an exceptionally amazing result among girls. Long jump also requires strength skills. Jiangxi taught her when she was a child when she almost failed this subject. Get out of the way. Mo Xiao stretched out his palm and fanned to the side. Jiangxi curled his lips and smiled, and slightly avoided sideways, but did not move away, keeping his body tense at all times. Mo Xiao took a deep breath, imitated Jiangxi's running start and jumped, swayed beside him, and stood firm, looking sideways, revealing a proud look. Jiangxi spread his hands and gave her a thumbs up. Mo Xiao felt a little embarrassed by this submissive look. The zombies behind her had already crawled over, and the one in the front was tripped by the rope set by Jiangxi. And like dominoes, the ones behind them fell to the ground one after another. Zombies fell from the sky like dumplings, making a dull thump. It took only a while. The corridor became much quieter, and no more zombies appeared. Almost done. Get rid of them all. Mo Xiao lay on the edge, looking at the miserable scene below, and said softly, It saves time and effort, and I can do this every time I go out in the future. As she said that, she stood up and looked down from a high place to look around. At the same time, they took out a map for comparison. The topography of Baijiang Town is not much different from when I came here before. Mo Xiao frowned. It's just that the damage caused by vegetation to the building is a little beyond imagination. Right? Jiangxi asked with a smile. This building is located very high, because it is right next to Nutuling, closest to the shelter, and is a half-slope building. The main market in Baijiang Town is on the flat ground below. So from their current position, they can almost see the general appearance of the entire town. Although the original modern town also has greenery, most of them are dotted. It is impossible to be like this now. Some huge vines are all over the building, wrapping the outer wall, and even breaking through the wall and growing wildly towards the sun. Even the original cement road surface was full of potholes and cracks of all sizes. In the cracks, there were some plants that had stubbornly grown out. Some trees whose names I couldn't name seemed to have grown bigger than before, with lush green crowns, looking like small buildings from a distance. This scene, rather than saying that there is greenery in the town, it is more like building a town in the jungle. No wonder the nearby wild vegetation was cleared before the expansion of the Nuttling emergency shelter. Mo Xiao murmured. Jiangshi put down the telescope and put it back into his backpack. The more green plants there are, the easier it is to attract other wild animals. From ancient times to the present, in this kind of fight in the wild environment, humans will never have the upper hand. Humans are social animals. They need to take root in a stable camp environment to thrive. Baijiang town is so close, and the living supplies in it are probably almost all taken. If you don't want to go too far, you can go to the Chu River to see if you can try to get some water resources. Oh, don't you want to go to the town to take a look? Jiangshi squatted beside Mo Xiao and said with a smile. You didn't really come out just to collect supplies, did you? Mo Xiao glanced at him, clenched his fist to his chin and coughed lightly. If you were the leader of the semi-infected organization, where would you set up your base camp? Semi-infected people are also human beings, and they are also afraid of secondary infection of the virus. Therefore, they must also need a stable camping environment. Jiangshi thought for a while. If it was before the last prisoner robbery, the most dangerous place is the safest place, and I would be stationed in Baijiang town where they are in the dark. Mo Xiao nodded in agreement. What about now? Now that the other party has been alerted, they will definitely send out a wild team to patrol the surrounding area. Yes. Yes. Mo Xiao smiled and patted his clothes and stood up. So no matter where they were originally, they will definitely move. And maybe they are in an emergency evacuation now. The wild team can't find it even if they drive. So it's useless for me to worry about it now. After speaking, she looked at Jiangshi, her eyes sparkling. Jiangshi, let's go find the railway. Chapter 136 Falling from a Building. Just an accident. The scorching sun was surrounded by white halos. It seemed within reach in the sky. The girl's eyes were filled with a clear and hopeful smile, and she was full of energy. Her voice was clear and frank, as if she was saying, let's elope. The surroundings were desolate, with ruins all over the doomsday. For some reason, Jiangshi felt that the breeze was a little hot, and coughed lightly. Why did you think of going to the railway? From what I heard in the station these days, people in Chuyang City have moved to the Tianyan shelter along the railway trunk line. Mo Xiao analyzed. I guess they may take the Guanghua line. The Guanghua line is a famous railway line that runs through the north and south of Longhua, from the northernmost part of Dragon Country to the capital city of Kyoto, then from Kyoto to the southwest, and then to the southeast through central China province. Almost more than half of the important cities have been passed. To be honest, when Mo Xiaojiang got the news that there were probably no survivors in Chuyang City, he felt a little disappointed. It seemed that the goal he had always insisted on in his heart had disappeared, and he fell into a brief confusion. According to the survivors from Chuyang City, most people were successfully transferred away by the government. The few people like them who had left the main force and were not dead should have settled down in other shelters. Although Mo Xiao was willing to believe that his parents were safe and transferred with the main force, or live well in other shelter bases. But what if? She didn't know what to do next. Should she embark on another expedition to the Sky Eye shelter? Or should she stay in this base for a while and make a name for herself? At least reaching the level of being able to enter and exit the inner and outer areas normally. When she has the right to look through the directory files, she can check whether her parents are in this shelter, or, with Chuyang City as the center, search the surrounding emergency shelters one by one? Mo Xiao was at a loss for a few days. From the way the Nuttling emergency shelter collected supplies, she suddenly thought of other shelters. Railway transportation is a very important part of land transportation, especially when it is necessary to transport large quantities of materials and escort a large number of people over long distances. Railway transportation is particularly important. Mo Xiao thought about it and felt that the government and the army would never give up maintaining the railway trunk line, even if many sections of the road may be damaged and not as convenient as before the end of the world. Guanghua Line. Jiangshi actually didn't know much about these land routes. He had hardly taken a long-distance train since he was a child. It seems to be a very important railway line. Jiang, she smiled. Do you want to use the railway line as a clue to see if you can contact the government and the army from it? I don't know if it's my illusion. Mo Xiao lowered his eyebrows and said, I always feel that the conflict between the Nutaling shelter and the semi-infected people is escalating at an abnormally fast speed. And, she paused here, swallowing back some unfounded speculations without evidence. Anyway, I'm going to go check out the situation on the Guanghua line this time. Mo Xiao clenched his mace, looked at Jiangxi and said, What about you? What are you going to do? Jiangxi stretched, put the baseball bat on his shoulder, and smiled. I'm free anyway. Let's go check it out. Mo Xiao smiled and clapped his hands with him. When the two turned around and were about to jump back to the stairs, suddenly, a deep male voice came from the corridor. Where are you two going to check it out? Mo Xiao was stunned. And when he saw the person coming, his brows sank slightly. Pang Dason had already led his team and blocked the stairs of the opposite platform with weapons. TSK. Pang Dason first looked around on the top floor and sighed. The scenery is nice. The whole Baijiang town is in sight. Then he stood on the edge of the Tianking and looked down, and even deliberately shook his hands as if he was about to fall down, making his companions around him laugh. And then mocked, if you can jump over such a wide ditch, it should be no problem if it is wider. Right? What do you want to do? Mo Xiao said in a deep voice. Pang Dason, don't forget that the rules of the Institute prohibit private fighting. I didn't fight privately. Pang Dason waved his hands and said frivolously, I just accidentally smashed a few pieces of floor while fighting with zombies. It was just an accident. After that, he called the two people carrying hammers behind him and said, Come on. Warm up. The two men smiled frivolously and walked forward, swinging hammers and smashing the edge of the floor. The unfinished building, which had been in disrepair for a long time, was also built with shoddy work, so it was not solid. After being smashed hard by several people, the gray stone fragments fell down, according to their smashing method. If no one cared, the margin of about 3 meters would soon become wider and wider. If Mo Xiao and the others could not jump back, they would be trapped on the opposite platform. The safe zone where people could tell stories without fear of zombies' sneak attacks instantly became the most dangerous place because of human factors. Mo Xiao and Jiangxi looked at each other. Suddenly, they unpacked their bags at the same time and threw them at the people on the opposite side. It was not a pleasant thing to be hit by such a heavy backpack. Pang Dason and others subconsciously stretched out their hands to block or dodge. They took advantage of this gap when their attention was diverted and relaxed. The two of them took a running start at the same time and landed easily on the opposite platform without any obstacles. As soon as Mo Xiao landed, he reached out and grabbed one of the men with a hammer. When he saw the girl landed beside him, he subconsciously wanted to pick her up. Knowing that the other party was not as easy to deal with as an ordinary woman, he used all his strength in this grab. However, this grab was much easier than he thought, and it was even as if the other party took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. Before the man could react, the woman was already in front of his chest. A white light flashed from her sleeves, and the cold light was reflected by the sunlight. Knife. This word appeared in the man's mind, and he subconsciously wanted to push away from her, while raising the hammer in his hand and smashing at the other party. At this moment, the positions of the two have changed. He is standing on the edge of the Tianking with his back to the Tianking, and the other party is in front of him and facing him. Who to? Be careful. Pang Dason's anxious call came from not far away. The woman in front of him suddenly looked up, with a playful smile on her lips. The man named Hutu thought to himself that it was not good, and instantly realized that he had been fooled. The opponent's blade was just a cover. Her real purpose was to see the woman raise the mace in her hand, which was extremely hard at first glance, and smash it against the loose and cracked edge where he was standing. The deafening impact was obviously just hitting the stone slab, but it seemed to hit his heart. The sound of something breaking sounded immediately afterwards. The feeling of weightlessness spread throughout his body. Hutu's eyes widened, and his limbs frantically tried to grab something, but there was no other place to hold on except the rubble that fell with him. Bang, bang, bang. 2 consecutive heavy objects fell. Mo Xiao picked up the baseball bat and looked at Pang Dason and his group, who looked grim on the opposite side. The corners of his lips curled slightly, You reminded me that it was just an accident to fall from the building. With such a strong force, are you half-infected? Pang Dacen's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out. Chapter 137. How about we have dinner today? After saying this, the remaining 4 members of the Panda Team 3 moved closer to each other and stared at her vigilantly. Although the boy next to her was more skillful just now, but their main focus was on the girl. Most people, no matter how strong they are not willing to fight with semi-infected people. Although the nails of semi-infected people have not changed color, they are not like zombies, who can infect others by scratching them. But if they bite you, there is no doubt that you will be infected with the virus. Compared with the straightforward and easy-to-tease zombies, the intelligent semi-infected are obviously more difficult to deal with. But 4 against 2 doesn't necessarily mean they can't win. It's just that the risk is too great, and it's not worth it. Pang Dacen quickly adjusted the disgusted look he had just shown, retreated to the corridor entrance, and said with a smile, "Actually, if you think about it carefully, there is no deadly hatred between us. Right? All the disputes before were just minor misunderstandings. Originally, there was none." Mo Zhao's eyelashes drooped slightly, and he turned the weapon in his dominant hand into a knife. "Now there is." Pang Dacen and the remaining 3 people in the team looked at each other and whispered, "Run." After saying this, the 3 of them quickly ran down the stairs they came from. This place is not far from the entrance and exit of the Newtling emergency shelter. As long as they can run to that vicinity, the half-infected person will be dead. And as long as they can get out of this unfinished building and run outside, the other party will not have the energy to deal with them even if there are zombies causing trouble. Mo Zhao had expected that they might retreat, and even chased after them without carrying the heavy bag behind him. We must not let these people escape back. Her brows were heavy, and her heart was filled with murderous intent, because there were no handrails. Those people were also ruthless characters, who did not take the normal road. Whenever there was a step that could be jumped, they jumped down without blinking to shorten the time. But because Mo Zhao had no bag on him, he was much lighter and more agile. Another leap-level staircase. Mo Zhao jumped onto the back of a lagging man, wrapped his legs around his neck, and thrust the sharp blade in his hand. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and hot blood splashed on his face. Pang Dacen didn't expect that the other party looked young, but he didn't even blink when he killed someone. Suddenly, there was a sound of wind. The second-to-last man touched his throat and pointed upwards with blood in his mouth. There was an arrow stuck in his throat. Damn it. They still have long-range lethal weapons in their hands. They didn't notice it just now, but following the direction of the arrow, they noticed that the boy on the upper floor actually had this thing in his hand. It would be fine if he had it, but in such a fast-running and obstacle-filled area, the other party could shoot so accurately, which was the most dangerous. In the blink of an eye, 2 more companions were lost. But Pang Dacen and the last remaining companion finally took advantage of this gap to escape from the unfinished building where the zombies were almost cleared. When they were about to run out of the community, the number of zombies had gradually increased. "Third Master, the man with the bow and arrow is still aiming at us," the man hanging behind Pang Dacen said anxiously. "What are you afraid of? It's not a sniper rifle," Pang Dacen said coldly. "How far can that small bow and arrow shoot? If he wants to shoot us after running out of here, he must come out of the unfinished building and catch up. With so many zombies outside, where does he get the space to aim and shoot?" However, their own speed was also hindered by the occasional zombies. Fortunately, because of the distance and the sudden change of position caused by the zombies, 2 arrows missed. Pang Dacen estimated that he was about to run out of the range, and he was happy. Suddenly, he heard the man behind him shouting, "Third Master, be careful." Pang Dacen felt a chill on his back, and without thinking, he reached back and grabbed the man behind him to his side. Puff! The arrow came. The tip of the arrow, originally aimed at Pang Dacen's neck, went straight into the throat of the last member of his team. On the high building, Jiangxi put away the bow and arrow, looked at Pang Dacen, who was gradually moving away, and chased after him with a slightly depressed brow. Mo Zhao has been chasing Pang Dacen, but she is fast, and the other party is not slow either. And although the zombies nearby are cleaned up regularly, there are far fewer than those in the center of Baijiang town. But there are still some exciting surprises when she suddenly encounters love at a corner, which hinders her and the person who escaped in front of her. As time goes by, Mo Zhao's expression becomes more gloomy. If Pang Dacen can't be solved here, He will soon be in the sight of the wild team guarding the Newtling emergency shelter, with the attitude of the Institute towards semi-infected people. After that, Mo Xiao can never go back. She was anxious, looking at the two zombies running towards her that suddenly appeared from nowhere at the corner in front of her, and gritted her teeth. He was prepared to rush over without avoiding, to shorten the distance between her and Pang De-san. Pang De-san also knew that his situation was getting safer and safer. Before he could feel happy, he suddenly heard a rustling sound above his head. It was like some light and agile animal was chasing him along the roof of the house. How is it possible? Pang De-san was puzzled. The half-infected woman was hanging behind him, and the man shooting arrows should be even further behind. Who else was running side by side with him above his head? Following this puzzlement, he subconsciously looked up. Suddenly, he saw something falling. The heat came. It was a living thing. The creature tightened its limbs and wrapped around him firmly, blocking his movements. Then, he felt something falling again, and Pang De-san's eyes went dark and he fainted. When Mo Xiao arrived, he saw two people dragging Pang De-san's body into a building easily. The two people, a man and a woman, were not strong compared to Pang De-san, but they dragged such a tall and heavy man as easily as a lion or tiger carrying prey back to its nest. It's you. Mo Xiao saw the woman among the two, and her pupils shrank slightly. It was the half-infected person who she spied that night. The first in the team that was transferred was Xia Bumian. Jinzi. Do you know him? The man next to him looked back and saw Mo Xiao, and asked the woman next to him. No. The woman looked Mo Xiao up and down. A teasing smile appeared on her lips. You are also half-infected, right? We saw him on the roof of the opposite building just now. We chased him for so long but couldn't catch up. Your speed and explosive power are a bit weak. Is it because you haven't taken supplements for a long time, so you are so weak? The woman picked up Pang De-san like a chick, sniffed it deeply as if intoxicated, and said with a smile, how about we treat you to a meal today? Come and eat together? Jinzi. This is reserved food. The man next to him frowned and said, we have to catch him and raise him. I know. You are so nagging. The woman bared her teeth impatiently. Lu Quan, you are also lucky to be a half-infected. Otherwise you will definitely be a bullied wife on the human side. Chapter 138, Semi-Infected Alliance. As she spoke, Jinzi's expression became serious. She waved the crowbar in her hand, looked at Mo Xiao with cold eyes, tapped the ground with her toes, and rushed forward with amazing speed and explosive power. Mo Xiao's expression did not change. When she was in front of Mo Xiao, she suddenly grinned and turned the crowbar. It pierced into the mouth of a zombie approaching from behind Mo Xiao and pierced his head. The woman mixed it casually. She pulled out the crowbar, turned around and patted Mo Xiao's shoulder, and smiled. Not bad. Not bad. Good concentration. Are you interested in joining us? Mo Xiao's eyes flashed, and asked, you guys? Yes. Us. Jinzi smiled and patted her chest, and poked Mo Xiao's chest. Are we the same kind? Not far away. Lu Quan dragged the unconscious Pang De-san and shouted, let's go up first. It's dangerous here. I know. You're so nagging. Jinzi waved her hand, turned around and walked to the unfinished building next to her, and waved to Mo Xiao, signaling her to follow. Mo Xiao paused slightly, and followed without much hesitation. While walking, she gestured behind her with her left hand. Behind the corner in the distance, She looked at the backs of the three people who walked into the unfinished building, and observed the surrounding terrain and building layout. He returned to the original rooftop to pick up the backpacks of the two people, and chose a higher rooftop opposite the building just now, and crouched with a telescope. From his perspective, he could clearly see Mo Xiao following the man and woman to the top floor of the opposite building. Because the project had been unfinished for many years, there were only exposed steel bars and concrete, and the windows were not sealed. The man and woman tied up Pang De-san and threw him into the corner. The two sat on the ground, and the woman seemed to wave at Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao sat down opposite the two. She didn't know what they said, holding the bow and arrow, waiting patiently. Unfortunately, there was no sniper rifle now. His fingertips tapped the arrow lightly with rhythmic rhythm, breathing slowly, like an eagle watching its prey from high in the sky. Who are you? Mo Xiao asked. Don't you know me? Jinzi had short hair, and was quite casual in her gestures. She took out her water bottle and took a sip. grinning. The bloody smell was strong. She drank blood. It seemed that these guys drank human blood as water on a daily basis. Mo Xiao lowered his eyes. I just met you by chance in the Nutuling emergency shelter a few days ago. I know. It was when we raided it. Jean Z was not surprised at all. And smiled. You, a half-infected person, could avoid their detection and successfully sneak in. It was really unexpected. We had to send someone in. But it took a lot of effort. Mo Xiao was silent and didn't say much about this. Then he asked, did all of you guys that night successfully escape? Of course. Jean Z said, as if it was a matter of course. Of course we have to find a way to rescue all of our kind. Otherwise how can we expect those hypocritical humans in Nutuling to treat us well? It was the cunning guy who usurped the throne and took charge of Nutuling who detained them separately. So we couldn't rescue them all. We had to make some noise to force them to move. And then we got the chance. For this, we also paid a big price. As he spoke, he was quite disdainful of the director of the Nutuling emergency shelter. Where did all the people who escaped go? Mo Xiao couldn't help asking. What? Is there a friend? Jean Z smiled jokingly. Boyfriend? Mo Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked up. How could this person react so quickly to whether she was referring to a man or a woman? Seeing that Mo Xiao's expression instantly became more alert, Jean Z curled his lips and waved his hands and said, Hey, I'm kidding. Why are you so easy to fool around? Okay, let me tell you. Lu Quanquan next to him rolled his eyes at Jean Z and said, My friend, maybe you are looking for a human refuge now to get a stable living environment. But I think you may not realize the seriousness of the problem. He said solemnly, in essence, we semi-infected people are also zombies of another level. In the eyes of ordinary people, we are not much different from the group of zombies outside who only know how to chase and bite them. Once they know your true identity, there is absolutely no way they will give you any place to stay. Lu Quanquan spoke in an emotional tone. And Jinzi, who was beside him, covered his neck and silently made a vomiting gesture. This made Lu Quanquan roll his eyes at her again. He talked for a while, and Jinzi kept scratching his ears. He couldn't listen anymore. So he waved his hand and said, Okay, I'll tell you. Stop dithering. Mo Xiao pursed her lips. In fact, she felt that Lu Qianquan's talk was quite logical, and she got a lot of information she wanted from it. For example, their organization is called Semi-Infected Alliance, abbreviated as Semi-Infected Association. As the name suggests, all the people in Semi-Infected Association are naturally semi-infected. The creation of this organization started with the coup d'état at the Nutuling emergency shelter a few months ago. Yes, the Semi-Donghui called it a coup d'état. It is said that there were troops stationed to protect the people at that time. Because of the large population base, they quickly discovered the existence of semi-infected people. At that time, Nutuling's rejection of semi-infected people was not as deep as it is now. The army quickly suppressed this new information and contacted their superiors. After obtaining the first batch, they prepared to set up a team composed of semi-infected people. There were also semi-infected people among the original soldiers. Therefore, this team is naturally led by the original soldiers. It can be regarded as an official organization that has gone through a clear path and stamped its seal. Under the governance at that time, it was still in good order. Most people in the shelter were not aware of the semi-infected. Only a few powerful people who provided a large amount of supplies at the beginning of the apocalypse knew about this situation through some channels. Later things were simple. Some people secretly colluded and united, created opposition through semi-infected people, and aroused opposition between the people and public opinion, designed to frame the army and annihilated it in the zombie tide. Then he directed and acted to intensify hatred, and then sat in the position of the real power holder of Nutuling emergency shelter. The statement here is completely different from that of Nutuling emergency shelter. It seems that the current director and his team have been described as a great villain. On the other hand, the director of Nutuling is a kind and wise man who endures humiliation and works hard for the benefit of the people. It is because of this. After all, they have a large number of people and hot weapons. We semi-infected people are desperate. So we set up the Semi-Infected Association. What is this called? This is called huddling together for warmth. Jean Z spread her hands and said, But we have to thank them too. If it weren't for them, how could we realize so quickly that we are no longer human beings? And the two creatures are like water and fire. After saying that, She drank another mouthful of blood and smacked her lips and said, "Human blood is fragrant. You said that we have no other supplements except humans. If they are not afraid of us, who should they be afraid of?" Mo Xiao actually has little interest in the cause and effect of these coups. She asked with concern, "You mean that before that, Nuttling was able to get in touch with the superiors?" Chapter 139. Go to Tongsuan Station. Of course. Jinzi shrugged. I heard that we were able to get in touch with the military's wireless communication equipment at first. But since the coup, Nuttling has lied that they can't get in touch. Lu Quanquan continued Jinzi's words. I suspect that we were able to get in touch at that time. At that time? Mo Zhao's eyes moved. Lu Quanquan nodded and said, since the unprecedented solar storm broke out before, the signals of our long-wave transmitters have been greatly interfered with. Many equipment were damaged, and the losses were huge. I guess they are the same. What it means is that it was a lie at the beginning, and then it became true. Seeing Mo Xiao lowered his eyes and fell into deep thought. Jinzi raised a wicked smile at the corner of his lips. Sister, do you want to join us? Lu Quanquan also smiled. If you can stay hidden in Nuttling, it will be of great benefit to our Bantongui. I think the president will definitely pay great attention to you. Who is your president? Jinzi smiled but did not answer. Do you want to join? She wiped the blood from the corner of her lips and said slowly, if your identity is exposed there, I can guarantee that your end will never be better than that of a zombie. Mo Xiao looked at the two of them. His eyes gradually deepened. What are the conditions and obligations for joining you? She saw that her tone seemed to be slightly relaxed. Jinzi and Lu Qianquan's eyes flashed with joy. After looking at each other, Lu Quanquan briefly explained some basic matters. Mo Xiao put away his weapon, stood up, and finally glanced at Pang Dason, who fainted in the corner. This is a serious matter. I want to go back and think about it. That person. Don't worry. Jinzi waved his hand. The only source of strength for us half-infected people is the flesh and blood of living people. That big guy is our reserve food and will definitely not run away. Mo Xiao smiled. Then I'm relieved. After saying that, he turned around and left. Wait a minute. Jinzi opened her knees slightly, sitting in a very rough posture. She leaned back, looked at Mo Xiao's back from a distance and said with a smile, you know why we didn't threaten you to keep it a secret? I know. Mo Xiao did not turn around, and said calmly, you have guessed that if I betray you, my fate will be more miserable than in your hands. And if I am not mistaken, you will be transferred soon. And the current information is not worth selling. Looking at the girl's back, Jinzi laughed and patted Lu Qianquan's shoulder like a drum. I like her. I like her. Lu Quanquan rolled his eyes. Can you move your 9-in white bone claw away? I am going to be injured. How? Jinzi did not care about this little detail, but turned his head to the wall behind him and smiled. Do you think it is likely that your ex-girlfriend will join us? The dead corner behind the silent wall. Suddenly a man walked out. The man was pale and thin. If Mo Xiao was still there, she would definitely recognize that this was Xiabu Mian, whom she had been looking for. She is not my ex-girlfriend. Xiabu Mian glanced at Jinzi indifferently, and first refuted and then said, I am not familiar with her. I was just given a ride for a while. I don't know how she behaves. TSK. No wonder she became an ex-girlfriend. Jinzi touched her chin and shook her head, as if she didn't understand what people were saying. I think the handsome boy on the rooftop before is more capable than you. She smiled playfully and glanced at Xiabu Mian. Would someone who is not familiar with you risk looking for you late at night? Xiabu Mian leaned against the wall, closed his eyes and rested as if he didn't hear anything, and didn't say anything else. Jinzi's mouth, which had nowhere to go, hit a sawmouth gourd, which was like having 800 skills, but nowhere to use them. Lu Qianquan's face was full of gloating. The three of them didn't stay for long, patted their buttocks and carried Pang Dason, and left quickly. The first thing Mo Xiao did after reuniting with Jiang, she was to ask him, how is it? Have you observed their other accomplices nearby? Jiang, she first glanced around her calmly, and found no obvious bloodstains or wounds. He threw one of the backpacks behind him over and said lazily, it's too heavy. Carry it yourself. You found it so quickly? Mo Xiao smiled and flattered. As expected of our brother Shi. He is so methodical, precise, capable and meticulous. That's enough. Jiang, she slapped her on the head and smiled helplessly. You just want to know if Xiabu Mian is there? He yawned and said, he came out not long after you left. I guess he knew I would be investigating nearby and showed up for us on purpose. After all, Xie Bumian had been with them for so long. I know their styles and personal abilities very well. And semi-infected people like Jin Zi and Lu Quanquan often unconsciously develop a contempt for ordinary people who are alone. So he really joined the Semi-Tongdu Society? Mo Xiao thought, stroking his chin. The Semi-Tongdu Society? Jiangshi was puzzled. It's like this. Mo Xiao explained to him briefly. Then he said, the members of the Semi-Tongdu Society are too indulgent in their desires. And they treat humans like pigs, dogs, cows and sheep. I always think it's not a good thing. Why do you worry so much? Jiangshi flicked her head. He is an adult. Since he joined voluntarily, the consequences have nothing to do with us. Mo Xiao sighed and nodded helplessly. That's what he said. But after all, they have experienced so much together along the way and finally arrived at the shelter. No matter who they are, she still hopes that they can live well. They encountered these things not far from the shelter gate, and the sun was rising. They were already hungry until noon. Jiangshi took out a piece of bread, broke off a large piece and handed it to Mo Xiao. Let's eat first. He took out 2 bottles of water, unscrewed the cap of one of them and closed it again, and handed it to Mo Xiao again. Thank you. Mo Xiao took it naturally, and just after drinking a sip of light water, he suddenly remembered that Jin Zi's portable water bottle was filled with blood. They needed such a large amount of food, and there were still many members in their semi-union. Once the appetite is raised, it is necessary to continue to maintain it. They will inevitably attack humans in Nutuling or other emergency shelters repeatedly. She licked her lips, and suddenly felt the urgency of the approaching crisis. Jiangshi thought she was going to wipe her mouth. So he took out a piece of paper from his bag and handed it to her. Mo Xiao subconsciously took it and stuffed it into his pocket, swallowed the bread in 2 or 3 bites, patted Jiangshi and said, hurry up. We will go to the Guanghua Line Railway in 3 minutes, and try to find a place to stay before dark. It's called the Guanghua Line Railway. In fact, the main line on the map is still far away from their Nutuling. The nearest station is called Tongsuan Station. Unlike the train stations in ordinary cities, this Tongsuan is just a township under a poor county. It's just because it happens to be on this path. So the county seat of that county has no train station. But the platform is planned to Tongsuan instead. Chapter 140. Gather in the dormitory again and discuss at night. Tongsuan is actually quite close to Chuyong City. Before the end of the world, it takes at least 1.5 hours to drive along the highway from Nutuling to Ping'an Town. Ping'an County, the county seat above it. Of course, it takes half an hour to 40 minutes to take a bus from Ping'an Town to Tongsuan, depending on the route you choose. Most of the poor counties are in deep mountains and valleys with underdeveloped transportation. Experienced drivers, who have driven on winding mountain roads, know that most of the time spent on the road is spent on the difficulty of the road. The actual straight line distance may not be that far. In the plain area, the straight line distance of 1 kilometer between 2 mountains facing each other can take more than 10 minutes to drive up and down from the foot of the mountain. Not going back to Nutuling? Jiangshi asked in confusion. Mo Xiao made the decision to go to Tongsuan. Obviously, he didn't plan to go back to Nutuling in the short term. This was inconsistent with the initial plan. Nutuling has been under severe martial law recently. Mo Xiao thought for a while and said, I always feel that I may need to stay out of the spotlight. Especially when Jin Zi and other semi-infected people just knew that she was a semi-infected person. Although she was promised to give her time to think about it. But if she stayed in there all the time, if the semi-infected people asked her for help, would she help or not? Since she didn't want to get involved, it would be better to withdraw temporarily. In the final analysis, Mo Xiao himself never really wanted to join any faction. She just wanted to find her parents. Anyway, they had been used to carrying all their belongings when they went out and acted, and had made full preparations for possible survival in the wild. Jiangshi put on his backpack, shrugged, and looked like he didn't care where he went. 2 days later, in Area 33 of the Nutuling Emergency Shelter, Guichuchu and the others finished their day's work. They were gathered together to discuss why Mo Xiao and the others hadn't returned yet. Why did you come so late? Li Pingping looked at Tian Xiushu and Gao Yu, who were late, and asked unhappily. Tian Xiushu straightened his sleeves. Since becoming a medical staff, his living standard has been extremely superior among his companions. Just look at the neat clothes and you can tell. Perhaps it is because he doesn't have to live in the shelter all day and live a comfortable life. So, he picked up some of the problems he had before the doomsday again. Maybe it is true that medical resources are extremely scarce after the doomsday. Therefore, even for non-professionals like Tian Xiaoxiu, who only have family background, the daily contribution points are not low. However, Tian Xiaoxiu used most of them to improve his living standards. In addition to buying new clothes, he even bought some brooches and perfumes. Of course, those luxury goods before the doomsday are not worth much now. A small part of the contribution points were used by him to lend out. In fact, if there were still things like stock market funds, Tian Xiaoxiu would not have resorted to usury. A large part of his account balance before the end of the world was obtained by playing with stocks with pocket money and taking advantage of information asymmetry to cut leaks. This is for you. Tian Xiaoxiu took out a few packs of compressed biscuits and put them on the table to apologize. His living standard has improved, and he is in a good mood. He feels that his decency and cultivation have been restored a little. He also speaks more politely. He smiled and planned to find a place to sit down. But he saw that the edges of the 4 lower bunks and the sheets were a little dirty. Tian Xiaoxiu's eyes swept with disdain, and he simply stood without sitting down. Sit down. Why are you standing? It's okay. You can sit on the bed. Li Pingping looked at him puzzledly and waved generously. Wu Chuchu smelled a familiar high-end men's perfume, and when she saw Tian Xiaoxiu's outfit, she understood. Grabbing Li Pingping's wrist, she smiled and said, "Maybe he feels uncomfortable after sitting all day and wants to stand and rest for a while." "Oh, so that's the case." Li Pingping sighed. It seems that medical care work is also very hard. She has tried her best to do all the work she can do these days. Not only is the salary low, but it is also very tiring. But at least she can make a living. And she doesn't have to worry about sudden crises around her at any time and not seeing the sun tomorrow. Li Pingping is quite satisfied with this stable life. "I'm sorry, everyone. My workplace is too far away, so I'm late." Gao Yu also apologized. She has not lived here recently because of work. "You work too hard." Junior sister. Lu De moved a chair for her. "I heard that your job is in the back mountain. I have been looking for a few jobs in the back mountain these days, but I can't find any." "What do you do in the back mountain?" Zhang Jiwei asked curiously. "It looks like it has good benefits." "What can I do? Can you introduce me?" Gao Yu smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, senior sister. I found it by chance. At that time, there was a shortage of people, so I filled this gap." Zhang Jiwei understood the refusal and smiled to change the subject. "Okay, everyone is here." Tongya clasped her hands together. "Xiao Imo and Shiga have been out for 2 days and haven't come back yet. What do you think? What else can we think? Just wait." Tian Xiaoxiu took out a small fan and fanned himself while saying, "What else can happen to them?" After that, he added in a low voice, "If they die, they can only blame their bad luck. It's so dangerous outside. But they have to jump out. Alas, but it's not their fault. No matter who has a completely different status in the social group and before the end of the world, they can't stand it. After all, not everyone can be like me, who has the genius ability to make money before and after the end of the world. Xiao Imo is fine, but Jiang Shi will probably feel quite disappointed. I think it was him who instigated Xiao Imo to take the risk." "Hey, what are you talking about?" Zhao Peng couldn't help but point at him and said, "Is our brother Shi that kind of person? With our brother Shi's talent, wouldn't it be easy for him to find a high-paying job?" Tian Xiaoxiu said nonchalantly, fanning himself. "A student of information security, with all the communication and electronic equipment destroyed. I don't know what kind of high-paying job he can do." After speaking, he glanced at Chu Wenjie, who was sitting by the bed and sorting out documents silently, and smiled. "Even our Chu Shen has switched to administration. Right? Alas, it's a pity that he scored 2 points higher than me in the project competition before the end of the world. It's a waste of talent for Chu Shen to be in charge of administration." Tian Xiaoxiu. "Are you done yet?" Tongya glanced at him coldly. "I called you here to see if you can help. If you can't, get out." Tian Xiaoxiu snorted and said, "I know a few jungle teams. I will tell them to pay more attention to Imo Xiao and Jiang Shi when they are outside." After saying that, seeing that Tongya and others' expressions were slightly relieved and they didn't argue with him anymore, he didn't go out either, but stood by and listened. Occasionally he would say a few words and say a few wicked words. Everyone discussed for a long time. And after integrating their own information, they didn't have any information related to Imo Xiao and the others. Xiao Imo and his friends have rich experience in surviving in the wild, so it won't be so easy for them to get into trouble. Finally, it was Chu Wenjie who made the decision. Wait for a while. If you still haven't waited, the squad leader and I will go out to look for her. Xiaozi was right. Sun Yangyang sat on the bedside, eating the biscuits that Tian Xiaoxu sent her, and letting her stinky feet, who had been tired all day, out for a walk, and said with a smile, I said our sister Emma would be fine, but you just didn't believe it. Tian Xiaoxu fanned her twice in disdain. You said you have a decent and high-paying job. Why do you have to make yourself look like a beggar? After saying that, he rolled his eyes, and secretly made up his mind to save up enough contribution points as soon as possible to move to a separate house in the inner district. I heard that Gao Yu's job also included accommodation in the inner district. I don't know how that useless woman got such a good job. It was getting dark. Everyone was ready to go back to their residence to rest. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Chapter 141 KT 444. Everyone was stunned. Everyone was busy working during the day. Although they had lived here for several days, they were basically nodding acquaintances with the others. Who was knocking on the door of their girls' dormitory in the middle of the night? While they were hesitating, Shi Qingyi had already opened the door without thinking. Who are you looking for? She asked crisply while holding her dirty little pink bunny. The visitors were two women. They were tall and pretty, but they were wearing thin clothes. Their deep cleavage was very tempting in the dim candlelight. It was originally a normal summer outfit, but it seemed a bit inappropriate after the apocalypse, seeing that it was such a small child who opened the door. The two women were stunned at first. Then, they glanced inside the house and looked at it calmly. The one who looked a little younger pursed her lips and said, We live next door. Tongya and other girls' eyes moved, and they instantly knew the identities of the two. They were from the team of Pang Dason next door. Our captain and other team members have been out for 2 days and haven't come back. I heard from others that they set out with your team. Do you know what happened? Seeing that they were two beautiful sisters, Lu Da's eyes lit up, and he was about to move a stool for the two to sit down. But she was suddenly held down by Tongya. She stood up, looked at the two and laughed sarcastically. Our captain and your captain are enemies. How can they go out together? If it is true, it should be our team that goes first. And your team sneaks up on us. Right? As soon as these words came out, the young woman blushed, and she didn't know how to respond. The older man suddenly raised his voice and said, How can you talk like that? What do you mean? Do you still want to say that we? Don't you know what it means? Tongya laughed coldly. Sorry. The younger woman held the older woman next to her and bowed repeatedly to Tongya. We'll leave now. Lily, don't pull me. The older woman who was dragged away complained. If something happens to our team, it is most likely related to their team. In my opinion, they should compensate us. Sister Lonji, it's okay. Let's go find a job tomorrow. Humph. You say it easily. Those men are gone. What can we two weak women do? Others have bullied us these 2 days. The sound of one person cursing and complaining and another person soothing him softly gradually faded away. Everyone in the room looked at each other, and their expressions were not very good. Did Pang Dason and his group actually follow Brother Shi out of the house? Zhao Peng opened his mouth. This is terrible. Brother Shi didn't come back. Could it be that he was tricked by the other party? Didn't Pang Dason come back? Tian Xiaoxu sneered. If Jiang Shi could be defeated by a jerk like Pang Dason, then he shouldn't come back. It's embarrassing. Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Chu Wenjie sorted out the documents, pushed his glasses, looked at everyone and said, I will work in the outer district for a while. My current position can be exposed to the declaration form of residents entering and leaving. I will notify everyone when they come back. There is no need to worry too much for the time being. After all, anxiety is just a waste of time. After saying that, he stood up and left first. Do you mean that you will leave the outer district soon? Tongya watched his back and suddenly asked. Yeah. Chu Wenjie turned and looked at everyone. I've been changing my direction to study electricity recently. I heard that the power system in the inner area is intact. A leader saw that I was learning very quickly and wanted to transfer me to the inner area. After the boy left, because Gao Yu had to go to the back mountain to work early tomorrow morning, she didn't stay overnight. Fang Lonji, who had just come out of the toilet, caught a glimpse of her figure leaving the hospital. And her eyes moved. It's so late. Curfew is coming soon. She doesn't live here? She looked at the girl's weak limbs. No different from her. And her breasts were not even as big as hers. How can she find a job that doesn't worry about food and clothing when she came on the same day? Fan Lanji thought about it, and followed quietly. On a road leading to Tong village, Mo Xiao and Jiang Shi were riding their bicycles under the scorching sun. The further they went into the mountains, the fewer zombies there were. They got a bunch of abandoned shared bicycles from an abandoned garbage station on the way. They picked 2 relatively intact ones, and rode all the way here. It's impossible to ride a bicycle on this road below. The 2 stood on the mountain road and looked down. They could vaguely see a platform and railroad tracks on a flat land in the distance. But there were many vines blocking the way for them to go down. The roots were strong, piercing the cement from the soil. The road that the country spent a lot of effort to build before the end of the world was now full of potholes. Let's abandon the bike and walk. Mo Xiao parked the bike beside him, and picked some leaves to cover it. The platform was not far away. They walked for about 20 minutes, and arrived at Tongsuan Station. This platform is very dilapidated. On the left is a rough and rusty iron fence. There are several railroad tracks in the middle. On the right is the platform for boarding. The edge of this platform is slightly wider than the left, because there is a row of bungalows there. It mainly sells snacks such as melon seeds, instant noodles and cigarettes. The only small building with 2 floors has a red poster with the words guest house on the outside. This typical rural station in the style of the last century is rare in Longhua. Most of the trains on the Guanghua line will not stop here. Mo Xiao and Jiang Shi crouched on the metal bridge that crossed the rails above, staring at the zombies below. I didn't expect that the KT-444 train would stop here? Mo Xiao's pupils shrank slightly, and her tone was full of surprise. Didn't it stop before? Of course not. How much do you lack this kind of common sense of civilian life? Mo Xiao sighed. Most of us who want to leave the province and go north have taken this train. She added, even if it stops, it will stop at the provincial capitals and larger prefecture-level cities along the line. How could it stop in this remote place? That's true. Jiang Shi nodded. There are still many zombies wandering around the edge of the platform of Tongsuan Station. 2 trains are parked here. One is the extra-long KT-444 train, which is full of zombies, as can be seen from the window. The other is a short-distance train, which is only available in a few places in Longhua. Villagers along the line who want to go to the market to sell vegetables will take this train, which is similar to the rural bus. Both trains have broken or open windows. But perhaps because there are few living people around here, so there are more zombies gathered in the carriages and on the platform. And most of them have fallen into a dormant period, motionless, looking like dead. But Mo Xiao believes that even though they are quite quiet now, once she and Jiang Shi, 2 living creatures, appear nearby, they will be immediately awakened by the temptation of food. Chapter 142 Tree House Reconnaissance Station. No signs of a crash. Mo Xiao whispered. It should have stopped here on its own initiative. Could this be one of the trains that the Chuyang City survivor said was coming to pick people up? Mo Xiao frowned and analyzed. After saying that, she seemed to remember something. She opened the map from her bag, scanned the surrounding area with her fingertips, and said, several nearby platforms are in big cities with a lot of traffic. It must be very dangerous to take a ride there. This Tongsuan Station is just in a remote place with few people, which makes it easy for the army to clear a safe environment for riding. After saying that, she sighed. No wonder we found so many zombies shot on the way here. If you get on the train from here, not only Chuyang City, but also the surrounding Maoming, Fugu, Chengduan, Mo Xiao circled them one by one on the map. Survivors in these areas can be rescued to the maximum extent possible. It seems that the other trains have successfully returned. Jiang Shi chuckled. This one is unlucky and is left here. When there are many people, there are always some guys who are obsessed with hiding the fact that they were bitten. In a closed environment like a train, once it breaks out, there is really no place to escape. And judging from the situation, the train has not yet departed. But the doors and windows are closed. It should be that when the train was about to depart, the main control room also had problems at the same time or first, which led to this tragedy. It was a coincidence, but also very unlucky. Of course, after all, they were not in motion, and some windows were broken, so some people should have escaped. Mo Xiao was in a gloomy mood. If possible, She really wanted to check the carriages next to the car to see if her parents were on it. Of course, there were so many zombies down there. If she dared to do that, she would be completely bored and desperate. Mo Xiao whispered, Donghu City is also nearby. Especially Nutuling. If there were people coming to rescue, why did the survivors who lived in Nutuling at the beginning seem to have no idea that they could come to Tongsuan Station for refuge? This shows that they concealed the information and deliberately cut off the communication. At least in this regard, the group of semi-members did not lie. He is not a good person indeed. Mo Xiao sneered and curled her lips. No matter who the manager is, it seems that he wants to be a local tyrant in the end times. She put the map away. It is great to know that the government is maintaining this line, especially the stops along the way of the KT-444 train. She could almost recite them by heart. This means that as long as you follow this railway line, you will reach the territory taken over by the military one day. Because the outdoor environment is extremely bad now. It is not just the disaster of zombies and wild animals. From the road, it can be seen that the most harmful to this kind of infrastructure should be the group of plants that have begun to grow wildly due to the virus, competing with each other to expand, constantly compressing each other's living space. The destructive effect on infrastructure is huge. So in order to ensure the smooth transportation of trains along the way, the government will definitely send special personnel to be stationed at fixed points along the way for regular maintenance. Of course, limited by manpower and material issues. This maintenance range should radiate outward from their base camp layer by layer. From a comprehensive analysis of the train track and other aspects, Mo Xiao is more inclined to believe that the base camp is the Sky Eye shelter. Not good. Jiang, she suddenly pressed her head, and the two of them almost crouched to the ground. Listen to the sound. There is a zombie on each side, and they seem to be going up the stairs at the same time. In fact, with Mo Xiao and Jiang Shi's skills, it is not difficult for each of them to deal with one zombie. But the difficulty lies in that once they face each other, they may alarm the huge number of zombies below. This aerial iron bridge has been in disrepair for a long time, and the handrails are covered with reddish-brown rust. There are several places under the feet where the iron plates are even tilted up, and they will make a clanging sound when stepped on. Not good, Mo Xiao said in a low voice. Judging from the movements on both sides, the two zombies are not wandering nearby, but really coming up. Jiang Shi clenched the bow and arrow in his hand, his expression solemn. He can only rely on listening now. The zombies are out of sight and cannot be shot from a distance. In other words, once the zombies appeared in his field of vision, he would also be exposed to the other party. No matter what, there would be some noise. The two were somewhat helpless. After all, this floating iron bridge was the best observation point they could find nearby in a very short limited time. Now they could only think of ways to minimize the noise. They moved slowly to both ends, preparing to take one person each and solve the crisis in the fastest way. Suddenly, there were two muffled bang and bang. Something fell on the stairs on both sides before it could even go upstairs. The two were slightly startled, moved to the edge and took a quick look, and found that the heads of the two zombies were each pierced with sharp arrows. The arrow shooter's technique was accurate, and judging by the penetration, the force was obviously much greater than Jiang Shi's small bow. Did someone save them? The sound of the zombie falling to the ground had attracted a group of zombies to move closer. The two moved back to their original positions and remained still. The group of zombies that were attracted lingered around the noise for a while, and then gradually dispersed. The two breathed a sigh of relief. Where did the arrow come from? Mo Xiao asked in a low voice. There were basically bungalows or two-story buildings around here, and they were already at a very high point. From the angle, it should be in that direction. Jiang Shi carefully observed the direction, and the two arrows were not from the same person. Suddenly, his eyes fixed, and a smile appeared on his lips. Found it. Where is it? Mo Xiao looked in the direction Jiang Shi pointed. He found a big tree not far away, with lush branches and leaves, like a huge mushroom hidden in the mountains. Affected by the virus, this kind of big tree may be rare before the end of the world, but now it is very common in the mountains. Mo Xiao stared for a long time, and found that there were traces of artificial camouflage in the green area. Someone turned it into a tree house. She squinted and smiled. What a good idea. It is high above, with an excellent terrain, and it will not attract the attention of zombies or enemies. It seems that they should be monitoring this area for a long time. Perhaps a team Mo Xiao thought in a low voice. Or are they waiting for the bus? The two looked at each other, quietly avoided the zombies, and got off the iron bridge. In the jungle, like two nimble mountain cats, they ran straight to the big tree. Puff. Another arrow shot into the mud in front of Mo Xiao's toes. This was a clear intention to persuade her to retreat. She stopped immediately. In the tree house shaded by green leaves, a female voice complained in a low voice, "It's all your fault. You are meddling in other people's business. Now, the location of our reconnaissance station has been exposed." She pouted and looked at the two dirty people below her, and pulled another arrow on the bowstring. "Bantongwi? Or people from Nutaling?" the female voice murmured, pulling the bowstring to its full length, but not shooting. Chapter 143. Xiang Yu has tested them, and they are both good citizens. "Don't push all the messes onto me," a boy next to him said with a smile. "Xiang Yu, you shot one of the two arrows just now. That's because you had to save people first," the girl said angrily. "Xiang Feng, you should be a brother at this time. Don't shrink behind me." The two of them quarreled quietly above. Below, Mo Xiao looked at the arrow that was inserted diagonally into the soil in front of his feet, thought for a moment, and looked up and said, "Thank you for saving us, my friend above. We are just passing by here, and we have no ill intentions." The volume was not loud, but it was enough for them to hear clearly. The brother and sister in the tree house were startled. Na Ming, who had just huddled in the back, rushed to the window and looked down through the green leaves, muttering, "I didn't realize that your voice is good, girl. And it's pretty nice. But I don't know how your face is." "Humph." The girl next to him rolled her eyes. "Xiang Feng, there is a knife above your head when you are lustful. When can you change your lustful hair?" The complaints were not finished. A clear and pleasant male voice was heard from below. "Since they don't welcome us, thank them and leave." The girl was stunned, and couldn't help rushing to the window and looking down through the gaps in the green leaves. "Fuck. This gorgeous male god's voice. Let me see how handsome he is. Damn. Although I can't see his face clearly, his body is very straight." The brother and sister were pushing each other at the window. Mo Xiao and Jiang Shi looked at the leaves shaking above their heads, and looked at each other hesitantly. "What does this mean?" Mo Xiao raised her eyebrows, and took a tentative step forward. The arrow did not come again. She was getting more and more aggressive, and wanted to take another step forward, when she suddenly heard a young female voice above her saying in a low voice, "You! Stop! Let the person next to you step forward a few steps." "Who said stop? You come up, and the man next to you stay there and don't move," another male voice retorted. After the retort, there was another rustling sound from above. Jiang Shi, who was about to step forward, stopped again. He looked at Mo Xiao again, and was a little surprised by each other's performance. Now it is certain that there are probably one man and one woman in the tree house, and it sounds like they are worth getting to know. Mo Xiao smiled and looked up and said, "You too. We are nomads, who have just arrived here not long ago. We are not familiar with the situation nearby. I wonder if you know where there are some neutral teams nearby that we can trade with." As soon as this question was asked, the rustling noise above disappeared. In the tree house, Xiang Yu looked at Xiang Feng and said, "She said they are nomads. Judging from their behavior and clothes, they don't look like people from the semi-community or the wild team." Now, a few months after the end of the world, the largest gathering place for survivors is still the various shelters. But it does not mean that there are really no living people and organizations outside the shelter. Some people who escape as individuals or families will wander around and survive hard among zombies, dangerous wild environments, and various organizations. As the rumors spread, people often define these survivors as vagrants. Of course, there are vagrants, and there are also some small organizations and gangs. Some are chaotic gangster teams, basically without any trust, and mainly engaged in looting. When the vagrants see them, they basically stay away from them. For example, Peng Dason and his men have high martial arts value. Before joining the shelter, they were also a small gangster team. But there are still some who have retained some basic conscience and order, claiming to be neutral, and have the strength to compete with ordinary gangster teams, so they can be preserved. This kind of people has actually taken the initial shape of a small shelter. It's just that there is no large and complete base like the shelter facilities. Homeless people usually choose to trade with such neutral organizations with the materials they don't need. This is what most homeless people do before they find a shelter to rely on. These two people are good at skills and alertness. And they really look like people who have been wandering around for a long time. Xiang Feng analyzed with one hand on his chin. Take them back to Shou Laogua. Half an hour later, Mo Xiao and Jiang Shi stood in the yard of a two-story self-built house in the countryside. Standing next to them were the man and woman who came down from the tree house. Their names were Xiang Feng and Xiang Yu. They seemed to be a pair of siblings with a good relationship. This self-built house is about 2 kilometers up the railway track from Tongsuan Station. From the second floor and the roof, you can clearly see the movement of any trains passing by on the railway track. This self-built house is very large, surrounded by a high and thick wall. There is no problem with a dozen dogs running in the yard. But at this moment, although there are not a dozen dogs, there are still a dozen people. When Mo Xiao and his friends came, most of these dozen people have been practicing archery in the yard. The bows in their hands are all compound bows with great killing power. This kind of bow and arrow is said to have a maximum range of about 200 meters. Even within tens of meters, it is not difficult to pierce some glass bottles. I don't know where they got so many good things from. Although it requires a high personal ability of the shooter. Once this thing is used well, in some cases, it may be much better than a gun. There are also a few people who have bows, but they are not using them, but practicing slingshots repeatedly. Even if it is just an ordinary stone, the hit rate is not low. Laogua. 2 vagrants came and want to trade with us. Shouted to the wind. You bastard. How many times have I told you to be vigilant? Be vigilant. Don't bring anyone home. A middle-aged strong man who was instructing others in archery came over here cursing after hearing this. Mo Xiao looked in the direction of the voice and found that the man was standing straight. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a little stubble. Xiang Feng, who was scolded, had a baby face, and his facial features were very similar to Xiang Yu next to him, as if they were twins. The two were not very old, and looked about 17 or 18 years old. He said with a smirk, Xiang Yu has been tested, and these two are good citizens. If anything goes wrong, I will help you scold her. The man who came over hit him twice on the back of his head and scolded him with a smile. Go away. At the same time, he shouted behind him, Li Shu, Xian Xian. You two go over there and take their shifts. After giving instructions, he let the curious crowd disperse to do their own work and training. Then he turned his focus to Mo Xiao and Jiangxi. Please sit down. There was a coffee table and several chairs on the left side of his yard. My name is Guo Weiman, and I'm the captain here. The man sat down first. You can just call me Laogua. He smiled and said, Vagabonds like you are generally more alert. I guess you wouldn't dare to drink water if I poured it for you. I'm afraid I wouldn't feel at ease if I invited you into the house. Let's talk here. Is that okay? Chapter 144 Trading. Comparing arrows. Mo Xiao's eyes moved. I didn't expect that this man looked careless, but was so careful. She smiled and made a simple self-introduction to the other party. Guo Weiman glanced at the heavy backpacks and weapons on their bodies. You two don't look like ordinary vagrants. But I don't know what you can bring us. According to the rules of barter, the transaction must satisfy both parties. If this question was asked before their off-road RV was lost, Mo Xiao would probably be quite confident. But at this moment, except for some water and necessities they brought when they went out, and a few pieces of rags they picked up on the road, they really didn't have anything of great value. Originally, she just said the word trade casually. Mo Xiao was embarrassed in her heart. But she smiled calmly. Of course. I just don't know if Mr. Guo has what we want. Let me hear it first. Mr. Guo's people have been scouting near Tongsuan Station. They should also be interested in the train line leading to Tianyan Shelter. Right? She smiled and said, You also know that what we, the vagrants, hope most is to return to the embrace of the organization. We want to know some news about the military. It's a bit vague, Guo Weiman said calmly. According to my guess, the car should have been left at Tongsuan Station because of an accident while transferring refugees. Mo Xiao sighed. I want to know the rescue deployment plan for nearby survivors. Guo Weiman glanced at the two young men who were so dirty that they couldn't see their faces clearly, and suddenly laughed out loud. So you are here to look for your relatives? Why? Is your hometown in a nearby city? You are afraid that your relatives died on that train. So you want to know which city and which area of the nearby survivors were on that train. Guo Weiman's voice was rough, but he hit the nail on the head with just a few words. She was slightly startled and smiled. Mr. Gua is a wise man. Shame on us for being shy. Gua Weimin shook his head. If you ask others, you may not have the answer. But unfortunately, you asked the right person. Do you really know? Mo Zhao's eyes lit up. Of course. Gua Weimin frowned and said, I was originally a soldier. Mo Zhao was stunned. And Jiangxi raised his eyebrows. Seeing the two's reaction, Gua Weimin smiled. But, what can you pay to know this news? Aren't you a soldier? Uncle? Xiang Yu, who seemed to be passing by accidentally, couldn't help but say, Is there a soldier as fussy as you? If people want to know whether their family members are alive or dead, just tell them. Gua Weimin subconsciously wanted to slap her twice. But then he realized that although they had the same annoying face, the one in front of him was Xiang Yu, not Xiang Feng. A girl. He hummed and retracted his hand. Go away. Adults are talking. Why are children butting in? What else do you need? Jiangxi leaned back slightly, using his arms as pillows, lazily leaning against the back of the chair, and his eyes swept over the people who were diligently practicing archery in the yard. With so many compound bows, even if the archery skills are rubbish, there should be no shortage of prey in this mountain forest. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, and the amber pupils reflected a light light. He said in a slightly arrogant tone, I think what you lack is not daily necessities, but a good hunter. This was undoubtedly particularly harsh to Gua Weimin and the people who were eavesdropping from a distance. Several people's faces fell on the spot. Gua Weimin slapped the table and said, It seems that you are not here to trade, but to destroy the place? Don't get me wrong. Jiangxi smiled and pointed to the simple archery range next to him. What's so good about this place? Although it seems to be referring to the simple venue. But who can't tell that he is hinting that his group of people have rubbish archery skills? Hey! What do you mean? Too arrogant. I have never seen such an arrogant vagrant. Xiang Yu lay by the door and murmured, Not only is the voice nice, but the tone is so cool. The standard of a domineering president. Love it. This little brother seems to be a fellow traveler. Gua Weimin glanced at the bows and arrows behind him, and said with a fake smile, Do you want to play a few? Compound bows? Mo Zhao chuckled. Isn't that a bit of bullying? Gua Weimin smiled very openly. Gua Weimin, never bully the younger generation. You look young. So if you can beat Xiang Feng, I will give you a set of bows and arrows. When Xiang Feng, who had suddenly suffered an unexpected disaster, was brought to the yard, he was still biting a piece of dried meat. Uncle Gua, Xiang Feng is here. A short boy saluted him, and said loudly. Then he covered his lips with his hands and whispered, He was just eating in the kitchen again. You must have a good talk with him. Another competition? Xiang Feng swallowed the dried meat, and said with tears in his eyes, Can I admit defeat? Gua Weimin kicked him and smiled at Jiangxi, Of course. If you lose, you have to work for me for free. All actions in the future will be under my command. Others are trading materials. You are asking them to sell themselves. Xiang Feng muttered in a low voice. I support it, Xiang Yu said righteously. Isn't it good to absorb fresh blood for the team to make it bigger and stronger? Xiang Feng rolled his eyes and smiled. If the young lady stays, I have no objection. If he loses, I will stay with him and work for you. Mo Zhao smiled. This competition made everyone stop what they were doing and come to watch. Gua Weimin is really an honest man. He said he would not take advantage. And he really did not take advantage at all. Even in the competition, he only used ordinary bows and arrows. He said that Jiangxi had always been used to this, and suddenly asked him to change weapons, which seemed to be taking advantage of someone in danger. He was so upright that he did not seem like a person who had experienced the extreme darkness of human oppression in the doomsday. The content of the competition was also simple. First, shoot at static objects, then at moving objects, and finally the third arrow. Gua Weimin used a high bamboo pole and a thin fishing rope between the bullseye and the person, and hung 2 red beans and kept swinging them. They were asked to shoot the red bean and then the bullseye. The difficulty of this abnormal technique was simply unimaginable. Mo Zhao was very familiar with Jiangxi, so he was not very worried. He had the impression that there was nothing he couldn't do after he opened his mouth. But unexpectedly, the seemingly unreliable Xiang Feng was actually a talented boy. The first 2 arrows were undoubtedly tied. When it came to the third arrow, the wind suddenly blew in the mountain. Although Xiang Feng shot the red bean, He accidentally made the red bean fall to the ground because of the wind. He failed to nail it to the bullseye and lost a little. Guo Weimin lost the bow and arrow with a dark face. But the contestant Xiang Feng was not depressed at all. Although you speak frivolously, you are really good. Guo Weimin smiled and said, you really don't have any interest in working for me? It's better than being a vagrant. Right, Mr. Guo? Mo Xiao suddenly asked. Are you doing all this to manually clear the thousands of zombies near Tongsuan Station? Are you waiting for Sky Eye to send a train to organize a rescue? Do you naively think that the biggest obstacle is the zombies, not the Bantongui or Nutuling? She shook her head and smiled. Excuse me. This method is time-consuming and labor-intensive. And it is indeed a bit clumsy. Guo Weimin's smile froze. And his face darkened. Who are you? Chapter 145. Radiation Man. Guo Xiaowu. Oh no! Captain Guo. Xiaowu is dying. The conversation in the courtyard here has not yet ended. A woman dressed in particularly bulky clothes suddenly ran out of the house. Mo Xiao recognized it at a glance. It was a set of radiation protection clothing. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and saw that the woman had just run out. Without saying a few words, she suddenly vomited against the wall beside her. Guo Weimin, who was about to run into the house with a pale face, hurriedly supported her. Aunt Lu. How are you? The woman called. Aunt Lu waved her hand to indicate that she was fine, and pointed to the back of the house in tears. Xiaowu. Xiwu. Poor Xiwu. Wu-wu. Guo Weimin was anxious to go to the back of the house. Someone in the yard had already come over with a small cart of supplies. The cart contained several other radiation protection suits. Uncle Guo. Uncle Guo. Wear this. Guo Weimin was forced to wear one, and he put it on hastily, so that no one stopped him. Mo Xiao's eyes moved, and although she was an outsider, she took a suit and put it on very familiarly. She had experience wearing this, and she had put it on quickly before everyone reacted, and followed Guo Weimin. Entered the house. Only then did I find that this self-built house in the countryside was a different world. There was originally an orchard connected to the back mountain behind it, but because of the crazy growth of trees, it became a natural barrier to block zombies. Obviously, Guo Weimin's team also repaired the orchard, relying on natural barriers and obtaining a safe space with minimal effort. Of course, it is impossible to be absolutely safe in the presence of plants. Mosquitoes and other carriers are a headache. Fortunately, Guo Weimin and his team also knew this, so everyone wore a helmet and mask when entering and leaving. All the gaps in the house were carefully checked and blocked. Only a small piece of fine mesh was left for ventilation. When training in the yard, they were also protected very strictly. After walking a long way behind the house, Mo Xiao saw that their team had built a tree house here, relying on the roots of a tree. Xiaowu. Guo Weimin opened the door and walked in, calling out in a trembling voice. Mo Xiao stood at the door, and had a clear view of the environment inside. On a narrow bed, a humanoid object lay. The whole body was charred and mottled, as if it was about to melt, and the limbs were twisted, which was shocking to see. When he saw Guo Weimin coming, tears seemed to flow from the part that should be his eyes. He opened his mouth to say something, but could only make a monotonous throat squeeze sound. Xiwu, hang in there. The government will soon send a train to rescue us to the base. By then, there will be uncles and aunts who are doctors to treat you. You will definitely get better. Guo Weimin seemed to want to hold his hand, but he turned his body violently due to his reaction. Ah, ah, ah. He kept repeating this monotonous voice. Tears kept flowing down from the eyes that were almost glued together. One could see the intense emotions inside, as if he was trying to drive Guo Weimin away. He used up the last bit of his life strength to drive Guo Weimin away at the top of his lungs, even though he could only lie down and could hardly move. This struggle and confrontation did not last long. After a few seconds, the man on the bed had completely lost his life. He has suffered such severe radiation damage already. Mo Xiao pursed his lips and whispered, "Let's go!" Guo Weimin knelt on his knees in front of the bed. He didn't cry, but his back was shaking. Xiaowu, it was Uncle who hurt you. It was Uncle's fault. If you hadn't come to find Uncle, you wouldn't have. Xiaowu. Mo Xiao saw that he was crazy and wanted to hug the unrecognizable and highly radioactive corpse on the bed. He frowned, stepped forward a few steps, and pulled him out. Guo Weimin resisted subconsciously. If he were an ordinary person, he would have broken free long ago. But at this moment, Not only was his body restrained, but the man could even drag him out quite easily. Gwawayman's reason, which had been eroded by grief, gradually returned. He exerted force with his arms, and broke free easily this time. Are you a half-infected? Are you a half-infected? Mo Xiao and Gwawayman both made surprised noises at the same time. After shouting, both sides fell into silence almost at the same time. Not a member of the Half-Donghui. A vagrant half-infected is relatively rare nowadays, because the physiological needs of the half-infected determine that they must have a large base of living people as a backing. Organizations like the Half-Donghui, and even earlier Wang Mihuai's farm, have long realized the importance of raising humans. Gwawayman looked at Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao also looked at him thoughtfully. Obviously, in Gwawayman's state, he didn't look like he had never drunk blood. If Gwawayman regarded Xiang Feng and the others as food reserves, the group of people would not have such a harmonious attitude towards him. So many people volunteered to donate blood to feed Gwawayman? While Mo Xiao was thinking, Gwawayman had already grabbed Mo Xiao's wrist, and after testing it for some unknown standard, he narrowed his eyes and asked in surprise, Are you always in a state of hunger? That person's body must be disposed of as soon as possible. Mo Xiao did not respond, but continued with what he had said before. Gwawayman let go of his hand and paced in place with a little irritability. Ed Lu has already vomited. If his body is left nearby, others will not feel good either. Mo Xiao whispered, What's worse is that it may also pollute the water source that you rely on for survival. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Mo Xiao pursed his lips and continued, Cremation is not an option. Even if it turns into ashes, it will continue to exist as a radiation source. In history, some people have used lead coffins and thick cement sealing methods, but our conditions are limited now. So we can only... Before he finished speaking, he heard Gwawayman's hoarse voice. Xiaowu heard that our army was in trouble and wanted to send a message to my useless uncle. So he mistakenly entered the radiation zone and became like this. Mo Xiao choked, sighed silently. Please accept my condolences. So many people outside trust you. Although they had not met much. But she had roughly guessed Gwawayman's origin. He was probably the government garrison of Nutuling and a survivor of the conspiracy. Old Gua. Uncle Gua. Captain Gua. The two of them only said a few words, and several people changed their clothes and rushed over. Seeing Gwawayman with his head drooping, standing dejectedly in the open space, everyone looked at each other in silence. Only gently called his name. Gwawayman took a deep breath, suddenly strode out, put his hands around, hugged a few half-grown boys, squeezed out a smile, and said, I'm fine. Xiu leaving at this time is also a relief. Come to the courtyard. And Lu sat by the wall in a dejected manner. Her vomiting symptoms had been relieved, but she was still crying. Many people in the courtyard had tears in their eyes. Mo Xiao briefly told Jiang Shi about the situation inside, before the two of them could discuss further. Gwawayman had already sent someone to invite them to the house to discuss. Chapter 146 The Truth of the Annihilation of the Army. If you are worried, I will go first, Mo Xiao whispered. After this series of contacts, she felt that this team was temporarily trustworthy. Jiang Shi was very cautious. Perhaps it should be said that he had a low degree of trust in people, which was the case before the end of the world. So he nodded and did not follow. Seeing that only Mo Xiao came in, Gwawayman was not surprised. He had taken off his protective suit at this moment. His face looked much more haggard. He sat at the table alone, smoking a homemade cigarette. The smoke was hazy, and there were deep lines at the corners of his eyebrows and eyes, which made him look particularly vicissitudes of life. What do you think we should do with Xiao's body? Gwawayman said straight to the point, without beating around the bush. I've said before that sealing with a lead coffin was the best method in history. But our conditions are limited now, so we can only try to collect some lead plates and weld them ourselves. If you weld by yourself, you need a welder. A general doomsday group will try to get one. Gwawayman's team has so many modified weapons, so Mo Xiao is not worried that they don't have any. Where do the lead plates come from? Mo Xiao recalled some relevant knowledge he had heard from Sun Yangyang when he was chatting with him before, and pursed his lips and said, I heard that there are lead plates in car batteries, and we can recycle them from abandoned cars. In the post-apocalyptic city, abandoned vehicles are everywhere on the streets. This is the closest material to their lives that Mo Xiao can think of now. Of course, some materials in metal mines and factories may be better, but they are not so easy to find. Gwawayman's eyes lit up at her suggestion. That's a good idea, he said in a deep voice. How come I almost forgot about this? After that, he called a few people in. He ordered everyone to divide into teams to search for abandoned vehicles. Their house was built on the edge of the railway track, far away from the town. It is considered a wilderness. Because there are few people, there are not many zombies. The few zombies that are still wandering over from Tongsuan Station. However, because they have lived here for a while, they are still very familiar with the surrounding environment. Where there is a town nearby, it is easier to find abandoned vehicles. Without Gwawayman's detailed explanation, the people below have quickly completed the division of labor. They look like well-trained militarists. Extremely efficient. Mo Xiao's eyes flashed. Did you train them all? In the Doomsday, the more you train to become stronger, the more chances you have to survive. Gwawayman sighed while smoking a cigarette, with a bit of loneliness in the corners of his eyes. That's all I can do. Captain Gua, can I stay and receive training too? Mo Xiao looked at him with wide eyes, with a bit of hope in his eyes. Gwawayman had just given her a deployment plan for military rescue at the headquarters. She took a quick look. She found that the KT-444 train was mainly rescuing survivors in a certain area of Changwon City. It had little to do with her hometown, Chuyang City. Mo Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. And thinking that it would be difficult to return to Newtoling for the time being, she set her sights on Gwawayman. When Gwawayman broke free from her before, he almost subconsciously locked her arms. That kind of domineering military fighting skills were extremely advantageous when facing the enemy. This made Mo Xiao realize that although she had received some advice from Jiangxi, but because of this escape, there was almost no time to breathe. They have not received systematic professional training. When facing a real strongman, such as Gwawayman in front of him, he is not only half infected, but also a soldier in his previous life. Once he gets serious, she and Jiangxi together are probably not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. In this place, they have a relatively safe water and living environment, and also a relatively stable training environment. Although Mo Xiao still cares about her parents, she estimates that her parents are either in another shelter or have been taken to Tianyin. With an off-road RV, she can go through hardships with her companions to Newtoling. But in the future, when facing a more dangerous environment, she needs to become stronger to find her parents safely. After all, if she wants to get from here to the Sky Eye shelter, she has to cross many more roads than before. Of course, you are all talented and capable young people. The longer such people live, the more hope there is for mankind. Gwawayman smiled. He put out the cigarette butt. He stood up and opened a small refrigerator at the back. He took out a bag of blood and handed it to her. You look like you have been weak for a long time. According to the rules we have summarized in the military before, if a semi-infected person who is not addicted to blood only maintains basic daily activities, it is enough to drink once every 2 to 3 months. This can minimize the stimulation of continuous blood drinking to the virus and reduce the rate of blood addiction. Mo Xiao looked at the red liquid flowing in the blood bag and pursed his lips. Don't worry. Gwawayman looked at Mo Xiao and smiled with some admiration in his eyes. Our team takes turns donating blood, all under the premise of ensuring safety. And I am the only half-infected person in the whole group, so the demand is not large. At this point, he sighed slightly. Before we got into trouble, we were still in contact with our superiors. I heard that the headquarters is planning to form a new half-infected army, and it will be equipped with special medical and weapon equipment. I was planning to transfer there after returning, but unfortunately later. Actually, Mo Xiao looked at Gwawayman and hesitated. We came out of Newtoling as ordinary residents to hunt in the wild. I figured it out. Gwawayman laughed and patted Mo Xiao on the shoulder. I was still wondering when you would tell me. Not only that, I think you have also guessed my identity. Do you mind? Gwawayman lit another cigarette and shook his head with a smile. I heard that the Newtoling garrison was completely wiped out before, and it was the power of the current director who did it. According to this statement, how could Gwawayman not have any hatred in his heart? You heard what the semi-infected people said, didn't you? Gwawayman blew out a smoke ring. Of course I hate them. I dream every day of killing them on Newtoling. But he changed the subject and said, at that time, our team was out of control because we accommodated too many semi-infected people and did not have effective management measures to match them. The Doomsday had just begun, and all the rules were still being slowly explored. Some people did accidentally hurt ordinary people when they lost their minds. Under such circumstances, it is normal for ordinary people to fear us. It cannot be said that they took advantage of the loopholes. It can only be said that the existing situations and contradictions could not be properly resolved, which led to the tragedy of self-calculation and mutual oppression in the end. I heard that Nuteling is developing well now. Guo Weimin spat. Sure enough, those who can succeed before the doomsday are not ordinary people after the doomsday. At this point, Guo Weimin seemed to be a little tired of these intrigues, and waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about it. It has nothing to do with me. I am only cleaning up the zombies on the Tongsuan platform, protecting these young people to survive, and waiting for rescue from the headquarters." Later, in Mo Xiao and Jiang, she had several conversations with Guo Weimin. In the end, the two of them stayed. After the official burial of Guixiu's body, they were trained militarily under Guo Weimin. Although Guo Weimin was amazed at the fact that Mo Xiao did not drink blood, he considered himself a rough man and not suitable for research, so he did not ask much. As 1 or 2 months passed, Mo Xiao and Jiangxi's fighting skills and comprehensive abilities, such as archery, have made considerable progress under Guo Weimin's devilish training. One day 2 months later, the two siblings Xiang Feng and Xiang Yu, who had returned from reconnaissance yesterday, looked strange, with a hint of uncontrollable anger. "What's going on?" Guo Weimin's face sank. He had never seen the two brothers and sisters look like this. Although their small group lived in seclusion on the edge of the railway track, but for their own safety, they were not completely oblivious to what was happening outside, at least for the biggest neighbor nearby. Nuteling's movements. Guo Weimin would send people to drive out for a long-distance reconnaissance every 10 days or half a month. There was no need to deal with him. Just observe and understand a little bit to have a clear idea. Old Guo, you don't know what kind of damn order Nuteling issued this time. Xiang Yu couldn't help but curse before Xiang Feng could speak. Chapter 147, If it is just a simple women's protection plan. Nuteling has not been peaceful for the past 2 months. It is said that since the Bantonwi kidnapped many compatriots, their strength has greatly increased, and they have become more and more unscrupulous. As a result, there are fewer vagrants and other small organizations staying in that area. With the Bantonwi, their life is not easy. For them, it is already difficult to avoid the unintelligent zombies, let alone the intelligent ones. Fortunately, the main target of the Bantonwi is not them, but Nuteling. During this period, sneak attacks and encirclements between the two sides occurred from time to time, and both suffered heavy losses. Even in a sneak attack not long ago, Nuteling lost part of the city wall, and the zombies outside the city crossed the moat because of the interference of the Bantonwi. As a result, the outer city area suddenly fell into chaos. The price this time was extremely heavy. As a result, the upper echelons of Nuteling directly issued an order to abandon part of the outer city area and shrink the defense line. After the last large-scale casualties, Nuteling actively sent the wild team to roam outside and actively absorb vagrants and other small groups. The roaming range of the wild team is getting wider and wider. Guo Weimin is also worried that the other party will come to his side, so he has been sending people to scout more frequently recently. They have made a women's protection plan. Xiang Yu's chest was heaving, and he seemed to be very angry. Isn't this a good thing? Someone in the team heard it and asked in confusion. If it was just a simple protection of women, it would be fine, Xiang Yu said with an ugly face. When they launched the women's protection plan, they also proposed a marriage allocation plan. Although the latter is currently only advocated, the women's protection plan has been implemented. As long as they are women, they can live in the inner area free of charge and enjoy the best living conditions. I heard that at present, almost all women in Nuteling have been protected in the inner area, and only a very small number of stubborn elements are still stranded in the outer area. Mo Zhao's face darkened. It seems that the sharp decline in population caused by the last casualties has made decision-makers realize the importance of the population base. In the turbulent situation of the doomsday, almost no woman will have the mood and conditions to get married and have children. After a long time, humans who have finally survived the zombies will also slowly go to extinction, like a frog in warm water. Mo Xiao has always been aware of the dangers, including taking the initiative to receive training under Guo Weimin, because she is not optimistic about the future situation of women. In such a dangerous doomsday environment, she must become stronger, whether it is surviving alone or living in a group, unless you have extremely amazing talents in some aspects. Otherwise, The strength of an individual often determines his or her survival status. Due to the natural body structure, women are not superior to men in this regard. So she had long guessed that in some shelters, it is very likely that women will be managed in a centralized manner, forced to marry and assign, and conceive. But Mo Xiao did not expect that such an absurd thing would come so quickly. Now thinking back, perhaps it was the large number of casualties caused by the last battle with the semi-infected that brought a sense of crisis to the other party. The current director of the Nuteling Emergency Shelter is a person with a long-term development vision and a sense of crisis. It is not surprising that he can try out such a plan at this time. Many women actually agreed to this. Xiang Yu's words were filled with a bit of indignation and pity for their misfortune. In her opinion, what's the difference between this and treating living people as livestock? If the decision maker is a half-infected person, it's fine. But as an ordinary human being, she really can't accept it. You have just experienced the tragedy of living in danger from day to day. Zombies besieging the city, and half-infected people attacking. Now you can suddenly have a comfortable living environment in the inner area. And you can eat and sleep well without working. And what you need to endure may just be a marriage allocation proposal similar to blind dating. Not to mention that this proposal has not yet been implemented. Mo Xiao sneered. It's not surprising that so many people obey. Even in the civilized society before the end of the world, there were many women who sold their wombs voluntarily or forcibly. You can never imagine how low the bottom line of human beings can go in order to survive. People often think that after taking the first step, there is still room for maneuver in the second step. In fact, many times, from the first step, it is destined that countless steps behind will be inevitable. They did it so obviously. Aren't they afraid that the half-comrades, who have always been at odds with them, will deliberately target these women and wipe them out? Wouldn't that ruin their plan? Xiang Feng scratched the top of his head, looking depressed. The security environment in the inner area of Nuteling is not so easy to break through. Guo Weiman, who had been silent all this time, suddenly blew out a smoke ring and slowly said, moreover, this good thing of increasing the reserve food for young children is probably also welcomed by the people of the Bantongui. It seems that in many doomsday power groups, even those in opposition, it is tacitly understood that women are a vulnerable group that can be slaughtered at will. At this point, Guo Weiman suddenly spat, threw the cigarette butt to the ground, and cursed, damn it. These bastards are so crooked. They are getting more and more inhumane as they live. Everyone was shocked and chilled by the information brought by the Xiangfeng brothers and sisters. After a moment of silence, Mo Xiao looked at Guo Weiman and said, Uncle Guo, I plan to go back to Nuteling. It's in dire straits over there now. Wouldn't it be a trap for you to go there? Yes, Sister Mo. Wouldn't it be better for us to train here and wait for rescue? Most of the zombies at Tongsuan Station have been cleared. As long as we wait for a while, we can occupy the KT-444 train. In fact, Guo Weiman led his group of young people to do more than just passively wait for rescue. They also made secondary preparations. If they really didn't wait for rescue, they would occupy the KT-444 train themselves. Non-professionals would not even dare to think about driving a train before the end of the world. But in the apocalypse, they gritted their teeth and did it. The only thing they need to worry about is whether the rails along the way are still as safe as before. If the rails are damaged by grass or other accidents, then driving the train is digging its own grave. So the risk factor is very high. During this period, Guo Weiman not only trained everyone and used arrows to continuously snipe and clear the zombies at Tongsuan Station from a distance. He also set people along the rails to continuously build protective nets upwards, while checking and maintaining the rails. This is undoubtedly a difficult and huge project for their current small group of people. To be honest, Mo Xiao was not optimistic. At first, she thought this was Guo Weiman's first choice. So she asked him back, do you think zombies are more harmful than Bantongui and Nuteling? In Mo Xiao's opinion, the biggest obstacle to this plan is that if it continues to drag on, it may be discovered by the people who go out on patrol from Bantongui and Nuteling at any time. Chapter 148 Return to Nuteling. I still have friends staying there. Mo Xiao whispered. I want to go and see the situation. After that, she looked at Guo Weiman and said, Uncle Guo, the people from the Nuteling Wild Team yesterday were almost expanding their patrol to Tongsuan Station. I'm afraid your place is not safe. You should move as soon as possible before you are discovered. Mo Xiao never hesitates to act after making a decision. Soon, He and Jiang Shi sorted out their equipment. Guo Weiman's side has more arms supplies. In addition to a compound bow, Mo Xiao and Jiang Shi each received a tactical axe from him. The handle of such a tactical axe can accommodate a multifunctional knife, a fire stick, a whistle, a window cone, and a compass. Of course, on the current Blue Star, the latter is basically ineffective. But in any case, the tactical axe is extremely useful in breaking windows and doors to search for supplies and close combat defense. The two did not return on foot this time. Instead, they took the reconnaissance vehicle of Guo Weiman's team and drove a distance, and soon arrived at the outer edge of the Nuteling emergency shelter. They got off the car at this time and chose to walk. The two did not rush back to Nuteling. Instead, they first returned to the unfinished building area. Before the two approached, they found that there seemed to be more zombies wandering around, and judging from the clothes, they were transformed into zombies recently. There is no doubt that this should be the casualties after the outer area was damaged. Let's go to the top floor first. Mo Xiao pointed to the staircase of the unfinished building opposite. There happened to be a zombie blocking the entrance there. She raised her compound bow, squinted her eyes, aimed, and shot the arrow. All in one go. Jiang Shi had already run over before she shot the zombie, and kicked it on the back of the head before it landed. This prevented the body from hitting the ground. Then he slowly lowered his leg, allowing the zombie's body to land gently. Using this method of cooperation, the two of them passed all the way and quietly reached the roof of the building. They were slightly relieved until they confirmed that it was safe. The density of zombies here has at least doubled. Mo Xiao raised his telescope and looked far at the Nuteling shelter halfway up the mountain. He found that the original entrance and exit had not changed. He could vaguely see people patrolling and checking as usual. However, on both sides of the entrance and exit, an iron net similar to the entrance was set up, which was much safer than before. The security of some areas on both sides was selectively abandoned. Judging from the density and reaction of the wandering zombies, those areas should no longer be inhabited. Although it is not easy to see from the outside, the internal structure should have been adjusted significantly. Mo Xiao put down the telescope, looking unhappy, and said, "The bad news is that among the abandoned areas, there is vaguely the 33rd area where we originally lived. With my current identity, it's not convenient to go in and out. From now on, it's up to you." Mo Xiao took off her backpack, found a hidden location, set up various protective devices and traps, and prepared to lurk here for a long time. She and Jiang Shi had agreed when they came. The two divided the work and cooperated. Jiang Shi went back to check the situation, and Mo Xiao supported outside. Jiang Shi is both an ordinary person and a man. With his identity and ability, he will not be troubled. It should be easy to return to Nuteling. Hide the walkie-talkie. The signal is not good now, and the communication distance is greatly reduced, Mo Xiao said while making arrangements. We can only talk if I get close to the shelter, but the nearby safe zone has set up this iron mesh corridor, and there are people patrolling, so I can't get close. There are so many zombies wandering around in the abandoned outer area, which is even more difficult to approach. Mo Xiao spread out the map on the ground, thought for a while, and pointed at the back mountain and said, "Can you find a way to get near this wall?" Jiang Shi half crouched, glanced, and raised his eyebrows. There is a cliff behind that wall. There are fewer sentries in the back mountain of Nuteling, because there is a whole piece of white rock wall as sharp as a knife. There is almost no place to stand. Before the end of the world, a well-known rock climbing enthusiast wanted to challenge it, but he fell to his death. You want to climb this? Jiang Shi frowned slightly. Although this is also one of their training programs under Guo Weiman for the past 2 months. And Mo Xiao is smart and has made rapid progress. But, he shook his head and said, I'd better come out first. Do you think you are too inconspicuous to come in and out frequently? Mo Xiao smiled. Besides, it's a critical period now. It's easy to get in, but it's probably not so easy to get a pass to get out. It's settled, she whispered. I'll wait for you there every evening. Mo Xiao has been a very stubborn person since he was a child. Once he makes a decision, 10 cows can't pull him back. Jiang Shi's long eyelashes drooped slightly, and he patted her head. I'm leaving. This time it was very strong. Mo Xiao felt pain, rubbed the back of his head, and looked at his back as he left, hissing with a slightly white corner of his eyes, Be careful. Jiang Shi snorted coldly, You still feel pain? Then, he went downstairs without looking back. Mo Xiao blinked, sighed and muttered at his inexplicable anger. It's not that I don't want to go with you. It's just that it's a matter of identity. It's not easy to go. Is it necessary to be so angry? After mumbling, she quickly adjusted her posture and lay back on the observation tower she named herself. From the field of view of the telescope, it can be seen that Jiangxi did not stay at the door for a long time. Smoothly entered. She put down the telescope and looked at the sky. After sorting out the rope and some equipment, I exited from the other side of the unfinished building area, went around the periphery of Nituling, and quietly came to the back mountain. There are almost no trees on this huge rock wall in the back mountain. The few trees that were originally there seem to have been set on fire by the people in the shelter. So when you stand at the foot of the mountain and look up at this nearly 90-degree light ridge, you will suddenly feel a sense of insignificance in the face of nature. I don't need to climb to the top. Mo Xiao gestured. I should be able to receive the signal at that position. Generally, good rock climbers are good at using the convex and concave parts of the rock wall. But there are also rock walls whose natural environment is really not suitable. Mo Xiao had to take out the tactical axe and do the construction himself. Fortunately, with her core strength, her ability to bear and exert force when half suspended is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Just as Mo Xiao tried to climb the back mountain, Jiangxi had already entered the shelter. Perhaps they were urgently recruiting people recently. Or perhaps the outer area had been adjusted. Jiangxi was allowed to move around in the outer area without much trouble, as he had no injuries, and could prove that he was an aboriginal. He only wandered around a little, and had a general understanding of the situation here. Most of the residents in the abandoned areas moved to a concentrated shantytown renovation area. Compared with the previous single-room dormitory environment, the shantytown renovation area is much worse. A large warehouse was built, and everyone slept on the same bed. However, in this day and age, it is enough to have a safe place to sleep. Moreover, 99% of them are men, so there will be no inconvenience. After all, women have entered the inner area with better environment. As for men, as long as they earn enough contribution points, they can also enter the inner area to enjoy the day. And everyone is looking forward to that day. Because of this environment, Jiangxi didn't even need to find someone to lead him. And he quickly found Lu Ban, Zhao Peng and others. Brother Shi. As soon as Zhao Peng saw him, he hugged him with tears in his eyes and cried, I thought you. He just cried twice, and felt something was wrong. He took the opportunity to quietly pinch Jiangxi's arm and muttered, Why do you feel stronger? The group of people living in the shelter have lost a lot of weight. Especially Lu De. He can no longer be called fat, but just has a big face. Jiangxi smiled at the corners of his lips, and slapped Zhao Peng's dog, Pa Wei, calmly. He glanced around and noticed that a few people were missing. Chapter 149 Fang Lanji and Fang Lily. That's it. Tongya looked at Jiangxi and briefly recounted what had happened to her during this period. First, Gao Yu found a good job and moved into the inner area in advance. Later, Tian Xiaoxu quickly saved up enough contribution points by virtue of his own work convenience and lending, and also moved in. Later, Chu Wenjia was selected by the higher-ups because of his strong personal ability, and was transferred to the inner area. They waited for a few days, but before Mo Xiao and the others came back, they organized several wild search trips. Tong Ya's leg injury was caused by avoiding zombies at that time. Although it has improved a lot now, she still limps a little when she walks. The people in their team were diligent and smart, and they lived a good life even in the outer area. But unfortunately, the conflict between Nutiling and Bantongui has not been resolved, and it has even become more and more serious. The 33rd area where they used to live was abandoned some time ago, and everyone moved here. Then, when everyone was still in shock, the Institute issued a women's protection plan, and almost all women went to the inner area. Tongya and the others did not go, and Jiangxi was not surprised. In terms of tough guys, Mo Xiao's seemingly thin roommate is definitely one of them. Tongya not only did not go herself, but also strongly prevented any girl in the team from going, including the two little girls Jiang Duoduo and Shi Qingyi. Jiang Duoduo has been taken care of by teacher Jiang since her father passed away. Her dull personality had improved a little, but since teacher Jiang passed away, she seemed to become even more dull. She did not comment on sister Tongya's toughness, and even spoke less on weekdays. Shi Qingyi was even more indifferent. She was cheerful all day long, maintaining a natural curiosity and a sharp instinct like a beast about everything, and never felt angry or distressed. At present, Jiang Duoduo and Shirqingyi are both taken care of by Guichuchu. Perhaps because their parents had both passed away. She looked at these two young little girls as if she saw her former self. So I couldn't help but pay more attention to them. After Jiang, she confirmed that Mo Xiao was also safe. Everyone finally felt relieved. Who is she? Jiang Shi's eyes turned and fell on a timid woman at the edge of the team. Her name is Fan Lily. Tanya didn't beat around the bush. She was from the Panda Team 3 and lived next door to us. She had a sister named Fan Lanji who died. Tanya paused here. Died at work? Jiang Shi looked at the expressions of the two and knew that there was something fishy going on. He looked at Fan Lily with a slightly cold look in his eyes. Like a wolf staring at its prey. What's going on? Fan Lily looked at the handsome guy who suddenly returned from the team. And her fingertips trembled slightly with nervousness. Although the man had a smile on his lips. Fan Lily, who had seen many men, knew that there was no warmth in his eyes. This man's heart was probably much crueler than the others in the team. She was afraid that she would offend him with a careless word. Fan Lily carefully chose her words and said, "This matter has to start from when you disappeared." According to Fan Lily. After that day, her sister Fan Lanji envied Gao Yu's job. So she secretly followed him. Who knew that when they arrived at the back mountain, they found that the guard post there was very strict. It looks loose, but it's actually very tight. Fan Lanji wasn't hopelessly stupid. She didn't get the chance that day. So she retreated. For many days afterwards, she paid close attention to Gao Yu's movements. Finally, one day, she caught a gap in the shift change and followed in. But not long after she went in, Fan Lanji came back with a pale face. Fan Lily, who had been worried all night, was pulled into the house by her before she had time to ask. Seeing Fan Lanji packing her bag in a hurry, Fan Lily frowned and asked, "Sister, what are you doing again? We can't stay in this shelter," Fan Lanji said with a trembling voice. "The person who manages the shelter must be a psychopathic lunatic. We have to leave quickly." Fan Lily frowned and smiled. "Pervert? Who else is more perverted than Pang Dason's group?" Fan Lanji paused with one hand. She then bit her lip and shivered. They are not the same perverts. The two sisters argued for a while. Finally, Fan Lanji was awakened by Fan Lily's words. "If we don't stay here, where else can we go?" The next morning, Fan Lanji sneaked out again. I don't know what she did. When she came back that night, her expression had completely changed. She told her sister with a smile that she had found a good job in the back mountain with food and accommodation. Fan Lily didn't take it seriously at the time. She still knew her sister. She was a lazy person who was not very smart and did not have a high academic background. Thanks to her good looks and live streaming, she made money and lived a good life. But this advantage does not seem to be very useful in the post-apocalyptic world. Fan Lily and her sister escaped to the shelter successfully thanks to the powerful team of Pang Dasan. There were more than 2 women on the road. But the others who were noble or kind-hearted basically died. Only the 2 of them survived to the end. Fan Lily became suspicious of her sister's work. At first, she refused to tell him no matter how she asked. But later, she quarreled and somehow, the topic turned to the team next door. "Are you selling again?" Fan Lily said in a sad tone. "Didn't we agree that we have already arrived at the shelter? Pang Dason and the others are dead. We can stand up and make a living with our own hands. Look at the girls next door. Aren't they living the same way?" Fan Lanji was hurt by the contempt in her sister's eyes. She had seen many such looks along the way. There were even many before the end of the world. But she didn't care. But she didn't expect that one day she would see such contempt in the eyes of her dearest and only sister who depended on her for life. At the end of the argument that day, Fan Lily finally learned from Fan Lanji what she was doing. They call themselves breeders. The one named Gao Yu in your team also does this job. Fan Lily occasionally looked up at Jiang Shi and said cautiously, "Breeder?" Jiang Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. Having had similar experiences, he almost immediately thought of the model of New Hope Farm. "It's a little different from what we imagined before," Tanya explained. "The breeders here don't really raise zombies. Instead, they use flesh and blood to guide and convert a large number of zombies into free labor. They have a power plant like a millstone in the back mountain, which holds countless zombies. All zombies are locked up. They will hang a few pieces of meat in front of the zombies, keeping them relatively still with the front zombies. When the zombies instinctively chase the meat, they will push the power system like a donkey pulling a mill. It is said that the perfect power grid in the inner area is maintained in this way. While the zombies chase the meat will also be pushed forward by the power. It's like hanging a piece of food in front of a person's hat. If you walk forward, it is basically impossible to bite the food in front of your hat brim. But there are exceptions. Chapter 150 Crazy and Genius. Zombie Power System. Fong Lily explained, because the number of zombies is too large. Some of them may fall out of the team or react slowly and hit the meat. At this time, the breeder needs to replace fresh meat to maintain the operation of the power system. Of course, in order to keep the zombies alive, even if there is no accident, fresh blood and flesh need to be replaced regularly. This is the job of these breeders. This kind of work is more dangerous. Some breeders with poor psychological quality are prone to accidental death at work. Fong Lily said, "It is said that Gao Yu from your team joined the team because he accidentally encountered the accidental death of the previous employee when he was looking for a job. In fact, her sister is similar. The Institute has kept the real situation behind the power system very closely protected. There are only two outcomes for those who know the truth: join or die. After all, there are such a large number of zombies right next to them. If this news is released, it will surely cause uncontrollable panic among the residents in the shelter. How can someone like my sister do this kind of work?" Fong Lily said here, her voice hoarse and her eyes red. Her sister once said that she would take her to move into the inner area with this job to live a real good life. But it was obviously a bit too naive. Fong Lanji did not work for long before she became a member of the zombie army below because of a mistake at work. Jiangshi sat against the wall and listened quietly, his fingertips tapping on his knees intentionally or unintentionally. His expression was hard to tell. In fact, in his opinion, who did not have such a strong sense of morality? It was a crazy and genius idea to use the zombies as unpaid labor. He even had some admiration for the director of this shelter. Fong Lily's hateful voice vaguely came to his ears. She seemed to be brooding over her sister's death. Tanya and the others also felt that such a shelter was not a place to stay for a long time. As expected, first there was a women's protection plan. And then, there was a proposal for arranged marriages. These steps made them wary of boiling frogs in warm water. Chushin also had the same idea. So he went to the inner area to find a chance to get a travel permit. After all, ordinary people like us can't go out casually now. Only by joining the jungle team can we travel with the group. The current policy of Nutuling is to allow easy entry and tight exit. But joining the jungle team is not that easy. And the review is very strict. Tongya continued to add, but Gao Yu and Tian Xiaoxiu seem to be living comfortably here as the superiors. I have asked them, and they don't have any intention of leaving. Gao Yu looks thin and weak, but his mental quality is very stable. It seems to be a natural fit for this kind of job that does not require much strength and IQ, but only requires patience and steady hands and feet, and high salary. During the last gathering, Gao Yu and Tian Xiaoxiu had a big fight over a verbal dispute, and they never attended our gathering again. So, Tanya said this, and her intention to give up on the two was clear. The other members might sigh a little, but she believed that she would definitely agree with her decision. However, she did not guess that Jiangshi lowered his eyes and seemed to be listening patiently. In fact, his thoughts were still immersed in the matter of the zombie power system just now. He suddenly thought that if Mo Xiao knew about this big news, he would probably not be as indifferent as he was, and even have some praise for the planner. She would at least sneer and rebuke, if you want to destroy someone, you must first make him crazy. As the saying goes, playing with fire will get you burned. She must be very pessimistic about such a power source. And like a little old man, she is deeply worried about the danger that may come. She couldn't help but chuckle when he thought of that tense look. Everyone looked at him in astonishment, including Tanya herself. She was stunned for a moment, not knowing what funny word she said. Fong Lily bit her lip, thinking that the other party was mocking her. After thinking again and again, she revealed the last message under great psychological pressure. In fact, I have another important information. But I have a request. I hope you can take me with you when you escape. She stared at Jiangshi nervously, knowing that this man was the key person to make the final decision. Speak. Jiangshi raised his eyelids. For him, it didn't make much difference whether he took Fong Lily and other girls with him or not. Being able to survive while running away was a real skill. If one of them died, it would be their bad luck. He could take care of them a little bit if he could, but he would not take on the rest of the responsibilities. I heard from my sister before that she was curious about where the zombies were transported in, and she secretly followed the transport team. On the cliff behind the mountain, they made something similar to an elevator, and they would get supplies from there if needed. I was thinking, if we want to escape from the shelter, and the main entrance is blocked, can we use this? Jiangxi listened with a smile at first, but his face suddenly changed when he heard this, and he stood up and left. Brother Shi? Brother Shi, where are you going? At the same time, on the cliff of the back mountain, Mo Xiao held tightly to the small stone pit she had chopped with an axe, and her whole body was almost half hanging in the air, staring at the scene in the side stone wall with wide eyes. She never thought that there was nothing inside. She just grabbed nothing and grabbed the shelter, and because there was no fulcrum, she almost fell down. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, and quickly dodged to the side of the rock wall. The weight of the full armor was almost all on a few fingers. Looking at the stone wall cave on the side, she gritted her teeth, moved sideways a few times, and finally jumped into the cave and got a short rest. What is this place? She moved her fingers while frowning and half-crouching, and found a lot of blood on the edge. Going inside, there were also scratches. Mo Xiao looked up and found that the top of the cave had been artificially built and rebuilt. The most obvious was the pulley structure and the cableway. There was also a hole above, like the double-layer track. Following the slightly downward slope of the cave, it extends straight in. This structure, transportation channel? She narrowed her eyes. What can't be brought in openly from the main gate, but has to be secretly hoisted up from here? She walked in along the slightly inclined slope and found that the deeper she went, the stronger the fishy smell became. Mo Xiao paused, instinctively sensing a bit of danger. Let's go back first and talk about it after contacting Jiangxi. She didn't go deeper and began to turn back cautiously. After such a short rest, her fingers regained a lot of vitality. She should be able to hold on a little longer. However, not long after she retreated, she heard a buzzing sound in her ears. It was the sound of something sliding on the cableway. Mo Xiao was startled and began to run out faster. However, the sound did not come from behind, but from the front. She suddenly stopped and almost bumped into a metal frame cage coming towards her. The railings inside the cage were covered with blood, and it was empty at the moment. It suddenly fell from the hole above and was sliding down. The length, width and height of the hole almost fit it perfectly. Mo Xiao's way out, which was only a few steps away, was blocked. She was forced to cling to the outer frame of the metal cage and slide inside along the cableway with it. Chapter 151 Zombie Meat. Meet again in the factory. At the same time, in the inner area of Nutling, in a certain archive room, a man was sitting at the table, yawning and checking the piles of documents on the table. These documents were lists, and the man complained while flipping through them. My position was originally a leisurely position, but thanks to the good work of those semi-infected people, it has become the busiest place. Due to the fight with the semi-infected people some time ago, there were heavy casualties in the institute. Therefore, while the area was tightened, in order to facilitate the mandatory collective management policy that was about to be implemented, the higher-ups issued a command to strictly check the list of survivors. The man took the files and started to register. Death, death, death. As he kept writing, the man started to curse again. It's not enough to have an electronic file, but you have to keep a paper record, saying it's just in case. How long will it take to get it? He cursed, but it was just to satisfy his craving. He didn't dare to stop the work in his hands. Jiangxi. Male. 19 years old. Height 187. Formerly from Donghu University, the man picked up another piece of paper. He read and registered numbly. And suddenly, he paused when he read this. He wiped his eyes and carefully read the personal information on the paper. Jiangxi? He stood up suddenly and slapped his hands on the table. The movement startled other colleagues, and they all looked at him in surprise. It's him. It's right this time. It's him. The man walked out with the paper in his hand, extremely excited. Nutling. A secret factory in the back mountain. Two junglers were sitting in the rest area on the third floor chatting. There was a cylindrical pool below, which was densely packed with zombies. As for the second floor, a group of breeders in work clothes were working actively. Their daily work was numb and monotonous, just taking meat and exchanging meat. This meat was raised in the 2 farms next door, although it seemed to carry viruses, so humans could not eat it raw. But zombies could eat it raw, which was completely fine. This kind of work was given to the breeders. Their jungle team is here to supervise. In short, they watch others work with weapons. Again, we need to reduce the amount, one of the bald junglers said. After the last reduction, the inner area has started to cut off power in different areas and time periods. This time it is reduced again. Will the power be insufficient again? What he meant by reduction was to reduce the number of zombies. Although they were not feeding zombies, it must be said that zombies, who were well-fed and well-drinking, had stronger motivation. No way. Another crew-haired guy sighed. Our outer area is shrinking. The labor force is decreasing. And productivity is decreasing. Where can we get so much food to feed the zombies? And to be honest, the speed at which we breed is really not as fast as the speed at which they can eat. But it must be said that the efficiency of using zombies as a power system is still very good. The transport cage is down. Let's deal with this pile of zombie corpses. There is a thick pile of zombie corpses at the feet of the 2. They were all taken out and killed one by one. Then they were transported to the factory above through the transport cage. Many people don't know that zombie meat can also be eaten, as long as it is fully sterilized at high temperature, ground into minced meat, and seasoned. It can be made into meat patties, hams, and other things. The ordinary people who came to the outside area to take refuge can't tell what kind of meat they are eating. There are several factories hidden in the back mountain. Once the zombie power factory here needs to reduce the number of zombies, the corpses will be transported to the next door for waste utilization. Of course, this is just a special treatment based on the concept of not wasting resources. The big heads that the factory next door is processing are not zombie meat, but cockroaches. The farm next to it raises cockroaches. Cockroaches are produced in large quantities and are easy to keep alive. Similarly, they only need to be sterilized at high temperature and then ground into powder. Who can tell what the raw materials are? Nutling's policy and welfare for ordinary residents are very friendly, and free basic supplies are distributed every day. Most of the meat materials are made of cockroaches. Of course, this is for residents in the outer district. The treatment of residents in the inner district is much higher, including these jungle teams who know everything about them. They eat rare pork and the like. It's fucking disgusting. The bald man kicked the zombie beside his leg. The guy's teeth were exposed. His flesh was bloody. His clothes were like rags. And he exuded a strong fishy smell. Those guys in the outer area, if they knew that they were eating these things, wouldn't they go crazy? He smiled maliciously. Don't be ridiculous. These days, they will be moved to tears of joy when they have meat to eat. The short-haired man waved his hand, hearing the sound of the cable car approaching, knowing that the transport cage is coming soon. Greeting, it's coming soon. Get ready to move the zombies. The bald man reluctantly spat on the zombie. I really don't want to touch these disgusting things. No matter how much you dislike it, you still have to do your job. The 2 dragged the zombies to the landing port of the transport channel and waited. The second floor area below, Galyu was carrying a bucket of meat and walking on a corridor board about 50 centimeters wide, suspended in the air. There were countless zombies under this board, but Galyu walked very steadily and lightly. She was an art student and had practiced dancing since she was a child, so she had a good balance. And because of her personality, she had a strong ability to suppress the emotions caused by various external stimuli. She had been able to endure every provocation from Tian Xiaoxu perfectly, until not long ago, when she finally didn't have to look at other people's faces anymore. She rushed back at him with interest. It must be said that it is difficult to be patient, but it was really cool when it exploded. Therefore, Galyu was really grateful and liked this job that brought her all this. She walked above the zombie nest like she was suspended in the air. Not only did her legs not shake, but she smiled at the corners of her lips. This job was too easy. She walked to the middle and pulled the rope with her hands. Next, she just needed to replace the piece of meat and then lower the rope. Galyu looked up and heard a sound from the transport cableway opposite. It should be that the transport cage is coming soon. Recently, a lot of zombies have been dealt with. I don't know which unlucky ones have entered their mouths. She pursed her lips and thought that it was a good thing that she had just arrived at that time, and there should not be such a large number of zombies as now. At most, she had eaten cockroach meat a few times, although it was also disgusting. It was much better than zombie meat. After all, even before the end of the world, Cockroaches had entered the diet of many people intentionally or unintentionally. The ropeway was getting louder and louder. And it was about to arrive. Galyu subconsciously raised her head and glanced. Suddenly, her eyes condensed. She almost thought she had seen it wrong. Why is there something hanging on the iron cage? As she raised her head, the thing seemed to raise its head as well. Is it a person? A living person? But the person seemed to be looking at the huge group of zombies below at the first time. Although wearing a protective mask, the familiar eyebrows and eyes still made Galyu recognize who the person was at the first time. Mo Xiao? Her pupils trembled violently. She quickly glanced at the two jungle players waiting at the opposite ropeway exit. Chapter 152. It's you. Mo Xiao. Ouch! Galyu suddenly screamed. Her hand loosened, and the iron bucket fell on the corridor bridge with a clang. The meat inside hit the corridor bridge and fell into the zombie tide below that was moving in the same trajectory. The originally regular power propulsion system was instantly disturbed. A group of zombies roared and lost their original direction, rushing to the part where the meat fell. What are you doing? The two junglers who were waiting for the transport cage to arrive were attracted by the movement here. Turned and looked down. What's going on? The bald man scolded. You are also an old employee. Why do you still make such a low-level mistake? Yes. Sorry. Galyu lowered her head and admitted her mistake tremblingly. My hand. My hand slipped. My hand slipped? The bald man said angrily. Do you know how much time will be wasted just because of your action? The short-haired man next to him saw that the breeder downstairs seemed to be scolded by his teammates and was about to cry. He grabbed his arm and frowned. Okay. The meat is not big. You can eat it in a few bites. When the time comes, spend a few minutes to redirect it. And order will be restored soon. At the same time, the transport cage behind him arrived at the platform, got stuck on it, and stopped. Mo Xiao, who was hanging on the side of the cage, was startled by the noise. Before she arrived at the station, she vaguely saw a large number of zombies below from the entrance of the passage. From that perspective, she almost thought she was going to be set directly into the zombie pile. Fortunately, it stopped at this position. Unexpectedly, she seemed to hear Galyu's voice. What was even more frightening was that there were two men who looked like junglers standing in front of her. They seemed to be attracted by the movement of Galyu. Mo Xiao hurriedly took advantage of this gap to get down from the cage. He quietly went around the backs of the two people, and when he was about to go down, he sadly found that there were more people on the second floor below. There were many people who seemed to be staff members coming and going. The two people next to him were scolding and persuading, and they were about to turn around. In a hurry, Mo Xiao took off his mask and coat and threw them into the zombie nest below. Then he dived face down into the pile of zombies on the ground. Okay, the transport cages are here. Let's move the bodies first. The crew-haired man pulled the bald man and just turned around. Suddenly, the sound of something falling was heard again. The bald man was furious, who dropped the meat again. All the breeders on the second floor below stood still in silence, and no one dared to speak first. The bald man looked around and found that the zombies did not react as violently as before. It seems that the meat was not dropped. Seeing that no one below admitted it, he sneered, You are used to having a comfortable life, and you are all starting to cheat. Right? You all don't admit it. Right? You better not let me catch you next time. After venting their anger, the two began to move the zombies. Mo Xiao laid down below, grabbing some smelly liquid from the gap and smearing it on herself. Not long after, she felt that she was lifted up and locked in the cage again. The iron cage started again and reached another space along the cableway. The door opened and the cage tilted slightly. Mo Xiao and the bodies of the other zombies were dumped into a warehouse-like place. Squinting his eyes, he glanced at the scene. There were many people wearing hooded work clothes coming and going. Hurry! Hurry up! Another batch of goods has arrived. Someone shouted, Strip their clothes and rinse them in the pool. The disinfection team is ready. Over there. I've told you so many times. Chop the big bones manually before grinding. It's better for the machine. Fuck. It's stuck again. Pause first. Let the technical department come and fix it. Okay. Let's go to lunch. Wait until the repair is done before working again. The footsteps gradually faded away, until the noisy environment around her returned to calm. Mo Xiao climbed up from the pile of zombies and looked around. From the structure, it was obvious that this was a meat processing plant. She didn't look very good. Could it be that they were processing zombie meat? Mo Xiao walked slowly. And soon she realized that she was too naive. There were more than just zombies. There were also cockroaches and other miscellaneous meats. From what Gao Yu saw in the area just now, to what she saw and heard in this meat processing plant now, Mo Xiao already had a vague guess in her mind. With a gloomy face, she followed the position of the ropeway just now, went into the cave, and returned the same way. She came to the outside of the rock wall. She took out the walkie-talkie, and saw that it was still early. She didn't hold the hope of contacting Jiangxi at this time, who knew that there would be an immediate response. Mo Xiao, that is a place where zombies are raised. You leave the back mountain immediately. Jiangxi's voice was vaguely anxious. It seems that he already knows. Mo Xiao narrowed his eyes and replied calmly, I already know. Not only that, I also found out. She briefly recounted the thrilling scene she had just experienced. We should move away as soon as possible. Mo Xiao whispered. This director is too cruel and crazy. And the policies he promulgated are full of evil. If such a system gradually evolved a few years after the doomsday, Mo Xiao would not be surprised. It at least has a gradual process. But in just over half a year, he was able to achieve such a level ahead of time. It can only mean that this is a person with lower moral standards and bottom line than most people. Cockroaches are fine. After all, they are a high-protein product, and there is nothing wrong with using them as food reserves. But zombie meat is a bit too much. If you want to destroy a person, you must first make him crazy, Mo Xiao said in a low voice. She was not optimistic about this director and their future. He adapted to the end of the world very quickly and even naturally. And he was quite smart. A person like this gradually consolidated his power and took charge of a shelter. A place like this, even if it was a safe zone, would never be where Mo Xiao wanted to stay. There is a hole over there that leads to the rock wall behind. I guess those zombies are usually hung up from this position in secret. But they seem to be reducing the number of zombies. Maybe there is a problem with the supply capacity. Mo Xiao analyzed in a low voice. I estimate that in the short term, as long as no new zombies are introduced, no one should come to check and find that the cave entrance has been exposed. We want to escape. So let's do it now. You find a chance to bring the squad leader and others to sneak over. And we will go down from this side. Jiangxi seemed to be running around to avoid something. Panting slightly. Okay. I'll do it as you say. Before he finished speaking, Mo Xiao seemed to hear a strange man's voice in the background. Jiangxi urgently cut off the communication on the other end of the intercom. Mo Xiao's pupils shrank slightly, realizing that something might have gone wrong on Jiangxi's side. She clenched the intercom and turned it off. She did not try to call back. If Jiangxi took the initiative to hide, then her reckless behavior would likely lead to the other party being exposed. What happened that caused him to disconnect urgently before he finished speaking? Mo Xiao looked at the cave wall, bit her lip, and turned back again. This time, because of her experience, she staggered the transport cage, so she could control her speed and timing to walk back, although the inclined slope made it a bit difficult for her to walk. Fortunately, she had been here once and mastered the terrain. Before climbing, she hid her backpack and other equipment below. Mo Xiao was lightly equipped at the moment, and did not carry much weight. The only pity was the multifunctional axe, which was thrown into the zombie pile without much use. When she arrived, she found that the two jungle players were no longer on the third floor. The staff on the second floor were also not indoors. Did they go to eat? She remembered that someone had called for lunch before. They probably wouldn't come in before they finished their meal in this unbearable environment full of zombies and stinking. Knowing that there was no one around, Mo Xiao felt relieved. She had only taken 2 steps. Suddenly, a figure suddenly jumped out from a corner in front. It's you, Mo Xiao. The man was dressed in staff uniform and stared at her quietly. Chapter 153. She is my former captain. Gao Yu? Mo Xiao frowned and looked at her in the work clothes of an internal employee. Do you work here? Mo Xiao. You have already gone out. Why are you back? Gao Yu did not answer her doubts, but asked. Mo Xiao was stunned. She looked at Gao Yu carefully. She looked soft and cold, and her long black hair had returned to the luster she had when she first saw it before. And she was well groomed. When she followed them to escape, this hair almost never looked good. Not to mention that after encountering nuclear radiation, she and Chuing were the girls who lost the most hair. At the same time, Mo Xiao also noticed the change in her address and tone. In the past, Gao Yu always called her senior in a soft and gentle way, instead of calling her by her name as an equal like now. Now she stands taller. Her temperament has changed a lot. She is no longer timid, and has gained a lot of confidence. Mo Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. You already know what's going on here? Do you know where the factory next door is? Senior, you don't want to lecture me again, do you? Gao Yu looked up at her and smiled. It's just an ordinary job. After that, her eyes moved slightly. Are you coming back to take those guys away? Gao Yu turned around, put her hands on the railing, looked at the zombies below and sighed softly. Sometimes I really admire you. Where do you get so much energy and unyielding fighting spirit? How many people in this world just go with the flow? Especially in the crisis environment of the end of the world. There are obviously easier ways to make yourself live better. She always looks like she won't turn back until she hits the wall. Actually, I have something I want to say since a long time ago. Gao Yu pursed her lips, her voice sighing. You make it seem like people like us are so despicable. We are just ordinary people. Am I a bad person? Her eyes were slightly red, occasionally cowardly, selfish, retreating, hesitant. This is all human nature, right? Why do they always look at me with pity and disapproval? Why do I have to be careful with every word every day? In the previous journey, whenever the team was in a desperate situation of life and death, Gao Yu would start to worry about her situation. She always felt like an outsider. She had tried to establish a closer relationship with some of them, but to no avail. She could not feel her own specialness. If she had to give up someone to survive, she would always worry whether she would be the first one to be given up. With such anxiety, Gao Yu lived timidly and depressed every day. Only during this period of time. Here, while other people in the team were still struggling for daily food, she had already lived a better life than most people. Gao Yu finally felt her own value and confidence. Mo Xiao tilted her head slightly in confusion. She didn't understand why Gao Yu suddenly started to talk about these things when she saw her. In fact, she just wanted to find out some specifics. However, from Gao Yu's words, her intention to leave the team was obvious. Mo Xiao didn't care whether anyone wanted to leave the team. It was originally formed temporarily for survival, and everyone was free to come and go. I understand what you mean. Mo Xiao walked to her side and patted her shoulder. I want to thank you just now. If it weren't for you, I might have been discovered by them a long time ago. After saying that, she turned around and walked downstairs, saying, Sorry, this is not the time to chat. I have to leave quickly during this break. Gao Yu frowned and looked at her back. And after a while, she said, Mo Xiao, if you want to leave here, you can come here 20 minutes before the end of the curfew every morning. At that time, the 2 guards at the door will rotate, and there will be only 1 person on duty in the factory to prepare for the work. Mo Xiao paused, gave her a bright smile, raised his hand vigorously to show that he knew, and then quickly left the place. Gao Yu raised the corners of his lips, raised his chin, and a slight joy rose in his heart, just about to turn around to eat. Suddenly, a feminine voice came from behind. What are you doing? Her body stiffened, and she slowly turned around. She found a man walking out from the shadows at the corner. It was the short-haired man who was one of the 2 jungle team supervisors. I don't know when he arrived, and how much he eavesdropped. I felt something was wrong when you suddenly lost weight before. The man approached her little by little. You have been here for quite a while. How could you make such a low-level mistake? Who was here just now? Who were you talking to? The man saw that she pursed her lips and said nothing. So he suddenly raised his voice and shouted, Speak. Gao Yu's body trembled. The man smiled and stroked her long hair. Don't forget what you said when you secretly caught me dealing with the body of my mortal enemy? I recommended you to work here, and you helped me keep the secret. We are a community of interests. I have given you a lot of benefits during this period. Right? There were many people here at that time. If I hadn't helped you, you would have been able to fill this vacancy by chance? Sentry rotation? The man with the short hair sighed lightly. I am the supervisor here. If anything goes wrong here, I can't escape the blame. What about you? If something happens to me, do you think you can still stay at this workstation safely? Gao Yu clenched her fists suddenly. She didn't care about the life and death of the man with the short hair. But she couldn't lose this job that gave her confidence, dignity, and the opportunity to survive. Soon, the shelter will definitely enact a forced marriage law. If she lost her job at this time, she would undoubtedly be centralized like those ordinary women. Gao Yu bit her lips, her eyes slightly wet, and looked at him hoarsely. I say. The buzz-cut man didn't seem surprised by her reaction, and nodded with satisfaction. At this critical moment, if we can catch some reactionaries, it will be a great achievement for both you and me. The buzz-cut man smiled and took her hand and said, then we can both be transferred to higher positions, and it is possible to get into the management. Get into the management? Gao Yu was stunned. Are you serious? Of course. It's internal information. Because of the incident not long ago, our director is about to make drastic reforms recently, and there are many vacancies. The buzz-cut man laughed and lifted her chin. I won't tell ordinary people. Gao Yu clenched her 5 fingers tightly, lowered her eyes, and remained motionless, as if she was struggling internally. The man, however, was not worried at all, and asked with a smile, haven't you thought about it yet? It's the end of the world, and everyone has to plan for themselves. For whom would you sacrifice your life? Gao Yu's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she smiled bitterly. She stood on tiptoe and kissed him, and put her face on the man's chest. She is my former captain. Chapter 154 Tian Shishu's Choice. Tian Shishu walked out of the office. He ran into a few people pushing a bed to the next door for a physical examination. Such a big scene. Tian Shishu took a curious look. The man's hands and feet were all under the quilt, as if he had experienced a fight and collided and fainted. The quilt was covered relatively high, but the eyebrows and eyes were vaguely exposed. Just this one glance made Tian Shishu stunned in place. Jiangxi? Dr. Tian, you haven't finished get off work yet? A passing medical staff greeted him. Tian Shishu came back to his senses and nodded slightly. He grew up playing in the hospital almost since he was a child, influenced by his family environment and many other factors. He actually got the hang of many things very quickly. Plus, he worked hard, so he was promoted quickly here. Because sometimes some medical staff who went out with the jungle team died outside. So medical talents and resources have always been in short supply. His status naturally rose. Was that Jiangxi just now? He confirmed that he was not mistaken. Jiangxi's face was the type that was quite stunning at first or second glance. He always stole the limelight at school. Speaking of this, Tian Shishu still felt a little bit upset. He felt that his family background and talent were not much different. But his appearance was the only thing that could not be changed. Of course, he didn't even think that his appearance was much different, and he was even more disdainful of changing it. It was just that the group of idiots in the external environment were blind. Tian Shishu turned his shoes and followed quietly. No big deal. Just a minor scratch. The people inside were talking in low voices. Who is he and why is there such a big fuss? Don't ask if you shouldn't ask, someone urged. Tian Shishu heard some conversations outside the door intermittently. But not long after, Jiangxi was transferred out. Then, a car drove up and took him away. The only people who can drive in the inner area of Nutaling are the jungle team. And I'm afraid their level is not low. What's going on? Did Jiangxi commit a big crime? Tian Shishu pondered for a while, considering that Jiangxi and the others had been missing for 2 months. They suddenly appeared now. Could they have been caught? The fact that they were taken away with such a big show was enough to prove their importance. Could it be that during the time they were stranded outside, they got mixed up with a group of people from Bantongui? The more Tian Shishu thought about it, the more this possibility seemed to be true. Although Jiangxi was just an ordinary person, Xiao Mo was a half-infected person. He punched his palm. If it was for Xiao Mo, Jiangxi might really betray the human position. As he packed up and walked back, he thought that since Jiangxi was caught, Xiao Mo was probably in danger. And as long as he investigated a little, he would find out who they had been mixed up with before. It would be troublesome if he was liquidated. Thinking of this, Tian Shishu felt a little relieved. Fortunately, he had cut off contact with those guys during this period, so he should not be implicated. Of course, Gao Yu, the idiot, and Chu Wenze, who were lucky, should also be able to escape. As for the others, they were just unlucky. Tian Shishu felt a little sad. Who would have thought that the guy who had always been regarded as a strong enemy in life would be so easily defeated here, falling into the hands of that group of wild team. TSK. As a medical staff, Tian Shishu had witnessed how they treated prisoners. It can be said that he is neither able to live nor to die. It is really miserable. Thinking of that scene, Tian Shushu paused. Somehow, he suddenly remembered the roll call of the last class in the Yellow Sand Desert that day. Tian Shushu stopped for a long time, until the passers-by began to be surprised. He suddenly turned around and walked towards Chu Wenji's residence. I, Tian Shushu, have never owed anything and didn't pay it back since I was a child. He sneered and muttered to himself. His posture was as arrogant as a peacock with its tail raised high. In the inner district, they all lived in single rooms. But Chu Wenji and he were not in the same building. After all, they were classmates, and he could still tip off. As for whether they could escape, it depended on their luck. Due to the terrain, the factory in the back mountain is located in the outer area close to the inner area. After Mo Xiao quietly came out from inside, she was not familiar with this area, because she had mixed in with the zombies before. Her current appearance was particularly miserable. Half of her body was covered with corpse water and blood. In today's Newtelling, except for the wild team members who returned from the mission, ordinary residents living in the shelter basically don't have such a miserable appearance. If you walk on the street so swaggeringly, it will actually attract people's attention. Mo Xiao had to hide all the way, hiding again and again, which delayed a lot of time, until she was considering the route in a certain alley. Suddenly, I saw a familiar tall figure. Chu Shen? How could he be here at this time? When Mo Xiao saw Chu Wenji, the other party also saw her. Suddenly, I caught a glimpse of the person in front of me who was highly suspected of being a zombie. Chu Wenji's body stiffened slightly. His eyesight was not very good, and he even pushed his glasses. Chu Shen! Mo Xiao waved at him. Chu Wenji's eyes widened, then looked around, and then hurried forward, took off his coat and gave it to her. Put it on. After thinking for a while, he took out a protective mask from his backpack and handed it to her. When did you come back? Just now. Jiang, she was taken to the inner area. Mo Xiao paused for a moment, dressed neatly, and nodded. You escaped first. I'll go save him. When Chu Wenji heard her say this, he knew that the other party must have some information that he didn't know. It happened that he hadn't detailed his findings and ideas. So he grabbed her wrist. Let's talk while we walk. Mo Xiao briefly talked about what she and Jiang she had done with Guo Weimin in the past 2 months. Then she talked about Gao Yu's workplace and the meat processing plant next to it. This is really not a place to stay for a long time. From the shrinking of the outer area to the women's protection plan, it was getting more and more strange. In Chu Wenji's view, the ashes of doomsday, falling on everyone's head, are a guillotine. If you ignore the abandonment of other people's human rights, sooner or later, this guillotine will fall on your own head. He hates unruly overriding and transgression, and advocates limited freedom, rules and standards. I was going to stay in there for a while and get a pass first, Chu Wenji said coldly. Now it seems, Mo Xiao saw that his backpack was ready, and knew that he and himself had the same idea. The squad leader and his team are now living in a collective warehouse. It is very obvious that there are fewer people after curfew, and it is easy to be discovered, Chu Wenji said, although Gao Yu said that the morning is the safest. From Tian Shishu's description of Jiang Shi's arrest, we must act as soon as possible. So we have to call them all in now, and get them out before curfew. The two talked and chatted as they hurried along to the collective living area. Mo Xiao found a place outside to wait. I thought everyone was working during the day, and it would take some time to find them all. Unexpectedly, Chu Wenji led everyone out within 2 minutes. Chapter 155. Zhu ran out. Xiao Mo. When everyone saw the man waiting in the shadows in the corner, they ran over with a low cry. Mo Xiao smiled and glanced at everyone, stretched out a hand to push away the squad leader's tearful face. Stop! Let's talk about business first. Li Pingping did not run over as she did before, but hid behind Tanya. Seeing that she was safe and sound, she quietly wiped her eyes. Xiao Mo. Tanya looked at her and said, We have heard about it. Send the child out first. We will leave a few people to meet you and brother Shi. Let's go first. Mo Xiao tidied up his appearance and walked towards the back mountain with everyone. At this time, the Newtelling shelter was still quite lively, because most places in the outer area had no electricity. Many places get off work much earlier than before the apocalypse. At this moment, there are many pedestrians walking in groups on the street. Therefore, although their team is large in number, it is not too obvious. There are 2 supervisors of the jungle team in there, carrying hog weapons. There are also 2 sentries at the door. Mo Xiao analyzed with everyone as he walked. A single ordinary factory is equipped with 4 well-armed jungle team members. This is relatively rare inside Nutuling. We have to pass through there. First of all, we can't let them make gunshots. Mo Xiao whispered. We can't alarm so many employees either. What should we do? Luda rubbed his cheeks and said. We can't wait for them to eat. Right? It's already past noon. These factories will distribute lunch. But breakfast and dinner will depend on the employees themselves. This time is a bit unfortunate. If it were earlier, Mo Xiao and his team could have waited for the employees to have lunch before breaking through. And the chances of success would be greater. We can only create some noise artificially. Chu Wenzhe whispered. This is a pig farm, he said lightly. It is also an important source of meat products for those people in the inner area. Speaking of the source of meat products, Zhao Peng, Luda and others covered their mouths and noses, looking nauseous. They finally knew what the products that the Institute had distributed to residents in other areas were. Those bastards are so wicked. Xiao Peng cursed. God Chu, what do you think we need to do? Mo Xiao raised his eyebrows and asked. Do you want to let those pigs run away and create chaos? Such an important source of meat. The other party will definitely pay attention to it. And because it is right next to the zombie power system factory. In order to avoid further expansion of the riots and attract crowds to watch. In order to solve this matter as soon as possible. The recent laborers may be temporarily transferred to help catch pigs. This is a good opportunity for Mo Xiao and his team. Chu Wen just smiled faintly. It is always inevitable that some accidental omissions are made in human work. The guards at the pig farm were not as strict as those at the zombie power system factory. The place was wide, and there were relatively few employees. It would be much easier to do something. Chu Wenjie had worked in the inner area for such a long time. And he had made field visits to some important places in the Institute by virtue of his position. This pig farm was one of them. The group came to the back mountain while discussing. If we go any further, it will be conspicuous. Mo Xiao whispered. You wait here first. Chushin and I will go to release the pigs. Chushin knew the terrain better, and was more agile. The two of them jumped over a fence, and saw a warehouse-like factory building. There was no one outside at this time. So they thought everyone should be inside. Mo Xiao and Chu Wenjie sneaked to the door of the warehouse. They found that there were square areas separated by low fences. There were many pigs in each compartment. The fence was very low, only about the waist of an adult. The two hid at the door, and did not rush in. Because there were still 3 workers working inside. The 3 people were doing their own things in different directions. And no one noticed the movement in the direction of the door for a while. The pig farm doesn't seem to have that many guards. But each employee is equipped with an alarm. Chu Wenjie had already explained this on the way here. At this time, he was worried and reminded again, wait until they gather together before taking action. Don't give them time to sound the alarm. How long do we have to wait? Mo Xiao narrowed her eyes, reached into her bosom and fumbled around, and actually pulled out a slingshot, passively waiting for the opportunity. When will the opportunity come? The most important thing for them now is to race against time to seize the initiative. Her compound bow was hidden under the back mountain, and she only had a small slingshot to carry with her. At Guo Weiman's place, she not only trained in archery, but also in slingshots. After all, this is the lowest cost weapon. Its ammunition can be wood, mud, stones, and any hard objects you can touch around you. As long as you shoot accurately, it can sometimes have a great effect. Xiao Mo, what do you want to do? Chu Wenjie frowned slightly. The slingshot's range and lethality are not enough. And it is impossible to stun them at the same time. Who said I'm going to hit someone? Mo Xiao smiled and raised her eyebrows at a cubicle. I'm going to hit it. Before the apocalypse, most of the cubicles in the pig farm were made of cement walls and iron railings. But after the apocalypse, metal was in short supply. So they began to use wood as a substitute for many things. Even the low door around it was made of wooden railings. And the bolt on the pig was just a wooden horizontal bar. Pigs can't open doors. And people can open them with just a push. Mo Xiao's goal was to knock that thing off and let the pig out of that cubicle. She picked up a stone and tightened the slingshot. Bang! The bolt was pushed out horizontally. The small door of the cubicle swayed open with a creak. The pigs that had been locked up for a long time finally got the chance and came out at the same time. Who was in charge over there just now? An employee in the distance heard the noise and turned back, cursing. The door was not closed tightly. And the pigs ran out. Quick! Catch them all back. The three of them put down their work at the same time and started to drive the pigs separately. Fortunately, they found it in time. Not long after, the three gathered in front of the compartment and drove the last pig in. Is it you? The new guy. Who did it? Next time you can. The leader was about to teach him a lesson, but suddenly felt a pain in the back of his head. Then his eyes went black, and he lost consciousness. And Mo Xiao looked at the three people who fell to the ground, turned the wooden scoop he had just picked up in his hands, raised his eyebrows and smiled. It's quite useful. After saying that, he looked at Chuinja, who was laid behind him. Give you one? Chuinja shook his head and smiled. Xiao Mo. I still have a clear understanding of myself. Fighting is not my specialty. In fact, after such a long period of training in the Doomsday, Chuinja's physique is no longer so weak. But it is only relatively speaking. It compared with Jiangxi and others, it seems a bit inferior. So Chuinja has always felt that people should do what they are best at so as not to be eliminated by society. What's more, he is nearsighted. If this only pair of glasses is destroyed in a fight, it will be a loss. How many days can a nearsighted person who loses his glasses survive in the wild? Chapter 156 Gao Yu's position. Mo Xiao and Chu Wenzhe were halfway back. They heard someone shouting about the pigs in the pig farm rioting. In order to prevent them from wandering around, people nearby have been helping to catch the pigs. After all, pigs are omnivores. But they will eat children, so they can't be ignored. Mo Xiao walked very quickly, and Chu Wenzhe comforted him. Don't worry. The place where the three people are hidden is relatively secret, and no one will find it so quickly. But we should still hurry up, because when they are free, someone will soon find something wrong. However, when the two of them arrived at the place they had agreed to meet, they didn't see Luda and others. Where are they? Mo Xiao was shocked. Did they get captured? Chu Wenzhe squatted down, looked carefully on the ground, and pointed in the direction of the zombie power system factory and said, looking at the traces, they should have gone there. How could Sister Ya and the others leave so easily? Mo Xiao said in a deep voice. Did they encounter danger? Probably not. Chu Wenzhe pushed his glasses and thought. There are no overly messy traces. It seems that they retreated in an orderly manner. Did they run into someone they knew? Mo Xiao suddenly thought of someone. Gao Yu. She breathed a sigh of relief when she said this. She helped me at noon. If she was taken away by Gao Yu, then she was very likely to help her, and the others escape. Chu Wenzhe nodded. Let's go and have a look. Because the distance was very close. When Mo Xiao returned to the periphery of the factory where she came from, she saw that many employees were hastily transferred to help. She and Chu Wenzhe hid behind the storage area of boxes and cans outside, until she realized that the employees should have gone to provide support. Then they gradually approached inside. However, when she stood up, she found that a group of people also stood up in the area behind the same bunker. It was Luda and his group. Xiao Mo. Luda called them softly and waved. Come here. When Mo Xiao and Chu Wenzhe arrived, they found that Gao Yu was indeed there. She was just about to go out to do some work. Suddenly she met Luda and others on the road and learned their purpose. Because the number of people on the road suddenly increased. In order to avoid attracting other people's attention, she took them to this place in advance. You wait first. I'll go in and see the situation. After that, she walked into the factory again. Not long after, she came out and waved to everyone. Come here. With Gao Yu's guidance, everyone had a smooth journey, walking in the corridor leading to the cave entrance on the cliff of the back mountain. Zhao Peng suddenly touched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. Gao Yu, this time it's really thanks to your help. I used to have some prejudice against you. I'm sorry. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Tongya pursed her lips and nodded at her. Me too. Do you want to go with us? Guichuchu held her arm and said, Xiaoya, come with us. This place is too unfriendly to girls. It's not a place to stay for a long time. Gao Yu bit her lip and shook her head in embarrassment. I'm fine here, so I won't go with you. Senior sister, take care of yourself on the way. After that, she looked at Mo Xiao and smiled lightly. Then she pointed to the exit in front of her that was already shining and said, We're here. You guys go quickly. Someone in the jungle team already knows about your existence. I just found an excuse to get him away. If he knows. Before he finished speaking, a feminine male voice suddenly came from the back. What will happen if I know? Gao Yu's body stiffened, and he pushed everyone forward and shouted, "Hurry up!" However, at this moment, there was a sudden noise from the cableway. A metal cage dropped sharply from the hole above. It blocked the exit tightly. The front road was trapped, and the retreat was blocked. Everyone looked behind with an ugly face. I saw a short-haired man from the jungle team approaching step by step with a gun. He held a remote control switch in his hand. With a click, the iron cage door opened. Everyone, click into the cage one by one. He smiled and raised his gun. Otherwise, don't blame the bullet for not having eyes. Everyone looked at each other and stood still, because Gao Yu suddenly turned around and slowly walked towards the short-haired man behind him. She leaned against his side and looked very familiar. "Gao Yu, you did a good job." The man smiled. "Catch all these guys alive, and we will share the credit. You and I can live a better life in this shelter." "Gao Yu?" Zhao Peng pointed at her and said angrily. "You and him teamed up to trick us here? So you had planned it all," Tanya said in a deep voice. Gao Yu lowered her eyes and said nothing. The man with the buzz cut was very proud. He knew the woman next to him very well. It was human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm. The original plan was to do it tomorrow morning. Unexpectedly, it was suddenly brought forward. But time is not important. What is important is the result. He caught so many people by himself. If he rises in the rank of the wild team, he can become a cadre. As for the gun, he would not shoot unless it was absolutely necessary to share the credit with others. For this reason, he found an excuse to send the brainless bald man who worked with him away. "Why don't you get into the cage quickly?" he shouted. At the same time, he pointed the gun at the two youngest children. "If you don't move, I will kill them first." The people who were originally deadlocked heard the threat, and although they were still full of indignation, they finally moved. Seeing that everyone was in the cage, only the last girl was left. The man with the short hair took a step forward proudly. At this moment, his hand holding the gun suddenly hurt. He looked down and saw that Gao Yu, who was close to him, had taken out a knife from somewhere. Because of the pain in his hand, he subconsciously let go. "Quick! Now!" Gao Yu caught the gun and pushed the man with the short hair forward. He instantly realized that he had been betrayed by Gao Yu. That bitch! Without the gun, he must not let those people out. The man reacted quickly and immediately pressed the remote control switch in his hand. The cage door closed instantly and began to slide down slowly. Mo Xiao, who was the only one left outside, rushed over immediately to grab the iron cage switch. The man was from a jungle team and was very skilled. He rolled on the ground and crouched several meters back on the slope. But Mo Xiao was hit by the iron cage that suddenly moved behind her and was forced to roll down several meters. Seeing this, the short-haired man turned over and rode on her, drew his waist knife, and was about to stab her neck. Mo Xiao put both hands against his knife-holding hand and pushed it away little by little. The short-haired man widened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Half infected? It doesn't look like. This strength is rare among women of this size. But compared with a group of half-infected monsters, it seems to be much weaker." As a jungler of Nutuling, the short-haired man has a lot of experience in fighting against semi-infected people. He changed to holding the knife with one hand, and quickly took out a red spray bottle from his body with the other hand and sprayed it on Mo Xiao's face. Blood mist? She subconsciously held her breath. This is a method specially developed by Nutuling to fight against semi-infected people. When facing blood mist, the stress response of the semi-infected people's body will cause them to subconsciously absorb it. This momentary absent-minded reaction is an important reason why many semi-infected people fall into the hands of the Nutuling jungle team. Some drug ingredients are also added to the blood mist, which can affect semi-infected people. The junglers have antidotes for long-term injections, so they are completely unaffected in such an environment. Mo Xiao subconsciously held her breath, which also caused her to relax for a while. The man with the short hair took the knife back again, turned his hand and stabbed it down. Blood splashed on his shoulder and neck. Wrong? His eyes were fierce, and he was about to add another knife. The woman on the ground suddenly twisted and turned over with the power of her waist. She went behind him. She pressed her back against the ground, held the other party back with both hands, and strangled the man with the short hair with her legs. The man with the short hair had blue veins on his neck, and he tried to break free with all his strength. However, the other party strangled him tightly, and he couldn't break free no matter what. His face gradually turned red. Not long after, He lost his life. Mo Xiao let go, leaned against the rock wall, and walked to the side to breathe some fresh air. At the same time, he pressed the switch, and everyone in the iron cage was released. Sister Mo, are you okay? You lost so much blood? Sun Yangyang took out a roll of bandage from his backpack to bandage her. He has recently collected a lot of useful supplies with contribution points. It's okay. Just a superficial wound. Mo Xiao waved his hand, and the iron cage was controlled to return to the top again. Everyone, hurry down. My climbing equipment is over there. It is much easier to slide down the rope than to climb up with bare hands. When you encounter a desperate situation, you can't be afraid of delay. The two children were taken care of by Lu De and Sun Yangyang respectively. Although a few people stumbled and got hurt, they all managed to get down to the bottom. After you get out, do as I said and go find the reconnaissance team said by Uncle Gua. Mo Xiao looked down from the cave entrance and said softly. She knew that although the voice was not loud, Chu Ying could hear it. Sure enough, she nodded upwards with a sense of feeling. You can't be careless in the wild environment. Everyone evacuated the place carefully and quickly. Mo Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and was about to get up, when suddenly, something cold pressed against the back of his head. Chapter 157. Mo Xiao. Don't force me. Gao Yu. What are you doing? Mo Xiao asked in a low voice. Senior sister, I helped you evacuate successfully. In exchange, can you help me too? A soft voice came from behind. Mo Xiao was about to stand up and turn around. The voice suddenly became urgent. Don't move. If you move again, I will shoot. Don't force me. Mo Xiao stopped standing up. She was silent for a moment, then asked, What do you want me to do? It's very simple. Gao Yu whispered. The pigs are making so much noise. They will soon find something strange, and the higher-ups will soon check the factory. She pursed her lips. As an employee, I have been involved with you before. So many people have successfully escaped. How can I be free from responsibility? Mo Xiao lowered his eyes. You can go with them. It's still not too late to go down now. I won't, Gao Yu said angrily. I'm living well here. Why should I rely on you all the time to survive? Do you want to kill me? Mo Xiao's tone was very calm. Gao Yu smiled. Isn't it more valuable to capture a living person than a dead one? You are a half-infected person, and your value alone is greater than theirs. Anyway, you don't plan to leave. She smiled. I caught you by myself. Not only can I get rid of the relationship, but I can also get a promotion. And you can also obey your heart and stay. Isn't this good for both you and me? Have you ever thought about what would happen if I, a half-infected person, fell into their hands? Mo Xiao suddenly asked. Gao Yu suddenly choked, her fingertips on the trigger, gritting her teeth and saying, Mo Xiao, don't force me. Seeing Mo Xiao silent, she suddenly cried softly, I have helped you so much. Why don't you help me? Gao Yu, didn't you also use my hand to get rid of the shackles of the jungle team man just now? Mo Xiao said softly. You have something in his hand, right? The reason why you are wavering in the middle is that on the one hand you want to use my hand to get rid of him. On the other hand, you also want to use his hand to reduce my strength and take the final credit. Right? Mo Xiao lowered his eyes and analyzed. Gao Yu's face turned pale, but she tightened her grip on the gun. Mo Xiao's analysis was absolutely correct. In this game, it seemed that she was threatened by that man. But in fact, that man was tricked by her. As for letting Chu Wenze and the others escape, although there was indeed some revolutionary friendship, she felt a little bit reluctant. But more importantly, it was because she was relatively more cautious. She was not sure that she could face so many people alone, and Mo Xiao was enough. Moreover, that group of people had a special feeling for Mo Xiao. If they knew that Mo Xiao finally fell into her hands, she was afraid that they would seek revenge in the future. That's why she attacked at this moment. Gao Yu knew a little about the inside story of the semi-infected. If Mo Xiao had been injured by an ordinary semi-infected, the bleeding would have stopped long ago. But the bandage on her shoulder and neck was still bleeding. All this meant that she was very weak at the moment. That man was dead, and Gao Yu was free from restraints. She now had Mo Xiao in her control. In this way, how high she could rise in this base in the future depended on this opportunity. Opportunities are rare and will never come back. Senior sister, Gao Yu sighed. There was a voice in my heart telling me that I shouldn't do this, but my reason told me that I was right. People always have to plan for themselves. Right? I can only sorry. She took a few steps back, pointing at Mo Xiao. She said, "Come here. Get into the cage." Without moving her gun, she stared at Mo Xiao, who turned around and stood up cautiously. "You don't think you can be faster than a bullet now, do you?" And they shouldn't have gone far. I can alert the jungle team by just firing. If the jungle team goes out, they will be caught again soon. Gao Yu shouted loudly. "Get into the cage." At the same time, in a residential house, on the front line of the railway track at Tongsuan Station, someone hurried in, with a bow and arrow on his back. "Uncle Guo! Uncle Guo!" The man started shouting before he even stepped into the courtyard. "What's wrong?" Guo Weiman picked up the pipe next to him and knocked it on his head. "Why are you in such a hurry? It's just a simplistic way." The boy who was beaten covered his head and said nervously, "Uncle Guo, we found traces of human activities in front of the railway tracks today." Guo Weiman sat up slightly. "In fact, it is normal to have 1 or 2 traces of human activities in the wild. But since Li Shu is so nervous, things must not be that simple." "How many people?" Guo Weiman asked in a deep voice. "At least a group of more than 10 people," Li Shu said worriedly. "Uncle Guo, such a large group was found near our survival point. Do you think it was Nutuling or Bantongui who came looking for us?" Everyone knew about Uncle Guo's feud with Nutuling. If they were discovered by the wild team, their team would definitely be in trouble. As for Bantongui, they were a group of man-eating guys, and they have basically been excluded from their compatriots by major human groups. Where were they found? Guo Weiman gestured to calm him down and continued to ask. On the railway line near Wansuan in front. In Guo Weiman's group, some people would check along the railway line every day. Wansuan. Guo Weiman frowned. To go to Wansuan, you have to go north. Nutuling is not in this direction. If the wild team expanded their search range and came here, they should have come from the mountain road in the east. Don't panic. It may be another team. Guo Weiman waved his hand and said, "Let Xiangfeng lead the team, and take a few more people to check over there to see who it is." After giving the order, Guo Weiman seemed to remember something, and waved to call the team members, who went out for reconnaissance today. After Mo Xiao and the others were sent over, was there any movement over Nutuling? Uncle Guo. Sister Mo didn't go in. Brother, she went in first. It looks normal from the outside. There should be no problem. Yes, Uncle Guo. With their skills, nothing will happen easily. Don't worry. Guo Weiman thought for a moment and said, "Call Xiang Yu over, and ask her to lead the team to station, and guard the outer edge of Baijiang town. Be careful not to cross the active defense line of the Nutuling wild team." After explaining the matter, Guo Weiman walked out of the courtyard, stood on the railroad track, and looked towards its extension. The twilight dyed the track line a mottled red, and the rust seemed to carry an endless bloody smell in the air. He suddenly blew out a smoke ring inside. Most of the survivors in his team are strong and healthy half-grown children. In order to ensure everyone's survival rate, he can only shrink here and survive in the cracks. I don't know when this kind of hiding and fearful days will end. Guo Weiman didn't know how long he stood there stupidly. A group of figures suddenly appeared on the railroad track in front of him. The leader was Xiang Feng, who he had sent out not long ago, and was waving at him excitedly. Chapter 158. You really disappoint me. Nutuling Inner District. Tian Xiaoxi was sitting at his dining table eating dinner. The house is not big, only about 10 square meters, but it is a single room after all. Although it is completely different from his lifestyle before the end of the world. But in this day and age, it is rare to have a single room to live alone. After all, the inner district is a protective measure built before the end of the world, basically underground. It is not the rough wood and scrap iron of the outer district, but some high-quality reinforced concrete and emerging materials. The power grid, water power, and even ventilation systems of the entire inner district maintain basic functions. One of the difficulties for the outer district to enter the inner district is how to pass the access control. Without access control, it's hard for even a fly to fly in, let alone people. Tian Shishu's home is small, but it's well organized. The half-wall wooden shelves that are neatly arranged like obsessive-compulsive disorder were made by someone in the outer area after he spent some contribution points. In addition to some basic daily necessities and books, the most common items on the shelves are the aromatherapy he found. Of course, there is also a bottle of red wine that he spent a lot of contribution points to collect. Unlike perfume, Wine is also a valuable item in the doomsday. I wonder if those guys are gone. Tian Xiaoxu finished eating. He went to tidy up his clothes and appearance. After thinking for a while, he went out. As soon as he walked out of the inner area with the medicine box, he saw someone carrying a corpse passing by. Judging from his attire, he is from the wild team? How could he die inside the Nutling shelter? Tian Xiaoxu's eyelids jumped, and for some reason, he instantly thought of Chu Wenze and the others. Doctor, you came so quickly? Someone saw his eyes light up. I just asked someone to call for a doctor, and he is here now. Thank you. The man pulled him to the left fork, apparently heading towards the back mountain. Alas, the pigs rioted just now, and everyone was temporarily recruited to catch pigs, and they were more or less injured. Thank you for taking care of him. Tian Xiaoxu frowned slightly, and subconsciously wanted to shake off his hand. But after hearing the rest, he forced himself to hold back. The further he walked, the more he found that the situation was different from what he imagined. 2 Jumble Team cars were parked at the gate of a factory in front. And there was a woman. Tian Xiaoxu narrowed his eyes. Gao Yu? She was talking to one of the Jumble Team members. Her expression was sad, but also a bit tough. Then, behind her, a person with half of his body covered was escorted into the car by several Jumble Team members. Tian Xiaoxu casually treated a few people with minor injuries and scratches, while secretly observing over there. That doctor. Come here. A Jumble Team member standing next to the car waved to him. Tian Xiaoxu frowned and approached with a medical kit. The man led him to the back carriage. There is a wounded person here. You take care of it. Tian Xiaoxu went up and found Gao Yu sitting inside, with a jumbler next to her comforting her. Don't be afraid. Sister, you caught a half-infected person this time. That's a great achievement. Yes, it's all over. Let our jumbler team take care of the next thing. This group of half-infected monsters is really abominable. How dare they sneak in from the back mountain? Tian Xiaoxu narrowed her eyes, and was pulled by one of the jumblers to sit next to Gao Yu. Her hair and clothes were messy, and there was blood on her body. She had been crying silently with her head down. But she looked up when she heard the doctor coming. She saw a familiar face. Gao Yu froze slightly, turned away immediately, stretched out an injured arm and said, Sorry for bothering you. Tian Xiaoxu opened the medical box, bandaged the wound and asked in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, Who is that in the car in front? Seeing Gao Yu remain silent, he smiled sarcastically and said with his lips, Xiao Mo? Gao Yu froze slightly again. Tian Xiaoxu stood up condescendingly and looked her up and down with an unexpected look. Gao Yu clenched her fists suddenly, and the area behind her ears turned red. Here it comes again! Here it comes again! This look again! This look of looking at trash again! This Tian Xiaoxu! This Tian Xiaoxu! This bastard! Gao Yu gritted her teeth, and a hatred surged in her heart that she wanted to trample the person in front of her and tear him into pieces. Are you done? Dr. Tian? Seeing the doctor suddenly stand up, the jumbler who was blocked from view tilted his head and asked, All right. Tian Xiaoxu picked up the medical box. If there is nothing else, I should go back. We also need to go back to the inner area. The jumbler smiled and said, It's on the way. It won't be too late to get off when we get to the central street. The central street is close to any residential area. They have checked the doctor's ID and know where he lives. Tian Xiaoxu did not refuse, sitting in the car and listening to their conversation. I could also understand some of their meaning. Gao Yujing had made a contribution in this matter, and she might be promoted soon. She no longer had to work as a worker in the back mountain of the outer district. One of the Jungle Team cadres, with a certain rank, even promised to recommend her as the vice president of the Inter-District Women's Protection Association. Although Tian Xiaoxu didn't care about the Women's Protection Association that had recently emerged, it didn't prevent him from knowing the weight of the 3 words vice president. It was a prestigious and easy office job. He was still thinking about this matter on his way home alone at night. It seemed that Xiaomo and Jiang Qi were both arrested. Chu Wenze was not at home either, and he probably escaped. Gao Yu had always been at odds with him, especially today when she looked at him as if she wanted to eat him alive. Tian Xiaoxu didn't know how to reflect on himself, and the way he looked at her was never good. He only knew that if he really let that vicious woman ride on his head, would he, Tian Xiaoxu, still have a good life? Late at night, in the inner area of Nituling, in a luxurious hall, Jiang, she woke up slowly from the sofa. Under him was a soft and expensive texture, and the luxurious chandelier almost dazzled him when he opened his eyes. For a moment, he had the illusion that he was dreaming. The end of the world, the days of fleeing, etc. were all illusions. He just took a nap in the living room at home. Awake? A familiar and majestic voice sounded in the hall. Jiangxi's body, which had just sat up, suddenly stiffened. He turned his head sharply to look at the source of the voice. He saw a middle-aged man working at a desk in front of him. His temples were slightly frosted, and he looked quite old, but his posture was particularly tall and strong. His eyebrows were deep, and his pupils were slightly lighter than those of ordinary people, which made him unconsciously show a bit of arrogance when he looked at people. These amber pupils and expressions were very similar to Jiangxi's. Looking at this stern man, Jiangxi clenched his fists, and it seemed very difficult. After a long silence, he called out, "Dad!" The man put down his pen and stood up. He poured himself a glass of wine, turned his back to Jiangxi, and looked out the window. The reshuffle of order is a crisis and an opportunity. I never worry about your personal survival. If you can't even survive, it will be a waste of my painstaking education of you. I thought the next time we met might be at a negotiation table. He sneered and took a sip of wine. My son, Jiang Yuan, has become such a person. You really disappoint me. Chapter 159 Family Reunion Dinner. After the initial shock, Jiangxi has regained his composure. He leaned back on the sofa, looked at Jiang Yun's back and smiled. So, you are the manager of the Nutaling shelter who forced the army away and wanted to be a local tyrant. Jiang Yun glanced at him. You have some brains. His expression was condescending and judgmental. It seemed that the person in front of him was not his biological son, but an employee who was interviewing in his company. Jiangxi laughed at himself, recalling that not long ago he had a bit of admiration for the series of methods of the director behind the scenes. He felt nauseous. A feeling of self-loathing slowly spread in his chest. A sarcastic arc appeared at the corner of his lips. With such a big appetite, aren't you afraid of bursting your belly? Jiang Yun didn't care about his tone, and slowly shook the wine glass and said, humans are social animals. In a crisis environment, it is inevitable to keep warm together. In a group environment, different social divisions and classes will inevitably emerge. If you don't want to be inferior to others, you have to climb over everyone's head. In the current situation and order, there must be a king anyway. If not me, there will be others. At this point, he walked in front of Jiangxi, looked down at him and said coldly, then why can't it be me? Jiang Yun. His tone was neither generous nor passionate, and even his voice was not loud, but it gave people who were close to him an inexplicable sense of oppression. You play with your fire. Jiangxi suddenly sneered, and lay on the sofa with his hands behind his head, crossed his legs and yawned. Why did you turn me over here? Jiang Yun looked at him sitting in an awkward manner, and his eyebrows and eyes were slightly depressed. But he did not teach or admonish him whether it was good or bad to do so. In his opinion, it doesn't matter how you behave behind people, as long as you can achieve your goals in front of people. Given that Jiangxi's previous performance has always been remarkable, this little detail is harmless. The reason why the strong can become strong is to explore the boundaries of freedom. There are so many moral etiquette and disciplines in the world. In the final analysis, the rules are made by the strong. Hey, I heard that the fourth brother was found. Is he still alive? At this moment, a casual voice sounded from outside. Then, there was the sound of someone pushing the door open. A tall and thin man in colorful clothes walked in, with a graceful woman in his arms. Jiangxi was still lying lazily on the sofa, without getting up, and didn't even look at her. Hearing the voice, I knew it was his third brother Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was also 29 years old, but perhaps because of his dressing style, he always looked a little frivolous. He looked Jiangxi up and down, tooted a few times, and sat down on the sofa on the other side with the woman in his arms. Look at this physique. He has suffered a lot. It's really pitiful. People live in this world to suffer, so it's better to enjoy life while you can. Right? The tone of the latter sentence turned a little ambiguous, and he said it while lifting the chin of the beautiful woman next to him. Jiang Yun glanced at him coldly. Your brother has also seen it. Get out of here. Before Jiang Hao reacted much to this, the woman next to him had already struggled to get up in silence, and stumbled out of the door in fear. Jiang Hao pouted, got up happily, and was about to leave. Suddenly, another woman came to the door. The woman was also quite thin, but tall, wearing a pair of glasses, and had a cold expression. She leaned against the door, and didn't even walk in, but asked lightly, "I've also seen it. Can I leave?" "Second sister, you are too lazy to enter this door. Isn't that a bit unkind?" Jiang Hao joked as he passed by her. "At least you can get on the sofa like me." The woman who just came to the door was their second sister, Jiang Zhao, who was also 34 years old this year. Jiang Zhao didn't seem to have much to say to Jiang Hao. She just looked at Jiang Yun and said, "Recently, there are a lot of things going on in the Women's Protection Association. As the president, I can't leave. If there is nothing else, I will go back to work overtime." Just then, a dining car suddenly passed by her side. "There are a lot of things going on in the shelter recently. Jiang Yun eats dinner here every day." "Wait a minute." Jiang Yun glanced at the dining lane. "It's a good time to have a meal together." At the long dining table, the four of them sat down. No one spoke, and each ate their own food. Jiang Zhao looked straight ahead, only staring at the food in front of him. Jiang Hao was absent-minded, picking and choosing the food in the bowl. Jiang Yun signed some documents while eating. Jiang Shi's mind wandered while eating. A family reunion dinner was over. Jiang Yun was quite satisfied. He waved his hand to dismiss Jiang Zhao and Jiang Hao. "Since you are back, come work for me." Jiang Yun looked at Jiang Shi, but did not ask for his consent. He directly arranged in a commanding tone, "Go to the jungle team to gain some experience first." It's called a jungle team, but in fact, as an armed force, it can be called a military. Jiang Zhao's lips curled up with a sarcastic smile again. "I said, you go your way, I go mine. Just join the 2nd Battalion." Jiang Yun continued to order, as if he didn't hear it. Jiang Shi didn't try to persuade him again. Jiang Yun waved his hand and said, "You can go out. Someone will take you to your residence outside, and report tomorrow morning." Jiang Shi just stood up, and there was another knock on the door. The visitor seemed to be from the jungle team. The specific level is unknown. He walked quickly to Jiang Yun's desk with a document and whispered, "Director, catch a half-infected person in the back mountain." Jiang Shi, who was about to turn around and leave, paused slightly. The jungler seemed to notice him and stopped talking at the same time. "Who is this?" Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiang Shi vigilantly. "Why? Do you know him?" He took the folder handed over by the jungler, opened it, and suddenly sneered, "Mo Xiao? I was wondering why you have been fooling around outside. It turns out that this girl has become a half-infected person?" Jiang Yun looked at the jungler. "Half-consort? According to the description of the witness who caught her, this possibility cannot be ruled out." Jiang Yun raised his eyebrows, and suddenly opened another folder. It was Jiang Shi's personal file. It was recorded that he and Mo Xiao went out at the same time and disappeared at the same time for a while. Jiang Yun looked at Jiang Shi with a slightly depressed look. "Catch him." At this command, several armed men rushed out of the door at the same time, pointing guns at Jiang Shi. Perhaps because mosquitoes are also carriers now. The neutering cell is cleaner than Mo Xiao imagined. She sat against the wall in the dark. Although she couldn't see it at the moment, she knew that there were many semi-infected people like her imprisoned here. Some of them were stained with blood, and medical staff often came in and out. It seems that it is not just as simple as imprisonment. Chapter 160 X-Virus and Antibody Research. Mo Xiao lowered his head and thought. Suddenly, a white light appeared in the corridor outside. When someone passes by, the light will turn on. The wattage is very low, and it is estimated that it will only cost a few dollars to run it for a whole year. The footsteps of the person stopped at Mo Xiao's door. She raised her head. Seeing the tall figure and familiar look, Mo Xiao's pupils shrank slightly, and then slowly turned her eyes. "Uncle Jiang?" She turned her eyes to the fully armed jungle team members behind Jiang Yun. She showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Jiang Yun's greetings were like him, and no emotional fluctuations could be felt. "If you are here to check my relationship with the Bantongui," Mo Xiao said hoarsely, "I can tell you directly that I have nothing to do with the Bantongui." "No hurry." Jiang Yun smiled. "Whether there is or not, we will slowly confirm it. I came here just because I'm curious about one thing." He waved his hand. "I heard that you are different from other semi-infected people. The blood mist developed by our institute has no effect on you." As Jiang Yun waved his hand, a team of medical staff walked out. The cell door was quickly opened, And Mo Xiao was dragged out again. Arrived at a room deep inside that was full of white and almost a secret room. Someone fixed her and attached a lot of instruments to her. Jiang Yan only observed outside the door for a while and then left. Director Jiang. All indicators are quite normal. A man in a white coat was holding a clipboard and writing something down. But the recovery speed is at least half as slow as that of an ordinary semi-infected person. At midnight, Jiang Yan hadn't turned off the lights yet. And someone was reporting work at the table. Although this Mo Xiao is also a semi-infected person, she seems to have found an optimal critical value to maintain a relative balance with the activity of the virus. The man in the white coat continued, this leads to the fact that brain commands are often the highest priority in her case. In other semi-infected people, it is easy to skip levels and be extremely unstable. So, Jiang Yan tapped his fingertips on the table and said slowly, from her, it is easier to find a way to safely and effectively transform ordinary people into semi-infected people? The white coat hesitated for a moment. Due to the limitations of equipment and various resources, we still don't know much about the situation of the X virus. So far, most of the information related to the virus in Nutuling was shared from the headquarters when the communication with the superiors was not disconnected at that time. The superiors have the best scientific researchers and equipment. They are still lacking in this aspect. But there are ways to study even if they are poor. During this period, they deliberately confronted the semi-infected and captured so many people. They did a lot of experiments directly on the living semi-infected. And they still gained something. That kind of blood mist is made specifically for semi-infected people. And it works well. Although I dare not guarantee it. This woman must be different. The white coat said. Maybe. She is our breakthrough. Currently, we have found antibodies from all semi-infected people. The information about antibodies was also shared by the above when the communication was not interrupted before. According to them, when some people were stimulated by this X virus, in the constant stalemate, the physical stress caused them to gradually produce adaptive changes and reconstruction. And disappointingly, this antibody is only effective in the host's body. That was all the information at the time. However, Nutuling has also made some research during this period. They extracted antibodies from different half-infected people and cross-injected them. Finally, it was found that perhaps it was due to a sudden decrease in antibodies in the body, or perhaps some other stimulus. The relative balance in the bodies of the two half-infected people collapsed instantly, causing both half-infected people to completely become zombies. And the more interesting discovery is, the physical fitness of the zombies transformed from half-infected people, whether in strength or speed, is much stronger than that of ordinary zombies, and is the same as that of the half-infected people before they died. It's just that they have lost their wisdom. Maybe this woman's antibodies will behave differently. The white coat speculated. Be careful, Jiang Yan ordered. After all, there is only one such special experimental material. Yes, don't worry. The white coat nodded. As the general manager of the project, he has always known the real purpose of this Jiang Yan actually doesn't care about the grievances between the so-called semi-infected and ordinary humans. He just wants to find a way to safely turn people into semi-infected. In this crisis-ridden end of the world, who doesn't want to gain more powerful power? Jiang Yan doesn't like anyone to be above him. Such a powerful monster as the semi-infected should not exist. If it exists, he should have a share. In a secret room deep inside the inner area of Nutuling, Mo Xiao began to live a dark life. Xiangyu, who had been squatting on the edge of Baijiang town for a day, frowned and waved to the people behind her, slowly retreating, preparing to go back. She has been observing here for so long. The wild team was not encountered. Half of the people in the same association just caught a glimpse of a team from a distance. Fortunately, they were alert and hid in time. Otherwise, they would have been discovered by the other party. Sister Xiangyu, are you going back now? A short boy asked. Didn't Uncle Boy ask us to stay for a few days? Bantongwi people are moving in large batches. Xiangyu whispered. This behavior is very abnormal. We have to go back and tell Uncle Guo. Everyone packed up their bags and retreated to the place where the car was hidden. As they walked, someone suddenly raised a compound bow and shouted in a certain direction. Who is it? Don't shoot. A simple and honest man fell to the ground with a cry. As if he was kicked. He got up from the ground, rubbing his buttocks and complaining in a low voice. Sister Ya, can't you be gentler? I didn't fart on purpose. I couldn't stop it when I was in a hurry. accompanied by the man's muttering. A few people gradually walked out from behind the broken wall beside him. Chu and Zay glanced at the equipment of the group of people on the opposite side. Compound bow. Are you Uncle Bo's people? Do you know Uncle Bo? Someone on the opposite side asked in surprise. As soon as he asked, he was hit by Xiangyu. This guy. He confessed everything without anyone asking him questions. Who are you? Xiangyu looked at the composition of the other team and had some guesses in his mind. But he asked again cautiously without putting down the bow and arrow. My name is Chu Wenzai. Xiao Mo asked us to find you. Chu Wenzai smiled when he said this. Mo Xiao. Do you know him? Sister Xiangyu. He is Sister Mo's people. The boy who just spoke quickly said in surprise. Covering his head. Xiangyu hit him again in a rage. She patiently questioned him again. She didn't put away her bow and arrow until two little girls came out one after another. She walked to Chu Wenzai with a smile, stretched out a hand and said, Hello handsome brother. My name is Xiangyu. Nice to meet you. After saying that, she winked slyly. Do you have a girlfriend?